The moment the waves crashed against my face, I jolted awake. My first thought wasn't that I was alive, but rather that I was going to die again. I propped myself up and looked up. The sunlight pierced my eyes like knives. I almost yelled, "Damn it, another plane crash." Before I could even catch my breath, a sudden throbbing pain shot through my head, and a mechanical female voice entered my mind. Host activated, survival system online. I froze for a second, then was knocked down by the next wave. I yelled, "Log in now? Are you kidding me?" The system didn't give me a chance to complain and immediately popped up a 5-dimensional panel. In that instant, I realized that I might not die so soon. But my lips were cracked like sandpaper, my throat felt like it was on fire, and I stared at the only shadow on that deserted island. Yet my feet felt like lead, and I couldn't move an inch. Just as I was hesitating whether to die of heat stroke here, the system's cold notification slammed into my head. Nearby bottles may contain fresh water. Water. When I heard that word, I went crazy. I tore off a big leaf, put it on my head, and rushed to the beach despite the scorching heat. It was only 100 meters, but walking it felt like climbing a cliff. Every step felt like my soul was being squeezed out. I finally managed to find a few bottles that had drifted by. I grabbed the first bottle, shook it, and found it was half full of water. My hands were shaking, and I stopped as soon as I unscrewed it. I touched it with my tongue seawater. I almost died from the saltiness. I switched to the next bottle, which was tasteless. I tentatively licked it, and it was just plain water. I felt like I had gone from hell to heaven, but I could only force myself to take a tiny sip. Just as I stuffed the bottle back into my pocket, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure lying on the beach ahead. I froze, my heart skipped a beat. I dragged my nearly broken legs over there, my heart pounding with each step. When I finally saw the khaki vest, plaid skirt, and black leather shoes, my heart sank to the bottom. Her dark, chestnut-brown princess hair was adorned with a crystal kitty hair clip, and I could only manage to utter 2 words, "Chanchian." My hands were shaking. She was my classmate, the kind of school beauty that even the school's sunshine avoided, and now she was like a broken doll, thrown onto the beach by the sea. I forced myself to turn her over. Her face was covered in mud and seaweed. She was unrealistically beautiful, yet as cold as ice. In an instant, a hole was torn open in my heart. I reached out and touched her face, when the system suddenly displayed a message that startled me so much I almost threw her back. She still had a faint life response. I pressed my ear to her lips, her breath almost imperceptible, then touched her chin, my fingertips brushing against a faint throbbing. I exploded. She's still alive. I picked her up and ran wildly into the shadows of the forest. At that moment, for the first time, I felt that I wasn't there to survive, but to race against time and snatch her back from the clutches of death. Just as I laid her down, the system popped up another message. To improve the host's physical abilities, you need to complete an effective rescue action. I froze for a second, then looked down and saw that her chest was white from being soaked in seawater. I immediately blushed, but I still tore open her collar to let her breathe, otherwise she really wouldn't have survived. As I pinched her chin and lifted her head to perform CPR, the system beeped again, physical fitness +1. In that instant, I felt like I'd been struck by lightning. All my strength returned, and I realized saving people would make me stronger. This damn system wasn't planning on letting me live an easy life. But I had no mind to think about any of that. Her lips were cool and soft. I pushed breath into her lungs, my heart pounding like a drum. "Chanchian, wake up." On the 20th sip, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of seawater. I was so startled that I fell down on my backside. The next second, I was so excited that I almost cried out, "Chanchian, you're alive." Her eyelashes trembled, but she didn't wake up. I didn't dare stop, so I poured the remaining water into my hand to moisten her lips, afraid that she might stop breathing again. Just as I was about to carry her closer to the woods, the system suddenly issued a cold warning. Warning: unknown creatures have appeared nearby. A chill instantly ran down my spine. I stared intently at the edge of the forest and heard a very faint rustling sound coming from the sand, as if something was approaching. I instinctively pulled Chanchian to my chest, my throat so dry it felt like it was on fire. Don't fucking scare me at a time like this. I still have to save people. But the rustling sound grew closer and closer, and the grass even swelled slightly. I could feel that thing staring at me and Qian in my arms. I gritted my teeth, feeling my arms trembling, but I held her even tighter because I knew one thing. I could never let her die in my arms. The next second, the bushes suddenly burst open and a shadow pounced out. I didn't have time to see it clearly, so I could only raise my leg to block the impact. The pain was so intense that my vision blurred, but I still held on to Qian tightly, not daring to let her get hurt in the slightest. The shadow growled as it landed, leaving a trail in the sand. My heart pounded so hard it felt like it was going to explode. This deserted island was far more dangerous than I had imagined. But what was truly terrifying was that the thing took 2 steps back, as if assessing me, and then bowed down again, ready to pounce. I held Qian, whose back was completely soaked, and my throat tightened. Damn, this time it's for real. But the system suddenly spoke, its tone as cold as a command. The host is about to trigger the first battle reward. Please survive for 30 seconds. 30 seconds? Facing an unknown wild beast? Holding an unconscious girl? I took a deep breath, pulled Qian closer to my chest, steadied myself, and uttered a sentence that startled even myself. Okay, then I'll give it my all. I had just pried open the shallow neckline when her pale pink bra jiggled against me. My throat tightened, but I could only desperately try to calm myself down, otherwise she really would have died in my hands. I used the head tilt/chin lift maneuver to open her airway, then pressed my ear against her to perform artificial respiration. Just as I took the first breath, the system suddenly popped up a notification. Host has successfully checked in. Physical fitness +1. In that instant, I felt like I was jolted awake by an electric shock, and my whole body went from being completely exhausted to being fully charged. I could even hear the sound of my energy surging up. A thought popped into my head: saving people can make me stronger, so I must snatch Qian back from the jaws of death today, no matter what. But her lips were too soft, and the more I blew on them, the more flustered I became. My mind was a jumbled mess, with help and ambiguity intertwined, making me feel like I was rolling in hot oil. I forced myself to keep a steady pace, performing 30 chest compressions and 2 breaths of artificial respiration. My hands were numb from pressing so hard, but my heart was beating even faster than hers. Just when I was about to give up, her throat suddenly trembled, and her voice was like a heavenly warrior descending to earth. I exploded. Qian, hang in there. I was so excited I almost cried. Just as I was about to continue with the next round of treatment, a scream rang in my ears. Luja! Qian! I looked up and saw 2 figures staggering towards me. My heart skipped a beat. Ning Shu and Tang Xiaogua. Ning Shu's tennis outfit was soaked and clinging to her body, her ponytail disheveled but dazzlingly beautiful. Xiaogua's brown dress was torn to shreds, and the holes in her black stockings looked like they were crawling with sharp claws. I had just breathed a sigh of relief when Xiaogua rushed up, her eyes wide. Luja, what are you doing? Are you molesting Qian? I almost laughed out of anger. You're calling me a pervert? I'm asking for help. Ning Shu stood to the side, glanced at the slightly open shirt, then at how close I was to her. Her brows furrowed so tightly they could trap a mosquito. Explain yourself. I roared to the sky. Explanation, my ass. She's not breathing. I'm trying to save her. The 2 women were stunned. They quickly looked down to check and saw that Qian's chest was rising and falling slightly. Xiaoguo blushed and said, then, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Ning Shu sighed. Anyone would have been suspicious in that situation, please understand. Xiaoguo muttered to herself. Anyway, Qian lost her first kiss, so you're not at a loss. I almost fainted. Explain yourself. How did my first kiss become my life's first kiss? Xiaoguo snorted. It's not like this is your first time, it's Qian's. I opened my mouth to curse back, but I forced myself to hold it back because Qian suddenly moved. The 3 of us turned around at the same time. She propped herself up like a dying fawn, her voice as soft as the wind. Where are we? Ning Shu quickly hugged her. Qian, you're awake. That's great. I took a deep breath and dropped the bombshell. The plane crashed. We landed on an island. It's a miracle we're still alive. Her eyes suddenly glazed over, as if she were thinking of the screams inside the cabin, a scene that made her tremble all over. Ning Shu quickly changed the subject. Don't panic. The rescue team is definitely on its way. We just need to hold on. Hearing this, my heart skipped a beat, but I didn't call her out on it. I just said, "Where's the water? Everyone, let's replenish our energy first." Ningshu emptied her school bag, and out fell a book called Master of Husband Control, Vaseline, hair ties, a pencil case, a diary, sanitary napkins, a bunch of things more useless than life itself. There was food too, just a jar of chewing gum and 5 bags of spicy strips. I almost wanted to bury myself in the sand to get water. I grabbed the spicy snack. "Why did you bring this?" Ningshu complained. "The airplane food is awful. I want to improve my meals." I looked up at the sky speechlessly. "You've really entrusted your life to spicy strips." I turned over a large water glass and poured out only 2 drops of water. Those 2 drops seemed to be humiliating me. "You two drank it all?" Ningshu nodded. "We are so thirsty." My throat felt like it was on fire. "Are we just going to wait for rescue now? What if they don't come in 5 hours? We'll all die here." She was weak but determined. "The country won't abandon us. It will definitely come." But a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. I can't gamble. I rummaged through my pockets. "Where's your phone?" "Look for everything." Result: I'm gone, Xiao Guo is gone, and the shallow soak is ruined. Ningshu proudly showed off her phone. "This class monitor is completely unharmed." I felt like I'd found my faith. "Call 110 immediately." Just as Ningshu pressed the button, a chilling notification popped up on the screen. "The phone will shut down in 30 seconds after the battery is depleted." The 3 of us looked at each other, and our faces instantly turned as white as paper. My heart clenched. Damn it, time waits for no one. If we don't seize this second, everything that follows will be a dead end. When all 4 people shouted, "No way!" at the same time, I grabbed the phone and frantically pressed 110. For a second, I felt hope was at my fingertips, but the screen suddenly went out, and I felt like I had been hit on the head with a club. I stared at the black screen, my chest feeling like it was being choked by a rock. Damn it, this piece of junk broke down at the crucial moment. Ningshu patted her phone, looking completely bewildered. It wasn't even 30 seconds. How could he have stopped breathing so early? She spoke weakly. "The battery is too low, dialing will drain it instantly, and it will shut down prematurely." Tang Xiaohua almost burst into tears. "Why do all these unlucky things happen to us? Class monitor, couldn't you have charged your phone before you left?" Ningshu muttered to herself. "I played for too long before boarding the plane. How was I supposed to know it would crash?" They got more and more annoyed as they talked, so I took a deep breath to calm myself down and asked the system if there was any way to help. But all the survival system did was improve my attributes and give me a survival manual. I couldn't see any miracles in the short term. I looked up at the 3 girls, and the panic in their eyes seemed to be spreading. I knew I had to step forward. "Listen to me. Until the rescue team arrives, there's only one thing we need to survive." Ningshu immediately nodded. "Luja, you speak. We'll listen to you." I pointed towards the depths of the deserted island. "The first step is to find fresh water. A person can't survive for more than a few days without water. As long as we have water, we can outlast even the most desperate situations." Xiaoguo frowned. "You can survive for 20 days on water alone without eating? Where did you read that fantasy novel?" Ningshu calmly said, "It's not a novel. It's the human experiments conducted by Unit 731. Xiaoguo shuddered, her face as white as paper. Those little devils deserve to be torn to pieces. Their emotions were in turmoil, like fire in the wind. I quickly brought them back to the right track. "Don't think too much. Let's look for bottles along the beach. Even if there's no water, we can still use the bottles to distill seawater. Water is the first necessity for survival." Qianqian was helped to her feet. Her legs were weak. I was about to reach out to help her when Xiaoguo pushed me aside. "No need for you. I'll do it." In her haste, she ended up touching me several times. I almost burst out laughing, but fearing I'd get hit, I quickly shut my mouth and pretended not to see. The 4 of us searched along the coast like a scavenger team, finding 2 plastic bags and 11 plastic bottles, 2 of which were domestic brands, which gave us a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, none of the bottles were drinkable directly. I saw that Qianqian was so tired she could barely stand, and I was about to let her rest when she suddenly pointed into the distance. There's something over there, Xiao Guo exclaimed in surprise. Could it be a stranded dolphin? I squinted and looked. That color is so human-like. Qianqian suddenly gasped. Is that Yao Yao? My mind went blank for a second, and before they could even confirm, I rushed over. The person was wearing a white casual outfit, a denim skirt, and princess stockings. Her calves were tanned bright red. I recognized her at a glance. Jiang Yao, our class monitor, and also my dance club partner. I rushed to her side and lifted her neck. Yao Yao, can you hear me? Her breathing was weak, but her body temperature was frighteningly high. She was so hot from the sun that she looked like she was about to evaporate. My heart tightened. If she had been any later, she might have really died. The energy I had regained after signing in came in handy at this moment, and I picked her up in one go. Xiaoguo, however, was extremely jealous. You're so eager to hug Yao Yao as soon as you see her. Ning Shu glared at her. Gui'er, shut up and help now. We put Jiang Yao in a shady spot. I opened the survival manual and saw a line. If your companion's body temperature is too high, you must take off their clothes to cool them down, otherwise they are very likely to die from dehydration. I knew in my heart what kind of misunderstanding this action would cause, but time was more important than saving face. I said in a deep voice, she's too hot. Her clothes have to be taken off, otherwise she won't be able to hold it in. Xiaoguo immediately became wary. Are you sure you're not just using this as an excuse to do something inappropriate? My gaze was so cold it could freeze the air. I have only one goal, to keep her alive. Think one more word, and you're responsible for her death. Ning Shu and Xiaoguo touched Jiang Yao's arm and immediately recoiled from the heat. Oh my god. She's so hot. Qianqian quickly squatted down to help take off her shoes and said softly, Lu Zhou is right. We need to cool down quickly. They were busy rescuing people, while I was automatically sent to check Jiang Yao's phone. Sure enough, it was waterlogged and ruined again. I cursed inwardly that my luck was terrible today. Meanwhile, Xiaoguo and Ning Shu had already taken off Jiang Yao's coat and skirt and unbuttoned her bra, leaving only one layer of covering to allow her to dissipate heat as much as possible. Ning Shu said, It would be nice to have a towel. I glanced around and suddenly stared at Qianqian's knee-high socks. Qianqian, take off your socks. Qianqian froze, her face instantly turning bright red. Huh? Take it off now. I yelled, It's too late. Startled, Qianqian hurriedly took off one sock, revealing her fair little foot. She shyly hid it behind her other leg. I didn't have time to look. I just grabbed it and ran away. I rushed to the beach, washed and wrung out my socks, folded them, and pressed them to Jiang Yao's forehead. Xiaoguo fanned her and gently rubbed her hands and feet, while Ning Shu adjusted her position. We were all busy as a bee. Soon, Jiang Yao's breathing finally calmed down a bit, and her chapped lips moved slightly. My heart jumped into my throat. She was actually waking up. But I didn't expect that the real trouble would strike the very next second after she opened her eyes. I lunged forward and pressed my ear to listen. She squeezed out a single word, water, her voice so weak it seemed it might disappear at any moment. A chill ran down my spine. I yelled urgently, She's been dehydrated for too long. If we delay any longer, she won't make it back. We have to give her water right away. But there wasn't a single drop of fresh water around us. My head felt like it was being forced into a fire. Her voice trembled softly. We've searched for so long, but we haven't found a drop of water to drink. Her helplessness made me even more anxious. I knew that time was slowly taking away her life. Ning Shu looked remorseful. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would never have drunk all the water. I was so stupid. The regret in her eyes seemed about to burst out, but I had no strength to comfort her at all. I flipped through my survival manual hoping for a miracle, but the system only gave me one answer. Utilize the water you've already ingested. I was completely stunned. I'd never even considered such an absurd method. But Yao Yao was about to collapse, so I could only look up at Ning Shu and Gui'er and say, You've had some water, right? Now, go get some usable water. My voice was as deep as iron. Gui'er jumped up. No way. You want us to. Her face turned red instantly, but I didn't give her any room to escape. Life is more important than face. Go. Ning Shu gritted her teeth and took the bottle, her eyes fierce as if she were about to burn her bridges. Let's go. She pulled Guo'er and turned to run into the woods, their steps unsteady as if they were about to fall at any moment. A few minutes later, they came back with a full bottle. She handed it to me, then quickly pulled it back. Remember, when Yao Yao wakes up, tell her it's water from a mud puddle at the beach. Never tell the truth. I took the bottle, my face serious. Muddy water, I know. She nodded in satisfaction, and I immediately gave Yao Yao a few sips. A little bit of water spilled from the corner of her mouth, so I quickly stopped. Guo'er's face turned even redder. That's enough. Let her rest. Rest for a while. Her voice was so weak that she didn't dare to look up. I sighed inwardly, but I couldn't lose my composure. After Yao Yao's temperature dropped a little, we all breathed a sigh of relief. She looked up weakly and asked, Can I drink some of the rest? Her eyes were like a fawn's, and I immediately handed it to her. She drank half of it and handed it to me. Luja, you should have some too. I shook my head. I can still manage. In fact, I was almost dying of thirst, but the four girls needed to stay alive more. Xiaogua suddenly sat down with her legs tightly together. I was about to ask her something when she glared at me as if she was about to go crazy. I immediately shut up. Ning Shu also shrugged at her. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. I let out a long breath and had to get back to the point. Everyone, take out all your supplies. We need to know what else we have that can keep us going until the rescue arrives. Ning Shu dumped her school bag and novels, hand cream, hair ties, diaries, pencil cases, spicy snacks, and chewing gum rolled all over the floor. Looking at these things, I almost questioned my existence. I forced myself to analyze. Don't eat spicy snacks. They'll make you even thirstier. The pen and diary can be used to write maps and make messages in bottles. The whistle can be used to communicate when we split up. The key can open scallops. With only a broken phone, 11 plastic cards, and a few coins in my shallow pocket, I could only smile wryly. The cards can still scrape seawater, but the coins? I hope I don't actually run into a vending machine. Xiaogua took off all her jewelry, the Longines watch being the most useful. I nodded. Being able to tell time allows you to control your pace of action. This is crucial. I shrugged. As for me, I only have a dead hermit crab in my pocket. The scene fell into an eerie silence for a moment, and Xiaogua almost burst out laughing. I glanced at the unconscious Yao Yao, then at the weak Qian Qian. I knew we couldn't go far. I suggested, let's stay here and make this the safest place as the border camp. I pointed to the shaded area between the beach and the jungle. There's the sea in front where we can find supplies, and there's shade behind us. If a helicopter passes by, we can rush out and call for help immediately. Ning Shu nodded immediately. Luja, we'll do whatever you say. We must save Yao Yao, and we'll go home together once the rescue arrives. Guo'er clenched her fist. That's right. If all 5 of us came out together, we'll all go back together. She looked up, weak but determined. Luja, I can help too. Seeing that everyone's will to survive had been rekindled, I calmed down. I immediately assigned tasks to ensure that everyone could keep up with my pace. Otherwise, the desperate situation would swallow us all up. I asked Ning Shu and me to collect broad leaves to spread on the ground, asked Qian to take care of Yao Yao in the shade, and asked Gur to run to the beach to fetch seawater to cool down. This arrangement was simple and did not require much physical effort, and they could all do it. 10 minutes later, the green leaves we had laid out looked like a simple mattress. I lifted Yao Yao onto it and gently wiped her face and fanned her. Xiaogua ran back with several bottles of seawater, panting heavily, but I could clearly see hope. The coolness brought by the leaves wasn't much, but it calmed everyone's hearts. I took this opportunity to make 3 sand stills, burying seawater in hot sand, and using the sun to evaporate it into drinkable fresh water. 3 bottles were too few, and I didn't have the tools to cut more containers. This extreme situation forced me to keep looking for new water sources. Otherwise, the whole group wouldn't last more than a few hours. I started observing the plants around me, and when I saw a palm tree, my first thought was there were no coconuts, but the sap might be a lifesaver. I touched the tree trunk with my hand, and the system prompted me that palm sap tastes bitter and unpleasant, but it can provide crucial moisture. This information suddenly made my mind light up. I used a shallow key to drill into the wood, drilling until my palms were raw, but I didn't dare stop, because as long as Yao Yao didn't dehydrate, we would be one step closer to survival. Half an hour later, the first drop of juice fell from the pin tube into the bag. I was so excited that I almost shouted out loud. Xiao Guo and Ning Shu came over to watch, as if they were watching magic. The dripping water was getting faster and faster, and my confidence was rising with it. Although the speed was slow, every drop was precious, and I knew we had held on for the time being. Everyone sat in the shade chatting to pass the time. Xiao Guo and Ning Shu even started braiding headbands. It was the first time I had ever seen such a tender scene on a deserted island. But I didn't let my guard down, because I knew very well that if the rescue didn't happen within 24 hours, our situation would take a sharp turn for the worse, and at that point, distillation and tree sap alone would definitely not be enough. I made a decision. I must go into the jungle to find real water. As soon as I said this, Ning Shu immediately objected, her eyes filled with worry. She didn't want me to go into the dangerous area alone. I told her, if we don't go, we'll all die. But she gritted her teeth and insisted, if you go, I'll go with you. Xiao Guo also wanted to go, but I had to be realistic. She couldn't walk at all without a shoe on one foot. Ning Shu finally decided to come along, and I nodded in agreement. She was the only one who could remain rational in critical moments, and she would be of great help to me along the way. We entered the woods wearing simple headbands. It was hot, humid, and uneven inside. After walking for a while, I noticed that Ning Shu was so tired that she couldn't breathe. I told her to rest, but she looked up and said something that made my heart clench. I'm thirsty again. Her voice was dry, and I knew she had sweated a lot and had completely used up the water she had drunk earlier. I handed her the empty bottle, and she blushed with embarrassment. You want me to? I sighed. Of course there's no more. You rest, I'll keep looking for you. I dared not go far, fearing something might happen to her. I searched in the nearby low-lying areas. When I parted the weeds, I found wet marks in the mud. It felt like stepping into a treasure, and I immediately tasted a little. It's not salty. It's fresh water. I excitedly called her over, but she looked puzzled. I handed her the wet mud, and she frowned, confused. Is it drinkable? I told her, just filter it. She was even more shocked. Filter it with what? I pointed to her socks, and she instantly turned bright red. She looked at me. You want to use my socks? I said seriously. Survival on a desert island is all about risking your life and shamelessness. Bear Grylls does the same thing. The question is yours or mine. She froze for 3 seconds, clenched her fists, and her face turned even redder. You stop talking nonsense. Of course it's your. I was about to continue filtering the muddy water when Ning Shu suddenly frowned and questioned me, saying that the muddy water was full of microorganisms that could breed parasites. I only replied to her with one sentence. If you want to get infected, you have to live to see tomorrow first. She turned pale, but didn't argue. I told her it was a temporary measure, and that she would collapse from dehydration if she didn't drink water. Halfway through my sentence, I took off my shoes and socks to prove I wasn't joking. She blushed and scolded me for my heavy tastes, but she knew that I had been forced to use even more outrageous methods when I saved Yao Yao. Although she complained, she knew in her heart that all my decisions were for the sake of everyone's survival. Finally, in a fit of pique, she took off one of her white socks and handed it to me, her face burning red. I took it and smelled it, and she angrily slapped me, but I was just checking if I could tolerate the filtered smell. I squeezed the soil into my socks, and the clear water dripped onto the tree bark. I tilted my head back and caught that first drop of life. She paused for a few seconds, then drank it down just like me, and exclaimed in surprise that it actually quenched her thirst. She complained that the water was a bit salty, and I reminded her that it was the smell of sweat. She gagged and felt shy. We sat back to back, basking in the afternoon sun, bickering and making noise. For the first time, I had the illusion that even a deserted island could have a gentle atmosphere. After squeezing out the mud 3 times, we stepped back into the jungle to continue our search. I suddenly discovered unripe wild persimmons hidden in the bushes. I could only remember the location and wait for the day when they were finally ready to eat. Just as I was about to continue speaking, A heart-wrenching scream and a sharp whistle suddenly came from the direction of the camp. My heart tightened, and I knew that something serious must have happened at the camp, and I couldn't delay any longer. I grabbed Ningshu's hand and ran all the way back to the camp. When we got back, I saw Qianqian holding the unconscious Yao Yao, trembling. Xiaoguo was sitting in front of us, crying her eyes out. A snake more than a meter long was raising its head and flicking its tongue. I told everyone to stay still, took off my pants, and pounced on the snake using the method my grandfather had taught me. The snake thrashed around after being trapped, and I grabbed it as soon as it poked its head out. A system notification flashed through my mind: this snake is poisonous. I sealed the snake in a cloth bag and hung it on a tree. Then I rushed back to check on Xiaoguo. The 2 small holes on her toes were shocking. My heart sank to the bottom. She was so scared that she cried out that she was going to die here. I reassured her that she wouldn't die and immediately squeezed the wound hard, making her scream in pain. But she endured it because she knew that if I didn't do this, the venom would flow straight to her heart through her bloodstream. The system prompted that tannins could neutralize toxins, and I immediately thought of palm juice. Luckily, I had saved a few drops in the bag, which I applied to her wound. She stared at her little foot being held in my palm, her face turning bright red. I had them tie a hair tie around the base of her toes to stop the blood flow. She told me she didn't feel numb or dizzy, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The poison hadn't penetrated too deeply, and I had saved her life. I looked up at the 3 girls' still shaken faces and suddenly realized this deserted island was not simple at all, and I had to be strong enough to support everyone's tomorrow. Ningshu breathed a sigh of relief, but was still worried. She asked me why the tree sap could save the small fruit. I explained the principle in 1 sentence, but she became more and more surprised as she listened. She even thought of the unripe Dioscorea apposita. I immediately asked her to pick some for later use. She ran back with a bunch of fruit in 2 minutes, and then applied the ointment to Xiaoguo's wound. Looking at the 3 girls who were too weak to move, my heart sank instantly. Ningshu was the only one in the camp who could actually move. Xiaoguo thought the fruit was cute, so she actually popped one into her mouth. She was so sour that she jumped up. I almost laughed out loud at her expression, but the emptiness in her stomach reminded us that a food crisis was imminent. I told everyone that the snake I had subdued was tonight's dinner. Qianqian was so scared that she trembled, and Xiaoguo's face turned pale. But all I could tell them was that in dire straits, being able to eat meant being able to survive. Ningshu adapted quickly. She had eaten spicy snake before and had no aversion to wild game. She just asked me how to prepare it. I said I would take care of it, and they just needed to keep their strength up and not faint or cause me trouble. Although Xiaoguo was afraid of snakes, she was clearly more afraid of being hungry. She kept talking about catching a wild rabbit and naively fantasized about tuna and coconut crabs. But I knew that what she could actually find depended entirely on luck. As they chatted, they started to miss the strong-flavored food from their hometown. But I was on edge, because if another accident happened, our whole team could be wiped out. I had to stay absolutely calm. After checking the surroundings, I took off the pants I had used to contain the snake and realized that they were still a little wet. I smiled wryly, thankful that I was wearing shorts underneath. Otherwise, the difficulty of the operation would have increased significantly. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Xiaoguo suddenly clutched her stomach and frowned. I immediately understood what she meant and made an excuse to leave the camp, preserving the last bit of dignity for her as a young lady. I went to the beach to look for something to eat, but the hermit crabs, no bigger than a fingernail, weren't even enough to fill my teeth. After searching for a long time, I couldn't even find a stone to sharpen my knife. I finally understood how cruel real wilderness survival can be. Just as I was about to give up, a huge piece of seaweed drifting ashore caught my eye. I was instantly invigorated. This thing could be eaten and also used as a backup supply. I immediately put it in a bag and took it back to the camp. Back at the camp, Xiaoguo's face was flushed red as if it were about to evaporate. I didn't ask what happened, only how she was feeling. She said she was fine. Just as I was about to continue setting up the camp, the system in my mind suddenly gave me a notification. Ding! Important supplies have appeared within a 100-meter radius. Strawberry seeds. I was completely stunned, like I'd been struck by lightning. Strawberries? This wretched island actually has strawberries? I followed the signs and walked 40 meters. Under a broad leaf, I saw the so-called treasure. The moment I lifted the leaf, I almost lost my soul and even thought about ascending to heaven on the spot. The small pit was filled with a mixture of yellow, black, and white paper. The sight of it completely pushed my psychological limits, and I immediately gagged. Holy crap. This is the legendary source of strawberry seeds? I pieced together the truth of the case in 3 seconds. Xiao Gua had eaten strawberries before. The strawberry seeds were hard to digest and were expelled quickly by diarrhea, so the first batch of crops that could be grown on the island actually came from her. Masterpiece. I stood frozen in place, torn between an angel and a demon within me. Dignity or the freedom to enjoy fruit in the future. My first instinct, of course, was to not let my dignity pollute the air of this world. But the next second I closed my eyes, and images of bright red, cool, juicy strawberries automatically appeared in my mind, fluttering around me with water droplets and light effects. I could even smell their fragrance. I finally took a deep breath and told them that the deserted island was not a greenhouse, but a battlefield. I had to collect all the resources that could save our lives. No matter how outrageous the source was, we had to take them. Otherwise, we wouldn't survive 3 days. After hearing this, Qianqian stared at me as if struck by lightning, asking if my head had been cracked by the sun, that I would actually think of finding seeds from such a place. Ning Shu was even more exaggerated, looking heartbroken, as if I had embarked on a perverted path of no return. I told them that there is only one rule for surviving on a desert island: eat what you can eat, use what you can use, and never let go of anything that can save your life. If you want to keep your composure, you can only wait to die. Seeing that they were stubborn, I directly threw out the harshest reality. I asked them if they would rather eat tree bark and drink seaweed water in the future, or eat strawberries and watermelons they grew themselves. They immediately fell silent, but stubbornly refused to give in until Guer weakly called us, at which point they panicked. Back at the camp, I saw that Guer's face was pale and her chest was heaving rapidly. My mind went blank. The snake venom had begun to erode her heart and lungs. She only had a small sip of distilled water left, but I didn't care and immediately forced it down her throat. As darkness fell, I knew that if we didn't find a large amount of fresh water soon, we would all die tonight. So I went into the forest alone, refusing to let Ning Shu stop me. If they followed me, it would only make me carry the weight of 5 lives. Entering the deep forest, I found how to Inia chordata and a puddle, but the water was murky like mud soup. I looked at the system's suggestion it needed to be filtered with cotton pads. My stomach immediately clenched because I knew what that meant. I thought of Jiang Yao's bra, the only cotton pad that could filter out the mud and water. I gritted my teeth and told myself, on this deserted island, life is more important than shame. I would rather be called a pervert than let everyone live and save her life. While everyone was distracted, I took off my bra, filtered 4 bottles of fresh water from the puddle, and excitedly whistled. Suddenly, Ning Shu jumped out from behind a tree, her eyes looking as if she had caught me sneaking into a girl's bath. 3 minutes later, I was surrounded by 3 girls, forming a courtroom. My bra was placed in the middle as evidence. Guer's eyes were red. She said I had changed, that I had gradually turned into a pervert on the deserted island, which was frightening. I placed 4 bottles of clear, fresh water in front of them and told them, I am willing to be scolded, doubted, and misunderstood so that you can survive. I don't care if I lose face. As long as you can live, I have not lost. As a result, Guer suddenly whispered that she could actually lend it to me. I casually said, your cup is too small and inefficient. She immediately exploded, her face turned red, and she jumped up to strangle me. Qianqian panicked and hugged her leg to stop her from rushing at me. The little girl suddenly pounced on me, pinned me to the ground, and grabbed my neck with her 2 little hands. She looked like a cat with its fur standing on end, but the more I cried for help, the more excited she became, until I was choked so hard that my eyes rolled back in my head. She then laughed so hard that she couldn't stand up straight. I seized the opportunity to flip over and grab her. The little girl pouted and said that my pretending to be dead was too exaggerated. Just as I was about to retaliate, a weak call came from behind, making us both freeze at the same time the voice was calling my name. Lu. Zhe. Jiang Yao's voice sounded like a dream. Her eyes were not open, her lips were trembling slightly, and she called my name again and again. My heart skipped a beat. This scene was really too strange, making me wonder if I had done something wrong. Tang Xiaoguo was so angry that she jumped up and down, saying that Jiang Yao and I definitely have something going on. I was speechless and my head was spinning. The more I explained, the more suspicious it seemed. The little girl was waving her fists rapidly until Ning Shu told everyone to be quiet. Only then did everyone realize that Jiang Yao was actually repeating a line she often said to me. "Wash your hands before touching me," she murmured. This sentence was so familiar that I finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was not an ambiguous relationship, but a cleanliness routine that she had forced out of our dance partners. She would make sure I wash my hands 3 times before every competition. Jiang Yao choked on the water again and almost couldn't breathe. I rushed over immediately and let her drink slowly with the bottle cap. I fed her gently and carefully, little by little, until she regained consciousness. Finally, she opened her eyes with trembling hands, and the moment she saw us, she was so frightened that she almost fainted again. We busied ourselves around her, but she was both frightened and disgusted, and the more she talked, the more she felt like vomiting. I realized I couldn't let her continue being so dramatic, so I immediately helped her to the side of a tree and for the first time became serious, making sure she could listen to me and not run away from reality. I told her everything that had happened along the way, the origin of every drop of water, every method of cooling down, and every time my companions risked their lives to save her. The more she listened, the more confused and shocked she became. Her little face turned bright red, but she finally understood that we were all desperately trying to save her. When I talked about Tang Xiaoguo being bitten by a snake, how Qian had been taking care of her, and how the class monitor and I risked our lives to find water, the weight of everyone risking their lives to survive instantly brought tears to her eyes, and I could feel her breathing begin to shift from collapse to clarity. Finally, I told her seriously that on a deserted island, she had no right to waste water, no right to be pretentious, and no right to spit out the water that others had risked their lives to get. She stood there, her palms trembling, but for the first time, she truly understood the meaning of survival. When I let go of her, she looked at me with red eyes and whispered "Xiao." At that moment, she seemed to have a new chip, and for the first time, she said thank you to me and said that she would try to adapt. I knew that this was not just politeness, but the beginning of her real transformation. Ning Shu warmly welcomed her to join the survival team and offered her water with a gentle touch. Xiaoguo pouted and said that it was abnormal for me to save too many girls, but Jiang Yao smiled and said, "That's because Xiaozhu is very reliable." This sentence made Xiaoguo's face puff up like a little hamster in anger. I quietly left the camp to observe the tides at the beach, but unexpectedly discovered that the wave line was receding. I realized that the tide was going out and immediately called them over to take a look. This was the first time we knew the pattern of the tides here, which also meant that we could finally find food by relying on the tides. Xiaoguo excitedly said she wanted to find king crabs, and I almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I could only tell her that the probability of finding king crabs on this kind of beach was about the same as finding a box of shredded pork with garlic sauce over rice. She was stunned on the spot, and Qian whispered to me that king crabs live in the deep sea. Xiaoguo patted her chest and assured that she had picked one up, but Ning Shu gently pointed out that it was probably a blue crab. Xiaoguo paused for 3 seconds and then replied, "Aren't all crabs the same?" I almost burst out laughing on the spot. I was too lazy to argue about it. I reminded her if her foot was okay to walk. She took 2 steps happily, then jumped up in pain. I immediately told her to stay at the campsite, but she was as stubborn as a rock and insisted on going, even shouting that she wanted to go beachcombing and collect treasures. Qian suggested taking turns supporting her so she could sit and play. Xiaoguo immediately clung to Jiang Yao, wanting to be her walking aid. Watching the 4 of them laughing and joking as they walked towards the sea, I had the illusion that we were on a deserted island tour. Jiang Yao turned to me and winked, asking me to come along. Her tone was so sweet that I almost couldn't resist agreeing. But I knew that starting a fire was much more important than watching them go beachcombing, so I had to refuse. I told them not to go too far and to blow the whistle if they were in danger. When Jiang Yao heard that I wasn't going to accompany her, she pouted in disappointment. Xiaoguo immediately called out to her. Come and help me. I gave her an okay sign and watched their backs walk further and further away. Suddenly, I felt that this dilapidated island actually had a bit of a human touch. But I haven't forgotten the most crucial thing: I must start a campfire before dark. Fire can cook food, scare away wild animals, send signals, and give people the will to live when they are desperate. Starting a fire is my most important task right now. With no lighter, no batteries, no magnifying glass, and no flint, all I had left was the ability to start a fire by friction. Considering that the hand-rubbing method could cripple a person, I resolutely chose the bow drill, the kind that Ed Stafford used most often, as it was the most efficient. I quickly gathered sticks, leaves, and untied my shoelaces. In less than 3 minutes, I had made a simple drill. I found a sheltered tree to use as a fire starter, and then arranged the sticks, seashells, and rough wooden base, ready to begin the real hard labor. With each pull and retraction, the wooden sticks spun rapidly, but my arms ached as if they were being squeezed dry. I could only change positions and continue. Sweat dripped from my chin onto the sand, but I dared not stop. If I stopped even once, all the energy I had burned would be wasted. Half an hour later, the sawdust turned black and began to steam. I knew it was almost done, but I didn't dare let go. If I persisted for a few more minutes, I would have a spark. Just as I was panting heavily, I suddenly heard several screams from a girl in the distance. They jogged back through the sand, carrying bottles and jars filled with hermit crabs, small sea crabs, and colorful seashells. They were as excited as if they had found a treasure, but then suddenly stopped. Huh? Where's Luja? He seems to be over there. The atmosphere of the four of them being stunned at the same time sent a chill down my spine. I subconsciously turned around, but they were staring at me with wide eyes from 30 meters away. I was sitting on a rock, sweating profusely, swinging my drill up and down. From their perspective, my actions were indeed very, a misunderstanding. Xiaoguo opened her mouth wide. What is he doing? Qianqian innocently said, Go ask him, but Ning Shu's expression changed drastically, her eyes widening as if she had suddenly understood some incredible answer. Jiang Yao asked in confusion, Class monitor, what's wrong with him? Ning Shu grabbed her hand, her voice trembling. Jiang Yao, didn't you understand? Luja, he's doing that kind of thing. I was just about to get up and rest when I suddenly heard 4 girls in the distance scream in unison, each scream more horrifying than the last. The way they stared at my back was as if they had witnessed a supernatural event in the wild, which sent a chill down my spine. What do you mean? The legendary thing. I felt a tightness in my back when I heard that, like the wind on a deserted island suddenly turning dangerous. I vaguely sensed that the misunderstanding was about to reach nuclear explosion level. The girls froze as if cursed, their gazes fixed on my back growing increasingly strange, as if I were about to cross the line of civility. All I could think of was a big question mark. Qianqian cupped her face in her hands and opened her eyes wide. Class monitor, what's going on? Explain yourself. We're getting more and more scared. Her voice trembled more than the waves. Tang Xiaoguo was incredibly curious. Class monitor, tell us. The more you hesitate, the more we feel uneasy. She was both excited and scared, as if she had stirred up a hornet's nest. Ning Shu's face flushed bright red, as if burned by the truth. She stamped her foot and said, I can't say it. Anyway, it's the kind of thing boys do secretly. The 3 girls froze on the spot, their expressions shifting frame by frame from shock and confusion to fear. They all exclaimed in unison, Huh? Jiang Yao took a deep breath, as if making a major decision. Since the class monitor won't tell us, let's go and see. Maybe we can catch a rare glimpse of the scene. A chill ran down my spine instantly. A sense of danger made me almost drop the wooden stick I was using to drill wood. My mind flashed red text like crazy. Misunderstanding level has reached SSS level. Please stop it immediately. Ning Shu suddenly rushed forward, spreading her arms to desperately block the 3 girls. You're not allowed to go? Even if he did, that kind of thing, you still have to give him basic respect. The 3 girls asked in unison, What exactly happened? Explain yourself, class monitor. Ning Shu gritted her teeth, her voice low and filled with the grief of a parent discovering their child's most secret. This kind of thing can make boys addicted and affect their health. It must be saved. When I heard this, I felt like my whole body was about to break apart. The act of starting a fire by rubbing sticks together had instantly turned into a social death ritual, and the deserted island could hardly withstand the intensity of this misunderstanding. The more they discussed it, the more excited they became, as if they were about to establish some kind of desert island youth conduct correction center. I was stunned by their imagination. Just as they were flipping through books studying how to save Lu Jia who has gone astray, I finally emerged from the flame. In the instant the flame shot up, I felt that I was about to be burned to ashes. I rushed over, brandishing the flame, but before I could even speak, the four girls looked at me like I was a criminal at a crime scene. In an instant, they huddled together and screamed in unison, "Ah, he's here." I saw the book Master of Husband Taming in their hands, and then I saw the notebook lying at my feet with 4 big characters on it that were dazzling. Luge's plan to quit bad habits. At that moment, all I wanted to do was shout, "This deserted island is really weird." The 4 girls sat in a row, looking at me as if awaiting judgment. I held up the fire and said, word by word, "I was just rubbing sticks together to start a fire." Everyone froze for 3 seconds, their faces flushed redder than firelight. Tang Xiao's lips twitched. "We misunderstood." Jiang Yao clutched her head. "Oh my God, we thought you. But it turns out you were starting a fire?" She covered her face slightly. "I want to go back to school. I'm so frustrated." Ning Shu knelt down on the ground. "My passion for literary appreciation has killed us all." Looking at the 4 faces so embarrassed they looked like they'd dug themselves out, I took a deep breath and decided to take the opportunity to lighten the mood. "Tell me, who came up with this unclean idea?" The 3 girls immediately pointed at Ning Shu. "Class monitor." Ning Shu, with tears in her eyes, said, "I apologize. I really only read a few female-oriented novels, and the misleading information was quite serious." As the firelight rose, they bowed their heads, while I stood there, like 4 students caught stealing snacks by the headmaster. The more embarrassed they were, the more I wanted to laugh. Just as I was about to continue my lecture, Ning Shu suddenly stood up, clutching her chest, as if she were about to offer herself up. "Punish me. I'll take full responsibility." They were all misled by me. The moment Ning Shu stepped forward, it was like a flagpole suddenly erected on a deserted island, making the 3 girls' eyes light up as they looked at her, as if a savior had descended to earth. They thought I would at most be punished with some rough work, never expecting that I was about to step into a survival hell. I gave her a thumbs up. "As expected of the class monitor, you're very responsible." She clasped her hands in a salute, looking as cool as someone in a martial arts movie. I nodded. "Since you've taken all the blame by yourself, then I'll only punish you." She declared defiantly. "Tell me, what's the punishment?" I looked around the camp, and the hardest task suddenly came to mind. Cooking was easy, building a shelter was simple, but there was only one truly hellish task: finding seeds. "Class monitor, from now on, you'll be in charge of finding seeds for the team." After I finished speaking, she first agreed, then froze, as if struck by lightning. "Wait, what seeds?" As I explained, her face turned as white as a coconut. The thought of me searching for seeds in the fruit droppings made her feel like her soul had left her body. "Yeah. You're not going to make me search and poop, are you?" I clapped. "Smart. You get it right away." The wind blew, and her beautiful hair became a mess. She looked at her jade-like hands, which were perfect for a hand model, the cleanest things on the whole island, and now she was about to perform the most unclean task. She stammered, "The rescue team might be here soon. We don't need to go this far, do we?" I asked, "What if they don't come?" Ning Shu seemed to be jolted awake by reality, falling into a terrifying silence, while Xiaogua covered her face and cried. I heard a key phrase, "Lu Xiaojia." She explained that it was her Bichon Frise. I couldn't help but cover my face. "Why is your dog named like that?" She said it was a coincidence, but I said it was outrageous. Jiang Yao sighed and said that her parents wanted to give up on having a second child. I clapped my hands. "Don't be pessimistic. As long as you're alive, there's hope." My voice actually quieted them down. Ning Shu wiped her eyes and nodded. I will do that. But Lu Jia. She looked up and asked the most crucial question on the entire island. You're not going to look for your two, are you? I calmly shook my head. Don't worry, I haven't eaten any fruit with seeds for the past week. You won't find anything. Ning Shu immediately broke down. Who wants to find you? I begged the rescue team to come right away. She suddenly realized a loophole. Wait, what kind of fruit did the three of you eat? The three girls shook their heads faster than seagulls flapping their wings. Never eaten this before. I pointed to the small bag of strawberry seeds. Xiaogua, can you explain what this is? Xiaogua frantically pretended to be stupid, and I covered my forehead. The whole island knows that this is what you produced. She screamed, clutching her head. Fairies wouldn't excrete this kind of thing. I sighed. Then I wish you a few months of tree bark feasts. Qian suddenly stood up, as if she had suddenly awakened. I think Lu Zhu is right. There's a big difference between a deserted island with fruit and one without. I nodded approvingly. The class monitor is conscientious. What have you eaten? She shyly said jackfruit and passion fruit, and I perked up. Passion fruit seeds might survive. Zhang Yao also stammered out star fruit, oranges, and watermelon, and I was so excited that I almost jumped up. 4 kinds of seeds in hand. I looked at the class monitor, who surrendered helplessly. Banana, cherry tomatoes, pineapple, and cantaloupe. I slammed my hand on the table. Cantaloupe seeds are more valuable than gold. She looked up at the sky and sighed. Uncle Rescue Team, when are you coming to rescue me? The class monitor's face turned ashen. I could tell the situation was about to collapse. Lin Qian sighed and told everyone to find their own seeds. My heart tightened. I knew the scene was about to explode. Zhang Yao nodded and said she would rather do the screening herself. Her words were like a knife in the air. I could only agree in a low voice, but emphasized that we couldn't miss a single one. Everyone's expression instantly tightened. When Tang Xiaohua saw that someone was speaking up for her, she immediately spread her hands and asked if she didn't need to look anymore. I raised my finger and shook my head. Her face fell on the spot, and the next second her stomach suddenly made a terrifying noise. With her face flushed, she suppressed her sense of collapse and cursed the wild persimmon. I could feel her soul wailing. Ning Shu even asked her curiously if she needed to take a dump, which almost made me laugh out loud. Tang Xiaohua refused to admit it, insisting that her stomach was empty. Her face was flushed red, as if steamed from a high temperature. I could tell that she was holding on by willpower and was filled with despair throughout. I mentioned that everyone was hungry, and the 3 girls all nodded. I glanced at the direction of the sunset, noted down the time, closed my notebook, and prepared to deal with today's most crucial dinner. When I said, let's get ready to eat, they instantly became very excited, but when I said snake, the air froze, and Tang Xiaohua's face turned ashen, as if dried by the wind. I skillfully smashed the snake's head and processed its body. After a few stones, the snake's head was flattened into an abstract shape. They were so frightened that their toes dug into the sand, but I didn't have time to comfort them. I continued to skin and remove the fangs. The moment I bit down on the snakeskin and tore it off, the 3 girls gasped in shock. Their fear was completely overshadowed by Tang Xiaohua's stomach pain. She made an excuse to ask me to change the place where she would process the snake meat. I was about to reply when Zhang Yao retorted, saying that it was getting dark and she wanted to see where I was going. Her imposing manner even made the sea breeze seem weak. Ning Shu also spoke up for me, saying that I was handling the food for everyone. Tang Xiaohua wanted to refute, but her stomach churned again, and she couldn't even squat down, so she could only hug herself and try to survive. She finally panicked and came up with a barely valid reason, hoping the class monitor would take her away from the gruesome scene. But when she turned around and saw the class monitor staring at her, she almost broke down on the spot. What's the rush after you've finished? The squad leader's words sealed off any escape route. The next second, her voice rang out, and she completely broke down. The entire team turned to look at her at the same time, and the scene was eerily quiet. I had no choice but to immediately direct the seed treatment. First, rinse the seeds with seawater in bottles to preserve them. I assigned them tasks, and their expressions were more tense than if they were receiving a military order. I asked Tang Xiaohua if she was still pregnant. When she nodded, tears were about to fall. I asked her if she could squat down, and when she shook her head, it was like announcing the end of the world. Jiang Yao brought over the broad leaves, and I laid them out for Tang Xiaowu to stand on. I told her to take off all her dirty clothes, but she stomped her feet and yelled, "How am I supposed to take them off?" I turned my back to her to reassure her, but she was so embarrassed that she almost fainted. When she completed this epic social death, it was as if the heavens had wiped away her dignity. When the seawater washed down, all the filth fell onto the broad leaves. She closed her eyes as if she were undergoing a soul judgment. I continued processing the snake meat to make seaweed rolls, while on the other side, she was carefully rinsed with seawater by Qianqian and Ningxu. After rinsing, she had to be dried, and even the sea breeze seemed embarrassed for her and avoided her. She had no clothes to wear, so they gave her a light vest, but there was nothing to cover her lower body. She kept pulling at the hem of the vest, trying to cover herself, her eyes darting around like a dying fawn. The girls looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Just when the atmosphere was at its most awkward, I tossed my athletic shorts at her. She froze, then looked up and saw me back in my old pants from when I dealt with the snake. In that instant, her eyes lit up. I didn't have time to indulge her fantasies. I only asked her if she could choose the seeds herself now. Her sweet fantasy shattered on the spot, and I could hear the sound of her heart falling from the sky. She squatted in front of the broad leaves, picking seeds the size of sesame seeds, pinching her nose with one hand and holding a small stick in the other. The scene was like the cruelest trial in the history of life. She cried while picking seeds, and my heart tightened when I saw it. She accidentally buried a hermit crab while burying broad leaves. The crab happily started eating the yellow stuff, and she screamed on the spot, which almost made me throw the snake coil into the fire. She shakily handed me more than 30 clean seeds. I nodded and praised her for doing a good job. She almost cried and then laughed. Qianqian was teasing her for being able to preserve sweet strawberry seeds. Tang Xiaowu pouted and said she never wanted to eat any food with seeds. I looked up at the sky. The sun had completely set, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. A sense of unease suddenly rose in my heart. As the rescue team failed to appear, I stared at the flickering light of the fire and suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, realizing that the darkness tonight might be a step more dangerous than we had imagined. We sat in a circle around the fire, the aroma of the snake meat almost burning away our willpower. Ning Shu and Jiang Yao stared at the grilled seaweed like hungry kittens, making me completely forget about worrying about the future. I placed the seaweed snake on a rock. As the crispy roasted seaweed made a crunch sound, the four girls swallowed in unison, as if they were a group waiting for my command. When I took a bite of the crispy seaweed, that familiar salty and savory flavor instantly rushed to my head. I couldn't help but praise myself as a gifted chef. After exchanging glances, they all pounced on me to try it. As soon as they took a bite, all four faces lit up with joy, and screams of happiness exploded in the night sky. I suspected that the next second they would rush into the sea and scrape the seaweed dry. The snake meat was even more exaggerated. It only took them 3 seconds to go from resistance to addiction. Even Tang Xiaowu, who would scream at the sight of a hermit crab, was so happy when she ate snake meat that she almost stood up and applauded. We sat around the fire, eating our first dinner on the deserted island like friends camping. As I watched them laugh, I suddenly felt a warmth that didn't belong on this deserted island. But I know this is an illusion. If the rescue team doesn't come, this happiness will be swallowed up by a colder reality. I must deal with the unknown dangers before they realize it. When Lin Qianqian asked if hermit crabs were edible, a sudden surge of systematic knowledge flashed through my mind. I pretended to casually give them a science lesson, but they were all stunned. Jiang Yao smelled the hermit crab, and it smelled like a toilet. She shook it off so quickly that I wondered if she could become a frisbee champion at home someday. When Tang Xiaowu thought about hermit crabs eating poop, she covered her mouth and gagged so badly it was like a tragic performance, which almost made me laugh out loud, but I could only keep my face steady. Ningxu was curious about why I knew so much, so I casually mentioned reading 100,000 Whys when I was a child. As soon as I finished speaking, they all looked thoughtful, which made me glad that I hadn't given myself away. The temperature suddenly dropped, and a cold wind blew straight into our collars. The four girls hugged their arms almost simultaneously, and my heart sank as I watched them shivering from the cold. I looked up at the direction of the sea breeze and felt that the temperature difference was abnormal. A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in my heart, so I could only tell everyone to sit closer together around the fire. They started to worry about catching a cold tomorrow. I checked my watch, and it was already 8 p.m. The sea breeze was getting stronger and stronger. I knew that if we didn't do something soon, we wouldn't be able to hold on tonight. Right now, we have no sofa, no blankets, only each other. When I said this, they all looked at me, and at that moment I felt a heavy weight of trust on my shoulders. Ning Shu suggested building a shelter, but I shook my head and rejected it. We had exhausted too much energy today, and if we continued like this, we would definitely collapse in the middle of the night. I had to find a faster way to help them get through the cold. When I thought of the survival tips about using hot water bottles and hot sand, it was like a bolt of lightning struck my brain. I immediately stood up and excitedly shouted, "I've got a solution!" They were startled by me, so I quickly explained that I would use a fire to heat the stones to make seawater thermos flasks, and I would also dig a sand pit to block the wind so that their bodies could retain their temperature in the pit. Upon hearing that it could provide warmth, they all immediately sprang into action with boundless enthusiasm. We had a clear division of labor, and each of us was like a well-trained survival team. Half an hour later, we had finished more than a dozen thermos bottles. The sand pit had been dried and heated, and the temporary windbreak made of broad leaves was rustling in the night wind. When they laid down in the sand pit, the comfort of being enveloped in warmth instantly restored their frozen faces to happiness, and I was suddenly touched by this scene. It's a bit like lying in a grave. Jiang Yao's words made Tang Xiaohua scream in fright, and I almost threw the thermos at her. Then Jiang Yao nudged Tang Xiaohua again, and the two argued like they were fighting over the male lead's role. The sandpit instantly turned into a battleground, and I even suspected that they would throw broad leaves at each other in the next second. Just when things were getting really heated, Ning Shu suddenly realized the sandpit couldn't possibly fit me. All four girls looked at me at the same time, their eyes screaming, "Then where are you going to sleep?" Jiang Yao immediately offered to let me lie down next to her, but Tang Xiaohua was not satisfied, and the two argued fiercely over tea. Suddenly, I was pushed onto a stage that I shouldn't have been in. I quickly calmed things down and said that I didn't need to sleep inside because someone had to keep watch. The four of them fell silent instantly and then gasped in shock. "Night watch." Their exclamation made the fire jump, and I couldn't help but smile bitterly. This first night on the deserted island was far more brutal than they had imagined. When they all volunteered to keep watch for me, I suddenly felt a surge of warmth in my heart. These girls seemed delicate, but when it really mattered, they all stepped forward. But I knew that only I could last the whole night, and they didn't have enough energy. I couldn't let them take risks, so I half-jokingly mentioned the prehistoric python, which made them all shut up and shrink back into the sandpit in fright. Ning Shu insisted on taking over for me in 4 hours, and I nodded in agreement. As I watched them fall asleep, a sense of responsibility stronger than exhaustion enveloped me. As I sat adding firewood to the fire, watching the four girls huddled together, I suddenly realized, from tonight onwards, their lives depended on me. I stuffed the thermos into my clothes, the warmth against my chest, but it couldn't dispel the tension in my heart, because I knew the real danger on the deserted island was only just beginning. I let out a soft breath, and under the cover of darkness, I opened the system to check the next step and see what kind of power could save them. My heart started racing the moment I stared at the system panel. The rows of data seemed to be baring their claws in the dead of night, making me realize that I was standing at the entrance to an unknown evolution. One step back meant certain death, one step forward meant becoming king. Strength, physical ability, agility, and mental strength are all 10. Looking at these numbers, I suddenly realized that what's more terrifying than the night on the deserted island is that I must become stronger. Otherwise, I won't even be qualified to protect the four girls around me. Looking at the ability descriptions, the survival manual allows me to look up any survival knowledge. The identification ability allows me to see through the properties of objects by touching them, and the antitoxin physique allows me to ignore toxins. These three things combined are practically like a life-saving cheat code given to a newbie at the start of the game. But when I saw that I could only sign in and gain a little bit of attribute each day, I instantly went from being the protagonist of a wish-fulfillment novel back to an unlucky guy whose head was being crushed by fate. The speed of improvement was so slow that I wondered if this was a system or a cruel joke from God. I tried to figure out how to sign in, but all I could think of was that the first sign in was to save Qianqian. Does the system expect me to save people every day? That's way too difficult. I'm not some desert island rescue dog. Sighing in vain, I could only grit my teeth and continue planning my survival route for tomorrow. Fresh water, food, shelter, tools, supplies drifting at sea, distress signals, and island exploration, each item weighed heavily, like a boulder pressing on my lifeline. The more I thought about it, the more confused I became. I decided to replace the thermos in the sandpit first. When I reached in to take the thermos, I touched a soft, warm little foot. I was so frightened that I froze, thinking I had committed a crime in the middle of the night. The location looked like Yao Yao's, so I quickly changed the bottle. Just as I pulled my hand back, I touched another little foot. This time it was as cold as if it were soaking in seawater. My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately realized that something was wrong. I called out Guer, but no one answered. Instead, I woke up Jiang Yao. She rubbed her eyes, glanced at me, and misunderstood that I was secretly touching her feet in the middle of the night. Her words were so sour they could make a whole jar of pickled vegetables. It took me a while to convince her, but when she touched Tang Xiao's foot, she was so shocked that she woke up completely and screamed so loudly that she almost woke up the whole island. All three girls sat up and surrounded Guer. Guer was shivering and her whole body was cold. When I touched her forehead, the system suddenly popped up a message saying that her immune system had been damaged by snake venom and she had caught a cold. I didn't care about the shock and immediately announced that her condition was critical. Ningshu's face turned deathly pale instantly. She said that without medicine, even a common cold could be fatal. Qianqian was so frightened that her eyes turned red. For the first time, I felt the darkness of the deserted island quietly reaching out to choke the five of us. I immediately told them to bring all the hot water bottles around Guer, but Guer was still shivering from the cold and hadn't recovered. When I touched the sandpit, I found that the temperature had dropped sharply because all three of them had sat up, causing the heat to escape. The survival manual's best rescue method is close-fitting insulation, and it took me 2 seconds to realize that that's a scene that only male and female protagonists in TV dramas would film, but now Guer is really in danger. I had them hug each other to transfer their body heat to Guer. Qianqian immediately blushed and said she was willing to go. Ningshu followed immediately, and the two of them hugged Guer from the front and back. Guer's trembling obviously slowed down. Jiang Yao was afraid of being idle, so I asked her to help make thermos bottles. Without saying a word, she sat down next to me and started working. Our movements were so synchronized that it was as if we had practiced countless times. After the thermos bottles were arranged, she suddenly calmed down and leaned on my shoulder. She suddenly burst into tears, saying she was very moved to see everyone save Guer, and that when she was sunburned, I must have been the one who desperately saved her. My heart softened. This girl is usually so stubborn, but now she's like a brittle piece of candy. She said that Guer kicked away the snake to save her, and that Guer was overly kind despite her playful nature. Looking at her profile, I suddenly realized that the disaster had brought out the deepest tenderness hidden in a girl. Then she asked me if any of the other passengers on the plane were still alive. My mind went blank. I had never dared to think about this question before, because the answer might crush us all. I said I wasn't sure, but she thought of a detail: we were the only first-class passengers who got upgraded. My mind went blank for a second. The hole was right in first class, which meant that only we were sucked out and crashed onto the island. We suddenly realized that perhaps the other passengers had never left the plane, and the five of us were just fragments carelessly tossed into the sea by fate. That absurd and chilling probability might actually be true. Jiang Yao leaned against me and asked softly, "Are we lucky?" I thought for a long time before finally saying, "I guess so, because at least we were still alive, we could keep each other warm, and we could continue to wait for rescue." After she fell asleep, I held her tighter to prevent the night wind from stealing her warmth. The moonlight fell on her forehead, and for the first time, I had an impulse to take all the danger for them and not let anyone suffer any more harm. In this gentle moment that didn't feel like a deserted island, the system suddenly popped up a notification sound. My agility increased by 1, and I had checked in for 2 consecutive days. I suddenly realized that the more desperately I protected them, the faster my power would awaken. I was startled by the system notification. At 1:55 a.m., there was no sound in the night, but the check-in was suddenly completed. It was as if someone in the dark pressed the button for me, which made my heart race instantly. I don't know what triggered the sign-in, but after my agility increased, it felt like my body was filled with springs. My body felt a whole floor lighter, as if I could throw myself into the wind with a single run. It was hard not to be captivated by this power. Just as I was trying to test the changes in my body, Jiang Yao whispered Xiaozhe in her arms. The sound seemed to slide from the tip of my heart, making me realize that among these 4 girls, I could confirm the relationship at any time if I nodded. But each one of them is so sweet, and each one has a rare cuteness and stubbornness. If I choose one, I will offend 3 of them. This kind of choice is more deadly than surviving on a desert island. I can only pretend not to see them. Just as drowsiness crept over my brow, a sneeze jolted the entire sandpit awake. I looked up and saw Ning Shu shivering, and Jiang Yao had also woken up. The 2 of them were trembling while clutching the bottle, which made my heart sink. After parting the leaves, I saw Qianqian holding Guer. Her hands and feet were so cold they looked like they had just been pulled out of the sea. Jiang Yao almost pulled back in fright when she touched her. Guer's condition was unstable, and Qianqian's lips were also white from the cold. I touched Guer's forehead, and the system immediately popped up a notification saying that snake venom had weakened her immunity and caused a cold. I couldn't help but gasp. This was 100 times more dangerous than a common cold. Even delaying it for a day could lead to serious problems. We rubbed our hands together to warm Guer and transfer the warmth to her, but the heat was torn away by the night wind as soon as it touched her. Guer started to shiver slightly, and Qianqian also started to cough lightly. Only then did I realize that we had to use a more drastic method. The survival manual only gave one method: warming up with a companion. When I stared at the faces of the 3 girls, they were shy, but they knew this was the only way to save Guer, and they all nodded with pursed lips. Qianqian leaned in close, and Ning Shu hugged Guer from behind. The 2 girls seemed to be using their whole bodies to resist the cold night. Their actions made my heart tighten for a moment, and Guer's trembling finally subsided a little. Jiang Yao squeezed next to me and said she couldn't sleep and wanted to change my thermos. I wanted to refuse, but seeing her serious look, I could only nod silently. The 2 of us worked together like natural partners, and every action was surprisingly in sync. After we finished changing the bottles, she suddenly leaned on my shoulder and burst into tears. She said she was moved by everyone's efforts for Guer, and her heart softened. It was the first time I had ever seen her so vulnerable. Her shoulders trembled, and I instinctively reached out to support her. She asked me if the other passengers on the plane were alive. A question I had never dared to think about suddenly struck me, and the pain was so sharp that I could only say, "I don't know," and try to comfort her that we were a lucky group. She fell asleep leaning against me. As I held her, I suddenly felt a heavy burden on my shoulders. I had to ensure that these 4 women could survive, and even make sure they could spend every night smiling on the deserted island. I was awakened by the heat as the first rays of dawn broke through the horizon. Sunlight filtered through the broad leaves and fell on my and Guer's faces. Our noses were only 2 centimeters apart. Her breathing was light and steady, and the weight that had been hanging over my heart all night was lifted. My heart suddenly raced as I looked at Guer's sleeping profile. She was so sweet, so soft, so much like a girl I wanted to protect for a lifetime. Now that we were so close, I couldn't help but gently lean closer. Guer suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze hazy and surprised. Our noses were almost touching, and her little face instantly turned red, like a strawberry roasted by the sun. This made me gasp for breath, and I dared not make a move. She clearly misunderstood and thought I was going to kiss her. She was overjoyed, but I didn't dare to move because my other hand was holding Jiang Yao's hand. If I moved, it would immediately trigger a chaotic scene. Just then, Guer leaned forward and bumped right into me. With a whoosh, our lips met. The morning air seemed to freeze into fragments. My heart pounded like a bonfire exploding, and I froze completely. Gora looked up as if her hair had stood on end. Who bumped into me? Jiang Yao, who had just woken up, mumbled that she hadn't moved. I tried to explain, but Guire pointed at my nose and shouted, "You didn't even try to dodge. Were you trying to take advantage of me on purpose?" I almost vomited blood on the spot. I tried my best to suppress my emotions and tell her that she was being unreasonable, but she blushed and muttered with her head down. Anyway, I lost my first kiss. What are you going to do about it? As soon as Tang Xiaowo woke up, she threw herself into my arms and pounded her chest, saying that I slept with her and then wanted to shirk responsibility, making such a fuss as if she was going to take me to the civil court on a deserted island, which made me feel absurdly powerless as if I had been framed. Jiang Yao helplessly reminded her that she had almost frozen to the point of unconsciousness last night and only managed to survive. She paused for a second and her face turned half an inch pale, but she immediately glared at me and asked, "Then why did I wake up in your arms?" As if I was the one who started it all. Just as I was about to explain, she suddenly asked, "Where's the fire?" My heart skipped a beat. I pushed her aside and rushed out. Pushing aside the broad leaves, I saw only a wisp of smoke, which sent a chill down my spine. The fire going out meant that all the insulation during the night was ineffective, so I quickly added firewood and blew on it. When I saw the flames leap up again, my legs went weak, and I realized that we were only a few minutes away from disaster. The next day, the sunlight slowly fell on our faces. I looked at the 4 girls, and they were all still alive. For the first time, I felt a sense of relief, like I was on a deserted island, but I didn't dare to show it for fear that they would burst into tears. Everyone woke up one after another. Qianqian nestled in Ning Shu's arms like a kitten, but Guire instantly transformed into a little princess after recovering her spirits, saying with a grin, "Fully revived," as if she hadn't almost lost her life yesterday. But reality is urging us forward. Whether it's sweet or not, we have to face the harsh reality that fresh water is running out, timber is almost gone, and a distress signal hasn't been established yet. This deserted island leaves too little room for emotions. I divided the task into 3 parts: freshwater first, campfire second, and distress signal third. Everyone nodded, but when I told Guire that she couldn't walk, she still tried to be stubborn, so I had to forcefully push her into the camp. So we split into groups and set off. I led the class monitor and Jiang Yao westward. The morning sea breeze was as clean as a filter, but the seawater was dazzling under the sun, making me realize the importance of fresh water even more. Halfway there, Jiang Yao suddenly jumped into the sea. She climbed out completely soaked, looking like a mermaid emerging from a fairy tale. I almost lost my breath, but the next second she splashed seawater in my face, instantly calming me down. Her soaked coat clung to her body, revealing her perfect curves. Ning Shu reminded her that something was missing. She looked down and was stunned. I quickly turned away, pretending to be calm, and dared not look at her again. But I couldn't calm my racing heart. I could only use the urgency of finding fresh water to convince myself to stay rational. At this point, it's better to generate electricity than to let our guard down. If we let our guard down, the whole team could be doomed. As I continued walking, an inspiring silhouette appeared in the sea breeze: 2 coconut trees, laden with dozens of ripe coconuts. At that moment, I even wanted to kneel down and thank the Creator. We quickly checked all the coconuts that had fallen to the ground, and then stared longingly at the ones on the tree. So I climbed up the tall, thin tree and easily picked 15 coconuts, leaving a trail of coconuts on the beach. The other tree was thicker and shorter than mine, but I couldn't climb it. I had to think of another way. I glanced at the height of the 3 girls and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I proposed a bold and amazing solution to stack ourselves up to reach the coconuts. Ning Shu stood on my shoulder, and Jiang Yao stepped on her shoulder. They both took off their shoes and climbed up barefoot. The scene was absurd yet filled with a tragic sense of survival. I held up all my weight and dared not move an inch. As soon as Jiang Yao climbed up, she immediately reached for the next coconut. The sound of it landing on the beach was like the drumbeat of victory, making everyone shout excitedly. But the higher she climbed, the more I needed to move to help her. "Move a little to the left," she shouted. I was just about to move when Jiang Yao suddenly screamed, "Wait, I'm not ready yet." I looked up to check if she was steady, But my gaze was drawn to something even more deadly. Ningshu was wearing a tennis skirt without any leggings. The white fabric with pink trim flashed before my eyes, and it even had a cartoon bear attached to it. I froze on the spot, and my soul seemed to explode as if struck by lightning. I immediately realized I had seen something I shouldn't have, but it was too late to look away. Ningshu followed my gaze and glanced down, her face instantly turning as red as a shrimp that had been cooked in the sun. She let out a piercing scream. "Xiao! Xiaozhe, you pervert!" Then she frantically tried to hold down her skirt, but in her panic she forgot her balance and fell backward, crashing straight down on me. I instinctively reached out to catch it, but the little bear slapped me right in the face. My vision went black instantly, my head felt like it was filled with the sound of explosions, and the next second the world lost its balance, we all fell down. Chapter 31. My face got hit by a bear. "Oh!" Puff! All three screamed and fell to the ground at the same time. Ningshu rubbed her lower back. "It hurts." But from under his buttocks came Lu Zhe's muffled voice. "Shouldn't I be the one saying it hurts?" Ningshu was startled and realized that she was sitting right on Lu Zhe's face. I could clearly sense the other person's breathing as they spoke. "That is his nose, right?" Ningshu's face turned as red as a tomato. "Oh." She was so frightened that she jumped up immediately. "Lu Zhe, are you all right?" Lu Zhe rubbed his sore nose. "Never mind me. Look at Yao Yao." "Ah, it hurts so much." Jiang Yao's voice was trembling with tears. Ningshu suddenly realized that Jiang Yao was in a higher position than herself, so her fall must have been more serious. She quickly asked, "Yao Yao, how are you?" "My foot hit a rock." Ningshu was startled when she saw that Jiang Yao's ankle was covered in a large red patch. "Oh no." Lu Zhe quickly went over and gently touched Jiang Yao's ankle with his hand. "Ouch, that hurts so much." The system reported, "Ankle ligament sprain. It's commonly known as a sprained ankle." "I sprained my ankle, it's quite bad. But thankfully it's not a fracture." "Oh my god, Yao Yao." Ningshu felt guilty and heartbroken. Jiang Yao shook her head. "Class monitor, it's not Lu Zhe's fault. I was the one who told him to look up." Ningshu wanted to argue, but hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "Actually, I know too." Lu Zhe frowned. "What do you know?" "I know you want to move, so you have to look up, but looking up inevitably means seeing. You're a normal guy. It's normal to look at those kinds of scenes more often." Jiang Yao nodded. "Yes, that just proves that you, class monitor, are also very charming." "Yao Yao, can't you think about things more normally?" Ningshu complained, then added, "Sigh. It's all my fault. I caused you to get hurt." "It's nothing," Jiang Yao said, but her brows were tightly furrowed, clearly indicating that she was in severe pain. "Lu Zhe, how is Yao Yao?" Lu Zhe examined Jiang Yao's ankle. A sprain of this severity is unlikely to heal in less than a week. During this time, the foot must remain in a state of rest and be rubbed with herbal medicine every day. "Huh," Jiang Yao exclaimed in surprise. "Then does that mean I can't leave?" Lu Zhe nodded. "To be frank, that's true." Ningshu was still blaming herself. "I should have worn leggings, and even if they had seen me, I should have prioritized my own and my companion's safety." Lu Zhe nodded. "The fact that you realize this means you're not beyond help." Ningshu said helplessly. "Lu Zhe, think of something. The situation is very serious." Lu Zhe thought for a moment. Now Yao Yao can't travel long distances anymore, and there's also Guer over there, so she can't go very far either. Now we have to make a choice. Either take Yao Yao to the camp, or bring Guer and Qianqian here. Ningshu replied without hesitation. "The campsite is over there, and the campfire is over there too, so of course we should take Yao Yao back." Jiang Yao asked, "But what about these coconuts?" Ningshu paused for a moment. "Yeah, with so many coconuts, even if you carry 4 or 5 at a time, you'd have to carry them many times." Lu Zhe imagined that Jiang Yao weighed around 90 pounds, while Tang Xiaobo weighed less than 80 pounds. Then what else is there to say? Moving fruit is more cost-effective. Jiang Yao shrugged. "But if we do that, that little hussy Guer will complain again. Otherwise, you should help me back. We can transport the coconuts over there little by little. Anyway, there's no one else on this island, so they won't be stolen." "Little slut." Ningshu's focus was unusual. "Yao Yao, what kind of vulgar language is that?" "That's not the point." Luja stood up, looked around, and said, "Have you noticed that there are more types of vegetation here than at the camp, and there are also more rocks?" Ningshu also took a closer look and discovered many plants that she had never seen in the camp there. She nodded and said, "I didn't even notice until you pointed it out. It's true. More plants mean there's likely more food to be found here than over there. More rocks mean it's easier to set up distress signals." Jiang Yao nodded. "Oh, ouch, that hurts." Luja solemnly instructed, "Squad leader, you stay here to take care of Jiang Yao, and while you're at it, gather some firewood and stones. I'll go back to find Qianqian and Guoyer, and bring the campfire over as well." Ningshu made an okay sign. After making arrangements for Ningshu and Jiang Yao, Luja walked back alone. He walked faster by himself and returned to the camp in less than 10 minutes. Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaowo were both surprised to see Luja return alone. Tang Xiaowo called out, "Luja, you've lost the class monitor and Yao Yao." Lin Qianqian frowned. "Guo'er, don't say unlucky things." Tang Xiaowo immediately covered her mouth. Luja said in a deep voice, "Yao Yao's leg is injured and she can't move long distances. I think instead of bringing her back, it would be better to take you there and move the campsite while we're at it." Hearing that Jiang Yao was injured, Lin Qianqian was a little anxious and asked with concern, "Is it serious?" Luja shook his head. "It's not very serious, but it's not mild either, but you can't move around for a while." Tang Xiaowo stretched out her foot in protest. "Why are we moving? Look, my foot is still injured. Stop being so obsessed with the idea of being a campsite. The living conditions there are better than here, and there are coconut trees, making it a better place to set up a camp." Lin Qianqian asked in surprise, "Coconut tree? Are there coconuts?" Luja nodded. "We picked more than 20. "Really? That's great. When do we leave?" "Now." Luja took out an aluminum can, stuffed it with dry grass, put in a half-burnt charcoal block, stuffed it with more dry grass, and sealed the can opening. In this way, the charcoal blocks will neither go out nor burn very quickly, and can last for at least half an hour without any problem. "Leave the rest of the things here for now, and come back for them later." Luja carried the things and torches, while Lin Qianqian helped Tang Xiaowo walk forward. "But it's too slow." Luja looked at the embers in his hand. At this rate, the fire would probably go out by the time they reached the other side. "Should I hold Tang Xiaowo? Walking on the beach is already unsteady enough. If you're carrying a girl, you're more likely to fall. Might as well just bear it." Chapter 32, Opening a Coconut with Chewing Gum. "Guo'er, do you want to take a ride?" Tang Xiaowo suddenly looked expectant. "Huh? Why are you being so kind today? Walking like this is too slow. We must speed up, or we won't reach our destination before the fire goes out." Tang Xiaowo tilted her head. "Are you going to carry me on your back?" "No." As he spoke, Luja squatted down, grabbed Tang Xiaowo's waistband with both hands, and lifted her up. "Why?" Tang Xiaowo's waist was pressed against Luja's shoulder, and her two snow-white legs dangled in front of Luja's chest. "Oh dear, why are you doing this? Big brother, can't you do a princess carry?" Luja snorted. "Shut up. Say another word, and I'll throw you down." "Oh." Tang Xiaowo obediently shut her mouth. With Tang Xiaowo on his shoulder, his right hand supporting her to keep her from falling, and his left hand carrying a bag of empty bottles and cans, it really didn't take much effort. The spark was being cared for by Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian smiled and said, "It feels like carrying a little pig." After walking for about half an hour, the three of them arrived at the 2 coconut trees. Ningshu gathered a pile of wood nearby and prepared a fire. She is now working hard to knock down coconuts. At this moment, the fire in Lin Qianqian's hand was about to go out, so Luja quickly put Tang Xiaowo down and rekindled the fire. Lin Qianqian put down her things to check on Jiang Yao's sprain and found that it was swollen like a big radish. Lin Qianqian asked with concern, "Does it hurt?" "A little." Jiang Yao looked at Tang Xiaowo. "Seriously, Guo'er, you're being too willful. Xiaozhou is already so tired, and you're still bullying him." Tang Xiaowo said proudly, "It was brother Xiaozhou who offered to carry me like this. I refused several times, but brother Xiaozhou probably felt sorry for me and wouldn't let me walk by myself no matter what. Tang Xiaowo, I beg you, please have some decency." Luja looked helpless. "It was indeed I who took the initiative to bring you here, but it was because you were too slow walking on your own. I was afraid that if we took too long, the flame would go out. So I brought you here. Tang Xiao stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Jiang Yao gave a look of sudden realization. Oh, I see. Haha, it feels like a dad with his daughter. Tang Xiao retorted angrily. Who is the daughter? Jiang Yao said leisurely. Whoever is cuter is. Tang Xiao was completely stumped. As they were chatting, Lin Xianxian noticed more than 20 coconuts on the ground and exclaimed in surprise. Wow, there really are a lot of coconuts. Now we'll have something to drink. Tang Xiao said. Quickly, open one. I'm dying of thirst. Ning Shu rubbed her sore arms. Don't be too happy yet. I've been smashing for ages and haven't been able to break a single one. Luja asked, what did you use to smash it? Ning Shu pointed to the protruding rock on the beach. This one. I've also seen Ed Stafford's survival show. He smashed a coconut against a rock. Luja examined the stone. That's one way. But this stone isn't sharp enough, and you're not strong enough, so it's normal that you can't break it. Are you sure you can do it? Of course I can do it. But when Luja saw more than 20 coconuts, he thought to himself, I can crack them open, but I'll be exhausted if I open all 20-odd coconuts. Do we have the tools now? There's nothing there. At this moment, Tang Xiao used chewing gum as bubble gum to blow a small bubble. Luja suddenly thought of an idea. Class monitor, give me the chewing gum. One piece isn't enough for you. Just give it to me. Ning Shu hesitated for a moment, then blushed and handed the chewing gum in her mouth to Luja. Big sister, I meant the one in the box. Oh. Ning Shu awkwardly tossed the chewing gum over. Luja poured out a few grains, chewed them a couple of times, then spat them out and shaped them into a cone on the rock. Then he picked up a coconut and smashed it down hard on the cone. Chapter 33, Sending a Distress Signal. Puff. The chewing gum was gone. When I picked it up again and looked at the bottom, there was only a white dot left. That was the chewing gum embedded in the coconut. Luja pried the chewing gum out, and sure enough, a small hole appeared. Haha, it worked. Luja raised the bottle to his mouth, and a stream of coconut juice dripped down and into his mouth. Ning Shu's eyes widened. Wow, Luja, you're amazing. You could even come up with such a ridiculous method. Tang Xiao exclaimed. This is so unscientific. Lin Xianxian said. Actually, it's very scientific. It's a non-Newtonian fluid, so it's very strong at the moment of impact. There's scientific evidence to support this. Jiang Yao nodded. Strange knowledge +1. Hey buddy, how come I never realized you had such insightful ideas before? Luja was anything but modest. That's because you didn't observe carefully before. If you had observed earlier, you would have discovered it sooner. I'll open a few more later so we can all drink together. All done. Luja used chewing gum as a sharp object to open 5 coconuts in a row. Cheers. One for each person, a refreshing drink. It was so comfortable. Everyone was given about 200 milliliters of coconut juice. However, this only allows you to drink the coconut juice. You still can't eat the coconut meat inside. It's not bad, though. Finally, I got to drink coconut juice. I knew it. Who survives in the wilderness without drinking coconut juice? Tang Xiao said happily. Jiang Yao asked worriedly. But do we have to use up several pieces of chewing gum each time? Ning Shu shook the bottle of chewing gum. There are still more than 40 pieces left, enough for 7 or 8 more uses. Luja weighed a stone in his hand. Don't worry, there aren't any sharp stones here, but there are definitely other places. As long as you're strong enough, opening a coconut won't be a problem. Tang Xiao said. Actually, it's good enough if we can just hold on until the rescue team arrives. Oh dear, why aren't the rescue team members here yet? Are they really going to leave us here and not care? Ning Shu asked worriedly. What if the rescue team arrives, but the landing point happens to be the enemy we were facing before? Luja said he didn't care. It's fine. As long as the rescue team can find traces of where we lived, they will go to the island to search. When I left the camp, I left our route information on the rocks. If the rescue team passes by there, they will definitely see it. Ning Shu then asked. So what do we do next? Just wait here. Luja thought for a moment. We definitely can't just wait around. I want to set up a landmark and get some tools. Regardless, we need to be prepared for the rescue team not to come. Lin Xianxian said weakly. Luja, we don't know what to do. Ning Shu also stated, "We will listen to you." Luja nodded and said, "Now that the sun isn't too strong yet, let's collect some stones nearby. Firstly, we can use them to make a distress signal, and secondly, we can look for sharp stones to make tools. Also, I saw some goose grass along the edge of the beach. I picked some and laid it out on the rocks to dry. With enough sunshine, it will dry into hay in a few hours." Ning Shu asked, "What's the use of hay? Is it used as fuel?" Luja plucked 2 blades of grass and held them in his hand. The dry grass can be tied into ropes to make straw sandals. Even if you don't do anything with it, you can lay it on the ground as a blanket, which is much more comfortable than sleeping directly on the beach. Ning Shu stroked her chin. "Not bad idea. Sleeping in the sandpit yesterday almost killed me. Yes, since we've ended up here, we not only have to survive, but we also have to live as comfortably as possible. Otherwise, eczema and dermatitis might kill us." Lin Qianqian also said, "I'm a little impatient to get things done now." Jiang Yao said, "Then Guire and I can't go collect stones and pull weeds. We need to do something." Yao Yao, boil seawater in an aluminum can, then put it aside and put it in a plastic bag. After a while, the steam will condense on the plastic bag, and that will be drinkable fresh water. Don't we have coconuts? These few coconuts won't last us long. Until we find a sustainable freshwater resource, we must collect every drop of usable freshwater. Tang Xiaohua asked, "Do I do this too?" Luja took out Ning Shu's plastic bag and poured out some mussels and small crabs he had collected. Why don't you grill some seafood for us for breakfast?" "Okay, my family owns a restaurant. This is my specialty." Once it was agreed upon, the group split up and got to work. Chapter 34, Making Distilled Water. There were many stones of all sizes on the beach, and soon almost all the nearby stones had been picked up. There are more than 80 pieces of various sizes. Luja arranged these stones into a large SOS landmark, 5 meters wide and 8 meters long. I believe that if helicopters were to search around the island, even if they couldn't see the fire or smoke, they would definitely see this symbol. Qianqian picked up 3 more bottles, 2 aluminum cans, different types of plastic bags, and a beer bottle cap nearby. Ning Shu spent half a day pulling weeds. Her hands were almost swollen from the weeding, and she only managed to pull a small pile, so her efficiency was not very high. The temperature rises quickly during the day. By around 10 a.m., the temperature on the island is close to 30 degrees Celsius. Luja weighed the pros and cons and realized that if he continued to push through, he might suffer from heat stroke. Adequate rest and conserving energy are also key to survival. He then called a few of his friends to go under the tree to drink water and cool off. The coconut milk contains electrolytes and sugars, which help restore some of everyone's energy. Jiang Yao has already obtained 50 milliliters of fresh water through steam distillation. Although it's not a lot, it means that she has obtained a second source of fresh water. Tang Xiaohua's grilled crab and mussel skewers were also ready. Despite the overwhelming fishy smell, everyone endured a nauseating seafood feast. But this is not Guire's fault. Cooking seafood without seasoning over an uncontrollable heat will result in a mixture of burnt and undercooked fishy smells, which is bound to be unpalatable. But on a deserted island, this is the best food available under the current circumstances. After finishing breakfast, I finally regained some of my strength. The sun shone brightly in the sky, and the temperature rose higher and higher. It's no longer appropriate to work under the sun at this time. He decided to use this time to make a tool. What should we do first? He rummaged through the available supplies. I saw that 20-centimeter plastic ruler. A plastic ruler can be sharpened into a knife, but what's the use of a plastic knife? Isn't this a legitimate use? He tossed the ruler to Ning Shu. Squad leader, sharpen the plastic ruler, make one side sharp, and you can use it to cut grass. Hey, that's an idea. My hand is about to fall off from pulling it out. Don't grind the centimeter side yet. Grind the inch side first. You might need it later. I understand. Ning Shu picked up a stone and sharpened it. It would be better if it were an iron ruler. Iron. Suddenly, Luja noticed the beer bottle cap that Qianqian had picked up. An idea suddenly popped into my head. Smash the bottle cap, sharpen the edges, and you've got a small knife. Then clamp it with a wooden stick and tighten it with straw rope, and you have a small knife with a handle. What can this small knife be used for? Chopping wood and hunting are definitely out of the question, but cutting fish and shrimp or skinning rats shouldn't be a problem. It can also be used to sharpen branches, and once you have a sharp branch, it's equivalent to having a weapon for self-defense and a real hunting tool. Luja found 2 stones and began to carefully smash them, trying to flatten the bottle cap as much as possible. Then grind the edges on a stone, occasionally pouring in seawater to lubricate them, making the blade even sharper. Zhang Yao watched for a while, then tied her hair up with a leather strap. Luja, this is simple, leave it to me. All right, Luja handed the bottle cap to Zhang Yao. Just sharpen one side. Clear. Having dispatched his work, Luja didn't want to be idle. He continued searching for stones on the beach, hoping to find a suitable stone to make an axe. Right now, it's impossible to find the most suitable one. We can only try to select the most suitable one from the existing stones. Chapter 35 begins with tool making. Luja checked the SOS stones again, but couldn't find a suitable one. But Luja told himself not to be discouraged. If he couldn't find one, he would create one himself. He picked up a large rock weighing 5 or 6 pounds and smashed it hard against another rock. Smack! The 2 stones collided violently, sending up a shower of fragments. Look closely, and you'll see there's only one large white dot on the stone. It's also quite hard. Pick it up and smash it again. Smack! Luja smashed the stone 3 times before he finally cracked it. They tried to break it apart, but still couldn't find suitable material to make a stone axe. Tang Xiaohua, puzzled, asked Zhang Yao beside her. Hey, what's Luja doing? Zhang Yao didn't know either. After thinking for a long time, she gave an answer. Perhaps it's an attempt to use the knocking to cause air fluctuations, causing the satellite to deviate from its intended orbit, and then let the rescue team find us by crossing the space-time rift. Your statement is outrageous. Do you have any even more outrageous statements? That's making stone tools. Tang Xiaohua sighed helplessly, then looked at the thing in Zhang Yao's hand. What are you doing? Zhang Yao looked at the polished little round piece. She didn't actually know what it was for, but after thinking for a moment, she still gave a serious explanation. Perhaps it's a microscopic quantum key generator that resonates with the ripples of dark matter in the universe through special polishing of its surface microstructure. But right now, it looks more like an ordinary, round piece of iron with one end polished smooth. Tang Xiaohua is exhausted. Yao Yao, can we speak some human language? Zhang Yao smiled gently. Whatever Xiaozhe asks me to do, I will do my best to do it without ever asking him why. Tang Xiaohua blushed and yelled in frustration. Luja, find me something to do. I can't stand this green-teed bitch anymore. Luja glanced at Tang Xiaohua and earnestly instructed her. You still have snake venom in your body. Try your best to stay alive, rest as much as you can, and just don't die. After saying that, he slammed the stone in his hand down hard once again. Smack! Another stone was smashed. This time, when Luja pried open the stone, he was pleasantly surprised to find a palm-sized, 3-pound cracked stone that looked very similar to an axe. If you polish it properly and tie a wooden stick to it, you can use it as an axe. Luja was overjoyed and quickly began polishing the stone. On the other side, Ning Shu used a sharp ruler to cut grass, and her efficiency was indeed greatly improved. But the ruler wore out very quickly. Qian is making a still using a newly found bottle, and then recording the distillation results in her notebook. Since no one paid any attention to Tang Xiaohua, she used a large leaf to fan Luja to cool him down. Luja felt a warmth in his heart. That usually proud and arrogant girl also had a cute side at times. The edge of this stone was hammered out and can be used as an axe blade. But it can't be too sharp. It needs to be deliberately dulled and the edge made thicker so that the axe won't break easily. Luja polished it to his ideal state without much effort. Zhang Yao had already sharpened the edges of the flat bottle cap to be very sharp. How about it, bro? I'm not bad, am I? Luja took it and looked at it. Great, this is exactly what I need. Luja found some wooden sticks, used a small knife to cut open the bark, and tore it off. Then, use a thicker wooden stick as an axe handle, and tie it to the stone axe head with bark rope, tightening it securely layer by layer. You actually made a stone axe? Luja brandished the pistol. Using this to chop firewood is much more efficient than gathering it. Zhang Yao picked up the small round piece. What about this one? Wait. Cut off a 20 centimeters long, thumb-thick branch with a stone axe, then smooth the surface with a round blade. Then split it in half, insert the round blade, and tighten it with tree rope. A uniquely shaped knife with a handle is now complete. This is our second tool, isn't it? Ning Shu waved the already very thin ruler in her hand. This is my first tool. Luja, we can't sharpen it any further, or it will break. Could we make a sickle or something? That won't do. Luja looked at the large pile of goosegrass on the ground. If we dry this grass and spread it on the ground, it will help us get a good night's sleep. Put the ruler away for now. It might be useful later. Chapter 36, Making a Slingshot and Calculating Orientation. After working for most of the day, we made 2 decent tools, but everyone was hungry again. They didn't go to the beach to scavenge for food, and there was no sign of the rescue team either. But now that we have an axe, we can try eating other things. Luja gripped the stone axe in his hand, feeling as if he were holding the entire world in his grasp. He took a deep breath and smashed it down hard on a coconut. Puff! The coconut had been split open, and coconut water was flowing out. I quickly picked it up and drank it all. Luja chopped a few more times, splitting the coconut open completely, revealing the white flesh inside. Luja pointed out a group of people. Everyone, eat some. Tang Xiaohua ate a small piece. It's not as crisp and refreshing as the coconut meat and canned fruit at all. Ning Shu tasted it and nodded. It tastes all right, but it's a bit greasy. Luja split open another coconut. For us, the oily coconut meat is more valuable, so eat more of it. Eat a few pieces raw, then cut them into smaller pieces with a small round knife. Roast them on a stone, and eat a few more pieces. My stomach warmed up, and my strength flowed continuously to my limbs. With his strength restored, Luja took an axe and began chopping down the saplings. It didn't take much effort to cut down a dead sapling, about the thickness of a wrist. The branches were broken into sections to serve as firewood for the night. The long tree trunk can be kept. It could be used to make a decent shelter. Then, Luja discovered something else interesting. Hey, this little branch is pretty nice. This is a tree branch. The main branch is about 2.5 centimeters in diameter, and the 2 forks are slightly thinner, but still thicker than a thumb. With such a perfect shape, it would be a waste not to make it into a slingshot. Looking at the seagulls and gannets flying in the distance, and the pebbles scattered on the ground, Luja felt it was necessary to give it a try. First, find the materials. The slingshot's main body is made from tree branches. Next, we need to find rubber bands. By the way, I remember Ning Shu had a bundle of very high-end hair ties, 20 in a pack. She's used a few and still has quite a few left, but I don't know if they're suitable for making slingshot rubber bands. Luja took one out and used a sharp little round knife to cut open the outer decoration. Inside was a ring of rubber tubing similar to a valve core, much thicker and more elastic. The ring fits perfectly on a girl's slender wrist. If broken, it is 15 centimeters long, and if you stretch it, it can stretch up to 40 centimeters. Moreover, its rebound performance is excellent, making it a superb material for slingshots. Leather pad. I used the soles of beach shoes I found. Everything's ready. Next, round the broken edge on the stone, then use a small round knife to cut open the bark of the small vertical branch. Peel off the bark, and the tree is smooth. In pursuit of more force, Luja removed 8 rubber bands, tied 4 to one side, and then used a ballpoint pen to pierce holes in the rubber pads, tying one end of each rubber band to the rubber band. In this way, a perfect slingshot is made. Luja tugged at it, and wow, that was quite a force. He took a round pebble, pulled back the slingshot, and aimed at a tree 20 meters away. As soon as he let go, smack, the pebble flew out. It hit the tree trunk with a smack, leaving a large white spot on the trunk. Luja ran over to take a look and found that the bark of the tree had been smashed. If that had hit a bird, it would have been a real pain. Luja tried a few more times, but unfortunately there were too few perfectly round pebbles, which affected his accuracy, and his hit rate was only about 30%. Luja thought of the system's ability. Precision. It can provide accuracy. This should be helpful when using a slingshot. We don't know when it will be effective. The girls weren't idle either. They used this time to wash everyone's dirty clothes and socks. Of course, seawater was used. The fat man hung his clean clothes on a makeshift clothes rack made of tree branches to dry in the sun. After the clothes are dried, they become stiff from the salt stains. If you rub them with your hands and shake them, a lot of dry salt grains will fall off. Although it still feels a bit rough when you wear it, it's better than constantly having poop on it. Tang Xiao's dress was also clean, but she said that a light-colored vest and luge shorts were more comfortable to wear. Although she occasionally exposes herself and sometimes even reveals a little bit of her bottom, she doesn't seem to care at all. Comfort is the most important thing. Looking at the time, it was already afternoon. In the distance, there was blue sky and white clouds and a vast blue sea, but there was still no sign of the rescue team. It seems that we may not be able to wait for rescue today, and everyone is very frustrated. I can no longer do physical labor. Luja tried to shoot birds with a slingshot, but failed. The oval-shaped pebbles seemed to have their own ideas, clumsily not following the route Luja had envisioned. Now that they're all flying, it might be easier to hit them if they land. However, we can't just sit idle now. Luja began to ponder whether he could calculate the location of the deserted island based on the existing conditions. Chapter 37, Throwing a Message in a Bottle. To find the location of a deserted island, you need a compass. Making a compass sounds difficult, but upon closer examination, it may not be impossible. To make a compass, you need a magnetic needle. Think about what you have that's magnetic. Ning Shu's magnetic access card, Lin Qianqian's bank card magnetic stripe, and there's something like a magnet in her phone. It seems there's more than one way to make a compass. Let's go with the simplest one. Luja took out a bank card and used a ruler and pencil to draw 2 lines along the magnetic stripe, with the 2 lines about 3 millimeters apart. Then use a small round blade to scrape along these 2 lines repeatedly. He scribbled each line about 50 times until the magnetic card was cut, resulting in a thin plastic strip 54 millimeters long and 3 millimeters wide with a magnetic strip in the middle. Then cut off the excess plastic section at the other end of the magnetic sheet, leaving a plastic magnetic needle about 35 millimeters in diameter. Finally, take a half bottle, fill it with water, and gently place the magnetic needle on the water's surface. In a short while, the magnetic needle will point in one direction. Luja tried several times, and the direction was always accurate. Meanwhile, the girls were sitting in the shade, chatting and escaping the heat. Tang Xiaowu lamented. It seems we won't see the rescue team today. They probably think we're dead and aren't willing to spend time looking for us. She said softly, only half a day has passed today. Maybe they won't find us until the afternoon. Ning Shu listened for a while, then suddenly said, Listen, I think I hear the sound of a helicopter. This statement excited everyone, and they all listened intently. Finally, Jiang Yao sighed softly. There's no helicopter, that's just your stomach growling, squad leader. Listen again, and it's true. Sigh, eating so little bit of food didn't do any good at all. There's also coconut meat over there. I can't eat anymore. It's too greasy. Me too. Tang Xiaohua, clutching Ning Shu's stomach, cried out frantically, squad leader, quickly launch the helicopter and rescue us to go home. Ning Shu said, Get out of my way. At this moment, everyone noticed that Luja hadn't participated in the conversation and was drawing something in Ning Shu's notebook. Ning Shu asked curiously, Hey, what are you doing, our sports committee member? Luja said, I'm calculating our position. Location? Can that be calculated? Although it's not very precise, it should be theoretically possible to calculate it. Luja's words piqued the interest of the others, and they all gathered around. Ning Shu quickly asked, Tell me quickly, where are we? Let me explain your thought process first. Luja paused for a moment and then continued. In the Northern Hemisphere summer, the days are much longer than the nights, but here, the difference between day and night is less than half an hour. Do you know what that means? Tang Xiaohua looked completely bewildered and asked, Are we in the Southern Hemisphere? Jiang Yao stroked her chin. We're not on Earth. Luja gave a disdainful look. Then where are we? Jiang Yao was taken aback and asked in return, Weren't you the one doing the calculations? Luja was speechless. Lin Qianqian provided the most reliable answer. The closer to the poles, the greater the difference between day and night. The closer to the equator, the smaller the difference between day and night. That's right. Luja nodded approvingly, pointing to the background map on the notebook cover. It's June 11th now, around the summer solstice. The difference between day and night here is about 2 hours, which means we are located at a very low latitude, probably between the equator and the Tropic of Cancer. As he spoke, he carefully drew a horizontal line on the hand-drawn map. You're so observant. Ning Shu patted Lu Zhu on the shoulder. Dude, I didn't even notice there was a map of the Pacific Ocean in this notebook. And you filled in all the parts that were blocked by them. Well, the part that's blocked is the Indian Ocean, which isn't really important. Lu Zhu looked at the map again. Although it may not be very accurate, it should be pretty good in general. Ning Shu looked at it and said, this latitude should be between 15 and 30 degrees. We're almost in Indonesia. Jiang Yao then asked, if we have latitude, how do we calculate longitude? Simple. Lu Zhu drew another vertical line on the map. By drawing a line connecting the flight paths of Pudong Airport and Kingsford Smith Airport, and intersecting it with the latitude, we can find out our approximate location. As he spoke, he drew a small circle at the intersection of the two lines. The four girls looked around and asked, where is this? To the west is the Philippines, to the east should be Palau and Micronesia, to the south is Indonesia, and to the northeast is the Mariana Islands. If you ask which island we are on specifically, I actually don't know. Jiang Yao said. So, the black box really could have fallen into the Mariana Trench. Ning Shu asked, since we don't know which island it is, can we at least find out which country it belongs to? Lu Zhu shook his head. I don't know either. It's most likely in international waters, but what's certain is that it's definitely not under our jurisdiction. Upon hearing this news, the girls felt both frustrated and disappointed. Tang Xiaohua sighed. No wonder the rescue team uncles couldn't find us. It turns out we were lost outside. Yes, and from the edge of this circle, we are probably more than 800 kilometers away from any of the nearby countries. Tang Xiaohua imagined it. 800 kilometers? That doesn't seem that far. Lu Zhu nodded. Yes, it's not far, about the same distance as our capital to Seoul. Tang Xiaohua wasn't very good with numbers. The moment a place name was mentioned, a sense of distance immediately arose. Her face turned deathly pale. That bad? There's one more thing I don't understand. Lin Xianxian tilted her head and thought for a moment. Since we're in the tropics, it shouldn't be this cold even at night. It shouldn't be very cold under normal circumstances, but this can happen where cold and warm air currents meet. Jiang Yao asked curiously. This should be a warm pool in the Pacific Ocean, so why would there be cold currents here? It cannot be ruled out. Lu Zhu adjusted to a more comfortable position. I guess it's because the Kuriel current, which flows from north to south, splits into two when it reaches the Philippines. A small stream of cold air flows here and merges with the north equatorial current, creating a large temperature difference between day and night. Upon hearing Lu Zhu's words, Lin Xianxian suddenly realized. I remember now. I've read about it in world geography. The Galapagos Islands in South America are like that. The cold Peru current from the south and the warm equatorial current from the north converge, causing the islands, which are located in the tropics, to have a huge temperature difference between day and night. They have tropical rainforests and are also home to penguins. Jiang Yao exclaimed, tropical penguins? That's too abstract. Lu Zhu nodded. Compared to the Galapagos Islands, the warm currents here are stronger and the cold currents are weaker, so it's not as cold. But compared to other tropical islands, the temperature difference between day and night here is still too great. Lu Zhu's expression was solemn, just as some of the girls had feared. When a search and rescue team is not located within the territory of the motherland, entering or leaving territorial waters requires complicated procedures and is subject to restrictions, which greatly reduces the probability of them being found. Moreover, this vast sea area contains nearly 1,000 islands of varying sizes. They themselves didn't even know which island they were on, even though the rescue team had all the necessary paperwork. Is it possible to search all the islands? Tang Xiaohua said in a tearful voice. So, we won't be found, right? Lu Zhu comforted them, saying, as long as people are alive, there is hope. Don't lose heart. We can send messages to the rescue team in our own way. The four girls looked at each other, all with bewildered expressions. Chapter 38 Discovery of New Cash Crops. We all know we need to contact the rescue team, but our phones are either broken or out of battery. What else can we do? Jiang Yao asked. Then let's use the most primitive method. Luja picked up a bottle and shook it. Let's make a message in a bottle. Message in a bottle? The four girls looked at each other again. Yes, you can find a lot of trash bottles on the beach. We have notebooks, so we can write notes and slip them in. More importantly, we can draw a map and pinpoint our approximate location. So, we have everything we need to throw a message in a bottle. Jiang Yao still had some doubts. But, how much will the probability of being discovered increase? Luja said, frankly speaking, it won't increase the chances of being rescued by much, but it's still better than doing nothing, even if it only increases the chances of being discovered by 1%. So, how about we give it a shot? Ningshu nodded. Absolutely. Qianqian added. Yes, just like what the teacher said when we were taking the college entrance exam. The harder you work, the greater your chances of success. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua both nodded in agreement. All right, let's get started now. Ningshu waved her little fist. Let's work together and not believe in God. Jiang Yao said, let's trust them for now. What if they really do care and deliver our message in a bottle to the rescue team? Tang Xiaohua said, it's Mazu or the Dragon King of the East Sea who should be in charge of this matter. Jiang Yao nodded. Then let's all pay our respects. They're all gods, so let's not give them any reason to complain. When making a message in a bottle, the most important thing is the bottle itself. It needs to be sturdy and well sealed so that it can cross the ocean and reach the land. Because they needed bottles to survive, and they didn't have many bottles left, they eventually freed up 3 relatively clean ones. Lin Qianqian traced 3 maps from the notebook cover, and then drew the SOS symbol at the approximate location of the incident. They also wrote down their numbers, names, and other important information about their whereabouts in both Chinese and English. The note was finished, and Lin Qianqian handed it to Luja. Take a look and see if there's anything else that needs to be marked. Luja looked at it. Lin Qianqian remembered it in great detail, but there was still one important piece of information missing. Qianqian, add one more piece of information. Today is June 10th. The sun set at 6:30 last night and rose at 5:45 this morning. It has a date and the precise time of sunrise and sunset. Lin Qianqian's pen tip rested on her pretty face. This information will help the rescue team pinpoint our location more accurately. Luja praised. That's right. Following Luja's instructions, Lin Qianqian added the sunrise and sunset times to each of the 3 notes. So, should we throw the message in a bottle now? It's high tide now, so if we throw it out, it will just come back. We'll throw it out again when the tide goes out. Of course, it might still come back, and there's a chance it will get into the ocean current, but the effect will definitely be much better. Lin Qianqian nodded. Yes, I understand. Jiang Yao made the sign of the cross on her chest and said devoutly, Ba, may God protect us, and may the rescue team find our message in a bottle. Ningshu asked, so, are we just going to wait for the tide to go out now? Wait for the tide to go out, throw the message in a bottle, and then catch a wave of seafood to eat tonight. Then he turned to Lin Qianqian and asked, by the way, Qianqian, how much water was distilled just now? Lin Qianqian shook the bottle. It's already about 300 milliliters. Now there's a thick layer of salt crystals inside the jar, and it's a bit difficult to scrape them off. Otherwise, I could have boiled a little more. Luja nodded. Not bad. I'll make a few more natural stills with the knife later. I estimate we can distill an extra 100-200 milliliters of fresh water a day. We can make soup tonight. Lin Qianqian said happily. I'm starting to look forward to it. It's been more than 24 hours since I woke up. The afternoon sun on the beach was too intense to explore the area, so they decided to search around the campsite and then throw the message in a bottle later. He walked around the camp and found a small clump of black beans under some bushes. Pick one up and crush it between your fingers. It emits a faint, fishy odor. A message popped up in my mind. Ding, congratulations host. Healthy mouse droppings have been found. Damn, this stuff is rat droppings? It would be abnormal if there weren't any rats on this kind of island. Luja also knew that although rats were synonymous with viruses and diseases in the city, not all rats were like that. There aren't many disease-carrying rats on the island. In the wild, they're even a delicacy on the survivor's menu. It can provide protein and amino acids that aid digestion. Compared to inferior seafood, rats actually taste much better. Of course, Luja had never eaten it before. He had only heard about it from De Yi and Bei Yi. But you only find rat droppings and don't even see the rat itself. How are you supposed to catch them? Find a hole to pour smoke in? Doing this without knowing how many cunning schemes there are will only alert them. Hey, a snake? Thinking of the snake, he then thought of its remaining internal organs. Originally intended as fish bait, but might as well use it as rat bait. He thought of an old saying, a snake eats a rat for half a year, and a rat eats a snake for half a year. In other words, snakes catch mice in the summer, but hibernate in the winter. If a snake is discovered by a mouse, it will be eaten by the mouse. The two are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. They both like to eat each other and are both delicacies on each other's menus. Using the snake's internal organs as bait will surely attract rats to eat them. Then we can set traps to catch them perfect. So how do you set a trap? Luja opened the survival manual and found a way to use bullets to make traps. First, you need a very thin and soft long rope. Ningshu had a small bundle of rubber bands in his pencil case. He took 3 of them, which, along with a tree branch, could replace the long rope. Make a loose knot and tie it to the end of the branch. Then, find a flexible branch and stick it into the ground, and use a small twig to wedge itself onto a rock as a trigger. Next, you can pour the snake's internal organs onto the ground as bait. Whenever a hungry rodent passes by and touches a branch or trigger, the branch will immediately spring up, and the leather sheath will tightly constrict the rodent's foot or tail. After Luja finished making the trap, he tested it twice to make sure it worked, and then he found another place to make the trap. Luja then spent another half hour making 3 more mouse traps. Instead of just waiting for the mouse to take the bait, Luja decided to do something else. Looking at the time, it's not time to throw the message in a bottle yet. Tang Xiaohua almost caught a cold while sleeping on the sand last night. It's time to build a proper shelter. He took his stone axe and went to the woods to look for a suitable sapling to build a shelter. The woods were overgrown with weeds, and unknown insects crawled among the bushes, which was disgusting. Luja carefully chased them away. There are many kinds of plants here, but it is not easy to find suitable wood. Fortunately, with the stone axe, it became much easier to cut down suitable trees. He spent an hour cutting down several long branches, about 2 or 3 meters long and as thick as a thumb. Just as he was about to tie them all up and take them back, he heard a whistle coming from the camp. Chapter 39 Methods for Girls to Divide Their Territories. Something's up. Luja quickly put down the tree trunk and ran towards the campsite, only to see several girls excitedly beckoning him over. Luja, come and take a look. His first thought was that the rescue team had arrived. I ran over to look at the beach, but there was nothing there. Turning around, Ningshu and Lin Qianqian each held a bunch of green bananas, their excitement evident. Did you find the bananas? Bananas are a high-calorie fruit, rich in carbohydrates and vitamins. In some cases, it can even be used as a staple food. That's something to be very excited about. Luja walked over. Where did you find it? It was over in the woods, just now. Luja was taken aback. What are you going into the woods for? Ningshu punched him lightly. Boys are really something. Accompanying Qianqian to the toilet. By the way, how's it going? Did you find the seeds? Is all you think about. Can't you use a smaller trumpet? There are more important things to consider. Bananas. This is a banana. It's a smaller version of a banana. Ningshu introduced knowingly, then broke off a banana and gave it to Luja. Try it. Luja took it, and the moment his hand touched it, a system message immediately appeared in his mind. Ding. Important tool and supplies discovered. Banana fiber. Below is a bunch of encyclopedic information about abaca. But Luja clearly saw that it clearly stated inside. Not for consumption. Hey, have you guys eaten yet? No. I was just waiting for you to share it with me. Look how considerate we are. Yes, Xiaozha, look how happy you are. Luja nodded. It's good that you didn't eat. What do you mean? Luja weighed the item in his hand. You have indeed found very important supplies, but this is banana fiber, not banana, and it cannot be eaten. Tang Xiaohua blinked. Banana? Cauliflower. Are there differences between them? Ningshu was a little skeptical, so she peeled one open and took a look. White flesh was visible inside. It's no different from a banana. As she spoke, she broke off a piece, and suddenly, a bunch of black little bugs gushed out. Startled, Ningshu screamed and immediately threw away the banana in her hand. Ugh, there are bugs. How disgusting. The other three girls also dropped their bananas and huddled together. No need to make a fuss. Luja remained unusually calm. He picked up the half-eaten banana and explained, "The black parts aren't insects, but it's seeds. Both the flesh and seeds are poisonous and should not be eaten." Hearing Luja say this, the girls all craned their necks to look and found that the little black dot could not move. Lin Shanqian exclaimed in surprise, "It really is a seed." Jiang Yao sighed. "It's a banana, so why can't we eat it? And why does it look so disgusting?" Tang Xiaohua said, "Because it's not proper." Luja collected some banana seeds and put them in an empty bottle. Lin Shanqian said, "Luja, you just said that banana fiber is also an important resource, right?" "That's right." Luja nodded. "If it can't be eaten, what can it be used for?" "This stuff is called abaca, also known as Manila hemp. Its fruit looks like a banana. It is actually one of the most important economic crops in Southeast Asia. Its stems and leaves are rich in plant fiber, which can be used to make ropes, fishing nets, and other things. Ropes made from it are much better than ordinary bark ropes." Ningshu nodded. Swoosh, inside the temple. Tang Xiaohua asked in bewilderment, "What we need is food and fresh water. What do you need rope for?" Luja explained, "Where, rope is an indispensable resource for survival. It's just as important as flint, machete, cooking utensils, and tarpaulins. It's used to make safety ropes, shelters, bamboo rafts, and hammocks." "Really? Let's go check on the banana plant first. Qianqian, you take care of them. I'll take Luja with me," Ningshu said. Luja followed Ningshu into the woods from another direction, and sure enough, they saw a banana plant not far away. It grows to about 2 meters tall, with a stem as thick as a thigh and slender, thick leaves, on which clusters of banana-like things grow. A rough estimate suggests that the rope that could be torn from this abaca tree would be at least several tens of meters long. There must be more than just this one banana tree in this grove. Ningshu was about to walk forward when Luja grabbed her arm. "What, She was about to speak when Luja covered her mouth and pointed ahead. Ningshu looked closely and saw a large rat peeking out from not far away. If Luja hadn't covered her mouth, she definitely would have screamed. "Don't shout." Luja whispered in Ningshu's ear, then quietly picked up a stone. He planned to wait for the mouse to get close, and then smash it with a stone. However, the mouse took a few steps forward and found 2 puddles of water on the ground. It sniffed around, then panicked and disappeared into the grass. Luja threw the stone, but he didn't catch the mouse, so he was a little disappointed. Ningshu frowned. "Do rats have obsessive-compulsive disorder about cleanliness?" "The place where you and Qianqian peed." Ningshu replied irritably. "Okay." Luja pondered for a moment and came to a conclusion. Many mammals judge the size of another person by the smell of their urine and the volume of their body, and then think they have invaded someone else's territory. Obviously, it thinks it has mistakenly entered the territory you have designated. Divide, territory. Ningshu immediately pictured the dogs draining water under the tree roots, and trembled with rage. "Stealing bamboo shoots, Luja. It's just a girl peeing. Is that marking off territory?" "Don't be angry, class monitor. But to be honest, what I said isn't wrong. Sometimes, the smell of human urine can indeed repel some animals, but only rodents that are smaller than themselves and sensitive. Relatively speaking, boys' urine is more effective at repelling animals than girls' urine. But if we all gathered together and poured our urine under a tree root, it would be enough to scare away some medium-sized carnivores." Ningshu said helplessly, "I really don't understand. Where did you learn all this strange knowledge from?" Of course, Luja couldn't tell her that he had a survival manual in his system, so he just said perfunctorily, "It's like 100,000 Ys. Didn't we all read it when we were kids?" "I read books too, but how come I haven't learned that much weird knowledge?" While others were starting a fire, you led a bunch of girls to research how to help boys break bad habits. Seriously, class monitor, your knowledge is even stranger, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Ningshu immediately lost her temper and muttered, You. Your behavior back then was exactly the same as described in the book. It's obviously very suspicious. What kind of book are you reading? And why is there this kind of content? I think that when it comes to life and death, what we looked at before is not important. Let's look at Banana Ma instead. Chapter 40 Strange Knowledge Increased. Luja walked over and broke off a leaf. He pulled it from the base of the leaf, and a long fiber was pulled out. Remove the leaf pulp, soak it, dry it, and then twist several strands together to make a rope. The fibers removed from the leaves can be used to make thin rope. If you want something stronger, you can extract it from the stem, but that takes more time and effort. As he spoke, Luja began to tear off strips of banana fiber. That's really true. Ningshu also helped clean up the remaining leaf pulp. In no time, the two of them tore off 10 thin ropes from the banana leaf. Ningshu, seeing that it was enough, said, "Is that about enough?" "At least 60 or so. Why make so many? Build shelters." "Is the shelter finally starting?" Ningshu cheered herself up. "It's still good to have a dormitory. Let's hurry up." Half an hour later, the two men removed more than 60 thin hemp ropes, each over 2 meters long. Then every 3 strands were braided together like braids, and 6 or 7 thicker strands were made to be used as binding ropes. Only then did they go back. Then, Luja carried back the 7 long branches that had been cut down earlier. Ningshu found a relatively sheltered spot, choosing a place between 2 naturally growing saplings. "Friends, let's build our shelter here today." Tang Xiaohua couldn't offer much help. "What if the rescue team arrives halfway through our work?" Luja smiled and said, "Then let's celebrate. But I think we should prepare for the worst." Jiang Yao sighed. "Yes, I don't want to sleep in the sandpit anymore." Ningshu declared, "Let's not say anything more. Let's get to work for our dorm." Luja picked up the longest branch. "Squad leader, help me hold that side up. Let's tie the longest branch between the 2 saplings, and then put the other branches on top of it." "Got it." Luja began to tie the branches together. Lin Qianqian also wanted to help. "Is there anything I can do?" "Go pick a lot of leaves. The more the better. We'll use them as windshields later." "Okay." Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua asked together, "What about us?" "Yao Yao, you weave the leaves together. Guer, you continue collecting fresh water." Luja thought for a moment and then added, "Be careful not to burn yourself." "Okay." Working together was tiring, but the cooperation and encouragement between the group helped them temporarily forget their despair. Luja first put 2 thicker branches together and inserted them deeply into the sand. Then, 3 meters away, he put 2 more branches together. 2 sets of branches are tied together, with 1 branch tied to the bottom of each. This is a relatively stable tent frame. Next, Luja tied thin straw ropes between the 2 sets of shelves, and then placed the leaves that Lin Qianqian and Jiang Yao had arranged on top to make a windbreak. Then, spread the dried wild grass inside, and a complete shelter is set up. Although this shelter looks very simple, it is very practical. During the day it's hot, leave one side of the windshield for shade, and the other side can be removed for ventilation. When it gets cool at night, you can string ropes and hang leaves on all sides to create windbreaks, which will provide excellent insulation. As soon as they were done, the girls immediately sat down. Tang Xiao was stretched and exclaimed, "Wow, this feels so much cooler." Lin Qianqian rubbed her dirty little face. I don't feel so scared anymore." Ningshu lay in the tent. "It feels like summer camp, but I really want to sleep." Jiang Yao stretched out her legs and picked up a dried coconut. "Making the best of a bad situation, I still miss the snacks and drinks at home." As she spoke, she shifted her position slightly to the side. "Xiaozhe, you come in too." Luja sat down and felt much better. Looking at the sky outside the tent, the sun is setting. Everyone can rest for a while now. Let's conserve our energy and wait for the tide to go out so we can throw messages in bottles and go beachcombing. Just then, Jiang Yao frowned slightly. Then she whispered something in Ningshu's ear, and Ningshu shook her head. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered something to Lin Qianqian as well. Then the 2 girls nodded together. Lin Qianqian pulled out 10 tissues from her backpack, gave 5 to Jiang Yao, and then helped Jiang Yao up. "You guys rest for a while. I'll go with Yao Yao to take care of some small things." "Small thing? What's the big deal?" Luja guessed that the 2 girls might need to use the restroom. so he quickly reminded them. Remember, seeds. Jiang Yao said helplessly. Okay, I know. Lin Qianqian helped Jiang Yao into the woods, and soon after, Jiang Yao screamed. Oh, is there danger again? Ning Shu and Tang Xiaogua immediately tensed up. Lu Zhi said in a deep voice. You all stay here, I'll go take a look. Be careful. Worried about encountering wild animals or snakes, Lu Zhi picked up his stone axe and ran straight towards the sound. It turned out to be a false alarm. It was just because of the pain in my ankle that I lost my balance and accidentally sat down, making a mess of my bottom. After a bout of nausea and vomiting, Lin Qianqian helped her to the beach to wash up. Lu Zhi knew that it was no longer realistic to let her choose the seeds herself. There's no other way but to do it myself. Once you have this experience, you'll find that even the cutest girl isn't just a crystal macaron color, but also has a fruity scent. That thing is enough to drive anyone crazy just by looking at it. However, this glance revealed a small black dot inside. I remember Jiang Yao saying that she had eaten dragon fruit. Are those living dragon fruit seeds inside? I carefully picked one up with a twig and gently touched it with my finger. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have discovered an important resource, surviving dragon fruit seeds. As expected, Lu Zhi was both amused and exasperated. Do we have to break them apart, crush them, and pick out the seeds? No, there are other ways. He took off one of his socks, then used 2 twigs to clamp the thing between them and stuff it into the sock. Lu Zhi knew that in the wilderness, feces were also a very important survival resource. It sounds unbelievable, but it's true. Human feces contain a large amount of oil, which is an excellent source of nutrition for many wild animals. For example, with fish, Bear Grylls and Ed Stafford often use their own feces as bait to catch small fish. In addition, feces can serve as a warning. On the African savanna, to avoid being harassed by lions and hyenas, survivors would collect all their excrement, mix it with some blood and bone fragments, and pile it up near their camp. The huge pile of dung, with its strong, bloody smell, seemed to be inhabited by a giant and terrifying carnivore. It would deter lions and hyenas. In addition, many animal feces have various uses. Some can be used in medicine, some can be used as fuel, some can be used to mask human odor, and some can even be used to make sunscreen. The most outrageous yet true story Lu Zhi had ever heard was that people on the grasslands used cow dung to wash dishes. And this is a privilege that only VIPs can enjoy. Now, Lu Zhi has a brilliant idea for the one inside the sock that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. One purpose is to use it to catch small fish, and the other is to use it to separate seeds from the seeds. Chapter 41 Suspicious Things Appear on the Sea. He returned to the camp, where the coastline had risen to its highest point and the SOS landmark was partially submerged. Lu Zhi knew that there were some large rocks right in front of where the distress signal was set up. Several rocks are huddled together, and after the tide recedes, they form small, enclosed puddles. If any fish do not leave the puddle with the receding tide, they will be trapped there and can only leave when the second tide comes in. Isn't this the perfect spot for fishing? Guer, I need to use your stockings. Tang Xiaogua, who was unscrewing the distilled water, blushed instantly. Lu Zhi, what are you going to do with it? Fishing. Fishing is fine, but no lewd behavior. She said that, but she was secretly delighted. Lu Zhi had a feeling that she seemed to be hoping he would do some lewd things. Lu Zhi took a pair of stockings and examined them. Although there were some loose threads, there were no holes. Balenciaga's quality is quite good. He found some flexible branches, bent them into a circle, and then tied them tightly with hemp rope. I made 5 circles, each about 15 centimeters in diameter. Then, slipped the stockings over the 5 loops one by one, leaving a gap of about 10 centimeters in the middle. The twigs stretched the stockings up, making them look just like a fishing net. Having a fishing net alone is not enough. You also need bait. This is readily available. Lu Zhi put the socks containing Jiang Yao's Ollie Gay into the fishing net. Then, stones were placed at different points on the fishing net to prevent it from floating. Now that this is settled, we're just waiting for the little fish to come in. Lu Zhi washed his hands thoroughly several times, and then drank a coconut. At this time, the sun was setting, the temperature had reached a comfortable level, and the tide had begun to recede. It's time to go beachcombing again. Should we go together again this time? It was already very inconvenient for the three girls to take care of Tang Xiaobo alone. There were two girls with foot injuries this time, and we really couldn't take care of them all. Jiang Yao said, "Never mind, I won't go and trouble everyone. I'll stay at the camp and tend to the fire." Tang Xiaobo originally wanted to go, but seeing Jiang Yao say that, she also said, "Then I won't go either. I'll continue to distill fresh water for everyone." Lu Zhou also felt it was unnecessary. We don't need too many people to go beachcombing, and the two patients need someone to take care of them. I can go by myself today. No way. Ning Shu wiped her dirty hands on her clothes. Even though you're a boy, you might still encounter danger if you go alone. How about I go with you? Okay, let me get ready. What else needs to be prepared? Lu Zhou placed the distilled and boiled sea salt blocks on a stone, crushed them into powder, and then put the salt powder into a bottle. Let's see if we can catch some razor clams. Lu Zhou and Ning Shu walked side by side on the beach at dusk, watching the sunset turn the sea red and their shadows stretch long. This made Ning Shu feel somewhat happy, and she suddenly had the urge to hold hands with the boy in front of her. But immediately, she shook her head. He told himself this in his heart. What am I thinking? What's going on here? I'm still thinking about all this nonsense. Besides, I'm the class monitor. I can't be a lovesick fool like Guer and Yao Yao. However, looking at Lu Zhou from the side, he found the boy in front of him to be handsome and refined, and the more he looked at him, the more attractive he became. It seems Guer has good taste. If it weren't for her slightly perverted tendencies, she could definitely be the kind of boyfriend you'd have. It's obvious that both Yao Yao and Guer are interested in him. So which one does he like more? If he doesn't like any of them, does that mean he likes someone else? Shallowly, or perhaps myself? Why not ask him this? If he had to choose one of four girls to be his girlfriend, who would he choose? Hey, Lu Zhou, Ning Shu asked hesitantly. What's up? I want to ask you a question. Lu Zhou nodded, and surprisingly said in a serious tone, I know what you're going to ask. Ning Shu blushed slightly. Then, would it be convenient for you to tell me the answer? Certainly. All right, go ahead and tell me. Lu Zhou said in a serious tone, watch closely. He pointed to a small hole in the sand. Right here. Then pour the salt powder into the hole, and soon a razor clam pops out. Lu Zhou quickly reached out and grabbed it, slowly pulling it out. He then waved it in front of Ning Shu's eyes and explained, see? This salt powder is used to grab this. Ning Shu opened her mouth wide, her eye twitching. This guy? Did he think I wanted to ask him what salt powder is used for? Not all small holes will produce razor clams. Some may contain sea snails or hermit crabs, but they won't come out on their own. We have to dig them out. However, without proper tools, you may not find them even after digging very deep. As he spoke, Lu Zhou dug in another small hole where no creature had emerged. After a while, he dug out a conch. Then he shook it and said, Look, I'm so damn lucky. Ning Shu took it and looked at it. The conch was as big as a baby's fist, the largest conch she had caught since she was stranded on the deserted island. The white flesh kept shrinking back into the shell, squirting out streams of seawater. That's really impressive. Lu Zhou didn't hold back his praise. The class monitor is the most sensible one. She focuses on survival with me, while those girls only think about pointless things. Ning Shu smiled awkwardly. Just a minute ago, she wanted to ask Lu Zhou something very trivial. There's no need to ask about this anymore. The two walked for about 2 kilometers, collecting a lot of empty bottles, torn swimsuits, old slippers, plastic bags, and other supplies along the way. Lu Zhou also found a pile of seaweed, and when he pulled it up, he found that there were more than 20 mussels of various sizes attached to it. In total, we have caught 5 razor clams, more than 20 mussels, 2 conches, and a few starfish. Ning Shu asked in surprise, You can eat starfish? Lu Zhou nodded. Of course. You should have said so earlier. Ning Shu immediately grabbed a plastic bag and headed to collect starfish all over the beach. Hello. Lu Zhou quickly stopped him. You can't just pick up starfish. Why? Only the females are edible. How do you tell if it's male or female? Lu Zhou took out a starfish and pointed to the center of its underside. Look at its mouth. The female's is orange and the male's is white. And not all females are edible. Only those in their breeding season are. So you have to find a heavy female. Ning Shu looked at the chrysanthemum like, wriggling mouth, and felt completely uneasy. I searched through 50 or 60 starfish along the way before picking out 3 that were about right. As expected, it's not that easy. Ning Shu stood up, supporting her back, and then she saw something unusual. Ship, ship. When Luja heard her say there was a boat, he quickly rushed to the shore. Looking into the distance, on the vast horizon, there was something vaguely there. I can't see what it is. Ning Shu shouted with all her might. Luja shouted a few times, but immediately realized something was wrong. Stop shouting. It's so far away, they can't hear you over there. What should we do? We don't have any fire. Wait here, I'll climb the tree and take a look. Luja looked around, but there were no suitable trees to climb. Having no other choice, he simply lifted Ning Shu up. Stand on my shoulders. Oh, okay. Like a circus act, Ning Shu stood precariously on Luja's shoulder, while Luja grabbed her ankles to help her maintain her balance. Ning Shu shielded her eyes with her hands and looked in that direction. But just then, the sun had already set on the other side of the island. The distance turned into a hazy gray, and its specific features could no longer be clearly seen. Ning Shu cried out anxiously. Why is the sun setting at this time? Luja put her down. The sun hasn't set below the sea level yet. We've moved to the other side of the island, where it's blocked by the island's high ground. Luja, is that a ship or not? Luja shook his head and said honestly. To be honest, I don't know either. What do we do now? 2 choices. Either wait here or go back to camp. Waiting here, we'll freeze to death tonight. Luja nodded. Ning Shu continued. If we go back to camp, and if we miss this rescue, we might never have another chance. Luja nodded. However, we can make a distress signal here, and then use pebbles to spell out our name to let them know there are people here. We'll come back tomorrow. This is the only way. Hurry up. The 2 put down what they were carrying and quickly picked up stones to use as landmarks. After more than half an hour of hard work, we finally completed a smaller version of the SOS landmark. They then used pebbles to spell out 5 people on the island. SOS. Ning Shu looked at these words. But it's getting darker and darker, and even if a ship passes by, we might not be able to find it. Rescue boats usually don't search at night. That's enough, let's go back. The 2 then carried their things and headed back. And just then, Luja noticed that the things seemed to flicker. Chapter 42, Eating Roasted Rat Meat. It was very discreet, very fast, and fleeting. Did you see that? What? That thing seemed to flash. I didn't notice. Ning Shu tiptoed and looked in that direction. No, you must be seeing things. Looking at the rising moon in the distance, Luja said calmly, perhaps. An hour later, the 2 returned to the campsite, but did not see anyone by the campfire. Where is he? Was he taken away by the rescue team? No way. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the 3 girls had all taken refuge in the shelter. They were so scared they trembled and dared not come out. Luja asked, what's the situation with you guys? Tang Xiao's voice came from inside. There's a ghost. A ghost is screaming. Ghostly screams? What ghostly screams? I only heard you 3 cowards screaming. Jiang Yao said, no, there really is a ghost. Lin Qianqian said, yes, listen, he's still calling out. Am I hallucinating? There's nothing wrong with it. Just then, a rustling sound came from not far away, followed by a scream. Ikaya. Ning Shu's scalp was practically tingling, and she immediately hugged Luja. There really is one. Luja finally heard it too. The sound wasn't very loud, but it was shrill and shrill. Upon closer listening, it really does sound like a ghost's cry. But soon, Luja knew what was going on. He wasn't frightened. On the contrary, he was pleasantly surprised. Haha, that's not a ghost. You wait and see. The 3 girls then peeked out. It seems Luja knows about this. Then why didn't he tell us? You weren't trying to scare us on purpose, were you? Scaring girls is very ungentlemanly. Luja may be a bit strange, but he wouldn't be that bored, would he? As the girls were talking, Luja had already taken a torch and disappeared into the jungle. A short while later, they pulled out a large rat. It's making that same strange sound again. The girls were terrified. Luja shook it. Look, it's just a mouse. This guy stepped into the trap I set. I understand the logic. But why do mice make human sounds? Tang Xiao shouted. Jiang Yao guessed. Could it be that the rats have become spirits? As soon as he said that, the girls were so frightened that they hugged each other again. Many rodents make this strange sound in emergencies. It's actually an instinctive way of protecting their kind and keeping them away from danger. Lin Xianqian exclaimed, "Life is truly amazing." Ning Shu exclaimed, "That's amazing. Even rodents can speak foreign languages now." The greatness of life is sometimes reflected in how to ensure the continuation of the community. This spirit of sacrificing the individual for the greater good is worthy of admiration. Therefore, I decided to give it a chance to demonstrate its value. As he spoke, Luja grabbed it by the tail and slammed it onto a rock. With a snap, it immediately stopped barking. "Eat it." Ning Shu asked in a daze, "Shouldn't it thank you?" "No need for thanks. But it should be proud that it is the first rodent on this island to have the opportunity to become food for humans." As he spoke, Luja used a small round blade to cut open its skin and then pulled it off forcefully. He tore off the entire rat skin. Then, Luja cut off its head, tail, and claws, then inserted his fingers into its bloody body, pulled out its internal organs and threw them aside, and then washed the body with seawater. One mouse quickly turned into a rat raft. Then, spread its body out and tie it to a tree branch. Next, Luja peeled open a starfish, scooped out the yolk, put it into a spicy snack bag, squeezed it, and shook it. Mix the leftover chili oil and starfish roe thoroughly together, then spread it on the rat meat. Finally, roast the rat meat over a fire. Jiang Yao whispered to Qianqian, "It looked disgusting just a few minutes ago, but why does it look a little drool-worthy now?" Lin Qianqian smiled and said, "I consider myself a pretty good cook, but I don't think I could cook a rat like this." Tang Xiaohua said, "No matter what, I will not eat this kind of thing." Ning Shu nodded, "I hate mice the most." Luja said he didn't care. This is the condition of a deserted island. It doesn't matter if everyone else doesn't eat. I can eat by myself. Ning Shu sighed. "I'd better take care of something else." Tang Xiaohua asked, "Squad leader, what else did you find?" Ning Shu emptied everything out of the plastic bag. When the girls saw the bamboo clams, they were all surprised. Why is Luja able to catch something like this, while we can only find hermit crabs and sea snails? Ning Shu smiled and said, "He used a special method, which I can teach you later." Several girls started cooking together. Grill the mussels, then put the razor clams, kelp, and whelk meat into an aluminum can, pour in water, and boil them into a soup. Dried coconuts were roasting by the fire as a staple food. Compared to the first night, the quality of the food today is clearly much better. Before long, the rat meat emitted an enticing aroma. The aroma of this protein is different from that of seafood. It has a hint of chicken. It made everyone's mouths water. Luja tore off a calf and put it in his mouth, chewing it heartily. "It smells so good. Want some?" The four girls looked at each other. Lin Xianqian was the first to speak. "Give me some." Luja then tore off a large leg of the rat and handed it to Lin Xianqian. Although it can't compare to a chicken leg, it's still the part of the rat with the most meat. Lin Xianqian tore off a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. It's delicious. It's like chicken." Seeing that Lin Xianqian had already eaten, Tang Xiaohua swallowed and said, I'll have some too." Luja tore off the other leg and handed it to Tang Xiaohua. Tang Xiaohua took a bite, her mouth full of oil. "Wow, it smells so good." Luja said smugly, "I told you they couldn't stay." Ning Shu and Jiang Yao looked at each other, chuckled, and immediately snatched the remaining rat meat, tearing it into 3 pieces. After the rat was divided up, although each person only ate a bite or 2, the taste of the rat meat brought everyone an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. After everyone had eaten the rat meat, Ning Shu used a knife to cut open several bottles, using the bottoms of the bottles as bowls and seashells as spoons, and distributed seafood soup and roasted coconut meat to everyone. Although the seafood soup was a bit fishy, it was still quite delicious. "My fear of the future isn't as intense anymore," Lin Xianqian remarked with a sigh. "Life in the wilderness isn't as bad as I imagined." Ning Shu smiled and patted Lu Zhu on the shoulder. "Actually, we really have to thank our sports committee member." Jiang Yao smiled and said, "That's right, Xiaozhen never embarrasses me." Tang Xiaohua frowned. "Hey, Xiaozhou is from the same family. Why are you talking like you're one of their own? Ningshu said, you know what? After being stranded on this deserted island, I really feel like we're family. Lin Qianqian nodded. The class monitor is right. Luja has given me a new perspective on boys. Luja asked with some curiosity, what's your opinion? Lin Qianqian smiled and said, boys can be pretty good sometimes too. Jiang Yao asked suspiciously, Qianqian, you don't have feelings for Xiaozhe, do you? Tang Xiaowa said, hey, Qianqian, aren't you a lesbian? Chapter 43, Catching the Little-Tail Fish. Guerrer finally asked the question that everyone was curious about. Is Qianqian actually a lesbian? Lin Qianqian blushed and frowned. No, that's not true. He seemed unsure. I just think girls are cuter. Ningshu had one arm around Jiang Yao and the other around Guerrer. So, who do you think is cuter among the three of us? Oh. Qianqian looked at the three girls. Although they all looked dirty, it couldn't hide the fact that they were all beautiful young women. Lin Qianqian unconsciously swallowed. You're all so cute. By the way, Luja, if it were you, which one would you choose? Only children make choices. Luja chuckled and extended his right hand as if to grasp. Humph, I want them all. You wish. You want them all? You greedy devil. What's that jerk thinking? What's going on in his head? The three girls immediately protested and pounced on Luja, punching and pinching him. Luja quickly covered his head in defense, knowing that the girls weren't really using any force. Having some lighthearted fun with everyone can help alleviate the despair and stress of being on a deserted island. The girls were laughing and joking, making the newly erected tent sway back and forth. Hey, stop right now. The little tent is going to be overturned. Humph. Then go ahead and set it up again. Yeah, who can control you when it comes to that kind of thing? The three girls said this, and they did stop. After they finished, each of them had a flushed face, and their hair was a little messy. She was momentarily stunned, her heart pounding like a deer. Guerrer proudly waved her little fist in front of Luja. Humph, I'll let you off this time, but if you spout nonsense again, you'll be sorry. Jiang Yao blushed and tied her hair back up. Hey, seriously, did you guys encounter anything fun this time? Luja and Ningshu exchanged a glance. There really is. We encountered something strange, but it was too dark at night to see what it was. It looked a bit like a boat. Then, Ningshu told everyone about the boat like things she encountered on the horizon. Jiang Yao said, could it really be a rescue fleet? Tang Xiaowa said worriedly, what if they come to this island, but we're not there? Wouldn't we miss it? Ningshu said, we also send out distress signals on the island. If they are really a rescue team, they will definitely see it when they pass by. Luja continued, if it's just a passing merchant ship or fishing boat, they wouldn't be able to hear us even if we shouted ourselves hoarse from that distance. Lin Qianqian nodded. Luja, what do you plan to do? Luja set an alarm on his wristwatch. I'll get up early tomorrow and go over there to see what's going on. Ningshu said, I'll go with you tomorrow morning. Luja nodded. That's fine. Tonight's dinner finally made everyone feel a little full. Then the girls squeezed into the shelter and started inviting Luja. They were all fellow travelers who had been stranded, and they did not isolate Luja because of the difference between men and women. Luja, come in too. Yes, it's quite cold outside alone. You're like a little heater. With you here, the temperature here will be 2 degrees higher. We have enough firewood today, so don't worry about the fire going out. Besides, you built the shelter, and we'd feel bad if we let you sleep outside. Luja didn't refuse. It's rare for you guys to invite me so sincerely, so I won't stand on ceremony. Several people then used hot sand and seawater to make some thermos flasks and place them around the area. Outside, the sea breeze howled, but inside the shelter, it was warm and cozy, like springtime. Ningshu arranged. To avoid unnecessary awkwardness between the boys and girls, the 4 of us girls will sleep in a row. Luja, you sleep upright. Is that okay? Tang Xiaowa blushed and said, what if I catch a cold tonight? Otherwise, I'll reluctantly let Brother Xiaozhe sleep next to me. Ningshu frowned. You don't have any crazy ideas, do you? The tent is small, but there are other people in there. How could that be? She's just a very innocent person. Jiang Yao rolled her eyes at Tang Xiaowa. Sorry, I didn't see it at all. Lu Zhi knew Tang Xiaoguo wanted to get closer to him, but recalling the exhilarating feeling of that night. Thinking rationally, what he needed most right now was quality sleep, so he refused, saying, "It's warmer here than in yesterday's sandpit, and you're in the middle, so you probably won't get cold. It's fine if we don't bother each other." He then lay down. But even after lying down, Tang Xiaoguo was still restless, touching Lu Zhi's stomach with her icy little feet. Lu Zhi grabbed her arm and said, "What are you doing, Guo? Your hands are so hot. Can you warm them up for me?" Lu Zhi sighed, feigning annoyance, and grabbed both of her feet with one hand. "That's too perfunctory. Take it if you think it's perfunctory. Don't want." After a while, soft, sweet snoring could be heard again in the shelter. The little girls have fallen asleep again. After a while, Lu Zhi also felt sleepy and gradually closed his eyes. Early morning. The watch alarm beeped, and Lu Zhi sat up. June 12th, the third day, stranded on a desert island. The three girls were still sleeping in, but Ning Shu had already left the shelter. He parted the straw and saw Ning Shu roasting coconut meat in front of the fire. "Good morning, class monitor." "You're awake, Lu Zhi." How about roasted coconut for breakfast?" Lu Zhi stretched, his strength having recovered considerably after a night's rest. "What's the problem? We're lucky to have food. You've worked hard." "No problem." He emerged from the shelter and noticed that the tide had receded, and the spot where he had set the trap with Yao Yao Ollie yesterday was now separated from the ocean and had formed a pool of water. Looking into the distance, he found the view much clearer. When you relax again, your vision returns to the level of mild myopia of 200 degrees. What's going on? Upon entering the meditation system, Lu Zhi discovered that the system's data had been updated. Strength, 10. Physical fitness, 11. Physical fitness, 10. Agility, 11. Perception, 11. Checking the system logs, it was found that the check-in was completed at 12 a.m., adding 1 point of awareness. No wonder my eyesight has improved. With a little meditation, my hearing and sense of smell also became more sensitive. I don't know how I completed the check-in. Fortunately, it was completed. Let's see how the traps we set yesterday are going. The mousetrap was unsuccessful. He walked over, picked up Tang Xiaoguo's stocking trap, and was overjoyed. Inside the stockings, there were 20 or 30 small fish, each about an inch long, jumping around. Ning Shu also came over to look. "You caught so many small fish? What did you use as bait?" Lu Zhi took out his socks from inside. "My socks plus Yao Yao's awesome." "What?" Ning Shu's pretty face contorted in shock, her whole body trembling. How can such cute little fish like to eat that kind of thing? Human feces contain a lot of oil, which is a rare nutrient for them. He turned his socks inside out and said, "There's something even more important." Ning Shu saw tiny black sesame-like dots attached to it. "Look, most of the excrement has been soaked in water and dissipated through the gaps in the socks, leaving only the dragon fruit seeds." Using seawater and socks to separate feces and seeds. Ning Shu gagged. "The method is not bad, but what about those fish? What's wrong with the fish? You're not meant to be eaten, are you?" "Of course it's for eating." Ning Shu's eyes widened. "You don't know what they eat." Lu Zhi disagreed. "In fact, many marine creatures feed on the feces of other organisms, including the seafood we eat in the city, which is quite normal." "What's inside its belly?" Lu Zhi knew what Ning Shu was concerned about. "It's very simple. We can use a small blade to cut open its belly, take out the internal organs, and the dirty stuff will come out. It's just that this fish is too small, so it's a bit difficult to remove the internal organs, but if we put our minds to it, we can still do it." As he spoke, Lu Zhi took a small round blade, cut open the belly of a small fish, and carefully used a twig to remove the fish intestines. Then sharpen another twig and thread it through the fish's mouth. Just skewer them like this, and you can grill them. The little fish had lost its internal organs and was pierced, but it was still alive and was still writhing, which made Ning Shu feel a little uncomfortable. "By the way, there are 2 bags of spicy strips left. You can put chili oil on them for a unique flavor." Ning Shu hesitated and whispered, "Okay, but don't tell them what bait you used or how you caught it." "No." There were 30 small fish in total. After removing their internal organs, they were strung together in groups of 6, making a total of 5 strings. After coating it with chili oil and grilling it over a fire, The aroma of grilled fish soon filled the air. The aroma wafted into the shelter, and the three little girls crawled out. It smells like fish. Wow, it smells so good, I want to eat some. Squad leader Luja, where did you guys get these fish? Luja was about to speak when Ningshu pinched his arm and interrupted. Luja caught it on the beach. The food is ready, come out and eat. Luja is amazing. Thank you for your hard work, squad leader. Thank you for your trouble, Luja. On behalf of all the beautiful girls at Shanghai Jiaotong University, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the two of you for your hard work. By the way, what else is there to eat? Ningshu smiled and said, besides spicy strips and grilled fish, we also have grilled coconut meat and crab and seaweed soup. This is the last of our spicy strips. The situation remains serious, but the breakfast was decent. Everyone chatted while eating breakfast. Ningshu asked an important question. Luja, what are your plans for today? Luja glanced at his watch. It was 7:40. I need to go to the other side of the island in a bit to see if that thing on the sea level is still there. Chapter 44. The target, the highest point of the island. The thing that Luja mentioned refers to something that is suspected to be a rescue team or an island. Everyone understands. Ningshu wholeheartedly agreed. Yes, this is very important. If what we saw yesterday was a rescue team, we could have gone home today. Pray. By the way, how many coconuts are left? There are 5 left with water and 11 left without water. Luja pondered for a moment. We still need to find a way to get more fresh water. Chanqian, could you please distill some more fresh water? We also need to gather more supplies, aluminum cans, bottles, the more the better. Lin Chanqian tilted her head and smiled. No problem. What about you, class monitor? Ningshu tasted the last bit of spicy snack oil on the branch. I can't let Luja go there alone. I have to go with him. I'm afraid I won't be able to stay with the sisters at the camp. The girls were indeed worried about Luja going alone. Jiang Yao patted Ningshu on the shoulder. I'm counting on you for Xiaozhe. Luja and Ningshu made some simple preparations, took half a bottle of coconut water and empty backpacks, and once again explored another side of the island. Along the way, they picked up some more supplies. Luja felt that everything he needed should be washed clean and carefully folded and stored away. There is a lot of litter on the unexplored beaches. Bottles, plastic bags, broken fishing nets and ropes, and a single slipper. While picking up the bottles, Ningshu joked, when we get back, we can set up a scrap metal collection station. Does my brother look like a scrap collector? Ningshu took a closer look. The Luja who used to be sunny, handsome, and had abs now looked somewhat dejected and disheveled after these past few days of torment. But his inherent handsomeness still couldn't be hidden. Ningshu teased, it's so similar. You can follow in Brother Sharp's footsteps in the future. Luja nodded. Okay, I'll be the boss, and you'll be the employee. Why should I be an employee? So what do you want to be? The boss's wife. Ningshu gave him a light nudge. Hey, you dare to take advantage of me? I'll pinch you if I don't. Luja quickly pulled his arm back. You're always pinching people. Are you a white goose? Luja, how can you be so infuriating? She said she was angry, but her eyes started to secretly look at Luja. Frankly speaking, Luja is quite handsome, and if you disregard his occasional eccentricities, he would be a good boyfriend candidate. But Guer and Yao Yao are already arguing fiercely, and if I were to get involved, things would probably get chaotic. But she still wanted to ask Luja something she hadn't been able to ask last time. Hey, can I ask you something? Speak. You can't tell that Yao Yao and Guer both have feelings for you, right? Luja nodded frankly. That's right. From childhood to adulthood, many girls have been interested in me. My mother said that I have no other flaws, except that I am popular with women. The fortune teller said that I am destined to be a heartbreaker, a once-in-a-century killer of young girls. Luja. Ningshu looked at him and said sincerely, if you weren't bragging, we could still be friends. Bragging? I'm quite modest. Don't give me that nonsense. Get serious. Ningshu changed to a more serious tone. If you had to choose between Guer and Yao Yao as your girlfriend, who would you choose? Luja smiled and said, does it have to be just one? Can't we have both? He's quite greedy. Ningshu held up her finger. I'm serious, so answer me seriously too. Luja rarely saw the class monitor so serious. What? Is the class monitor even interfering with classmates' dating lives? Are you going to go back and tattle on them to the teacher? Am I that kind of person? Lucia thought for a moment. To be honest, I don't know either. I wanted to say I like both of them, but I was afraid you'd call me a jerk. But actually, Ning Shu said angrily. No. You really like both of them? No, not exactly. Lucia also changed to a serious tone. I like all four of them, including Qian, and also you, class monitor. Ning Shu was a little surprised to hear this. She felt she should be very angry, but she couldn't get angry. Why? She didn't know either. Do you want to have your cake and eat it too? Why? Lucia sighed. I know this isn't good, but the four of you each have your own strengths, your own charm, and your own little flaws. If I have to choose one, I'd rather die. Ning Shu pretended to be angry and said, then go die. Then he muttered, you only give perfunctory answers when I ask you questions. You never tell the truth. Lucia scratched his head. He didn't feel like he was being perfunctory at all. On the contrary, he felt that his answer was quite sincere. The two walked and talked, and before long, they arrived at the same place they had visited the day before. Hey, Lucia, look. Lucia looked at the thing, and sure enough, it was still there. Hasn't it moved at all? It seems a bit closer. It's also possible that the lighting was poor last night. Is it a boat? It doesn't look like it. This time, Lucia saw things more clearly than last night. After a moment of contemplation, I felt as if I were wearing a perfectly matched pair of high-quality glasses. Then, he saw clearly the green top. It's confirmed. It is indeed a small island. Did you see what it was? Ning Shu asked. It's a small island. It's not a rescue ship. No wonder it's lying there motionless. Ning Shu sighed in disappointment. The island is quite far away, so its exact appearance is not visible, and the curvature of the horizon obscures the lower half of the island. To get a clearer view, you need to climb to the highest point of the island you are currently on. He turned around and looked at the dense tropical jungle. Venturing into the jungle is not an easy task. It requires dealing with insects, snakes, and other unexpected emergencies. But it is very necessary to know some information about the island you are on, even if you don't observe that island. For example, where there are rivers, bamboo forests, and suitable fields for planting. Therefore, from any perspective, one must climb to the highest point on the island. Thinking of this, Lucia said to Ning Shu, Squad leader, I want to go into the jungle. Why? I need to get to the highest point on the island. Firstly, so I can see the situation on the other island more clearly. Secondly, it will also help me understand the situation on our island. Ning Shu nodded. Okay, let's go together. Lucia also felt that he couldn't leave Ning Shu here. After thinking for a moment, he said, Yes, let's go into the jungle together. But be very careful. There may be many dangers in the jungle. It's not like we haven't explored the jungle together before. That time we were only on the edge. This time we're going deep into the jungle. The level of danger is different. Ning Shu nodded seriously and said, Don't worry. I will listen to you and be very careful. Lucia nodded and extended his hand. Ning Shu was taken aback. What are you doing? Let me hold your hand, so that we can help each other in case of any emergency. Oh, Ning Shu hesitated for a moment before placing her hand in Lucia's palm. The moment their fingers touched, Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 45, A Huge Misunderstanding. This was a feeling Ning Shu had never experienced before. He was taken aback, his heart pounding. What's going on? I remember the last time we went into the jungle together, we held hands. Why don't I feel the same way now? Could it be that I've fallen for this guy? No way. This is a survival game, not a dating event. Ning Shu blushed as she followed Lucia, stumbling and walking into the jungle, feeling a jumble of emotions. The jungle here is difficult to traverse, and Lucia is extremely careful with every step to ensure his safety. He used a twig to pat the grass in front of him, shooing away the resting poisonous insects and snakes. Along the way through the jungle, Lucia also discovered some good things. He found a shrub with small red fruits on it, and as he held it in his hand, a message came to his mind. Raspberry. Lucia was overjoyed. This is a sweet and sour berry. Although the taste is so-so, it has the effects of quenching thirst, clearing heat, and detoxifying. It is a very good wild fruit. He and Ning Shu picked a small bagful, and each of them ate several. After walking a while further in, trouble struck. Ning Shu suddenly clutched her stomach, feeling an urge to urinate. Damn it! Why couldn't they have come sooner or later? What's wrong, class monitor? Ning Shu smiled awkwardly. I feel like I need to go to the bathroom. Luja looked around and nodded. Let's stay here. I'll turn around. Oh no, that won't work. Why can't it work? Ning Shu blushed and said hesitantly. It's the large one. The larger size? Luja exclaimed in surprise. My God, is the cantaloupe seed finally going to be born? Ning Shu punched Luja. Don't mention seeds. You wait, I'll find a place myself. As he spoke, he looked around for a place with some cover. Luja found a protruding rock, examined it, and found no signs of poisonous snakes or insects. This place is fine. Ning Shu looked at him, then nudged Luja. All right, go away, stay away from me. I'll handle the seeds and stuff myself later. Okay, I'm off then. Hey you, don't go too far. Okay, I'm within your sight. Call me if you need anything. Don't turn around. I'm not that bored. Luja observed the plants nearby, looking for any edible wild vegetables and herbs. After a short while, Ning Shu let out a long breath. Resolved. When I was about to pull up my pants, I discovered a terrible problem. We're doomed. I didn't bring any tissues. What should we do? Hey, Luja. What's wrong? Did you bring tissues? No, Ning Shu said, her voice trembling with tears. Then what am I going to do? Luja's solution was simple and straightforward. Simple. Don't wipe it, just lift it up. Wash it at the beach later. Ning Shu was annoyed. Luja, are you deliberately trying to make me look bad? Luja calmly replied. No, I was referring to the safest, most reasonable, and most scientific method. You can't expect me to go back and get it for you, can you? It's quite far, Ning Shu nodded. I'll figure it out myself. Luja suddenly thought of something and reminded him. Squad leader, I advise you not to think of any other way, and definitely don't use leaves to wipe it. Just pull up your pants and come out immediately. No need for you to trouble yourself. Ning Shu came out, carrying a small plastic bag that was tied very tightly. Done. Luja grabbed her wrist. Did you wipe it off? Ning Shu raised her eyebrows. None of your business. As she spoke, Ning Shu tried to walk inside, but after taking 2 steps, she felt an unbearable itch in the groin area. Why? She wanted to scratch, but was worried that the action would damage her image as a girl. It was extremely uncomfortable to endure. At this moment, Luja noticed. You wiped it with a leaf, didn't you? Ning Shu said. She's a girl. You can't just leave her hanging. I'll just leave her be. Luja said seriously. It's better to let it air out for a while than to get injured. Do you know that when the Japanese army was in Southeast Asia, they used leaves of unknown origin to wipe their butts? Guess what happened? Ning Shu asked, bewildered. What's wrong? Luja made a gun gesture with his fingers and tapped his temple. Bang. He committed suicide. Is this funny? I thought it was poisoned. It's not like I haven't heard similar jokes before, like the dog that tried the mushroom died, the owner vomited, and then it turned out to be run over by a car. Luja asked seriously. Then do you know why they committed suicide? The solemn tone made Ning Shu feel a little flustered. She stammered, why? The itching was unbearable, and I felt like I was dying. Ning Shu shuddered, and thinking about the uncomfortable feeling down there, cold sweat immediately broke out. Which leaf did you use? Ning Shu wanted to go over, but it felt like 100 tiny insects were crawling all over her body. She kept stomping her feet, but she couldn't get rid of it. Luja walked over helplessly and picked up a leaf covered in feces. The message from the leaf came to my mind. New species. Genus nettle. It has fine downy hairs and stings like bees, causing intense pain and itching. Purple-backed snakes have medicinal value. They are pungent, bitter, and cold in nature, and highly poisonous. They are primarily used to treat persistent vomiting. Snake venom can be crushed and applied topically. For the initial stage of urticaria, applying this will make it disappear overnight. It seems that purple leaves can detoxify, but this plant is green and has no medicinal value. The key problem is that even a tiny bit of this stuff applied to the back of the hand causes unbearable pain. It's hard to imagine the kind of suffering Ning Shu would face if she used it on sensitive areas. Ning Shu yelled, Throw it away. It's disgusting. It was clear that Ning Shu was in extreme distress. It wasn't just the physical discomfort. Seeing the class heartthrob holding a leaf smeared with poop made me want to die. After reading the introduction, Luja felt relieved. Although the itching was unbearable, it was fortunate that it wouldn't pose a life-threatening danger. So how do we detoxify? Luja checked the system manual, which provided 3 methods. 1. Wash with plenty of soapy water. That's not possible. 2. Use herbal remedies, artemisia, aster, Hediotis diffusa, mentha, etc. Crush them and apply to the affected area. Now, it's hard to find that many herbs. 3. Emergency treatment methods in the wild. Clean the affected area quickly with urine. Chapter 46. How about we get into a relationship? Half a minute later, Luja handed Ning Shu a bottle of warm water. Here, use this to wash. Ning Shu took the bottle and looked at it. Boss, what's this? Luja said calmly. Don't ask, it's just sterile water. Ning Shu finally understood. Luja patted Ning Shu on the shoulder. There's no other way now. This is the only option. Whether you continue to suffer or take a proactive approach to deal with it, the choice is yours. With that, Luja placed the bottle there and walked away. Ning Shu stared at the bottle with a bitter expression, muttering to herself in a tearful voice. God, why did I have to go through this? You might as well just kill me. I gritted my teeth and started rinsing. The unbearable itching finally subsided. Is it all done? Let's go then. She did not move her feet. Seeing that she hadn't followed, Luja turned around and asked, What's wrong? How about we start dating? Luja turned around and saw Ning Shu still standing there. The usually sunny and straightforward girl seemed rather gentle and shy today. What's wrong with you? Ning Shu sniffed and said with a hint of longing, Can't we just for one day? What? Our relationship has gone beyond friendship, and I can't accept it. Let's just date for one day and break up tomorrow. Luja realized that Ning Shu appeared to be dirty-minded, but was actually a very traditional girl. She cares a lot about going beyond the boundaries of friendship with boys, unless they are her boyfriends. If she still refuses, she may suffer for a long time. Luja, you won't dislike me, will you? Luja smiled and said, We agreed on one day. Okay, one day it is. Then, smiling, she extended her hand. Now we can go together, right, my goddess class monitor? Ning Shu blushed, pursed her lips, nodded vigorously twice, sniffed, stepped forward, and placed her hand in Luja's hand. The island wasn't large, and although the central area was a bit steep, it wasn't very high. The two of them climbed up in half an hour. Looking around, there was indeed no place higher than this. On a ridge over 200 meters high, a large banyan tree grows at one end. Luja took off his shirt, took out a pen, and began to observe and record the island. He didn't bring his diary, so he drew the island's location on his vest instead. Ning Shu looked at Luja's perfect abs and felt inexplicably dizzy. Luja's thoughts were all on the island. Judging by appearance, this island is only about the size of 20 football fields, and it is surrounded by the sea. In the middle are highlands and dense forests, surrounded by beaches and coastlines. There were no lakes, no streams, not even a puddle to be seen. With such a scarcity of fresh water, how can we survive if the rescue team doesn't arrive? This disappointed him somewhat. At this moment, Ning Shu pointed to the west coast. Look, there are so many coconut trees on our island. After observing for a while, Luja analyzed. The ocean current flows from north to south, which will wash the coconuts from the island across the way to this side. They will take root and grow into coconuts on the west side of our island. I see. We'll walk over there in a bit and pick some to take back. Then we'll have fresh water for tomorrow. But what about fresh water after tomorrow? This small island is severely lacking in freshwater resources. The resources were so scarce that they were insufficient to meet the daily needs of 5 people. How about switching to a different island? Once Luja had this idea, he began to observe the small island opposite. The two islands are far apart, and a volcano can be vaguely seen with a bluish-green summit, indicating that it has not erupted for a long time. The island must be very large, at least much larger than the island they are on, because even from the top of the mountain, the bottom part of the island cannot be seen. At this moment, The sun shone brightly on the ground, and the sweltering heat returned. On the beach to the northeast, a wisp of smoke slowly rose into the sky. That's the direction of the camp. Let's rest for a while, we'll go back later, Luja said. Ningxu nodded. Okay. The two of them leaned against the banyan tree together. Looking at the nearby beach, the distant waves, and the small island on the other side of the sea, both of them were filled with countless thoughts. Luja, what do you think we should do if the rescue team never finds us? Luja thought for a moment. Survive. I believe that fishing boats will eventually pass by here. Will it take a long time? Luja pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know. Ningxu sighed and looked at the sea for a while longer. Let's give this island a name. Luja's heart skipped a beat. That's a good idea. Ningxu thought for a moment. Since the five of us ended up here together, how about we call it Five People Island? Luja shook his head. It sounds like a mooncake. It would be better to call it Egg Yolk Lotus Seed Paste Island or Rose Red Bean Paste Island. Both would taste better than Five Nuts. Uffed. Ningxu couldn't help but laugh again and lightly punched him. Be serious. That's pretty serious. Ningxu thought for a moment. But Five Nut does look quite like a mooncake, doesn't it? And this island's shape is a bit like a goose egg, so it's called Egg Yolk Island. And that one over there. There's a volcano, let's call it Volcano Island. Okay. Then, she took out 2 wild strawberries and handed one to Luja. Ningxu said happily. Come on, let's toast to the day when we can return to our motherland and our school together. Luja thought it was a bit naive, but considering that a positive and optimistic attitude is also an essential element for survival in the wild, he decided to cooperate. Come on, you'll never fail a course again after you go back. Ha. The two touched the small berries together and then popped them into their mouths. Then, they looked at each other and burst out laughing without realizing it. Ningxu laughed and said, I feel like we're so silly. It's you. I'm much more normal now. You're so annoying. Ningxu pinched Luja lightly again. Are you a white goose? Why are you pinching me again? You think I'm stubborn with everyone? Ningxu smirked smugly. I only stubborn with people I'm close to. I don't even want to touch people I'm not close to. So, I'm quite honored. Of course. Before they knew it, the two of them were quite close, their faces almost touching, and they both felt a little shy and embarrassed. They all adjusted their sitting postures. Ningxu brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, looked at the clouds in the sky, and said softly, How about we kiss? What? Luja was somewhat surprised, thinking he had misheard. Ningxu blushed and looked up. No matter what, we've been boyfriend and girlfriend for a day. Since we're going to break up soon, why not do something that boyfriends and girlfriends should do now, so that our time together won't have been in vain? That makes some sense, but... Upon hearing but, Ningxu immediately straightened her face and held up one finger. Let me tell you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You won't get another chance like this. That's quite a precious opportunity. Stop with the nonsense. Just one question. Are you going to kiss me or not? If you're going to be close, you might as well be close. Come on. Come on. The two closed their eyes, leaned forward, and their lips touched lightly. It was as light as a dragonfly touching the water, so light it couldn't be lighter. But it made Luja feel a little flutter in his heart. At that very moment, Luja felt Ningxu tremble. What's wrong with you? No, it's nothing. It's just that it was my first kiss. I was a little excited. Me too. Stop pretending. I saw you kiss Qianqian and Guer. Qianqian saved him, but Guer's situation was purely an accident. Hearing Luja's sophistry, Ningxu was not angry at all. Instead, she smiled and said, Then you're right. None of them count. This is your first kiss in the true sense. Okay, Zhiji's exclusive certification. Ningxu smiled slightly. Do you know Luja? I've read so many romance novels, and I really want to have a relationship in college. But I haven't found the right one yet, and today. She exhaled, tears welling in her eyes, but a warm smile spread across her face. I, Ningxu, am now complete. After saying that, Ningxu stood up, spread her arms wide, faced the wind, and shouted at the top of her lungs, Yo-ho! The sweet shouts were carried away by the wind and waves, but they did not take away the sadness and troubles. At this moment, Luja was genuinely tempted. Chapter 47 Discovery of New Victim Information. Ningshu's frankness made Lu Zhi's heart flutter for the first time. But he understood that playing house was fine, but in the current situation, a real romantic relationship was absolutely out of the question. It would delay their survival and also affect the relationship between the girls. Now, nothing is more precious than working together. Ningshu got tired of shouting and sat down next to Lu Zhi. "Can I lean against you for a bit?" As she spoke, she unceremoniously put her arm around Lu Zhi's arm, leaned on his shoulder, and fell asleep in no time. It was a bit windy at the top of the mountain, and Lu Zhi, worried that she would catch a cold, held her in his arms. A slight smile curved her lips, as if she were having a sweet dream. Lu Zhi smiled, guessing she was asleep, and gently kissed her hair. After a while, he got a little tired, leaned against the tree, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. When they woke up, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and the sun was already setting. "It's time to go back. I'm so hungry. I wonder if Qianqian and the others have prepared any food. We still have berries here." Ningshu grabbed a few and ate them. "Let the other friends try the rest. They haven't had any yet. This isn't anything special. It's nowhere near as good as the fruit in the city. By the way, Lu Zhi, we've got the seeds. When can we plant the fruit?" Lu Zhi shook his head. "We haven't found a stable freshwater resource, nor have we found a suitable planting site. These conditions must be met before we can plant it." "Oh," Ningshu sighed regretfully. "If we plant them, how long will it take to harvest the fruit?" Lu Zhi stood up. "Strawberries take no less than 4 months. Cantaloupes usually take less than 4 months, or even 2.5 months if things go smoothly. Watermelons take about 5 or 6 months. That takes so long. Yes, it's not easy to survive on a deserted island, let alone live a quality life. We must prepare for the worst." Ningshu nodded. "It seems that for the first few months, we can only satisfy our cravings with berries and coconut meat." As he spoke, he popped another wild strawberry into his mouth. Lu Zhi smiled and said, "Don't worry, everything will be all right. Let's go back. Let's go down the same way we came, and then walk back to the campsite from the other side. And pick some more coconuts while you're at it." "Absolutely. We're completely reliant on coconuts now." The two returned to the spot where they first observed the island, and then walked along the beach in another direction. Following this route back to the campsite completes a loop around the island. This is a good opportunity to record all the information about the island. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the two walked into the coconut grove. It's called a coconut grove, but there are only 20 or 30 coconut trees. But this is already something to be encouraged about. Don't rush to get the coconuts from the tree. Just pick up the ones on the ground. You'll find 8 ripe coconuts. The water in these coconuts might not taste good, but the coconut meat inside is even more delicious. If you want to drink water, you have to get a green coconut. I can't take any more than that." Lu Zhi put them all into his school bag in plastic bags. Besides coconuts, there were also some plastic bottles stranded here. On a deserted island, bottles are essential supplies, and the more the better. Ningshu and Lu Zhi picked out the clean ones. Suddenly, Ningshu noticed a bottle, picked it up and looked at it. "Strange, how did our message in a bottle drift here?" Lu Zhi took it and looked at it. The bottle has a clean red cap, and the label has been torn off. That's right, one of the 3 message bottles they prepared was like this. Could it be that the message in a bottle that Lin Qianqian threw away during the low tide has traveled halfway around and ended up on this side of the island? Lu Zhi muttered to himself. "It doesn't make sense." Ningshu said with certainty, "I was the one who tore off the trademark." Lu Zhi nodded. "Then let's take them back and throw another batch at a different time." "Okay." The 2 men carried a large amount of coconuts and bottles and hurried back to the camp, finally returning before dark. Lin Qianqian, Tang Xiaohua, and Zhang Yao were all extremely anxious. When they saw them return, they wished they could rush over to them. "You've been gone for too long. We were all worried sick." "Yes, we thought you had encountered a sea monster that had kidnapped you." "Wow, where did you get so many coconuts again?" Lu Zhi took off his vest and showed everyone the island map he had drawn. Ningshu then told everyone what she had seen and heard along the way, mainly focusing on that small island. Of course, Ningshu kept quiet about going to the toilet, injuring her anus, and spending a day as boyfriend and girlfriend with Lu Zhi. Then, Ning Shu took out a message in a bottle. We really are destined to meet. We found a message in a bottle that you threw in. Lin Xianxian was taken aback. How could that be? We threw it several times, and it always came right back. We were just about to discuss with you about throwing it at a different time. What? It wasn't thrown out. Tang Xiao shrugged. Yeah. Jiang Yao took out 3 message bottles. I'm not kidding you. All 3 of our message bottles are here. This is the 4th one. What happened? There are 2 that are exactly the same. Suddenly, they all realized something terrifying upon closer inspection. There is a message in a bottle. It's not ours. Could it be? Was it another victim? Open it and take a look. The bottles look the same on the outside, but the contents inside are different. Ning Shu took another look and suddenly realized. TSK, it really is different. We used pages torn from my diary, but this one uses tissue paper. Luja nodded. This is not the same message in a bottle as ours. It's just a coincidence that we used the same bottle. Ning Shu immediately tensed up. Then, are they people who, like us, were stranded on a desert island? I'm afraid that's the case. Open it and take a look. Luja unscrewed the cap, reached in with the branch, and carefully pulled out the tissue. The moment it unfolded, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. A whole page was filled with writings in both Chinese and English. SOS. I am a survivor of CZ-125 China-Australia flight. They have now been stranded on a small island in the Pacific Ocean. The island is roughly located between the Philippines and Indonesia, though I'm not entirely sure. It's quite large, with a volcano, bamboo forests, and banana trees. I'm the only survivor, and there's not much food left. I don't know how much longer I can last. We implore the kind person who found the bottle to deliver this letter to the Chinese embassy as soon as possible or send someone to rescue it. I am extremely grateful. The signature reads, Ruan Bing, flight attendant on flight CZ-125. Ning Shu exclaimed, Holy crap, they really are victims. Just like us. Hey Luja, didn't you say only the first-class cabin had a hole? Yes. Luja thought for a moment. But who else is in first class besides us? The girls looked at each other, and Xianxian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. That pretty flight attendant in black stockings. Chapter 48 Moving Plan. Jiang Yao suggested a guess. Could it be that the flight attendant is on an island with us? Ning Shu shook her head. That shouldn't be the case. We've walked around and haven't seen any signs of human life. Luja looked at the information on the tissue. Didn't it say that there's a volcano on the island? But where is the volcano on our island? Ning Shu nodded. That's true. Luja thought for a moment and said, Remember? The coconuts here most likely drifted over from that island with the ocean currents. So the message in a bottle most likely drifted over from that island as well. The girls looked at each other. I never expected that there would be other survivors besides us. Being stranded on a desert island is even worse than what we've experienced. But she has food, so she's in a much better position than us. We can only survive by eating snakes. Ning Shu thought for a moment. Luja, what are your thoughts on this? Luja had actually been thinking about a question. That means moving. After all, the island they were on was extremely poor in supplies, while according to the flight attendant's description, the island on the other side had much more abundant supplies. Luja said in a deep voice, Today, the squad leader and I climbed to the highest point of the island and observed the island we are on. We found that freshwater resources are extremely scarce. Let alone planting, there is far from enough for daily drinking. Tang Xiao said, Hey, didn't they say there are several coconut trees on this island? The coconuts on those coconut trees will only last us for 2 weeks at most. What about after that? Relying solely on distilled water? That's unrealistic. The 4 girls were also very worried. They understood that although they were doing well for the time being, once the freshwater resources ran out, everyone would face the danger of dying of thirst. Jiang Yao said, So you mean, you want to go to that island? Although it's troublesome, in order to survive, we have to consider moving to a place with a continuous supply of fresh water. Tang Xiao asked suspiciously, Are you sure you just think the flight attendant is pretty? Lin Xianxian hurriedly explained, No. Tang Xiao frowned. I'm talking about Luja. Ning Shu said, All right, from a survival perspective, Luja's judgment is correct. There's no way to survive here for long. so we should definitely consider moving. That island is much bigger than this one, and there might be lakes or small rivers there. Jiang Yao gently scratched her neck. I can't wait to go somewhere with unlimited fresh water so I can take a bath. I feel like I'm going to stink to death. But the problem is, what if the rescue team comes and can't find us once we leave this island? Luja thought for a moment. We can leave a message at the camp here so that the rescue team can find us. Tang Xiaohua blinked. In that case, shall we set off tonight or tomorrow? Lin Qianqian sighed. We don't have a boat yet. Jiang Yao also looked helpless. Let alone a boat. We don't even have a swimming ring. Ning Shu finally looked at Lu Jia. Hey buddy, what's your plan? After pondering for a long time, Lu Jia revealed his plan. I plan to build a sturdy raft and oars within the next 5 days, prepare fresh water and food, and bring all necessary supplies. Within 7 days, I will row against the ocean current to the volcanic island. It's so far, can you row there? Lu Jia sighed. If we can't paddle, we'll just have to come back and wait to die. Xiao Ning and I have searched all around, and this is the only island we've seen nearby. It's our only chance to survive. What do you all think? I'd like to hear your opinions. Ning Shu was the first to raise her hand. I agree with Lu Jia. Lin Qianqian also raised her hand. Me too. After all, the flight attendant was very nice and even made coffee for us, although she wasn't very skilled at it. Jiang Yao also raised her hand. I long for days with fresh water. We're going to get salted like fish if we keep cleaning with seawater. Finally, everyone looked at Tang Xiaohua. Tang Xiaohua looked bewildered. I have no objection. We'll go wherever everyone says. Just don't leave me behind. She gently comforted him. Gui is so cute. How could anyone abandon you? With the future plans finalized, everyone started getting hungry again. Jiang Yao roasted some coconut meat. Tang Xiaohua cooked some crab and kelp soup, and Lin Qianqian went beachcombing and collected some mussels and razor clams. It wasn't enough to fill me up, but it did manage to ward off the hunger. Tang Xiaohua sighed. Eating roasted coconut meat every meal was okay at first, but now the smell makes me nauseous. We can't keep eating this stuff forever, can we? Lu Jia shook his head. No, it won't happen. If we go to the volcanic island and find a suitable place to plant the cantaloupe seeds we got today, we can eat cantaloupe in 2 or 3 months. Jiang Yao asked. Class monitor, did you finish that task? Ning Shu smiled sheepishly. Although there were some minor issues along the way, everything went relatively smoothly. Now we have seeds for cantaloupe, watermelon, and strawberry. Tang Xiaohua said. Speaking of which, Qianqian, you're the only one who hasn't finished yet. Yeah, Qianqian. It seems like you're the only one who hasn't pooped since we were stranded on this deserted island. Could it be constipation? No. Lin Qianqian's face immediately turned red. You don't need to worry about this, right? Ning Shu smiled and said, all right. All we're worried about is the passion fruit seeds. It was already evening of the 3rd day that we had been stranded on the desert island. Qianqian hasn't gone to the toilet yet. It could be constipation, or it could be physical discomfort caused by being stranded on a desert island. It might be fine by tomorrow, so no one really cares. Everyone, get some rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll gather supplies and build rafts to begin the relocation plan. That evening, everyone went into the shelter very early. Lu Jia set his watch alarm to 11:55 p.m. and then closed his eyes. He needs to determine the specific method of signing in. Beep, beep, beep. The watch alarm wasn't very loud, but it still woke Lu Jia up. Lu Jia sat up, rubbing his sleepy eyes. In the darkness, I couldn't see the sleeping positions of the girls, but I felt as if someone's feet were resting on my stomach, the touch soft and delicate. Lu Jia carefully grasped the ankle, gently picked it up, and placed it aside, as if afraid of disturbing her dream. I took the opportunity to get up and relieve myself. He emerged from the shelter, the firelight leaping in the darkness, illuminating the surrounding trees and shadows on the ground. The dancing flames seemed to bring the desolate island to life. The sky was filled with an unbelievable number of stars. Lu Jia had never seen so many stars in the city. Lu Jia, Ning Shu's languid voice. Where are you going? Going to the toilet. Wait for me. Let's go together. You, Lu Jia smiled wryly. This was the first time in his life that a girl had invited him to go to the bathroom together. No way. They're all sleeping so soundly. I'm too lazy to ask them to keep me company, and I'm a little scared to go by myself. So let's go together. As she spoke, Ningshu had already crawled out of the shelter. Under the moonlight, her thick, messy hair and languid eyes made Ningshu's already pretty and refreshing face even more beautiful. At that moment, Luja's heart skipped a beat again. Hey, what are you looking at? Look at you. Don't look at me. I must look awful right now. No, it's quite beautiful. Luja wasn't just being perfunctory. He genuinely thought so. Ningshu smiled and nudged Luja's arm. Let's go. The two walked to the edge of the jungle about 20 meters from the campsite and tacitly maintained a distance of about 3 meters. Luja faced a small tree, and Ningshu also squatted down. Chapter 49, Everyone Gets Busy. Enjoying the tranquility of the night, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Splash. There was no deliberate avoidance or coyness, nor excessive shyness or restraint. They were just like an old married couple who had been together for many years. Hey Luja, look at all the stars tonight. I've never seen so many stars back in my rural hometown. Yes, with stars, you can find your way without a compass. Hey, you straight man, at a time like this, can't you think of something elegant and romantic? Going to the bathroom with the class monitor, isn't that romantic enough? If I told my roommates this, they'd be green with envy. Haha, this is my first time hanging out with a guy too. Hey, is it still itchy down there? It still happens occasionally, but it's much better now. Next time, never use anything from an unknown source. Don't worry, I will never let a single leaf get near but in my entire life. As she spoke, Ningshu stood up, and Luja also straightened his shorts. Luja checked his watch. It was already 12:03 a.m. On the fourth day of being stranded on the desert island, no sign and message came. What exactly happened yesterday to trigger the check-in information? The two of them slowly walked towards the camp. Luja, we're breaking up today, and to be honest, I'm a little reluctant. Luja continued walking forward, but Ningshu had already stopped. Luja also stopped, turned around, and looked back. Under the moonlight, Ningshu's eyes seemed a little red. If one day you marry Yao Yao or Guo, please don't forget me, okay? Luja smiled and said, No, that won't happen. Ningshu nodded, then walked over, suddenly quickened her pace, and threw herself into Luja's arms. Luja felt that she was hugging him very tightly. But he didn't struggle. Instead, he gently embraced Ningshu and lightly kissed her forehead. But just then, the system's voice rang in Luja's mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed your daily check-in. Strength +1. You have checked in for 4 consecutive days. Let's look at the system panel again. Strength, 11. Physical fitness, 11. Physical fitness, 10. Agility, 11. Perception, 11. After a moment of meditation, I felt a significant increase in my strength. That feeling reminded him of last year, right after the college entrance exam, when he had been working out intensely at the gym for a month and was in great shape. Luja was somewhat bewildered. What did I do again? However, he seemed to have a premonition. On the first day of check-in, I performed artificial respiration on Qianqian. When our lips touched, I gained 1 point of energy. The next day, he checked in and stayed up all night with Jiang Yao. In the early morning, Jiang Yao leaned against him, and he kissed her forehead by the moonlight, adding 1 point to his agility. On the third day of checking in, I held Guer's little feet while sleeping, and inexplicably gained 1 point of perception in the middle of the night. In the early hours of the fourth day, which is now, as Ningshu hugged him, he gently kissed her forehead and added a little more pressure. Could it be? Will interacting with teammates trigger a check-in? Luja decided to be more careful tomorrow. Thank you, Luja. Ningshu pushed Luja away and sniffed. It's quite cold outside. Let's go back to sleep. Luja nodded. Okay. I slept until the alarm clock rang. Luja stretched and woke everyone up, then ran to the seaside to wash his face. The sky was beginning to lighten, but a chill still lingered in the air. There was still no sign of the rescue team. Today is June 13th, the 4th day I've been stranded on a desert island. Several girls got up as well. Students, you can't work efficiently without enough physical strength, so the first thing is to cook. They went to check the traps, but none of the 3 traps had caught any rats. and the snake's internal organs were already rotting and stinking. Fortunately, Guerre's stockings caught more than 20 small fish. With these small fish, grilled coconut meat, coconut juice, and the last 5 spicy snacks, everyone ate a not-so-sumptuous breakfast. Next, Luja began to assign tasks. Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao both had leg injuries and could not walk long distances, so Luja arranged campsites for them. Guerre continued distilling fresh water. Huh, Tang Xiaohua said helplessly. It's this boring thing again. Guerre, fresh water is an indispensable resource on a deserted island, and distilled water has a function that coconut juice cannot match, so your mission is very important. Tang Xiaohua nodded. I see. Okay then. Yao Yao, I'll be cutting down some banana leaves and tree bark in a bit. I need you to help me make ropes to tie up the raft. Also, you and Guerre will have to prepare lunch. Jiang Yao thought for a moment. Making ropes is no problem, but lunch, it seems we have no other food besides coconuts. That's right. Luja continued. Squad leader Qianqian, you two need to take backpacks and plastic bags and head to the coconut grove on the west coast to continue collecting supplies. Whether it's bottles, torn clothes, slippers, coconuts, or seafood, collect as much as you can. But remember, don't risk reaching for coconuts that are too tall, lest you fall and get injured. Don't take too much at once. You can make several trips. Once we got the food, we gave it to Guerre and Yao Yao so they could make lunch. Ning Shu gave an okay sign. Lin Qianqian asked, No problem. Luja, aren't you coming with us? Luja shook his head. I need to cut down as many trees as possible, use the bark to make ropes, and use the trunks to make the main body of the raft. I can't travel with you. Ning Shu looked at Luja with some worry and concern. Hey, are you going to go into the woods by yourself? Luja nodded. There's no other way. But there's a woodland to the southwest of the camp. I've observed that there are some tree trunks of suitable thickness there, and it's not too far away. Lin Qianqian nodded and said, Luja, be careful. Luja handed his watch to Ning Shu. Everyone be careful. At noon, Yao Yao will blow the spoon, and we'll meet here. Ning Shu took Luja's watch and put it on her wrist. Okay, everyone come back safely by noon. Okay, everyone split up. Luja searched around but couldn't find any herbs, so he carried his stone axe to the banana tree. To be precise, it's a clump of trees. Each long leaf can be pulled into hundreds of fibers, twisted into dozens of thin ropes, the tissue removed, dried, and twisted together to make hemp rope comparable to nylon rope. Luja cut down the clump of banana plants without much effort. Then, he pulled out a few fibers and tied the clump of abaca 3 times, at the top, middle, and bottom. They carried it back to the camp and handed it over to Jiang Yao. Wear plastic bags over your hands when handling the process, and try to avoid using your hands directly. Clear. Then Luja went into the woods and started cutting down trees. Chapter 50, Are You Little Lily? Luja arrived in the jungle and needed to find a tree trunk as thick as a girl's calf, then chop it down with a stone axe, cut off the branches, and turn it into a log. This is a tedious and arduous job. Fortunately, his physical fitness and strength have improved significantly. This is something girls can't do. They probably can't even swing a stone axe. With the system's support, Luja would chop for a while, then rest for a while. He dared not chop too hard, for fear of damaging the stone axe. This stone axe is their most important survival tool at this stage. Therefore, Luja's logging efficiency was not very high. He spent the whole morning logging and obtained 13 tree sections that were 5 meters long. Then they carried the tree segments one by one to the camp. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua were dumbfounded. Wow, deskmate, what did you eat to grow up like that? You're so strong. Tang Xiaohua nodded. Born in the year of the elephant, haha. Luja threw the last one on the ground and wiped his sweat. Hee, I belong to Tang Xiaohua. People are praising you, but you're making fun of them. Whether it's a joke or not. Can you please not spread your legs when you're working? What's wrong? Hey lady, you're wearing my shorts. Don't you realize you're showing too much skin? Tang Xiaohua looked down and exclaimed, Ugh, how annoying. Quickly changed to a more ladle-like pose. Jiang Yao sighed softly. Sigh. I've reminded you several times before, but who knows if it was intentional or not. He shook his head and continued pulling the rope. Lu Zhi had no time to pay attention to Tang Xiao's little thoughts. By the way, have the class monitor and Qian returned yet? Jiang Yao said. They came back 3 times this morning, each time bringing a lot of things. Now, they should be back by now. Or, what time is it? Tang Xiao glanced at her watch. It's exactly 12 o'clock. Just as Lu Zhi was worrying that something might happen, he saw Ning Shu and Lin Qian return carrying a large tarpaulin. It turned out that they had found a large tarpaulin somewhere and used it as a stretcher, on which were placed more than a dozen coconuts, mineral water bottles, and some household garbage that had drifted onto the island. Lu Zhi smiled approvingly. Not bad. Whose idea was that? Ning Shu proudly hugged Qian. The tarpaulin I found was Qian's idea. Her delicate face flushed slightly, as if she were lost in a fog. Ning Shu urged, "Oh, stop talking. Hurry up and open a coconut, it's so hot." The 2 girls were exhausted, so they sat down in the shade and kept fanning their necks. Their faces were flushed, they were drenched in sweat, their hair was stuck to their foreheads, and they were panting heavily. A unique landscape. Lu Zhi used an axe to chop open several coconuts, then used long grass stalks as straws to insert into the coconuts, and gave one to each person. Let me report on the work progress. I've cut down 1 abaca tree and 13 round logs. Jiang Yao shook the rope in her hand, 45 hemp ropes. Tang Xiao shook the bottle in her hand, 1 bottle of distilled water from hot water distillation, and half a bottle of naturally sun-dried distilled water. I'm cooking seafood soup now. Ning Shu put her hands on her hips and looked at the ground. The things we used, we found 35 mineral water bottles, 2 pieces of tattered clothing, 3 slippers, and a tattered tarpaulin about the size of a bed sheet. Lin Qian added, as for food, there are 21 coconuts, 37 mussels, 1 conch, 2 sea urchins, and some seaweed. That's pretty good, everyone. Lu Zhi nodded, then looked at the bright sun. The afternoon sun is too strong, and the collection work will consume more water, which is not worth it. After we finish eating, let's rest for a while and do some simple work at the camp. We can do the heavy work when the sun is not so hot. Qian wholeheartedly agreed. Yes, I didn't feel too tired the first time I came back, but the last time I felt like I was about to die from the sun. The last time I was this tired was during military training. Ning Shu chuckled. Compared to this, military training is child's play. Drink more water. Lu Zhi then used a stone axe to split open a few more coconuts, and each person received 1. After lunch, the group of people hid under the shelter to escape the heat and chatted. After resting for a while, Lu Zhi felt that his strength had recovered considerably. I should find something else to do. There isn't enough wood yet. The raft made of 13 logs only has enough buoyancy to support 1 person. To make the raft sturdy, stable, and able to safely carry the weight of 5 people, more wood is needed. He had cut down almost all the suitable saplings near the camp, so he considered going deeper into the woods to find more trees or bamboo groves. Everyone stay at the camp. I'm going to explore the jungle. Going to act alone again? Lu Zhi looked around and said, there's no suitable wood around. If we want to make a bamboo raft, we'll have to find other woodlands. No, it's too dangerous for you to go into the jungle alone. If you insist on going, I'll go with you. As Ning Shu spoke, she stood up again, but immediately, that annoying itching returned. So I grabbed a tissue and ran behind a tree to relieve the itch. Lin Qian said, Lu Zhi, the class monitor doesn't seem to be able to go. I'll go with you. Lu Zhi waved his hand. No need, I can manage on my own. No, we can't go deep into the forest alone. Ning Shu's voice came from behind the tree. Also, here's your watch. Lin Qian picked up the notebook. Lu Zhi, don't worry, I won't hold you back. Also, I'd like to learn some survival skills from you and do more for my companions. Lu Zhi thought about it and realized it made sense. The female students were all willing to go out with him alone, which clearly showed that they trusted him completely. How could I betray their trust? Okay, but there's one thing. Which point? In the jungle, you have to listen to me in everything. You can't touch any plants you don't recognize, and you definitely can't use any leaves you don't recognize as tissues to wipe your bottom, understand? Lin Qian blushed and said, who would do that? Lu Zhi smiled nonchalantly. Nobody's here. Just reminding you. Lu Zhi emptied his backpack, brought 2 tissues with him, and walked into the woods with Lin Qianqian. Luja, are we mainly looking for suitable tree trunks this time? Luja nodded. The trunk is important, but other supplies are equally important. Remember these types of leaves. He picked up the notebook and, following the system manual in his mind, drew several kinds of leaves. What kind of leaves are these? These are sweet potato leaves, these are cassava leaves, and these are potato leaves. Root vegetables not only provide a lot of carbohydrates, but also a feeling of fullness. They can be transplanted and planted near the camp. Be sure to tell Lin Qianqian when you see them and write them down quickly. Lin Qianqian thought, I didn't expect to learn so much in the wild. Don't worry, I'll pay attention. Anything else? There are also wild vegetables such as Houtuinia cordata and purslane, as well as berries such as raspberry, and black nightshade. These are all very important foods. It seems there are quite a lot of things to eat in the wild. But it's not easy to find them. 99% of the plants in the jungle are not suitable for human consumption. Learn. The two walked and talked. Lin Qianqian was also a top student with a strong desire to learn. No matter what Luja said, she would be very curious and then carefully write it down in her notebook. This gave Luja a small sense of accomplishment. He secretly thought to himself, what a lovely girl. How wonderful it would be if she weren't a lesbian. He had some doubts about Lin Qianqian. Was she actually a lesbian? Why not take this opportunity to ask? Chapter 51, The Embarrassment of Not Having Toilet Paper. Hey, Qianqian, I have a question for you. It might be a bit abrupt, but I hope you don't mind. Okay. Lin Qianqian pursed her lips and smiled. It's an honor that a great survival expert like myself would ask me. But my survival knowledge is lacking, and I can't answer many of the questions. It's not about survival. What is that? Do you have a crush on a guy? Huh? Lin Qianqian asked curiously. Why are you suddenly asking me this question? I was just asking. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Lin Qianqian glanced at Lu Jia, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. You could say that. So, you're not a lesbian? Lin Qianqian blushed, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, I like girls too. Is that bisexuality? Don't use those kinds of words. It makes me sound like I'm not normal. Lu Jia smiled wryly. This was a bit abnormal to begin with. However, everyone has their own little secrets. If someone tells you without hesitation, it's a sign of their trust in you. There's no need to look at others with prejudice. Lu Jia nodded. Understood. Just then, a refreshing fragrance wafted over, and the two were inevitably drawn to the scent of the flowers. Following the scent, one could see small white, pink, and purple flowers growing among several clumps of bushes. It looks a bit like a dandelion, but its fragrance is much stronger. Lu Jia didn't know what kind of flower it was, so he quickly warned, be careful. Lin Qianqian was so frightened that she dared not move. Lu Jia didn't know the different kinds of flowers, he only knew after touching them. He carefully reached out and touched the petals, and information about this flower came to his mind. Aster flower, Aster genus of the Asteraceae family. Followed by a long list of related information. Lu Jia skipped over it and looked at what was behind him. Toxicity, non-toxic. Pharmacology, 1. Can prevent wind cold and relieve colds. Expectorant and antitussive effects. 2. Relieves itching and has antibacterial effects. Lu Jia felt relieved. It seems that this flower not only has a fragrance, but is also a good traditional Chinese medicine that can help Ning Shu relieve her symptoms. Since his hand had already been extended, it would seem strange to simply pull it back, so he casually picked the flower. He smelled it and then handed it to Lin Qianqian. Don't worry, this is aster flower. It smells very good, and it's also a good traditional Chinese medicine for antibacterial and antipyretic purposes. His original intention was for Lin Qianqian to write down the flower in a notebook. However, this time, it didn't happen. Lin Qianqian blinked her big eyes at Lu Jia and timidly said, Thank you, Lu Jia. Then, blushing, she took the flower, smelled it, and then pinned it to her chest. Lu Jia was a little confused. This can't be. There must be a misunderstanding. But telling the truth at this point would be too embarrassing for the girl. Lu Jia thought about it and decided not to explain. He took out a plastic bag. Let's put some back. Lin Qianqian nodded, pursed her lips, and said happily, It can decorate the campsite and make our home smell nice too. Our home. Lu Zhi felt a warmth in his heart for no reason. Not a bad idea. The two picked some aster flowers, and after walking for a while, they found some wild mint, which also has the effect of repelling mosquitoes and relieving itching. They picked some leaves and put them in a bag. After walking a few hundred meters further, Lin Xianxian finally discovered the important supplies that Lu Zhi had been searching for recently. A few sweet potato seedlings. In an inconspicuous shrub, because it was shaded from the sun and had a lot of nutrients taken away by the surrounding plants, it did not grow very well. This filled Lu Zhi with immense joy. Lin Xianxian happily said, "Let's dig it out quickly. Be careful, give me a card. I'm handing over the reins of the economy to you." Lin Xianxian smiled and handed a black bank card to Lu Zhi. Lu Zhi knew that Xianxian's family was very wealthy, and there were millions of dollars in this one card, but it was ironic that it was being used to dig dirt. He carefully cut the weeds beside him, then slowly dug with his bank card. "Lu Zhi, there's no need to be so careful. Even if it's slightly damaged, it won't affect the food. I'm not afraid of ruining the sweet potatoes, but I'm afraid of ruining the stems and leaves." You mean you're going to take the whole plant back with you?" "That's right. The sunlight here is blocked by other plants. We need to find it a new place so it can grow bigger sweet potatoes." It took Lu Zhi several hours to finally dig out the entire plant. 7 small sweet potato tubers grew on the root, the largest being the size of a fist, and the smallest smaller than an egg. He found a large plastic bag and wrapped the entire vine inside, leaving some soil around it to prevent it from drying out and wilting. Despite Lu Zhi's considerable care, some leaves were still knocked off. "It's flowing water? And it's white." Lu Zhi picked up a leaf. Many plants will ooze white sap when they are damaged, and some of them contain toxins. Sweet potatoes do too. Their roots, stems, and leaves all contain a lot of white sap. But this sap is not only non-toxic, but also contains a lot of vitamins, and it can even treat constipation. Upon hearing the word constipation, Lin Xianxian blushed and exclaimed, "Huh." Lu Zhi put a sweet potato leaf in his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it. Then he handed another leaf to Lin Xianxian. "How about it? Want one?" Lin Xianxian hesitated for a moment, then took it and ate a small bite. "It doesn't taste very good. We don't have any seasonings, but if we did, cold sweet potato leaves would be a great cold dish." "Oh." Lin Xianxian quickly wrote it down. Although they still haven't found a water source on this trip, this sweet potato vine is an extremely valuable resource. During the Ming Dynasty, a single person stole a sweet potato vine from Southeast Asia, saving tens of thousands of people. The harvest was quite good. Lu Zhi glanced at his watch. It was almost 5 o'clock. If they didn't get back to camp soon, it would be dark. He then quickly took Lin Xianxian and headed back. At 5:30, the two returned to the camp. Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao were still twisting ropes and distilling fresh water, but Ning Shu was not at the camp. "Where did the class monitor go again?" Jiang Yao shrugged. "I'm not sure. I've run into the woods many times today." Tang Xiaohua added. "She won't tell me even if I ask her." Lu Zhi nodded. "Lin Xianxian, you organize the supplies. I'll go take a look." Following the advice in the survival manual, Lu Zhi split open a coconut, crushed the aster and mint leaves, and mixed them with coconut juice to make an anti-itch and anti-allergy herbal remedy, which he prepared to take to Ning Shu to relieve her itching. Turning around the woods, we indeed saw Ning Shu scratching and clawing there. Despite looking disheveled, she immediately adopted a ladylike demeanor upon seeing Lu Zhi, frowning as she said, "Hey, you didn't even say you were coming." "Okay, I'll blow the whistle next time." "Forget the whistle. What are you doing here? Look at you." Ning Shu was a little unhappy that her embarrassing appearance had been seen. "Do you like seeing me make a fool of myself?" "Don't say that. I'm here to help you." "Help me." Ning Shu immediately pictured Lu Zhi scratching her. Normally, it would be more comfortable for someone else to do it than for her to do it herself, but for such an innocent young girl, it was too abrupt. "This isn't that inappropriate. What's wrong with delivering medicine?" As he spoke, Lu Zhi placed the prepared medicine next to Ning Shu. "Apply this to your face. It will reduce inflammation and relieve itching." "The medicine?" Ning Shu gave an awkward laugh and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Looking at the herbs ground into a thin paste, Ning Shu asked curiously, How do you even know how to do this? Where did you learn it? Luja replied dismissively. I read 100,000 Whys when I was a kid, and it explained it in there. I'll teach you later. Are you sure this thing works? It's definitely not as effective as medicine from the pharmacy, but it can definitely relieve the symptoms. Okay, I believe you. Chapter 52 Toilets Suitable for Girls. For girls, days without toilet paper are a disaster. Ning Shu applied the medicine to herself, while Lu Jia, in a gentlemanly manner, looked at the distant waves and asked, Lu Jia, what will we do if we run out of toilet paper? You can rest assured that it won't affect your life even if you don't wipe it. At most, it will just smell a little bad. Ning Shu frowned and said, That's scary enough, isn't it? Lu Jia calmly nodded. There is still a way. Ning Shu finished wiping herself and lifted her skirt. What method? Actually, there are quite a few things that can replace toilet paper in the wild, such as clean wild mint leaves, bamboo leaves, leftover coconut meat, and fish slices. You understand all this? Don't forget, I'm the man who's read 100,000 Whys. I watched it when I was a kid, but I didn't see so many strange things. It's because the versions are different. When we get back, you absolutely have to show me your version of 100,000 Whys. Well, okay. Lu Jia smiled faintly, subtly changing the subject. By the way, I'm starving. I guess the food over there is ready. It's still small fish, crabs, kelp, and mussels. There's one more thing today. Wild sweet potatoes. The girl's surprise and delight at seeing the sweet potato was indescribable. Although wild sweet potatoes are much harder and less sweet than those sold in supermarkets, they are considered by many to be the best food available at present. Tang Xiaohua said, We've been eating roasted coconut every day for days, and we've run out of chili oil. We're so tired of it. Sweet potatoes are still the best. Jiang Yao also exclaimed, This is the first time in my life that I've ever found sweet potatoes so delicious. Lin Qianqian said, We'll eat half today, and I'll make sweet potato porridge for everyone tomorrow. Tang Xiaohua sighed, Porridge? Isn't that a delicacy only immortals can enjoy? Lu Jia suddenly remembered something. Has Lin Qianqian not gone to the bathroom yet? She nodded with a slight hint of grievance. Ning Shu asked with concern, It's been 3 days already, hasn't it? Was it like this before? It used to be quite normal. Lin Qianqian blushed. This was the first time in her life that she had discussed constipation so frankly with her classmates, especially when there are boys present. What's the reason? Lin Qianqian blushed and whispered, her voice barely audible. Maybe. I'm not used to being on the ground. The other 3 girls looked at each other and all agreed. Lu Jia didn't think that digging a deeper hole would solve everything, but it seemed that it wouldn't work for girls. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Make a simple toilet seat. However, it's a bit odd. When other people are surviving on a deserted island, they basically focus their energy on finding fresh water and food, but I built a simple toilet. That's too abstract. But upon closer reflection, the 4 girls were different from herself. I feel somewhat uncomfortable and am not suitable for squatting for long periods of time. They do indeed need a temporary toilet. Of course, the most important point is that this toilet device doesn't require much effort to make. It's very simple. After dark, the 4 girls fell asleep one after another. Lu Jia wanted to figure out how to sign in, but he couldn't sleep, so he crawled out of the shelter. He first found some broken tree trunk scraps, then tied them together side by side with hemp rope. 2 tree segments, slightly 40 centimeters long and thick, are tied horizontally. A dozen or so thinner segments, about 20 centimeters long, are tied vertically along the ends of the 2 long sticks, leaving about 15 centimeters of space in the middle without tying anything to them. In this way, a seat with an empty center is made. Lu Jia bent it. It was very sturdy. Then, he twisted several thick ropes from the hemp rope, extended them with a water knot, and made 2 ropes of equal length. Then climb up the bent coconut tree, fix one end of the 2 ropes to the trunk, jump down, and tie the other end to the seat. Finally, he used a tattered piece of clothing he had found to wrap the seat, leaving only a 15 centimeters square hole in the middle. In this way, a simple toilet device was completed just before midnight. Lu Jia sat down to test its stability and was very satisfied with the result. The toilet was very sturdy. Let's not say anything yet. Let's give them a surprise. It was midnight, But Luja still hadn't received the notification that he had successfully checked in. He was a little confused. Inside the shelter, they touched Ning Shu, Jiang Yao, Tang Xiaohua, and Lin Qianqian, but there was no reaction from them. What happened to the sign-in? Why isn't it working? Take a nap and see. June 14th, the 5th day, stranded on a desert island. The sea remained calm as always, with no sign of any rescue team in sight. Luja was worried that the search and rescue team might have overlooked this island. What puzzled him even more was that he still hadn't been able to complete the check-in on his 5th attempt. What exactly is the difference? Just then, Tang Xiaohua and Ning Shu, who had arranged to go to the restroom together, saw something strange and screamed together. The shouting woke up the other 2 girls as well. What's wrong? Has the rescue team arrived? Tang Xiaohua shouted. A swing, a swing. Ning Shu asked in surprise. Luja, did you do this? Luja stretched and replied. That's right, it was I who made it. Hey bro, why are you making this thing if you're bored? Tang Xiaohua said. Don't mention Xiaozha, he made this for us to play with, so we won't be bored at the camp anymore. Hey, why is there a big hole in the middle? Luja also emerged from the shelter. Although this thing looks a bit like a swing, it's not actually one. Jiang Yao rubbed her eyes and asked curiously, then what is this? A nuclear reactor or a quantum collider? Ning Shu nodded seriously and pondered. Maybe it's a rocket launcher. Haha. Several girls burst out laughing. Hey ladies, stop guessing. Let me tell you, it's a toilet. Toilet seat. In an instant, the 4 girls were dumbfounded and stood there dumbfounded. Looking at the swing again, I felt completely out of sorts. Lin Qianqian murmured. But this thing looks like a swing no matter how you look at it. Luja felt it necessary to explain how to use it, so he walked over to the swing. Although it looks like a swing, it has all the functions of a toilet. Sitting on it can relieve the pressure on your legs, whether you've been bitten on the toe by a snake, have a swollen and sprained ankle, are constipated, or have used unfamiliar leaves. Before Luja could finish speaking, Ning Shu covered his mouth. If you want to talk about something, just talk about it. Can't you stop bringing up your embarrassing past? It's so awkward for everyone. Gui'er sighed. The class monitor is so much better. He cares about our feelings. Unlike Luja, that straight man, he doesn't know anything about chivalry. She blushed slightly and said, speaking of which, only the class monitor doesn't have a dark history. Jiang Yao frowned and thought for a moment. Luja seemed to have mentioned something about leaves just now. What's going on? Nothing is amiss. Ning Shu gave an awkward laugh and whispered through gritted teeth in Luja's ear. Keep Yeezy's matter a secret forever. Then he released Luja. It was at this moment that Luja was astonished to discover that, just as Ning Shu covered her mouth, the check-in message in his mind finally sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed your daily check-in. Strength +1. You have checked in for 5 consecutive days. Chapter 53 Final Preparations Before Setting Sail. Luja seemed to understand. Could it be that one could sign in with their lips? To summarize, the first day was about saving Qianqian. The next day, he gently kissed Jiang Yao's hair. The 4th day, and Ning Shu's first kiss. On the 5th day, Ning Shu covered her mouth with her hand. Wait, what happened on the 3rd day? I was holding Tang Xiaohua's feet at the time, and I didn't do anything. Who molested me while I was sleeping? No way. Luja still didn't understand. Fortunately, the check-in for the 5th day has already been completed. Luja's current system data is as follows. Strength, 12. Physical fitness, 11. Physical fitness, 10. Agility, 11. Perception, 11. Compared to before, he could clearly feel that his strength had increased significantly. Several girls also discovered that this swing, urinal, though seemingly outrageous, actually possessed most of the functions of a regular toilet. First of all, it's about being able to sit, and to sit very steadily. It relieves pressure on the legs, making toileting an epic experience. Secondly, it's also very hygienic. Dig a sandpit, and the tide will wash the excrement into the sea, benefiting the marine life. Third, it also incorporates elements that appeal to girls' pursuit of romance. Imagine using the restroom while swinging on a beautiful beach. That's the perfect way for a fairy to relieve herself. But something just felt off. The 4 girls looked at this thing with somewhat complicated expressions. Jiang Yao said. But Lu Jia, if we really use this to go to the toilet, won't we have no privacy? Ning Shu agreed. That's a problem. The doors are wide open. Haven't you seen that? Lin Qianqian said. Besides, it seems too close to the camp. The smell will be unpleasant. Tang Xiaohua asked a thought-provoking question. What if I piss on my feet? Lu Jia said helplessly. Please, we're already stranded on a desert island. Why would we care about such trivial things? These aren't problems at all. Then Lu Jia began to explain each item one by one. First of all, there's the issue of privacy. I'll just step aside when you're using it. As for the smell, there's a sea breeze, and we won't be staying here for long, so we'll just have to put up with it. We'll be setting sail for the volcanic island in 3 days at most. Don't forget, if we're late, the flight attendants might get fired. Ning Shu nodded. Lu Jia makes sense. Jiang Yao recalled the embarrassing scene of sitting on the ground and nodded, saying, although it feels strange to use the toilet on a swing, it's better than accidentally sitting on poop before. I give this idea a thumbs up. Tang Xiaohua said, I think it's pretty cool too. Lin Qianqian won't get constipated from squatting for so long. By the way, Xiaozhe, you haven't answered my question yet. Lin Qianqian blushed and said, Gui'er, as long as you don't go to the toilet while swinging on the swing, you won't get wet everywhere, right? That being said, it still feels really strange to have a guy think about this kind of thing. Although the girls said this, they knew in their hearts that it might indeed have solved their big problem. Lu Jia stretched and yawned. Everyone, grab something to eat in a bit. Then we'll start a new workday. I'm going back to the woods to do Bald Chong's work. Anyone who wants to try out the new bathroom can line up after lunch. The 4 girls said in unison, You don't need to worry about that. Lin Qianqian's sweet potato porridge, cooked in an iron can, was sweet and warming, and when paired with dried fish, it brought a sense of comfort and happiness. Unbeknownst to them, the food on the desert island had improved significantly compared to the beginning. After finishing his meal, Lu Jia found a soft patch of land near the camp, planted the sweet potato vines there, and then urinated around the area to warn off rodents. So they carried their stone axes into the forest to cut down trees. In one morning, Lu Jia cut down more than 20 tree trunks and neatly stacked them near the camp. Then she thought of getting up to cut 2 coconuts to quench her thirst, but saw Tang Xiaohua taking a slow walk. You can walk now, Gui'er. Tang Xiaohua shrugged. Not bad. Hey, where are you going? I'm so thirsty. I'll cut down 2 coconuts and drink some. Oh dear, you can't go over there now. Tang Xiaohua hugged Lu Jia's arm and took out half a bottle of distilled water. You drink this first. Lu Jia took it and drank a sip. What's wrong? Gui'er whispered. Lin Qianqian is in the restroom. You have to leave. Lu Jia said smugly, using the swing I made? That's right. Haha. The 4th seed is finally about to arrive. I'll just have to wait a bit longer. After a while, Lin Qianqian returned with Ning Shu's help. Before Lu Jia could speak, Tang Xiaohua excitedly blurted out, Boy or girl? Oops, has it come out yet? Lin Qianqian weakly shook her head. My stomach feels very uncomfortable, but I just can't get it out. Judging from her weak posture, you could tell she must have tried for a long time. Lu Jia comforted him. Don't rush, take your time. Lin Qianqian nodded, her face flushed. After chopping wood all morning, Lu Jia felt his arms were a little sore and numb, so he did something else and continued collecting supplies. As evening approached, Lu Jia found something good again. It's a broken plastic oil drum for salad oil, but unfortunately it has a hole in the bottom, so it can't be used as a container to store fresh water. A beehive was found under the rock. After smoking away the bees, a piece of honey was obtained. It was pitch black, looked like a broken brick, and tasted pungent when first licked, but it had a pleasant flavor upon closer inspection. Good things must be preserved. There was also a piece of broken wood with nails stuck in it. Lu Jia counted, and there were more than 20 nails of various sizes stuck in it. You can tell how old the wood is by how rotten it is. It must have been a piece of the gunwale or mast of a fishing boat that fell off during a storm. Wood is not very useful, but nails are an essential resource for survival. This is perfect for making a useful tool. It can be used to make fishhooks and weapons. Why not just make a harpoon and fish whenever you're out at sea? It'll improve your meals. Lu Jia used a stone axe to split the wood and remove all the nails. Then select two 10 centimeters long nails, straighten them with a stone, and grind off the iron filings. Then, starting from the side with a 7 centimeters opening, hammer one end of a thin wooden stick in, and then tie the side tightly with a strip of rag. A double-pointed harpoon is now complete. Luja tried it out. Although the structure was simple, it felt good in his hand. As for the oil drum, even though it leaks, it still has its uses. Luja cut open the top of the oil drum with a round blade, filled it with soil, and carefully transplanted the sweet potato vines inside. Another busy day passed, and Luja went to bed early. Late at night, Luja felt a suffocating sensation and woke up to find someone's leg draped over his neck. I checked my watch. It was 2:30 a.m. Unable to complete the check-in. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Luja gently kissed the leg of someone he didn't know. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed your daily check-in. Strength +1. You have checked in for 6 consecutive days. Strength, 13. Physical fitness, 11. Physical fitness, 10. Agility, 11. Perception, 11. Luja lives in Bungbu. It's confirmed now, this is the real sign-in. What kind of ridiculous setting is this? Luckily, I have a good network of friends, otherwise I still wouldn't know how to sign in. But now that I know, I feel relieved. But I always felt that it was really perverted to steal a kiss on a classmate's calf in the middle of the night. But just then, the foot gently landed and lightly kicked Luja's abdominal muscles twice. Luja swallowed hard. It seems we've been discovered. But they didn't make a fuss about it. Will this affect my image as a male god? It's June 15th now, the 6th day since we were stranded on the desert island, and there's still no sign of a rescue team. Luja and the 4 girls worked all day again. The raft was finished, and after making a few more oars, they could test it on the water. The island's coconuts have been almost completely picked clean. After drinking the coconuts we've consumed in the past few days, there are still more than 20 coconuts left, and we've also accumulated 5 bottles of distilled water. They also prepared dried fish, dried conch slices, cooked razor clams and mussels, and roasted kelp. I also reserved some purslane and howdoania chordata. It can be used as a source of fresh water and energy at sea. Luja set the departure time at 4 p.m., when the sun was not so hot, and tried to reach the volcanic island before dark. Chapter 54 Departure. Destination, Volcanic Island. Everything is ready. However, there is still one thing that remains unresolved. That means Lin Xianxian hasn't had a bowel movement yet. This has become a major problem that has troubled everyone. Several of her best friends were anxious and even tried to help Lin Xianxian complete the swing by using centrifugal force, but they ultimately failed. Tang Xiaowa got soaked and screamed all morning. Lin Xianxian was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. Luja glanced at his watch. It was already 4:30, half an hour later than he had expected. We can't wait any longer. We have to set off. What if Lin Xianxian needs to go to the toilet? We'll have to go on the raft. That works too. As long as I can poop, anywhere is fine. After discussing it, the group of friends decided to leave now. Because the class monitor and Yao Yao have difficulty walking, everyone needs to get on the raft here. Then paddle the bamboo raft around to the side of Egg Yolk Island, and from there go straight to Volcano Island. Okay, sure. Everyone, please check if there are any supplies you forgot to bring. Don't forget to take the swing down. What about stockings, fishing nets, and mouse traps? The fishing nets have long been dismantled. The leather cover of the mouse trap has also been removed. Hey, where's another sweet potato leaf? We're out of tissues. I used one this morning to wipe Lin Xianxian's bottom. Didn't you say sweet potato leaves are safe? Holy crap, you spendthrifts. Hey, wipe my butt. Right? Has the seed come out yet? No, it's an alt account. Oh well, never mind. How many bottles did you bring? 36. That should be enough, right? What should we do with the fire? Put burning charcoal in an aluminum can, then pack it down with wood chips. It will last for 2 hours. Yao Yao, keep an eye on the fire. If it goes out, we'll all be barbecues. Okay, everything is ready. The 5 companions sat on the raft, gazing at their former camp, a hint of sadness in their eyes. In any case, this small camp strengthened friendships and brought everyone hope for survival. Goodbye, our camp. Goodbye, Egg Yolk Island. Goodbye, Swing Urinal. Lu Zhe and Yao Yao sat on either side of the bamboo raft, and by paddling the wooden oars, the raft began to move slowly. Half an hour later, they circled around to the other side of the island. On the island, there are still distress messages left by Lu Zhe and Ning Shu. In the distance, the outline of the volcanic island can be faintly seen. Look, there it is. Ning Shu pointed excitedly. There must be an endless supply of coconut juice there. The river and stream can even be used for freshwater bathing. I can't wait. Several girls looked up, their faces filled with curiosity and anticipation. The group chatted as they happily rowed against the ocean current toward the volcanic island. Let's row our oars. The little boat pushes through the waves. The beautiful white pagoda is reflected on the sea, surrounded by green trees and red walls. Several girls rowed the boat while singing sweet songs in unison. Unbeknownst to us, we had already left the sea shelf area. The raft drifts alone and insignificant on the vast ocean. The surrounding area is filled with azure water, giving it a deep and oppressive feel. Singing can at least alleviate some of the fear in people's hearts. Tired from singing, Jiang Yao looked into the distance. I'm saying, at this rate, we probably won't reach the volcano island before dark. Lin Xianxian nodded. Because we can't see its whole picture and don't know the height of its peak, we can't accurately calculate the distance. Lu Zhe said, well, the elevation of these islands rarely exceeds 200 meters. If we calculate based on 200 meters, it will take a maximum of 4 hours to reach the destination. The fastest it can be done is in 2 hours. He said he was relieved, but he wasn't really sure. If the highest point of the island was over 200 meters, it would take even longer to row. Tang Xiaohua said. It was dark that day too. Lu Zhe comforted him. Arriving at night has its advantages. At least it won't be too hot. Whoosh. A dark figure passed leisurely under the raft, and Lu Zhe's heart suddenly tightened. Meanwhile, the girls were still chatting and didn't notice the mysterious visitor. Sharks, perhaps? He didn't tell the girls, but just warned them not to play in the water and to paddle as evenly as possible. He understood that sharks have an extremely strong sense of perception. If you panic even slightly, they will sense it and immediately arouse their killing instincts. However, as long as you maintain a certain paddling speed and rhythm, you generally won't disturb these predators. Gradually, he noticed that there were more and more dark shadows swimming beneath the surface of the water. In this area alone, there were no fewer than 30 or 50 of them. It's hard to imagine what the outcome would be if these dozens of boats attacked the raft together. But at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Lin Xianxian frowned slightly. It's coming. Tang Xiaohua was taken aback. What's here? Jiang Yao said. You're so silly. Of course you should go to the toilet. Ning Shu said with a wicked smile. That's perfect. Let's offer it directly to the sea and reward the creatures in the ocean. Lu Zhe decisively replied. No. Why? Jiang Yao said. You're so silly. Of course we have to collect seeds. This is no longer about seeds. Lu Zhe knew that hiding some things any longer could cause big trouble, so he said, there are sharks in the water. Human excrement will attract their curiosity to our raft and cause them to attack. They'll eat us, won't they? There's no need to worry too much about that. We're not on their menu, and they usually don't eat us. The girls breathed a sigh of relief, but Lu Zhe added another sentence. They'll only bite us to death out of curiosity. Ah. The girls were terrified and looked down into the water. Sure enough, they saw black shadows swimming around. Jiang Yao exclaimed in surprise. My God, this is a shark's den. Tang Xiaohua said worriedly. They're probably waiting to eat us. Don't worry too much. Apart from great white sharks, bull sharks, scallop sharks, and hammerhead sharks, other sharks usually don't attack humans. Ning Shu asked. What if it's one of these 4 types of sharks? Lu Zhe shook his head. Don't worry. Judging from their swimming posture, they should be resting. As long as we stay calm and paddle slowly, they generally won't attack us rashly. Although Lu Zhe said that, with his enhanced vision, he discovered that the shark's head protruded to the left and right, which was similar to the description of the hammerhead shark. However, the hammerhead shark is the least threatening of the 4 shark species that pose a threat to humans. She frowned slightly and said, I'm a little. Can't hold it in anymore, huh? Lin Xianxian nodded. Ning Shu said, Let's use plastic bags. That's too much, isn't it? But it's the safest. Lin Qianqian's face was full of rejection, but it was no use. Tang Xiaohua and Ning Shu exchanged a glance. Qianqian, the matter is urgent. We must act according to the law. Yeah, we all have our embarrassing moments. It's nothing. Okay, fine. The two girls picked out a plastic bag and put it over their light-colored legs. Guerre said, Come on, Qianqian. Ning Shu also comforted him. Don't worry, Luja can't see. Lin Qianqian looked at the simple plastic bag and silently dug out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment with her toes. Chapter 55 Dancing with Sharks. Encouraged by everyone, Lin Qianqian hesitated before squatting down. It's hard to imagine that one of the most beautiful campus beauties at Jiaodong University would one day use the toilet in this way. But there's no other way. At least it's better than being eaten by a shark. More importantly, I can't drag my partners down with me. Lin Qianqian was prepared for the worst, but before she could even exert any force, the boat was bumped by a small wave, and with a slight sway, she fell to the ground. No, I can't squat steadily. Indeed, squatting on a raft in the water sounds easy, but with all the swaying, it's actually quite difficult to do. Grab onto the awning pole, and let's all help to support Qianqian. I'll cover it up with my clothes for you. There's no need for that now. No, there's a boy there. Girls aren't allowed to watch either. It's too embarrassing. Lin Qianqian grabbed the pole of the former shelter and finally squatted down. 10 minutes later, everything was finally done. The constipation problem that had been bothering everyone for several days has finally been resolved. Put it in a plastic bag and set it aside. As luck would have it, the raft was bumped by something and shook violently. The bag of excrement that was originally placed beside the raft slid into the water after being moved. No, we can't let it fall into the water. Can you imagine several girls desperately lunging towards the edge of a raft just to save a bag of excrement? Firstly, it was for the seeds inside, and secondly, it was because they were worried about attracting sharks. But it was still just a little bit short. Just as Ning Shu's fingers were only 3 centimeters away from the bag finally fell into the water. The girls stared in disbelief at the scene, not knowing what to do. Luja handed Ning Shu a wooden paddle and said, Squad leader, help me control the raft. Then I picked up the harpoon, ready to use the nails on the harpoon to lift the plastic bag. However, just as the harpoon was about to reach it, a huge mouth suddenly emerged from the water and swallowed the bag whole. The guy swam around for a bit, then realized something was wrong and vomited it up, completely scattering the bag of stuff in the ocean. The other sharks were attracted by the scent. Holy crap! Luja was also startled and shuddered. But he quickly calmed down and carefully observed the sharks, becoming interested in the substance. They swam faster. Row the boat quickly and get out of here. Where are the passion fruit seeds? What more seeds do you need? You guys are asking for trouble. Several girls quickly rowed together, and another shark surfaced. With a flat head, protruding eyes, and no sharp teeth visible in its mouth, it looks harmless and even a little silly and cute. But at that moment, Luja broke out in a cold sweat. He recognized the shark. It is a hammerhead shark. Luja didn't want to provoke this annoying shark, so he gently poked the shark's face with the blunt end of the harpoon. The shark was hit by a hard object and immediately turned its head and swam away. Then, the third one came. The one that had been driven away earlier turned a corner in the water and came back. Then, the fourth and fifth articles. They have become very interested in the thing floating on the water in front of them. Luja kept pressing and prodding the sharks that were swimming towards him, but there were just more and more sharks. The girls panicked and hurriedly tried to knock it with their oars, but a shark bit Guerre's oar and she refused to let go. The shark gave a strong tug, and she watched as it pulled her into the water. The little girl got angry and grabbed a stick to hit the shark in the eye. Luja quickly put his arm around her waist. Let go. Guerre then let go. The shark pulled the wooden paddle into the water, chewed on it, bit it into 2 pieces, spat it out, and swam away. However, the other sharks did not lose interest in the raft because of this. Tang Xiaohua had gotten so excited that she tried to snatch the paddle from the shark. When she came to her senses, she felt goosebumps all over her body and burst into tears on the spot. Over here, Ning Shu, Lin Qianqian, and Zhang Yao also used their oars to drive away the sharks that were surrounding them. Soon, Ningshu's wooden paddle was also dragged away. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yao's wooden paddle also fell into the water. Even more seriously, a shark bit the raft, causing the tree trunk on one side of the raft to come loose and several branches to fall off. Other areas are also starting to loosen. If this continues, the raft will fall apart in no time. None of them will survive. What method should we use? Luja suddenly thought of a solution. He picked up a coconut and smashed it over the head of a shark that was swimming up. The shark was a little dazed from being hit, but then it saw something round and immediately bit it in its mouth in anger. But it quickly realized that the food wasn't tasty, so it chewed it, spat it out, wagged its tail, and swam away. Luja understood. The sharks here have never seen a raft before, so they don't attack rashly. Their bumping around is just out of curiosity and to test the waters. They don't actually see the raft as prey. But most of them have seen coconuts. When they realized that the raft only contained unpalatable coconuts, they lost interest in it. Use coconuts. Several girls also picked up coconuts and threw them into the water. 30 coconuts were thrown into the sea, and they swirled around the boat. The shark chased the coconut, but after biting it a few times, it got bored and gave up. Once the smell of feces dissipated, the sharks swam peacefully back to their usual serenity, and the area finally returned to calm. Several people sat on the raft, panting heavily. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault," Lin Qianqian cried. Ning Shu said, "Who doesn't need to use the restroom? This isn't your fault. Blame me for not holding onto the plastic bag." Tang Xiaohua said sadly, "I put it in the wrong place." Jiang Yao sighed. "They're all partners. What's so strange about it? At least everyone's alive." Luja nodded. Yao Yao is right. There's no need for anyone to blame themselves. It's better to be alive than anything else. Ning Shu sighed. "But we've lost all the coconuts and the oars. How are we going to row to the volcano island?" Lin Qianqian looked at the sky and sighed. "It's getting dark." Tang Xiaohua cried. "What should I do?" Luja pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Comrades, the situation is terrible, but it's not hopeless. We still have a few bottles of distilled water, and we can make oars from some branches. As long as we're alive, everyone stay alert." Luja's words seemed to have some kind of magic, rekindling a glimmer of hope in the hearts of the girls. "Now let's check the supplies." Jiang Yao said, "The coconuts are all gone. We still have 5 bottles of distilled fresh water, but we lost a few empty bottles. All the other supplies are still here." Lin Qianqian said, "There is only 1 oar left out of the 4 oars. A quarter of the raft has been scattered. Some of the firewood for the fire has been lost, but there is still some left." Luja nodded and analyzed the current situation. "Although we discarded the coconuts, we also reduced the raft's load-bearing capacity, so even if some wood is scattered, it can still support our weight." Chapter 56, Spending the Night at Sea. Ning Shu asked, "What do we do next?" Luja thought for a moment and said, "Squad leader, gather all our supplies together. Put everything that can fit in your backpack into your backpack, and pack everything that can't fit in your backpack together. I'll carry it." Ning Shu gave an okay sign. "No problem. Yao Yao, take good care of the fire in the jar, and try your best not to let it go out. If it gets cold at night, we'll have to rely on it for everything." Jiang Yao nodded. "Understood." Glur. Tang Xiaohua was terrified just now, and her tearful little face was still sobbing. Luja reached out and wiped away the tears on her face. "Are you scared?" Tang Xiaohua nodded, sobbing. Luja knew that it was already quite an achievement for the once pampered young lady to be able to pick up a wooden stick and beat up a shark. "Glur, you were very brave just now." Tang Xiaohua raised her dirty little face. "Really?" It chased away several sharks, and even dared to snatch something from their mouths. Although it didn't succeed, Tang Xiaohua said, "It was so close, I thought I might as well fight it to the death. After that, I don't know why, I got scared." Luja comforted him. "It's normal. People secrete more adrenaline in times of crisis, thus ignoring pain and danger. But let's be more careful next time. If we run out of oars, we can make more. But if we run out of fruit, who will distill fresh water for us?" Hearing Luja say that, Tang Xiaohua pursed her lips and nodded smugly. She shifted her body slightly. What else do you need me to do now?" "You and Qianqian check the raft. Tell me if anything is loose, and I'll tighten it again. Tang Xiaohua and Lin Xianxian exchanged a glance and said together, "Don't worry." The four girls were very serious, and Luja began to focus on repairing the loose parts of the raft. 2 hours later, the raft was finally repaired. Although it was smaller than before, it could still barely support the weight of 5 people. Tang Xiaohua helped Luja repair the raft and said happily, "Okay, we can continue our journey now." Luja shook his head helplessly. "Can't we leave?" Lin Xianxian sighed. "Do we know where to go?" "How could I not know? It's not like..." Tang Xiaohua intended to point in the direction of the volcanic island, but suddenly realized a problem. The sun had long since set, and the vast, boundless sea was pitch black, with no islands in sight. The volcanic island in front and the egg yolk island behind are now hidden in the deep night. Luja frowned and looked at the sky. He tried to find 1 or 2 constellations he recognized to determine his location, but the thin mist rising from the water's surface obscured the entire sky. Luja took out the compass he had made. Here, on the sea, the compass started swinging wildly, making it impossible to accurately determine the direction. Is there a magnetic field nearby? Or is it that the waves are too unstable? All of this was completely unexpected for any survivor. However, this is not the most critical issue. Most importantly, they now lack reference points and don't know whether they are stationary or drifting aimlessly with the ocean currents. Perhaps tomorrow when the sun comes out, we'll find that we've drifted hundreds of miles to the Pacific Ocean, and that would be terrible. We need to find a way to secure the raft and prevent it from drifting away with the ocean currents. It sounds simple, but how do you actually do it? Even if Ed Stafford and Bear Grylls came, they would be helpless. Just then, his keen eyesight allowed him to vaguely see something floating on the water. It's about 2 sizes smaller than a sunflower seed, and it's pitch black. He curiously reached out and scooped it out, and a message immediately appeared in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained passion fruit seeds." Passion fruit seed? Isn't that in the shallow poop? That's great. I thought I'd lost the chance, but I never expected to get it back. A short while later, he found another passion fruit seed. After a while, I found an empty bottle. Ning Shu recognized the bottle. It was the one that had been lost not long ago. It's really lucky that they managed to retrieve it at a time like this. You know, something so small, in the same water as the raft, shouldn't have been found due to resistance, buoyancy, and many other factors, unless... In an instant, Luja suddenly realized something. Fog indicates no wind. The fact that the raft could find things like passion fruit seeds indicates that it wasn't too far from where the shark attack occurred. Within dozens of miles of the small island, there are usually reefs and tiny islands. If we can find one, we can secure the bamboo raft, and once the fog clears tomorrow, we can continue our journey to the volcanic island. Suddenly, Luja had an idea. He immediately began twisting the 3 strands of rope together, making them thicker and stronger, then connecting and extending them. "Luja, what are you doing?" "Anchor. We'll use it to secure the ship." As he spoke, he tied a piece of the stone axe to the handle and then threw the stone axe into the water. "I'm going to use this to touch underwater reefs. If the raft hits a reef while it's moving, the stone axe will get stuck in the reef and act as an anchor." Jiang Yao asked worriedly, "What if we encounter a shark?" "Sharks usually avoid hard rocks. Even if they bump into them, they don't care if it doesn't provoke them. They will just think it's something from nature." After saying that, Luja sighed again. It's a pity that the anchor rope is not long enough to hook directly to the bottom of the water, so we can only hope to find a submerged reef. Ning Shu asked doubtfully, "Are there any hidden reefs around here?" "I don't know, but nature is amazing, and anything can happen. If there is one, just don't miss it." As he spoke, Luja tied the other end of the rope to the stern of the raft and submerged the stone axe underwater. Everything is settled. Everyone was exhausted. "I'm so tired." Tang Xiao was stretched out a long yawn. Lin Xianxian and Jiang Yao leaned weakly against each other. Ning Shu opened a bottle of distilled water, some dried fish, and dried coconut meat, and gave some to everyone. "There's nothing left to do, isn't there?" "There's no more hard work, but there's still some easy work." Ning Shu asked, "How exactly is it easy?" "We can just use our eyes to see." Luja thought for a moment and began to assign tasks. "Squad leader, you can lie down and keep a close eye on the underwater situation." Underwater, Ning Shu peered through the gaps in the bamboo raft into the pitch-black water. I can't see anything at all. Even if you can't see anything, you still have to look. If you see anything, you have to tell me immediately. Jiang Yao asked, what about us? Yao Yao, you can lie down and observe the sky. Once you see stars or the moon, tell me immediately. That's easy. Lu Zhi handed the harpoon to Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaohua. Qianqian, where you two can lie on your sides and watch the water. Once you spot a bottle floating by, Coconut can reach it with a harpoon. Ugh, I'm so sleepy. What if I fall asleep? If you're asleep, then so be it. Rest is very important. I'll keep watch. No, that would be too strenuous. Let's take turns keeping watch. I agree. Chapter 57, We Found the Plane. Lu Zhi and several companions were floating in the sea. The girls chatted idly and gradually fell asleep. Fortunately, the sea wasn't as cold as on Egg Yolk Island at night, and if everyone stayed close together, they could still get through the night. Lu Zhi stayed up for 3 hours and found 3 more drifting coconuts, 2 bottles, and 15 passion fruit seeds. It seems the last type of plant seed has arrived. At this moment, Ning Shu rubbed her eyes and sat up, yawning. Lu Zhi, go get some sleep. I'll take over the night watch. Lu Zhi was also a little sleepy. Seeing Ning Shu say this, he nodded and said, okay, thank you for your hard work. Oh, you're the one who's worked so hard. Go to sleep. Lu Zhi lay down in the spot where Ning Shu had just slept, and soon fell asleep as well. But he hadn't slept for long when he was woken up by Ning Shu's astonished voice. Lu Zhi, there's something underwater. Lu Zhi opened his eyes and looked at the water, instantly losing all sleepiness. He saw a scene that he would never forget. The deep sea, the shimmering neon lights, and that familiar shape. This is a civilian aircraft that has sunk to the bottom of the water. Oh my God! Ning Shu covered her mouth with tears in her eyes. The other girls were also awakened and burst into tears upon seeing the scene before them. We found our plane. But now it has landed on the seabed. Yes, in the deep, tranquil water, there is the silhouette of a giant airplane. The navigation lights and collision avoidance lights on the wings were still flashing on and off. Lu Zhi was also surprised to see their plane here, and was a little stunned for a moment. Lin Qianqian bit her lip. The plane's lights are still on. Could someone still be alive? Lu Zhi shook his head. It's highly unlikely. Even if the economy class is well sealed, it can't provide enough oxygen to sustain breathing for 7 days. Moreover, given that the plane sank in the water, it's very likely that the fuselage is already leaking. Tang Xiaohua, tears streaming down her face, said, so pitiful. Lu Zhi felt it was necessary to check on the plane's condition, and after thinking for a moment, he said, I'm going down to take a look. Ning Shu said, should we save them? It's too dangerous. Lu Zhi shook his head. I don't have the ability to save people. I wanted to see if I could get back to the cave in the first-class cabin. Maybe I could find some usable supplies there. Even if I couldn't find them, I could tie the raft to the plane with a rope to prevent it from drifting too far. Jiang Yao grabbed Lu Zhi's arm immediately. No, it's too dangerous. Tang Xiaohua grabbed his other arm. I won't let you go down either. Lin Qianqian said, there are sharks. Lu Zhi surveyed the surroundings. Don't worry, this area doesn't look like it has sharks. Besides, even if we did encounter a shark, it usually wouldn't attack rashly unless we provoked it. I know what I'm doing. That's too dangerous. But I'll feel uneasy if I don't check the situation down below. Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, I'll pull the anchor rope 3 times, and you guys just pull me up as hard as you can. After saying that, Lu Zhi gracefully made a salute and flipped himself into the water. The 4 girls screamed in surprise. Lu Zhi is a very good swimmer, and his enhanced physique includes improved endurance, allowing him to stay in the water for a long time. He swam downstream, pulling on the rope, the sound of gurgling water echoing in his ears. It was very dark underwater. He was certain that he would never have been able to spot it at night if the plane hadn't had its highly penetrating navigation lights still on. The plane was submerged in water to a depth of approximately 30 meters. When he sank to about 20 meters, Lu Zhi felt immense pressure squeezing his chest, and his eyes stung from the seawater, making him feel like he was about to faint. Should we stop the dive? Take a break. Although it's still a bit stuffy, we can definitely continue diving. Luja remembered that the human record for unequipped free dive was 113 meters. Although he couldn't reach that record, he should be able to keep going. Seeing that the rope was running out, Luja finally dived down to the location of the plane. He looked inside through the front window of the plane. Everything was gray and hazy. Suddenly, a deathly pale face came close to Luja, who gasped in surprise. He tried his best to calm himself down. The man appeared to be in his 40s, wearing a uniform, with his mouth open as if he were about to say something. This must be the captain. I wonder how heartbroken his parents, wife, and children would be to see him like this. Behind him was another floating person, who had been dead for a long time and whose face was obscured. Sure enough, just as he had initially guessed, the other people on the plane were unlikely to have survived. Then, Luja began to swim backward. There was a cabin door at the back of the plane. Luja tried to open the cabin door from the outside, but failed. The survival manual did not have a method for opening the cabin door by hand. There is only one way to get on the plane now. The front part of the cabin was the compartment he used to be in. Luja found the damaged hole there. At that time, he and his companions flew out of the cabin through this hole. Now, because the navigation lights couldn't reach inside, Luja had no choice but to grope his way in. However, when the plane made an emergency landing, most of the items in the cabin were blown out of the cabin due to the huge negative pressure, and there was almost nothing left in the cabin where they were. Most of the remaining components are fixed to the body, and even if they could be removed, they couldn't be taken apart. For example, in-flight televisions, desk lamps, etc. Luja fumbled around for usable supplies, and he eventually found something useful. A dinner knife. This is a cutlery knife used for cutting steak. Because it's for first-class use, it doesn't have a blade tip, only a wavy serrated edge. It's smaller than the normal size, about 15 centimeters long including the blade, and its sharpness is average. However, the material is excellent and highly resistant to corrosion. Even after being soaked in seawater for 7 days, the surface remained smooth. A little polishing makes it much better than a small round knife. Luja put it in his pocket. Then, he touched a remote control. It was originally for controlling an LED screen. It was very high-end. When I pressed it, the little red dot in front of it lit up. This means the battery is still usable. Carry it with you. Then, he touched a plastic bowl, along with a thin plastic tube and a thin thread attached to it. And it wasn't just one. There were others nearby as well. Luja immediately understood that these were oxygen masks from commercial airliners, which would deploy when the cabin pressure was too low. When I tugged on the thin string, bubbles started to bubble up from the plastic bowl. It still works. This is oxygen. I never thought I'd be able to use it here. Quickly put the foam to your lips and suck on it a few times. You'll feel refreshed instantly. The oxygen cylinder couldn't be removed, but a few plastic tubes, a plastic bowl, and cotton thread might be useful. Just cut them with a knife and carry them with you. Then he noticed a thick curtain. He lifted the curtain to take it down for his own use, but was immediately stunned by what he saw behind it. Through the glass, you can see the huge compartments. A few beams of navigation light shone in, illuminating the pale faces of the people in the seats. Some people were floating in the cabin, while most people were sitting in their seats. It seems that, apart from these few, all the passengers on this flight perished at sea. Luja did not pull down the curtain, but instead covered it up again. This can be considered as leaving these passengers with their last bit of dignity. That suffocating, despairing feeling returned. There was no time to waste. It's time to leave. Luja silently mourned for his compatriots for 3 seconds, and then swam out through the breach in the cabin. He tugged the rope 3 times and immediately felt a force pulling him upwards. Chapter 58. A Lucky Encounter with a Hidden Reef. As soon as we boarded the raft, we found several little girls crying with tears streaming down their faces. How? Did they know that the passengers had all perished at sea? Why are you crying? Ningshu wiped her tears with her wrist and said angrily, Luja, you're really something. You actually stayed underwater for 5 minutes. It turned out that he had been underwater at a depth of 30 meters for a full 5 minutes. Although I was already a good swimmer, I never expected to be this strong now. Luja wiped his face, trying to appear as relaxed as possible. By the way, the world record is 22 minutes, right? I still need to work harder. You even said you scared us to death. I thought you would never come back. Tang Xiaohua hugged Luzia and started crying loudly. Luzia felt a warmth in his heart and patted Tang Xiaohua's head. Boy, don't cry. Luzia, don't take such risks next time. You know, we're all counting on you. Ningshu sniffed again, looking at Luzia very sincerely. Luzia knew how important he was to the girls. They were genuinely terrified that I hadn't been online for so long. Okay, I promise I won't do anything so dangerous again. Look how you're crying. Besides, there are 4 beautiful young ladies waiting for me. How could I bear to die? Good to know. Well, did you see anything? Luzia pulled out a plastic tube, a remote control, and a kitchen knife. These are all I found. The kitchen knife can be sharpened into a weapon, and I don't know what the tube and remote control are for yet. Jiang Yao picked it up and looked at it. My God, you actually got into the plane? Luzia nodded. And what about the other passengers? When the other passengers were mentioned, Luzia's expression became serious yet serene, and he shook his head. Several girls also showed signs of sadness. Ningshu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems we are still lucky. Jiang Yao suddenly thought of something. Right, since the plane crashed here, the rescue team should be able to find this place quickly based on the black box, right? Luzia shook his head. The black box has a location tracking function, but there is an interfering magnetic field here, which may block the signal emitted by the black box. Otherwise, the rescue team would have found this place long ago. I see. Just then, the aircraft's electrical system finally succumbed to the corrosive effects of the seawater, and with a whoosh, all the lights went out. The plane's afterimage disappeared into the deep sea, never to be seen again. If the raft had just passed by, they would never have discovered this plane sitting on the seabed. In an instant, they lost their point of reference again. This made the girls worried again. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. After drifting aimlessly for 20 minutes, Luzia's stone axe anchor came in handy. The raft suddenly lurched violently to the side, and the ropes instantly taut. The raft shook violently as it was pulled. Luzia was overjoyed. He had encountered a hidden reef and quickly protected the fire-cupping jar. Oh no, we've hit a reef. Don't talk nonsense. This is a good thing. Everyone hurry up. However, Ningshu still fell down. With a plop, she fell into the sea. Luzia was about to go to her rescue when he saw her stand up. What's going on? The water here is very shallow. Luzia quickly reminded him. Squad leader, stand there and don't move. Ningshu said nervously. Even if you asked me to move, I wouldn't dare. Luzia observed that the water level only submerged Ningshu's ankles, and some small, glowing fish were swimming around her. This indicates that the underwater reef is only about 15-20 centimeters below the water surface. He was overjoyed and carefully jumped off the raft. Feel the uneven ground beneath your feet. You can feel the protruding coral and slippery seaweed. Coral reefs. It really is a coral reef. It's a pity it didn't surface. But this is already very good. Luzia first leveled the raft, then took the harpoon and got off the boat. Ningshu asked, Luzia, what exactly is going on? We've hit the jackpot. This is a coral reef, and we can anchor the raft here. Great, we actually found it. Besides, it's shallow here, so there's no need to risk diving. Get off and stand for a while. The raft is so rocking I almost threw up my leftovers. Wait a moment. Let me check if there's any danger nearby. Luzia secured the raft, holding a bundle of firewood in his left hand and a harpoon in his right, and carefully probed the water as he waded forward. Underfoot, you can see glowing algae and small fish, as well as beautiful sea slugs. These little creatures swam around at our feet, showing no fear of people at all. There are also flatfish hiding at the bottom of the water that suddenly swim out several meters and then lie still. After walking for more than 10 meters, the area suddenly became deeper. He pulled out a branch and stuck it into the coral reef. Looking to the left and right, there were branches stuck in the ground as markers, each a few meters or so away. It seems that the reef is not very big, only about 100 square meters near the water, but that's enough for them. Everyone can come down and move around a bit, but remember to wear sandals or flip-flops to avoid getting your feet cut by the stones. The activity area is within the marked area I've put up. This feels like arriving at a tourist attraction. Understood, Tour Guide Lou. The girls changed into the slippers they had found and stepped into the water. The cool seawater washed over my calves and toes, feeling incredibly comfortable. We'll have to spend the night here. We can set off tomorrow when we see the volcanic island at dawn. Tang Xiaohua and Lin Qianqian played in the water for a while, picked up a few scallops and conches. Ning Shu and Jiang Yao further secured the raft, and then sat down to rest on the side of the raft. At that moment, Luge's foot touched something. Then, he noticed a fish, about the size of a large shoe insole, splashing twice and swimming a few meters ahead not far away. Then, a fish next to it was also startled and swam 2 meters. It's a flounder. Luge was secretly delighted. Looks like we can have some decent fish today. Luge picked up the harpoon, quietly waded through the water, and suddenly stabbed at one of the fish. But the fish was too agile. It twisted its body and dodged away. I tried twice more, but still couldn't get it stuck. Luge felt that his reaction and speed were better than before, but he still failed to stab the flounder. Recalling the series of experiences after boarding the ship, Luge felt somewhat frustrated. He didn't know if he had acted impulsively. Choosing to lead everyone away from Eggshell Island might end up killing them all in the sea. Even if you manage to get there with great difficulty, what if there is really no fresh water on the other side? With these thoughts in mind, her frustration was evident on her face. At this moment, Jiang Yao felt a pang of sympathy and took a handkerchief to wipe the seawater that was gradually washing over Luge's face. Unwittingly, Jiang Yao's hand touched Luge's lips. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the sign-in. Agility +1. You have signed in for 7 consecutive days. Congratulations, host. You have checked in for 7 consecutive days, completing the weekly check-in and receiving an important notification. Volcanic Island possesses sustainable freshwater resources. The system's information gave Luge a strong boost of confidence. That's right, my judgment was correct. Staying on Eggshell Island is a dead end. Venturing to Volcano Island is the only chance of survival. His agility improved once again, and his will to survive became even stronger. At the same time, the eyes and hands are more stable. Luge crept over quietly, then suddenly threw his harpoon, accurately piercing a flounder. Yay, 1 point. Cheers and applause erupted from behind. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't scare the other fish away. Oh. Chapter 59, Jiang Yao's period arrives. Even after removing the viscera and venom sacs, the flesh of the flounder is still quite delicious. Luge gutted and cleaned the flounder, then handed it to Lin Qianqian to roast on a hot pot. Although the cans are small, 3 of them together can be filled with twigs, and a small flame can easily cook a fish. With his increased agility, Luge reacted even faster and caught 5 flounders in no time. Although it can only be grilled one by one, its thin body makes it easy to cook through. The small fish at their feet emitted a dark blue light, dazzlingly colorful. As the group ate grilled halibut, their fear of being adrift in the ocean subsided somewhat. Luge, after you finish eating the fish, take a nap, Ning Shu said with concern. Tang Xiaohua also said, yes, you must be exhausted. While eating the fish, Luge carefully adjusted his homemade compass. The compass, which was placed on the reef, was still pointing randomly. Luge knew that this place was also affected by an unknown magnetic field. He gave a perfunctory reply. I'm fine. Even if you're capable, you can't be used like a donkey. You're the only guy in the team. If you get exhausted, who will we rely on? Jiang Yao's complaints were full of concern. Lin Qianqian also said, you can sleep peacefully, leave this to us. Luge hadn't slept much that night and was feeling exhausted. All right, I'll leave it to you guys. He boarded the raft and used his backpack as a pillow, but Tang Xiaohua took the backpack away, saying, I need to lean on it. Luge was taken aback, but she stretched out her legs with a slightly arrogant air. There's no pillow, so I'll reluctantly let you lie on my lap. Is this considered a benefit? Of course, it's a huge perk. Luge felt that refusing was ultimately not a good thing to do, so he sighed and reluctantly lay down. A moment later, he felt Tang Xiaohua's hands gently kneading his forehead, which felt incredibly comfortable. I didn't know you had this special talent. Don't talk too much, just go to sleep. Luge closed his eyes and gradually fell asleep. A few hours later, the sun rose from the sea, and the sea breeze blew away the thin mist. Luja felt he had slept enough, so he stretched and sat up. The three girls sleeping beside him were also disturbed and woke up. "You're awake." Jiang Yao yawned. It seemed she was the one who kept watch during the latter half of last night. "You've had enough sleep. You should rest for a while." "Luja, look over there." Following the direction Jiang Yao pointed, Luja saw an island. Although the location has changed, Luja can confirm that it is indeed a volcanic island. "Indeed, it's bigger than I imagined." Luja nodded. "Yesterday we rowed a distance toward the volcanic island, and it seems that we drifted a distance with the ocean current in the middle of the night, and the course has changed. Fortunately, we did not drift out of sight." Lin Xianxian observed the direction of the water flow and said, "Luja, the distance is still very far, and now we are completely going against the current." Luja nodded. He knew that crossing it would be more difficult than he had imagined. But there is no other way. One oar isn't enough to paddle across. We need to make a few more hand oars. What raw materials can be used? We still need to remove some logs from the raft. Just then, Ning Shu exclaimed in surprise. "Hey, look at the water." Luja noticed that a shark fin was protruding above the water in the surrounding area, seemingly waiting for something. Upon closer inspection, there was more than one nearby. There were about a dozen sharks swimming around the reef. They were a bit agitated and seemed to want to swim to the shallows, but because the water was too shallow, they couldn't swim up at all. But their purpose was all too clear. They had already targeted the 5 people as prey. What happened? There weren't any sharks here yesterday. "Yao Yao you." Jiang Yao was taken aback. "What's wrong with me?" "You're bleeding." Jiang Yao looked down and saw a deep red line of blood flowing down her fair leg, the blood disappearing into the seawater. "Oh no, I've started my period?" No wonder sharks gathered in groups near the reef. It turns out that Yao Yao's menstrual blood flowed into the seawater, attracting the sharks nearby. Luja knew that sharks had an exceptionally keen sense of smell and could detect even the smallest amount of blood. Jiang Yao may have been bleeding for half the night, with most of it flowing into the sea through the gaps in the raft. It felt like hungry wild dogs smelling a delicious bone. Jiang Yao said with annoyance. "Oh my God, why now of all times?" Lin Xianxian said, "Stop talking, class monitor. Don't you have the 7th dimension?" Ningshu quickly opened a small package and used it as a pad for Jiang Yao. "Then wash the blood off your legs." The shark, smelling blood, went berserk again, pounding the waves and trying to reach the shallows. The girls were all terrified and didn't know what to do. But then, something even more critical happened. Luja discovered that the water level had risen considerably compared to the previous night. Last night, the water level was only above the ankles, but now it's above the calves. At this rate, the water level will probably be waist deep in another half day. At that point, those sharks will definitely rush over and tear them to pieces. Luja understood that the more critical the moment, the more important it was to maintain a calm mind. Only in this way can we come up with reasonable solutions. "Don't panic, everyone. Let me think of a solution." After hearing what Luja said, the girls quieted down, huddled together, and looked at Luja. Luja breathed a sigh of relief. "Now, keep as quiet as possible. Don't let any blood or bodily fluids get into the water." Tang Xiaohua said, "Can't I even go to the toilet?" "Hold it in. If you really can't, pee in the bottle, but don't let a single drop spill out. In short, we can't let them smell any of our scent again." The girls all nodded. "The water level is rising, but it will take some time before they can swim over. I need to figure out how to deal with the sharks, so I'll have to leave the task of making the paddles to you guys. Let's try to get out of here within 2 hours." The 4 girls looked at each other and said, "Okay, let's brainstorm together." Several girls were discussing how to make oars on the raft, but Luja was lost in thought. "We need to find something that can drive away sharks." Just then, the ash in the fire pot was full, and Luja poured some out in preparation for adding more wood. As soon as a little bit was poured out, blackwood ash mist began to drift on the surface of the water. The small fish at their feet saw the black mass and scattered in fright. Suddenly, Luja had an inspiration. By the way, fish are extremely sensitive to black water mist, which is why small squid and cuttlefish use ink ejection as a way to survive in the ocean. He quickly poured out most of the wood ash from the jar, let it cool, and then bottled it. Then replace the branches in wood chips with new ones to burn. Chapter 60 Swimsuit Party. Lucia and several girls dismantled the shelter that had been used as a boat awning and used tree branches, tattered clothes, and tarpaulins to make several simple hand oars. Lucia gave it a try, and although it wasn't as good as what he made, it was still passable. By this time, the sun had risen higher, and the temperature began to rise again. The four people shared another bottle of water, and now only one bottle of fresh water and one coconut are left. We have to use it sparingly. Friends, it's very hot now, but we have to set off. This process will be tough, but I believe that as long as we grit our teeth and persevere, we will definitely survive. The girls all nodded. Lin Shanqian said, but what if those sharks bite us? I've already figured out how to deal with them. Lucia seemed very confident. Now, it was the 7th day since we were stranded on the desert island. The lost passenger plane lay not far away. Lucia and 4 girls are stranded on a reef in the Pacific Ocean. They need to break through the territory of sharks and go upstream to row their raft a few nautical miles to a place they named Volcano Island. At this moment, the girls sat in the middle of the raft, trembling with fear, their hands gripping the raft tightly. They were afraid of accidentally angering a shark and being thrown into the sea. Lucia grabbed the stone axe and used the harpoon to steadily propel the bamboo raft away from the reef. At that very instant, a shark swam by. Lucia was prepared. He gently touched the shark's forehead with a harpoon, and the shark immediately turned and left. This served as a warning to the other sharks, who dared not launch another attack rashly. But they still didn't give up on the raft and tried to ram it with their bodies. Lucia waved his paddle, and a row of bags at the stern of the raft was pushed into the water. These bags were filled with wood ash, instantly turning the sea black. Caught off guard, the sharks scattered and fled in all directions. Knowing his method had worked, Lucia quickly said, "Now, hurry." The 4 girls immediately picked up the hand oars they had made and started paddling. 5 people rowing together, even against the current, they were quite fast. But even though they left the reef, they did not leave the shark's territory. As the first wave of gray fog dissipated, the shark prepared to probe again. After a while, they seemed to have forgotten the smell of blood they had just caught and began to wander aimlessly again. Lucia finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down. "Are we safe?" Ningshu asked. Lucia wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded. "It's safe for now." Lin Shanqian breathed a sigh of relief. "That was close." Jiang Yao patted her chest. "My heart was about to jump out of my chest." Tang Xiaoguo wiped away her tears. "I thought everyone was going to die here." Everyone must stay alert and row at a steady pace to avoid irritating the sharks. The girls all nodded. Understood. Having temporarily escaped the shark attack, they now simply need to keep paddling towards the volcanic island until they reach their destination. At this point, they began to face another serious problem. High temperatures, intense sunlight, and a lack of fresh water. After paddling the raft for half an hour, the girls were drenched in sweat, their lips were chapped, and their foreheads were covered in beads of sweat. Lucia understood that a sunshade device was needed to reduce sun exposure and fluid loss. But now, do we have the materials? The shelter that was originally intended as a boat awning was dismantled, and the wooden sticks were used to make oars. The tarpaulin, which could have been used as a sunshade, was dismantled by several girls and used as oars. So, he now has almost nothing left to shield him from the sun. If they were exposed to the sun for another half hour, they would definitely become dehydrated. Even without dehydration, it's not attractive for several fair-skinned girls to turn into dark-skinned beauties. He inspected what he could use to make a sunshade. A few tattered clothes he had picked up, punched holes in them with nails, tied them together with thin rope, and then used wooden sticks to prop them apart. But it's not big enough. To get enough shade, we had to use everyone's clothes. Tang Xiao's dress and Lucia's t-shirt were all tied together, but it still wasn't enough. Everyone has to paddle on both sides of the raft at the same time, but the shed is obviously not big enough to provide shade for everyone, so we need everyone's clothes. What should we do then? Take off everything that can be taken off. Several girls were a little reluctant, but Lucia's expression showed that he wasn't joking. Lucia first took off his trousers, leaving his shirtless and wearing only a pair of boxer shorts. The 4 girls shyly covered their eyes. After a while, everyone quietly went to check, and Luja had indeed used his clothes and pants to prop up the tent, and just as he said, even with his, it wasn't enough. Now, a shady spot is more precious to them than gold. Tang Xiao said, I'll offer Qianqian's vest. Qianqian, you won't mind, will you? No problem. Jiang Yao said nonchalantly. I still have a pair of capri pants. Just wear a bra and panties. Okay, let's just call it a swimsuit party. The girls discussed it for a while, then took off everything they could, leaving only their innermost layer of clothing. In this way, the last gap in the sunshade was indeed plugged. Now it truly felt like attending a swimsuit party. Although I felt shy, I was also a little excited, curious, and thrilled. Boys and girls are the same. We've been completely honest with each other, haven't we? Luja, could you please stop staring at me? It's so rude of you. Luja tried his best to joke with everyone. Seriously, you guys are all so cute. It would be rude of me not to even glance at you. That's true. See? With this sunshade and the occasional seawater rinse, everyone felt much cooler. But this only relieved the heat on the skin, and other problems gradually emerged. The constant paddling took a heavy toll on everyone's energy. Although they were getting closer to the volcanic island, everyone was showing signs of dehydration. Luja split the coconut open, and everyone took a sip before it was all gone. Then, with the last bottle of water, each person only received 100 milliliters, which only slightly relieved their thirst. If you want to replenish your fluids, you'll have to think of other ways. Chapter 61 Ed Stafford's Hydration Method. He paddled on one side, while the other 4 girls paddled on the other, and the small raft steadily made its way toward the volcanic island. Hang in there, everyone. Once we get to the volcanic island, there will be plenty of coconuts. The girls looked at each other and all said, we can still hold on. Another half hour passed. I'm just too exhausted. Me too. Luja looked up at the volcanic island. It was getting closer and closer, only 200 meters away. Everyone, don't stop. Keep going, keep paddling. There are only 200 meters left. When we reach our destination, I'll open the coconuts for everyone. Okay, hang in there. Push harder. To survive, and for the sake of coconuts, I absolutely cannot hold everyone back. But just then, an unexpected wave crashed onto everyone. However, this time, the negative impact was far more than just losing face. Jiang Yao's bright red bloodstains scattered in the sea attracted the attention of hammerhead sharks. This instantly drove them into a frenzy again, reigniting their curiosity about the raft. Hammerhead sharks are ferocious and greedy, capable of eating almost any marine animal, and are also filled with intense hostility and aggression towards creatures that are not from the ocean. Waste and garbage, including humans and even their own kind, are their food. Luja knew that there was no other way but to leave as soon as possible. He quickly said, paddle fast, get out of this area as soon as possible. Victory is not far away. The other side is just around the corner. Everyone used their last bit of energy to row like their lives depended on it. However, they were still attacked by sharks. Because of the sea snake hanging behind, the sharks attacked from both sides. Because the raft was only repaired yesterday, many parts are not very sturdy, and a lot of wood has fallen off. At this rate, the raft will sink before it even reaches the shore. In that case, none of them will survive. As more and more sharks came to attack, Luja knew he couldn't fight them head-on, so he looked around. Suddenly, Luja noticed a tiny island exposed on the sea not far ahead. It's called an island, but it's really just a small hill protruding above the water, with the part protruding above the water only about 15 or 16 square meters. Although it wasn't large, it was enough for them to temporarily escape shark attacks. Don't stop, paddle over there. There are too many sharks. Oh no, it's going to bite me. The raft is sinking. Luja looked back and was secretly surprised to find that there were at least 7 or 8 sharks attacking the raft. Half of the raft's logs had been torn off, and several girls' legs were already submerged in the water. In this situation, even Ed Stafford or Bear Grylls would be bewildered, let alone a group of girls. In desperation, there was no other choice. Luja swung his oar and knocked the fire pot stuck on the raft into the water. Sizzle. The burning charcoal in the fire pot quickly stirred up a cloud of mist when it came into contact with the seawater. and the black ash scattered in the water, scaring the sharks away in all directions. Now is the time. Luja rode the wooden paddle with all his might, and the girls quickly followed suit. Half a minute later, when the shark realized what was happening and tried to attack them again, they had already successfully landed on the tiny island. Several girls sat in the middle of the miniature island, hugging each other, their faces pale with fright, sobbing uncontrollably. Fortunately, no one was injured. Luja pulled the remaining part of the raft ashore. Luckily, although most of the wood on the raft had been torn away, the bottles were still in plastic bags, and there were still more than 20 left. The backpack containing important supplies hasn't been lost yet. The clothing sunshade, however, did not fall apart because it was still attached to the support pole. Luja pulled these clothes up as well, then prop it up to provide shade. Several girls were crying so hard they couldn't speak. It's good to let them cry for a while. Luja washed his face with seawater, trying to calm himself down, and began to analyze the current situation and think of countermeasures. Chapter 62, Give Me Your Sanitary Napkins. They were only about 50 meters away from the beach on the volcanic island. There should be shallow water and sand underfoot. Luja could clearly see that there were many coconut trees on the volcanic island. Almost 2/3 of the trees were laden with plump coconuts. If we can get there, we can have a good bowl of coconut juice. However, navigating this 50-meter stretch of sea is exceptionally difficult. There are now a large number of sharks lurking underwater. Their raft was completely destroyed, and the remaining wood was simply not enough to support the weight of 5 people. Swimming in recklessly could very well result in being torn to pieces by a shark. Staying here isn't a solution either. Looking at my watch, it's low tide at 4 o'clock, and it's still high tide at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In a few tens of minutes, this place will be submerged by seawater, and we'll all be swallowed by the sea. At this point, relying on the system is impossible. We must find our own solutions. He breathed a sigh of relief and walked up to the girls. Don't be sad, everyone. We still have a chance. Luja, Ningshu seemed somewhat indifferent. She smoothed her hair behind her ear and said, Don't try to comfort us. If possible, you should leave on your own. Lin Shanqian nodded. You must have a way to leave, but we are all a burden to you. Tang Xiaowood just sobbed. Jiang Yao was writing something, her hand trembling. Yao Yao, what are you writing? A suicide note, Jiang Yao said, looking at Lu Zhou with a faint smile. It's a pity that she was still a virgin until her death. Lu Zhou sighed. Everyone, this is not the time to think about those things. Can't we pull ourselves together? We shouldn't just give up like this. Lin Shanqian sighed. It won't be long before the seawater floods this place. Tang Xiaowu said. Then the sharks will eat us. Wow. Therefore, we must find a way before the sea floods us. I promise I will not leave you. If you die, what meaning will life have even if I survive? Lu Zhi's genuine emotions made all 4 girls raise their heads. Yes, you are all so beautiful and lovely. I dream of marrying one of you. Ningshu blushed. Oh, so you really think that way? Of course. I would even like to marry each and every one of you. That's too greedy. Unimportant. Lu Zhi said solemnly and seriously. Listen to me. You all did a great job facing the danger before. You cooked, tended the fire, gathered supplies, and fought off the sharks. Now, I need you to continue to cooperate with me. Dry your tears, and the 5 of us will land on that island together. Then we'll survive on that island together. Hearing Lu Zhi say this, hope rekindled in the eyes of the 4 girls. Lu Zhi, you have a plan, don't you? It's not exactly a solution, but at least we can give it a try. Ningshu wiped away her tears and stood up. Tell me, what should I do? First, check the supplies to see if there's anything we can use. Everyone started searching everywhere. Fortunately, the important supplies are still there. Jiang Yao said. A pencil case, a slingshot, a novel wrapped tightly in a plastic bag, a whistle, and 3 unusable cell phones. Cell phone, etc. Lu Zhi seemed to have thought of something, and Lin Shanqian seemed to have thought of something as well. The 2 of them said in unison. Sharks are sensitive to electric current. But is there still electricity? Ningshu shook her head. Mine is definitely out of power. Lin Shanqian also sighed. After being soaked in seawater for so long, even if there was some heat, it would definitely have short-circuited and burned out. Jiang Yao said, Mine too. Although the phone battery is unusable, it provides an idea. We have alternatives. Lucia took out the remote control. To be honest, things in first class are really high-end. Even the remote control is waterproof. You forgot about this? Lucia turned on the remote control and took out 2 AA batteries. Then, attached the 2 batteries to the 2 nails of the harpoon in different directions. Lin Shanqian said, "Seawater is not a strong conductor of electricity, but shark skin is a very strong conductor of electricity." Lucia nodded. "That's right, and sharks are most afraid of electric current. Even a little bit of electric current will make them flee in panic." "Look, another shark-repelling device is complete," Jiang Yao said sadly, "but I've started my period." "Then let's think about it from a different perspective." Lucia's eyes were filled with composure and calmness. "Could we use this menstrual blood to lure away those sharks?" "May I?" "Just you wait and see." Lucia then dismantled a few more pieces of wood and tied them together to form a smaller boat. Then the sunshade was taken down, and everyone put on their own clothes and made a sail out of branches and scraps of clothing they had collected. Then, Lucia held out his hand. "Now, please give me your sanitary napkin." Jiang Yao pursed her lips, blushed, and turned around. Handing your sanitary napkin to a guy is an incredibly awkward experience for any girl. But there's nothing we can do. This is the only thing that can save them now. After fiddling with it for a while, she handed a neatly folded small bag to Lucia. "Here you go." Chapter 63: Successful Landing on the Volcanic Island. Gift. Lucia simply unfolded the sanitary napkin. "So it really does smell fishy. I don't think I need to explain this, do I?" Jiang Yao blushed slightly. Lucia placed the sanitary napkin on the back edge of the small boat. "In a moment, I will push this fake boat in the opposite direction of the island. The wind is currently blowing from the southwest, which will blow the fake boat away from the island. The scent of blood will attract sharks, and we'll take that opportunity to swim across from the opposite side." Ningshu nodded. "That's a good idea." Tang Xiaohua said anxiously, "But I can't swim." Lin Shanqian also shook her head. I don't know how either." Jiang Yao blushed and crossed her legs, saying, "I know how, but if I go into the water, won't I attract sharks?" Of the 4 girls, 3 couldn't swim. However, none of this is a problem. Lucia picked up a bottle in one hand and the anchor rope in the other. "Let's split the rope, tie the remaining empty bottles together, and then tie them to our arms and chests to make life jackets. That way we won't sink. All we need to do is try our best to paddle forward." Ningshu asked, "But what about Yao Yao?" Lucia thought for a moment and said, "That's easy to handle." He tied the remaining wood together and said, "Although the remaining wood is not enough to support the weight of the 5 of us, it should be enough to support Yao Yao." Lin Shanqian thought for a moment and then realized, "That's right. As long as Yao Yao lies on it with a new sanitary napkin, the blood won't flow out." "That's it." Lucia tied the bottles together with rope to make life jackets, which he then put on Ningshu and the others' arms. "All right, Yao Yao, lie down on this bundle of wood. Our clothes and important supplies are all yours." Jiang Yao nodded. "Remember, let's swim evenly and try not to be nervous. I estimate that after swimming about 20 meters, our feet should be able to reach the beach. Then we can hold hands and walk onto the beach." "No." Lucia nodded, stood up, grabbed the fake boat, and pushed it with all his might. The fake boat slid 10 meters away and drifted into the distance. Once the fake boat had drifted far away, Lucia took out the roundest pebble, pulled up his slingshot, and aimed at the stern of the boat. Smack! The sanitary napkin was accurately hit at the stern of the fake boat, and it fell into the water. Sure enough, several sharks were attracted to it. Now is the time. Lucia pushed the wooden bundle carrying Jiang Yao toward the volcano island. The other 3 girls went into the sea with him. Tang Xiaohua and Lin Shanqian, who couldn't swim, were in front, while Lucia and Ningshu were treading water behind them. Jiang Yao, though lying on the raft, was paddling hard. The 5 people swam slowly towards the beach. Just as they were getting close to the shallows, sharks noticed them. A shark swam towards them, but Lucia was prepared. He turned around and handed the harpoon with the battery attached to it to his back. The shark shuddered and swung its tail to escape. "It really works. We can barely handle one." but more than that will be difficult. Everyone, hurry up. Then, another one rushed over. As usual, Luja launched a surprise attack. This time, however, the nail was pushed too hard and pierced the shark's skin. The shark then flicked its tail and swam away into the distance. However, at that moment, something terrible happened. The shark was injured, leaving a trail of blood in the ocean. Other sharks smelled the blood and rushed towards it without hesitation. Its gaping maw mercilessly bit into its companion, instantly tearing the shark to pieces. Tang Xiaowu was terrified, but then she heard Luja say, "We've reached the sandy area." He bit the harpoon, pushed off the sand with his feet, and pushed forward with all his might. The log, carrying the 4 girls, slid forward for more than 10 meters. He turned around, and a shark charged at him. In a flash, Luja dodged and simultaneously jabbed the shark in the eye with a harpoon. The shark, in pain, thrashed about in the water, attracting other sharks. Luja dived underwater, but the person had already disappeared. The girls were terrified. "Luja, come back quickly. I'm going to save Luja. Luja, I want to go save him too." The next scene shows Luja emerging from the water right in front of them. "I need you to save me. Hurry up." By this time, the water wasn't so deep anymore, and the 4 of them pushed Jiang Yao to the shallow water area. Jiang Yao jumped down as well, abandoning the raft, grabbed her bundle, and ran with everyone. Whoever fell was pulled up by the other companions. Finally, the group of friends stumbled and ran to the beach. At that moment, all 4 girls were exhausted and had no strength left. They lay on the sand, panting heavily. At this very moment, this sea area was already stained crimson with the blood of that shark. "Are we dead?" "No. We survived. Is everyone here? Say something if you're not here." "They're all here." "Very good." The girls all closed their eyes, seemingly too exhausted to even blink. It's so moving to the point of tears that you can't help but feel like you've escaped death. Luja breathed a sigh of relief. He tried to sit up, but only then did he realize that he was almost completely exhausted. He expended tremendous strength and energy to escape this time. He stood up and looked at the 4 exhausted girls, panting heavily, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The tide will come in soon, and this place will be submerged too. "Oh, let's rest for a while, then head to the woods. I can't walk anymore. Let alone walking, I'm afraid I can't even crawl." Luja had no choice but to take the supplies there first. After resting for about 10 minutes, the tide reached their toes. Luja pulled them all up, and the 5 of them helped each other to the edge of the woods to sit down. This place is far from the high tide point, so it should be safe. Fortunately, there were plenty of coconuts here. Luja picked up more than a dozen, split them open with a stone axe, and shared them with everyone. Each person drank 3 coconuts before they could barely quench their thirst. He tore off pieces of coconut meat and put them all in his mouth, chewing them vigorously. After half an hour, everyone's mood and energy finally recovered somewhat. Jiang Yao sighed. It was truly a narrow escape from death. Tang Xiaowu complained. "This shouldn't be called Volcano Island. It should be called Shark Island." Ning Shu looked around. "Hey, where's that flight attendant?" Lin Xianqian said, "We deviated from the flight path before landing on the island, so she should be on the other side of the island." Jiang Yao said, "We can't go now. I can't walk at all." Tang Xiaowu said weakly, "Me too." Luja shook his head. Everyone has exhausted too much energy and needs some time to recover. He glanced at his watch. It was already 4:30 p.m. "Let's spend the night here, get some rest, and conserve our energy so we can explore this volcanic island together tomorrow." Chapter 64 discovered something strange. Luja's proposal was approved by everyone. Indeed, everyone was so tired that they could barely walk a few steps, let alone go around half the island to find someone on the other side. The most rational thing to do now is to find something to eat, get through the night safely, and wait until tomorrow when we've recovered our strength. Fortunately, we now have some coconuts, so we don't lack fresh water and carbohydrates. All we need is some protein. Thinking of this, he said, "I'll go to the beach to find some supplies. You guys take stock of what we have left. Luja, are you still able to walk? Don't worry about me. You should be careful of snakes." "Then be careful." Luja strolled alone on the beach, lost in thought. In an effort to scare away the sharks, we threw away the aluminum cans we used to store fire, thus losing both the pot and the fire starter. The harpoon used to scare away the sharks was lost. Now we have to make another one. Otherwise, you can try starting a fire with batteries. If only I could find a lighter. If you're even luckier, finding a box of instant noodles would be amazing. Luja walked along the beach for 300 or 400 meters, but didn't find any cans. Instead, he found some household trash. There were plastic bags, torn slippers, instant noodle bags from foreign brands, potato chip bags, aluminum cans, water bottles, plastic ropes from cardboard boxes, and so on. Squeeze the instant noodle bag. It seems there's something else inside. Looking further in, there's a small blue square bag. It seems to be full. Is it convenient to use seasonings? He was overjoyed, but without even taking it out to look at it, he put it in his pocket. Next, we picked off a few barnacles from the rocks. There were quite a few of them, but it was a bit of a struggle to knock them off. I also picked up a piece of seaweed and a crab the size of a fingernail. Luja considered it in his mind. These would provide his body with the necessary protein. Back to camp. Ning Shulin and Qianqian have almost finished their inventory. The books were all sealed in plastic bags, so they didn't get damp. Nothing was missing from my backpack, but I finished the spicy snacks 3 days ago. There are still more than 10 pieces of chewing gum left, and the few tissues I have left are all soaked and unusable. Luja nodded. It's good that nothing was lost. What about the other food? I still have the stone axe, though it's badly worn. The slingshot and knife are also still here, and there's an extra Western-style knife. Lin Qianqian said, there's no dried fish left, but there's half a piece of honey in the bottle, and the sweet potato vine is broken. Seeing the sweet potato vine break, Luja felt a chill in his heart. But we can eat a few sweet potatoes today. Even if the seedlings break, they usually won't die. We can replant them later. Ning Shu asked, Luja, did you find anything? It's all just household trash. Bottles, plastic bags, and we also picked up a few barnacles, small crabs, and sweet potatoes. We'll get our protein from them tonight. Eat it raw. Without fire, you can only eat it raw. Lin Qianqian said, I'm not used to the taste of raw barnacles. Ning Shu said lazily, if there were vinegar and wasabi, I wouldn't mind eating it raw. Luja remembered the spice packet he had found, took it out and shook it. Look what I found. He was pleased because with this packet of seasoning, at least the dinner wouldn't be too monotonous. However, the girl's reaction surprised him somewhat. What is this? That word is. Ning Shu repeated it twice, then suddenly realized something, and her expression immediately changed. But immediately, she coughed twice. Luja, did you find this? Yeah, you didn't expect that, did you? We'll need it soon. Do we need to? Ning Shu looked at her girlfriends, then at herself. He asked in surprise, are you sure you still have the strength? Luja nodded casually. It's all right. However, she thought about it. I think this is understandable. After all, any normal guy would have some strange thoughts if he were surrounded by 4 scantily clad young women. So, with whom does Luja want to use it? Or perhaps he wants to share it with 4 people. She pondered this to herself, but was too embarrassed to ask. Just then, seabirds appeared on the beach, and Luja wanted to shoot them again. However, the accuracy has not been improved, and so far we haven't hit a single seabird. Without further ado, while I've regained my strength, I must quickly catch a seabird. So Luja went to the beach to catch seabirds. Chapter 65 The Girlfriend on Duty. Hearing Ning Shu say that, Tang Xiaohua felt a little embarrassed and twisted her body. She is also sacrificing herself for others, for everyone's sake. Jiang Yao nodded, got up, and said, Guer might not be able to control herself. If someone has to be Luja's girlfriend, I think no one is more suitable than me. After all, we were classmates in high school and were partners in the figure skating club. I object. Tang Xiaohua pointed at Jiang Yao with disdain. Look at Yao Yao's appearance, everyone. The 3 of them went to look together. Jiang Yao sat there like a little duck, one of her tank top straps dangling to the side, her lips pouting, her long hair disheveled, her eyes filled with a grieved expression, and every gesture she made exuded a captivating charm. Lin Qianqian sighed and rubbed her forehead. Yao Yao, I can't stand you like this, let alone Luja. Tang Xiaohua stated. In short, Yao Yao absolutely cannot. Ning Shu nodded. Yao Yao can't. Guier can't. It seems that only I, as the class monitor, can come. You? Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua said together. The class monitor is even worse. Ning Shu asked, puzzled. Why am I even less capable? Jiang Yao said quietly. Speaking of which, only you, the class monitor, know the most about that kind of thing. Tang Xiaohua nodded. Yes, if you always read frivolous books, you're bound to have a frivolous mind. Ning Shu said angrily. Where am I being improper? I'm very innocent. I just have a broad knowledge base. Jiang Yao sighed softly. In that case, I was worried you'd lead Xiaozhou astray. Tang Xiaohua shook her head like a rattle. Tang Xiaohua is no good. Jiang Yao is no good. And Ning Shu is no good either. At this moment, Lin Qianqian said weakly. Since no one else can do it, then I will. She thought for a moment, then said, Perfect, I'll try to change some of my strange mindsets. What? Do you want Luja to help you change your Yuri, lesbian, orientation? Now you're safe. In short, even a shallow one won't do. At this moment, Ning Shu suddenly thought of a solution. How about this? We take turns on duty. What kind of duty shift? Starting today, everyone will take turns being Luja's on-duty girlfriend for a day, responsible for supervising and restraining him. The others will supervise the on-duty girlfriends. Make sure they don't cross the line. In short, we must make him control his lewd emotions. A girlfriend on duty, that's a good option. Tang Xiaohua snapped her fingers. Wait, don't cross the line. Then what counts as crossing the line? At most, it's holding hands. Anything beyond holding hands is considered crossing the line. Holding hands. Jiang Yao recalled the night she fell asleep leaning on Luja's shoulder. Speaking of what happened before, didn't we cross the line? Things related to survival don't count. Jiang Yao nodded. Then I think this is feasible. And you, Qianqian? Lin Qianqian blushed and pursed her lips. I have no objection. Ning Shu nodded, her gaze fixed on the distance with a deep and solemn expression. Sisters, I hereby announce that the second plan to save Luja is officially underway. Hey, why are you all lying down again? The three girls said lazily in unison. We're so tired. Ning Shu shrugged. Since you're all tired, then as the class monitor, I'll be the first on-duty girlfriend on the first day. It'll set a good example for you all, letting you understand the specific work process so that future work can proceed smoothly. Any objections? Tang Xiaohua reminded him. Remember what you said, class monitor, don't cross the line. Don't you trust me? Jiang Yao sighed. As a professor-level old pervert, she is indeed not very reassuring. What are you saying? Lin Qianqian waved her hand weakly. Class monitor, I'm cheering you on. Now let's talk about Luja. I tried to shoot gannets with a slingshot, but I couldn't find any perfectly round stones, so the trajectories were all crooked. Fortunately, the stones are inexhaustible. He shot more than 20 times before finally hitting a gannet. To be precise, I was aiming at one and shooting, but the one next to it got caught in the crossfire. If you don't focus on the process, the result is still pretty good. Then, he quickly pulled a rope from his pocket and tied the two wings and two legs of the gannet that had been shot together. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new protein source, red-footed booby. So this creature is called a red-footed booby. No wonder its webbed feet are so red. Then, information about the red-footed booby came to his mind. This is a large species of seabird that inhabits the Pacific and Indian Oceans. Because of their delicious taste, low intelligence, and ease of capture, they have been hunted extensively by some islanders and have become protected animals in some countries. It's edible, and it tastes good. That's enough. Regardless of whether it's a protected animal or not. As Teacher Luo once said, if you can't survive in the wild, eat golden monkeys if you want to eat golden monkeys, or Siberian tigers if you want to eat Siberian tigers. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to be able to catch him and beat him. In short, getting the gannet is something to be very happy about. The problem arose from how to eat it. It's not on fire. Never mind, we'll talk about it later. Luja carried the gannet back to the camp. The girl's eyes widened. Ning Shu exclaimed, Luja, you actually caught it. Luja boasted a little. For me, it's a beginner's task, incredibly easy. As he spoke, he hung the boobies on a tree branch. That Luja. What is it? We have something we'd like to discuss with you. Seeing that the four girls all seemed to have something on their minds, Luja asked curiously, "What's wrong? Please sit down first." Luja sat down, somewhat bewildered. "It looks quite formal." "It's quite formal." Ningshu coughed twice and said, "It's about you." "What's wrong with me?" "In order to ensure harmony and stability in life on the deserted island, and the stability and unity of the survival team, I have decided to launch the 4+1 mutual assistance activity for classmates, effective immediately." Luja looked completely bewildered. "What the heck?" "In short, I'll be your girlfriend on duty today." "Wait a minute." Luja was even more confused. "Girlfriend on duty? What the heck?" "It's to supervise you, and also to protect you. Why do we still have to work shifts? 1 day per person." Luja imagined it for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. "What exactly is going on? Can you explain it more clearly? Starting today, each of us will be your temporary girlfriend for a day, but only in terms of care, understanding, mutual help, and overcoming various emotions and strange thoughts that are detrimental to survival." Luja thought about it and realized that having 4 class beauties as his girlfriends on duty every day would be a great idea. But, hey, from the moment I was trying to survive until now, I've always thought about things from a survival perspective. It's you guys who always have weird ideas. Where would we get any? Then where would I get one? Then explain why you picked this up." As she spoke, Ningshu picked up the small blue bag and proudly waved it in front of Luja. Chapter 66, Starting a Fire with Strange Things. "This is not Fong." Luja was about to mention the instant noodle seasoning packet when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Upon closer inspection, I was suddenly startled. "Holy crap, this isn't a seasoning packet, it's a condom. There's a mistake. But is this my fault? Who would have thought someone would stuff it into a packet of instant noodles and throw it away? And it hasn't been opened yet. Now that I think about it, it's no wonder the girls wanted to talk. They misunderstood that I was going to use this on them." Just then, Luja seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the sky and immediately became excited. "Give it to me now." "What are you going to do?" Ningshu hid the things behind her back. "No time to explain. Just give it to me now." "Oh." Ningshu handed the item to Luja despite her confusion. Luja held it in his hand and consulted the survival manual in his mind. In the wild, there are several main ways to start a fire: friction, flint, using natural fire from lightning or magma, and using a convex lens to focus sunlight. Among these methods, the most time-saving, labor-saving, and safest way is to use a focused light to start a fire. The difficulty with this method lies in the inability to obtain a convex lens or a substitute. But now, isn't filling a TT box with seawater the perfect convex lens? Looking up at the time again, it was already 5 o'clock. The sun would set soon, and although the sunset wasn't so intense now, the light was still plentiful. If we hurry, we might actually start a fire. He quickly tore open the small bag and, sure enough, took out a new condom. The 4 girls huddled together in fear when they saw this thing. It really is something improper. What is Luja going to do? Calm down. Are they ready to use it on us? Luja, don't make things difficult for others. If you're going to come at someone, come at me alone. Luja ignored them completely, instead breaking off some tree branches and shredding some dry grass. Luja, are you even listening to us? I don't have time. Then, she quickly ran to the beach with the condom and the bottle, and after a while, she ran back. He was holding a large water balloon with a cute little bird on it. Then, he laid the branches and dry grass on the ground and used a water balloon to greet the last rays of the day. A bright spot is concentrated on the hay. Only now do the 4 girls understand what Luja wanted to do with the condom. I think I understand now. So it was for starting a fire. Squad leader, didn't you say? Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. The 4 girls looked at each other, feeling utterly stupid. Yes, they were just using a condom to start a fire. It was them who not only imagined a whole bunch of lewd things, but also came up with the absurd idea of a girlfriend on duty. The 4 girls sat there awkwardly, watching the bright spot turn into a black into a black hole, and then smoke began to rise from it. Luja blew on it, and flames shot out from the black hole. What are you standing there for? Go find some more branches. Knowing they were in the wrong, the girls all said, oh, and dragged their exhausted bodies to search separately, soon finding a small pile. These branches were enough for Lu Zhe to start a fire, but not enough to burn for a long time. At that moment, the sun had just set below the horizon. It was too late to go into the woods to chop firewood. They could only gather some sticks from the surrounding area to make do. Night falls. The firewood in the bonfire crackled and popped as it burned. It brought warmth and comfort to everyone. Lu Zhe killed the boobies, plucked their feathers, propped them up with branches, and roasted them over the fire. So, you used TT to start a fire? Ning Shu said awkwardly, blushing. Otherwise what? Lu Zhe sneered. Tell me, who's always thinking about these weird things? The three girls pointed at Ning Shu together again. Ning Shu looked ashamed. We thought. Oh dear, I can't go on. It's all the class monitor's fault. He led us astray. Lu Zhe suddenly asked a soul-searching question. I vaguely remember someone saying, come at me. Who was it? Jiang Yao shrugged. It wasn't me. Tang Xiaohua shook her head. It wasn't me either. Lin Qianqian sighed. It wasn't me either. Ning Shu blushed and waved her hand. Hey, didn't I think you were going to go berserk? After all, we're classmates. I can't bear to see you hurt other girls, and I don't want to see you go astray, so I'm prepared to sacrifice myself to save you. At worst, I'll just be the one who gets hurt. Lu Zhe chuckled. Aren't you afraid I'll really come? Ning Shu blushed and said, Who? Who's afraid of who? Tang Xiaohua pointed at Ning Shu and shouted disdainfully. You sound like you have a lot of awareness, but actually, class monitor, you're the most scheming one. Jiang Yao nodded. Now I'm more worried about Xiaozhe. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Ning Shu nudged Lu Zhe with her elbow and said, Lu Zhe, just take it as a joke, okay? You don't have to be angry, all right? Angry? Lu Zhe chuckled and deliberately put his arm around Ning Shu's shoulder. I wouldn't be angry if you gave me a beautiful girlfriend for free. By the way, the class monitor is with me today. Who's on duty tomorrow? Ning Shu asked, bewildered, Huh? The three girls exclaimed in shock. No. What's wrong? We decided to take turns being supervisors because we were afraid you wouldn't be serious. Supervisor? Jiang Yao explained. Yes, it's a duty supervision in the name of being my girlfriend. Lu Zhe nodded. You're afraid I'll be a pervert, and then you want to control me like my girlfriend? I just don't understand your thought process. If you don't understand, then don't try to understand. Anyway, this is something only your best friend would do to you, so don't take it seriously. Not good. Lu Zhe didn't really take it seriously, but he thought it was inappropriate to always sneak around signing in. Wouldn't it be much more convenient to have a fixed person to check in with every day? But she deliberately pretended to be very hurt. You started the fire twice, and I was misunderstood twice. Is this what best friends should do? I'm so sad. The girls panicked. The intense guilt left them all somewhat at a loss. Tang Xiaohua pouted. Then what do you suggest we do? Have no idea. I'm sorry, Xiaozhe. I need effective psychological reassurance. Lin Qianqian said. Then, shall I sing you a song? Lu Zhe shook his head. Jiang Yao said, shall I give you a back massage? Lu Zhe shook his head. Tang Xiaohua stretched out her little feet. Can't I let you touch my feet? Lu Zhe was speechless. Tang Xiaohua, can't you be normal for once? What kind of psychological comfort is this? Tang Xiaohua shrugged. Then what do you suggest we do? Of course you have to be responsible for what you say. Ning Shu thought for a moment. You mean, we should continue working as your girlfriend? Lu Zhe snapped his fingers. Right. You guys come up with a duty roster and give it to me in a bit. I want to see if the gannet is ready yet. After saying that, Lu Zhe happily got up and went to prepare the grilled bonito. The four girls were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Squad leader, oh squad leader, you've dragged everyone into this mess. Chapter 67 The Eighth Day, Searching for a New Island. The grilled bonito, coated with honey and oyster sauce, smelled incredibly tempting, though it was a bit too hot to handle. There are also fragrant sweet potatoes. Lu Zhe blew on for a while, then used a knife to cut open his thighs, chest, and frame. Being able to enjoy such a delicious meal when you're completely exhausted is simply blissful. Divide it into 5 portions, hold them in broad leaves, keep 1 portion for yourself, and give the rest to the 4 girls. Ning Shu handed the notebook to Lu Zhe and said, Hey, Monday is Yao Yao, Tuesday is me, Wednesday is Qian Qian, Thursday is Gui'er, and Friday through Sunday are all the same. Not you today? Why is it still you on Tuesday? Today can only be considered an internship. Luja nodded. Huh, what's the schedule? Order of size. Oh. Luja glanced at the chests of the group and gave them a look of sudden realization. Suddenly, Ning Shu seemed to realize something. You stinky Luja, what are you thinking? As she spoke, she reached out and pinched Luja, who looked completely bewildered. Hey, what are you doing? Humph, let's see if you dare to drive recklessly again. Luja looked completely innocent. I wasn't driving, Ning Shu said, word by word. I was referring to age. Luja blinked. Otherwise what? You. Ning Shu was so angry that she lost all her temper. I'll say it again, having a girlfriend is fine, but it can't go beyond holding hands. Not even kissing? Of course not. Then last time, Ning Shu glared at him. Fine. Only light touches are allowed. No French touches. You seem to know quite a lot. The grilled bonito meat emitted an enticing aroma. Tang Xiaohua took a deep sniff. Wow, it's unbelievable that I can eat such delicious seagulls on a deserted island. This is a gannet. Look, this chicken leg is so plump. Say it again, this is a gannet. Why are its feet red? This is a red-footed booby, a seabird found on various islands in the Pacific Ocean. Lin Qianqian thought for a moment. I know that in the South China Sea, there is an even more precious blue-footed booby, which is a national second-class protected animal. Tang Xiaohua said, I don't care if it's a protected animal or not. It looks easy to catch. I hope that flight attendant won't starve to death. Luja shook his head. You think it's easy to catch because I caught it. Why don't you try catching one yourself? The group chatted and ate a whole bonito and 5 sweet potatoes and still wanted more, so they ate some coconut meat for dessert. After eating and drinking their fill, the group rested by the fire. They simply didn't have the strength to build a shelter, so the 5 of them lay close together on the sandy grass that night and drifted off to sleep. In the morning, sunlight shone through the leaves of the trees onto Luja's face. He stretched and sat up. I checked my watch. It was 6:30 a.m. It's June 17th now, the 8th day I've been stranded on a desert island. Look at the sea. Waves are washing over the beach, leaving behind patches of foam. The distant coastline stretched endlessly, so monotonous it was almost unbearable, and there was still no sign of the rescue team. Everyone recovered well after a night's rest, but their arms and legs were still very sore. This is due to muscle soreness caused by excessive exercise the previous day. Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian prepared breakfast. It was still grilled coconut meat and seaweed and crab soup. The 5 of them ate a simple meal to fill their stomachs. Luja thought he should consider further exploring the island, searching for sustainably usable freshwater, and maybe even looking for flight attendants. So he asked everyone if they could take action. Yao Yao, how's your ankle? I've basically recovered. I'll be fine as long as I don't run or jump. Luja nodded. What about you? What's wrong with me? Didn't you get bitten by a snake before? Tang Xiaohua wiggled her toes. I'm all recovered, super flexible now. Where's our class monitor, Qianqian? I've always been fine. Me too. Then we can go together. Zhang Yao walked up to Luja with a happy smile. Hi, darling. Don't forget, I'm your girlfriend on duty today. Ning Shu said. Hey. The third rule of girlfriends. No overly mushy nicknames. Zhang Yao smiled and said, I know, class monitor. Little Zhe, what are your plans for today? Luja thought for a moment and said, this time we'll work together to search the East Coast, looking for both the flight attendants and sustainable freshwater resources. Let's set off after breakfast. That's all. All 4 girls were very enthusiastic when it came to traveling. Having made the plan, Luja packed all the supplies into his backpack, then cut open the coconuts, made a small bottle out of each to serve as a funnel, and had several girls work together to fill the bottle with coconut water for easy carrying. The coconut water in the bottle must be consumed on the same day, otherwise it will spoil. Zhang Yao was helping Luja pack his large belongings when she saw the campfire and asked, what about the campfire? Should we take it with us? Luja shook the TT, which had already been drained of water. This journey might be a bit long, and it's too inconvenient to carry a fire. As long as there is sunshine and seawater, we can use the TT to start a fire. Jiang Yao nodded. If we hadn't ended up on a deserted island, I really wouldn't have known that this little thing could be used in this way. You don't understand, do you? Lu Zhi explained. In the wild, its uses go far beyond that. It can also be used as a tourniquet, life jacket, water bag, cooling bag, trap, oxygen cylinder, and even a slingshot. Jiang Yao nodded. I'm ignorant. It seems that it's least suited to doing its job in the wild. Yao Yao, does this count as driving? Jiang Yao pouted. Of course not. Can a girl be called driving? In less than half an hour, everything was ready. Lu Zhi slung his backpack over his shoulder, picked up the newly made harpoon and stone axe, extinguished the campfire, and led the 4 girls along the beach to the southwest. Everyone joked around while collecting supplies. It feels like a picnic. Jiang Yao held Lu Zhi's hand, facing the sea breeze. At that moment, she felt as if she owned the whole world. Hey, I think this is much more fun than a picnic. You can't find so many interesting things on a picnic. Tang Xiaohua found a children's toy water gun. Although it was rather rudimentary, it could still spout water after being filled with it. The little girl was overjoyed and started spraying water with the water gun. Lin Qianqian picked up a whole glass jar, washed it clean, and happily put it in her bag. This can be used to pickle vegetables. Scavenging can be fun sometimes. It's just that I'd feel embarrassed to do it in my old city. Hey, look what this is. Jiang Yao saw a black cloth, unfolded it, and found it was a pair of men's athletic shorts. Although it's a bit old, it's not damaged. Normally, if she saw something like this, she would definitely avoid it with disgust. But then, she ran over happily. Xiaozhe, why don't you give it a try? Lu Zhi smiled wryly. How can we test it now? 2. Jiang Yao nodded. This has been soaking in seawater for quite a while and has a lot of seaweed on it, so it's pretty dirty. I'll wash it for you later, dry it, and rub off the salt stains before you wear it. Okay. Jiang Yao folded the shorts and put them in a plastic bag. Tang Xiaohua pouted jealously. Look, you're already starting to care. Ning Shu sighed. Yes. Then let's change the subject. When I go back, I'll open a scrap metal collection station, and everyone will come to work for me. From now on, we'll reminisce about the past and appreciate the present, and scavenge for scraps on the streets every day. Tang Xiaohua declared, Squad leader, if you dare to drive, I dare to go. Jiang Yao gave a thumbs up. Graduating from university to collect recyclables. Class monitor, you're so talented. Chapter 68. The flight attendant's camp was found. Lin Qianqian said happily. It's only on a deserted island that we can happily collect things. Once we return to the city, it just doesn't feel the same. Tang Xiaohua nodded. That's true. Lin Qianqian is full of hope for the future. We still need to study hard, then take the postgraduate entrance exam together and find good jobs. Taking the postgraduate entrance exam. Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment. Hey Lu Zhi, are you thinking about taking the postgraduate entrance exam? Lu Zhi, what are you doing? As the group chatted, they noticed Lu Zhi had run to the middle of a large pile of rocks and started looking at them. What is that? Good stuff. Come and take a look. Several girls gathered around to watch. Every rock was covered with strange shellfish, so densely packed that people with trypophobia would feel uncomfortable seeing them. Lu Zhi's eyes lit up. Jiang Yao twisted her body and frowned. Wow, so many oysters. This is triggering my trypophobia. These things naturally grow in groups on the reefs, and people by the sea are too lazy to eat them. We just hadn't found a large gathering place for oysters before, but we found one this time. Great, this should last a long time. Lu Zhi nodded. With these oysters, we won't lack protein. Later, when we have a pot, we can also use them to make oyster sauce. This whole area is like that. It's a pity there's no minced garlic, glass noodles, or bird's eye chili. Otherwise I could eat it every day and never get tired of it. Would you like some to eat? Lu Zhi shook his head. Today's main task is to find water and survivors. Later, we can build a temporary camp not far from here, and then we can eat whatever we want. How about a name like Oyster Beach? Good. Lin Qianqian wrote down the location of the Oyster Beach in her notebook, and then continued walking forward. After walking about 2 more kilometers, we finally discovered traces of human activity. Look, a coconut. It's not unusual to see coconuts on the beach occasionally, but it's quite noticeable to see more than 30 coconuts arranged in the shape of SOS on the sand. Ningshu couldn't help but sigh. TSK. Look at them. They're so big and powerful, they even use coconuts to make distress signals. Several people quickly ran over. Luja discovered that it wasn't just the coconuts that were sending distress signals. Beside a protruding rock, several coconuts lay scattered. Upon closer inspection, almost all of the coconuts showed signs of being smashed, but only about a third of them were cracked open. It's clear how much effort the survivors put into opening those coconuts. But these coconuts are not enough to prove that the person who ended up here was that flight attendant. Then, Tang Xiao was spotted a snack bag. Look at this. Luja took it and looked at it. It was Lay's potato chips, tomato flavor. It has a faint potato chip flavor, but there are no leftover crumbs. Luja said, if it drifted from the ocean, the smell would have evaporated completely. The fact that there's still a smell means it was eaten recently. Jiang Yao said, look, they even turned the bag inside out and licked all the crumbs clean. Ningshu thought for a moment. It must be that flight attendant. She shouted at the top of her lungs. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? The other girls also joined in shouting. Luja didn't shout, but continued searching, but there was no response. Then he discovered something even more convincing. A blue-wheeled bag used by flight attendants. Open. Inside were empty bread bags, beef jerky bags and sausage wrappers, chocolate wrappers, a 2L civil aviation mineral water bottle, and an empty 2L orange juice bottle. I don't know how much was left. Luja clearly remembered that on the plane, the flight attendant filled Ningshu's water bottle with water using this kind of water bottle. In addition, the orange juice was served in the same standard bottle as the juice given to passengers. Luja felt slightly relieved. It seemed that her survival start was much better than his. But these foods will be eaten up quickly, so what will happen next? Can it last for 8 days? Then, he found her wallet in his backpack, which made his heart skip a beat. At this moment, Lin Xianxian called out, everyone, come and see this. The group walked over and saw that in the center of several stones there were traces of fire, and on top of them was a large seashell with some unidentified objects being cooked inside. The fire had already been extinguished. The contents of the shell attracted a large number of large ants. Luja concluded that the wisp of smoke he saw at the time was probably coming from this fire. Upon seeing this, Ningshu exclaimed in surprise, amazing! You actually started a fire. Luja picked up a broken phone battery and half a piece of chocolate foil nearby. Luckily, the young lady's phone still has power and hasn't been soaked in seawater. I just don't know if she's ever made a call. Tang Xiaohua asked in confusion, where did the flight attendant go? Lin Xianxian thought for a moment. Could they have gone to the beach or to the woods to find food? Lin Xianxian touched the cooled campfire and said with some worry, but this campfire seems to have been out for a long time. If we're looking for food, there's no need to put out the campfire. Jiang Yao thought for a moment. Did they find a better place to survive and change camps? Tang Xiaohua said, that's possible. Didn't we move our campsite before? Luja took out Ruan Bing's backpack. If we move camp, will we throw this backpack away? Several girls exclaimed, oh my god, it really is a flight attendant's suitcase. Lin Xianxian thought for a moment. These are very important survival resources, and we can't throw them away no matter what. Jiang Yao wondered. Could it be that the rescue team came and took her away? She thought the backpack was useless, so she just left it here. Luja shook his head and took out Ruan Bing's wallet. What about this? The group of people were stunned. Open. Inside were her ID card, work permit, and bank cards. Other things can be discarded, but these things cannot be thrown away. Ningshu said, what if she fainted when the rescue team arrived, and they didn't find the bag? Luja examined the beach and shook his head. I don't see any foreign ships docked, or any trace of other people. Just then, Luja noticed the things being cooked on the seashell slices. It's a mushroom. Lin Xianxian also noticed the food inside. I recognize it. These are oyster mushrooms, right? These mushrooms do look a bit like ordinary oyster mushrooms, but because they've been cooked, they're somewhat twisted and deformed. Luja reached out and used 2 fingers to pick out the moldy food. Information about this thing came to my mind. Ding. Dangerous item. Psilocybe aureus, contains neurotoxins and hallucinogens. Luja immediately threw away the mushroom in his hand. Then, a lot of information about this mushroom came to mind. It is toxic and hallucinogenic. In many places, criminals even cultivate these mushrooms as a substitute for drugs. The fact that the mushrooms were cooked inside a shell suggests that the flight attendant may have eaten these mushrooms. Is the flight attendant out of work? Chapter 69. The flight attendant's sister's approach was wrong. Oh, I see. What's wrong? This is psilocybe nippon, a poisonous mushroom that can cause hallucinations. In the medical field, it can be used as an antidepressant, but consuming too much can be life-threatening. Some criminals have turned it into drugs. Jiang Yao exclaimed in horror. Could it be that she ate a poisonous mushroom? Luja nodded. Yes, very likely. Wouldn't that be dangerous? Given the current situation, she definitely ate it, but we don't know how much. Then what should we do? Right now, we can only find her as soon as possible and then consider helping her induce vomiting to detoxify. Luja knew that this was only a temporary measure. If you ate for too long, most of the toxins would be absorbed, and the effect of vomiting would be greatly reduced. However, there is another possibility that Luja didn't mention. The flight attendant may have hallucinated after eating the poisonous mushrooms, thinking that a rescue team had come to the sea, and then ran into the sea to be fed to the sharks. Or perhaps she ran into the jungle, got lost, and eventually died there. But Luja also told himself to be mentally prepared. To put it realistically, although the flight attendant was a nice person, her relationship with them wasn't quite right. This trip to the volcanic island wasn't for her, but for a better living environment and more useful resources. As for her, it would be great if they could be saved. But if we can't save her, we should be open-minded and just say she wasn't meant to be. To put it more realistically, if it were a man, Luja wouldn't even want him to live. That sounds cruel, but there was no other way. Resources are limited, but there are 4 beautiful young girls. Without the constraints of law and morality, it would be strange if people didn't have such thoughts. On a deserted island, the first thing to consider is the safety of yourself and your companions. Right now, Luja really wants to know where she is. Even if they are already dead, I also want to find out how she died. This will help him to understand the island in a more comprehensive way. Since they couldn't search in the ocean, Luja decided to search in the jungle to see if they could find any clues. This is a good place to set up a temporary camp. Everyone stay here. I'm going to go into the woods to see if she's gone in. Let's go together. Luja thought for a moment. Tropical jungles are too dangerous, with poisonous insects and snakes. I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of everyone if we go together. Okay, one person can keep me company. If I need to carry anything out, they can help me carry things. Jiang Yao said, I'm your girlfriend on duty. I'll go with you. Luja shook his head. This isn't an adventure. It's survival. It's rescuing people. Besides, your injuries and Guayer's injuries haven't fully healed, and your shoes aren't suitable for exploring the jungle. Will you be able to run when you need to? Jiang Yao nodded regretfully. Okay, I'll stay here too. Give me TT. I'll try to use it to start a fire. Luja gave the condom to Jiang Yao. Tang Xiao said, So I can't go either? That's right. Lin Xianqian said, Brother Xiaozhe, I'll go with you. Ning Shu also said, In case we encounter that flight attendant who has fainted, Luja, you will carry her on your back and Xianqian will carry things. You will need someone to take care of you. I will go with you too. Luja thought for a moment and said, You two are fine, but you can't wear flip-flops or sandals into the jungle to avoid stepping on poisonous insects. Change back into your own shoes. No. Also, once we're in the forest, stay close to me and listen to me in everything you do in the jungle. Clear. Yao Yao, Guier, if you encounter a snake, you can tap the ground with a stick to scare it away. Don't try to lift it up easily, as the snake might climb up the stick and bite you. In short, be careful. Jiang Yao nodded, Don't worry. Luja filled 2 bottles with coconut water, then led Ning Shu and Qianqian into the woods. Then they discovered that the volcanic island had a much wider variety of vegetation than the Yolk Island. The species found on Egg Yolk Island, including Dioscorea apposita, Houtuinia cordata, raspberry, purslane, raspberry, and abaca, have all been found here. In addition, there are bananas. A real banana tree. Ripe fruit is edible. Even if the fruit is not ripe, the core, flowers, and roots of a banana plant are all edible. If someone familiar with these wild vegetables were stranded here, they would never risk picking mushrooms because of a lack of carbohydrates. Now, Luja had no interest in gathering wild vegetables and fruits. Holding a harpoon in one hand and a stone axe in the other, he carefully walked deeper into the forest. Lin Shanxian had never seen such a dense rainforest before. Clutching Luja's clothes, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. "Hey, Xiaozhe, do you think there are tigers, lions, or wolves in here?" Luja shook his head. "You can rest assured about that. The food chain on the island generally does not allow for the presence of large, purely carnivorous animals." Lin Shanxian let out a long sigh. "Oh, but while there are no lions, tigers, or wolves, I cannot guarantee that there are no small feline predators such as caracals or leopard cats, as well as omnivorous wild boars, wild bears, and other creatures that may be even more dangerous than tigers." Ning Shu shuddered. It's definitely not easy." Lin Shanxian then asked, "Is there anything more dangerous than them?" "Yes. In tropical rainforests, venomous snakes, parasites, and insects like spiders, centipedes, mosquitoes, and flies are much more dangerous than carnivorous mammals." But there was one more thing that Luja didn't mention. He was afraid of frightening the two girls. That's a python. On the islands of Southeast Asia, giant pythons are often seen. Their immense constricting power can easily crush a human's chest cavity and then swallow the unconscious person whole. However, everything has two sides. The presence of pythons on an island usually indicates the presence of freshwater resources. The three of them walked carefully for more than 100 meters and found a bamboo forest. After that, they could see a small bamboo forest every so often. This is something to be happy about. Bamboo is a very important survival resource. It can be used to make various tools, store fresh water, and its leaves can be used as toilet paper. The heart of bamboo shoots is also a very nutritious wild vegetable. It seems we really made the right choice. Is bamboo very useful? It's very useful. If we were to build a bamboo raft on Egg Yolk Island, the hollow bamboo would provide greater buoyancy, allowing us to arrive here 2 days earlier. I've learned something new. Lin Shanxian took out her notebook and started writing again. Ning Shu smiled and said, "I thought you were a panda. That seeing bamboo is like seeing a family member." At that moment, they heard a strange sound. "Mom and Dad, save me." A woman's voice, trembling with sobs, came from deep within the bamboo forest. Luja, Lin Shanxian, and Ning Shu were all startled at the same time, and then exclaimed in unison, "Flight attendant's sister." Something's not right. Ning Shu frowned. "Why are you calling for Mom and Dad at a time like this?" Lin Shanxian shuddered. "Your tone is still like a child's." Luja gripped the stone axe tightly. "No matter what, let's go and take a look first." Chapter 70. When are you two going to have a daughter? The three of them quickly ran towards the sound. I ran about 20 meters. They saw a woman in a dirty flight attendant uniform lying helplessly on the ground in the bamboo grove. She was wearing one high heel, the other lying scattered to the side. She was sobbing and muttering to herself. The flight attendant's name is Ruan Bing. It really is her. Just 5 meters away from her, a large python, 7 or 8 meters long, was slowly crawling towards her. This scene made Luja break out in a cold sweat. Goodness, a few seconds later, and this young lady would have been completely out of a job. The three people quickly shouted, "Danger! Run!" The python had poor hearing and did not respond to being called. However, Ruan Bing remained unmoved as well. That flight attendant was 1.7 meters tall, beautiful and elegant. At this moment, it's like I've become an ignorant child, lying there helplessly calling for my parents. Without thinking twice, Luja shoved the harpoon into Lin Shanxian's hand and charged toward the python with the stone axe in hand. "Luja, what are you doing?" "Never mind me. Find a chance to drag her away." "Oh." He rushed straight to the python, raised his stone axe, and chopped it down on the python's neck. He knew that if he landed the blow, everything would be fine. If you miss your own shot, you might get into trouble. If this guy gets on your nerves and strangles you, even if you're strong, you'll still be done for. Fortunately, the axe struck the python precisely on the neck. It's a bit of a pity, though. The stone axe had chopped up too much wood, and the blade was no longer as sharp as it used to be. Even with almost 3 times the force, it still couldn't cut off the python's head in one go. The python, in pain, quickly curled up into a ball. The snake's head shrank into its coiled body, resembling a twisted pile of excrement. Luja could no longer strike the vital points. Fortunately, the python was too preoccupied with its prey to pay attention to it, and Ning Shu and Lin Xianxian took the opportunity to pull Ruan Bing aside. What should we do, Luja? Luja didn't want to get entangled with the snake any longer. Let's go back to camp. With that, he handed the axe to Ning Shu, turned around, picked up Ruan Bing, and returned the way he came. Luja, slow down, we can't keep up. Okay, you guys need to hurry too. Lin Xianxian and Ning Shu followed closely behind Luja, not daring to fall behind even a step. The 3 of them ran for 10 minutes and reached a rock in an open space, all panting heavily. Luja then noticed that Ning Shu and Lin Xianxian's legs and shoes were soaking wet. They had both wet their pants in fright. At this point, who cares about wetting your pants? If your legs don't give way, give these 2 girls a thumbs up. They chased, but they didn't catch up. I didn't see it. Luja took a couple of breaths. It's badly injured. It shouldn't be chasing us anytime soon. Ning Shu and Lin Xianxian were still worried, so they stood back to back, watching in different directions. How could there be something like that in the jungle? That scared me to death. Any later, and Sister Bing might become the python's snack. By the way, how is she? Luja gently laid Ruan Bing Ping on the stone, and then noticed that her face was pale and weak. Judging solely from appearance and figure, she is a truly perfect woman. Unlike the 4 girls, not only is she beautiful, but she also exudes maturity and intellect. But at this moment, a childlike innocence shone in his eyes. Luja noticed that she was still wearing her employee badge, which read, China Southern Airlines, Ruan Bing. He gently patted her cheek. Sister Bing, it's us, wake up. Ruan Bing opened her big, watery eyes and looked at them. Suddenly, her mouth trembled and she burst into tears. Daddy, Mommy, Sister, you're finally here. The big snake is going to eat me. Bing Bing is so scared. As she spoke, she threw herself into Luja's arms. This completely stunned the 3 of them. The former flight attendant now speaks and acts just like a minor. Luja scratched his head. What the heck? What's going on? She doesn't recognize us anymore. I think this is even worse than not recognizing us at all. She must be at least 25 or 26 years old. How could she possibly consider us her parents? Luja thought for a moment with a serious expression. It must be the poison of the psilocybin mushroom that caused her to hallucinate. We need to find a way to induce vomiting in her. But now, she clung tightly to Lu Zhu and Ning Shu, crying like a child of only a few years old. The jungle is fraught with danger and is not a suitable place to induce vomiting. Let's appease them first and talk about it when it's safe. Luja picked up Ruan Bing and said, Be good, Bing Bing. Your mom and dad will protect you. The scene was so shocking that Ning Shu forgot about being scared to death earlier and burst out laughing. Luja, can you stop teasing me? Luja said in a low voice with a stern face. We're getting into the mood, so be serious. Ning Shu waved her hand. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. After a while, seeing that the python hadn't followed, the 3 of them took Ruan Bing back to the camp. At this moment, Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua had already started a fire using TT water-filled balloons and were gathering branches to add firewood. Quick, we found the flight attendant. Oh my God, we really found it. Thank goodness. Wow, you guys are amazing. The 2 girls quickly put down what they were doing and used their clothes to make a space. Luja laid Ruan Bing down, and when he tried to stand up, he found that Ruan Bing was holding his fingers. Bing Bing wants her daddy. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao nearly dropped their jaws. What's going on? Tang Xiaohua feigned anger. When did you have another daughter? Luja pointed at Ning Shu. Ask the class monitor about this. She's the mother. Jiang Yao put her hands on her hips. Humph, what are you doing behind my back? Ning Shu frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Luja said it was caused by poisonous mushrooms, which damaged his brain and made his cognition a bit distorted. Besides, even if you're going to have a child, you can't have one that's several years older than you, can you? There's quite a bit of a difference. We need to induce vomiting in her right now. Lin Qianqian asked, how do I induce vomiting? Lu Zhi held Wan Bing's shoulder and said solemnly, Little Bing Bing, you ate something bad. You need to spit it out now, okay? Wan Bing nodded obediently, tried to gag twice, and shook her head pitifully. Bing Bing can't vomit. I'll do it. Ning Shu stretched out her fingers and tried to dig into Wan Bing's throat, making Wan Bing scream. That won't work either. Jiang Yao sighed. Why did it have to be like this? Lu Zhi thought for a moment. After living alone on a deserted island for 7 or 8 days, facing hunger, thirst, cold, fear, and even death, a person is most likely to think of someone they can rely on. She ate the psilocybin mushroom, and, because she missed her family so much, she hallucinated and thought we were her family. Ning Shu asked anxiously, what do we do now? Lu Zhi consulted the survival manual. Choosing to stimulate his companion with a foul-smelling substance would induce vomiting. A foul-smelling substance? Fish and shrimp can be left overnight. Using poop? Hey, who wants to take a dump? The 4 girls shook their heads at the same time, like rattles. Lu Zhi said helplessly, really, it's all gone when we really need it. Lu Zhi, don't you think this is utterly inhumane? Chapter 71 Bizarre, yet effective first aid methods. Lu Zhi did not use real feces. He discovered a sea urchin stranded on the beach not far away. He used a knife to pry open the sea urchin. Luckily, there was still quite a bit of yellow inside. If you smell it suddenly, there's a nauseating, fishy odor. It must have been dead for a while. It's no longer edible, but it's definitely good for inducing vomiting. Tang Xiaowu walked over and teased, Brother Xiaozhe, what are you preparing? Your daughter is being naughty again. Lu Zhi joked, could someone be more troublesome than you? TCH, it's way more serious than mine, you know. Lu Zhi scraped off all the sea urchin roe with his fingers. Watch me handle her. On Wan Bing's side, Lin Qianqian and Jiang Yao were patiently coaxing her to vomit. She was still whimpering, Bing Bing can't vomit. Please don't make Bing Bing vomit anymore. Lu Zhi nodded. Okay. Bing Bing, listen to Daddy. Put this in your mouth, and I won't let you spit it out. Okay, Wan Bing obediently opened her mouth and put Lu Zhi's finger in her mouth. It stinks. What is it? Lu Zhi nodded and said in a gentle tone, it's supposed to stink. That's right. It's your Aunt Guire's poop. Hate. Tang Xiao's eyes widened, and she bit Lu Zhi's arm, leaving a row of shallow teeth marks. Oops. Then look at Wan Bing. Her face contorted in despair, and then she vomited out with a whoosh. A jumble of messy things were vomited all over the floor. Jiang Yao couldn't help but exclaim, Xiaozhe is truly a genius. He can even fake poop. After vomiting, she started wailing. Daddy bullied me. Daddy gave Bing Bing dirty things to eat. Bad Daddy. Ning Shu smiled wryly and patiently coaxed. Bing Bing, don't cry. Daddy actually loves you. He just wants you to spit out the unclean things. Wan Bing nodded understandingly, and after crying for a while, she buried her face in Ning Shu's arms when she was tired. Perhaps she was too tired. She fell asleep in no time. Ning Shu had no choice but to lean against a tree and hug her while the other 3 girls changed her dirty clothes. Lu Zhi looked at what Wan Bing had vomited. It smelled sour and rotten. We need to find out exactly what she ate. But now that everything has been digested, how can you tell what's what anymore? But we have a cheat code. My fingers ran lightly over the pile of vomit. You'll receive notifications for anything you've touched. Ding, grassroot digests. Wild chrysanthemum digests. Raw banana digests. Psilocybe nippon remnants. Hawaiian volcanic bamboo, fungus remnants. It seems the flight attendant ate a lot of strange things to fill her stomach, including hallucinogenic psilocybin mushrooms. Why is there also Hawaiian volcanic bamboo fungus? Check it out. It can actually be used as an aphrodisiac. I don't know if what I'm vomiting now will alleviate the effects of the toxins on my body. Next, he detected small amounts of chocolate and potato chip residue. Presumably, Sister Bing has been saving her snacks to survive this long in order to last longer. At this moment, Lin Qianqian suddenly exclaimed, Oh my, miss, why is there such a big bump on your arm? Upon hearing Lin Qianqian's words, Lu Zhi quickly got up to check. It's perfectly normal to get a small red bump from mosquito bites in the jungle, but this one was unusually large, with a tiny white dot at the top that was still faintly wriggling. Several girls felt a chill run down their spines. What the hell is this thing? Luja placed his finger on the small bag, and a message flashed through his mind, causing his heart to skip a beat. It's a horsefly. What is a horsefly? Is it for stinging? Luja shook his head. This is a parasitic fly. It doesn't bite people itself, but it lays its larvae on mosquitoes. When a mosquito bites a mammal, the eggs fall onto the surface of the body, burrow into the body, and after they mature, they emerge and become the second form. Jiang Yao imagined it for a moment and said, when it lays its eggs, do the mosquitoes feel violated? Is that the point? Ningshu said, just thinking about a bug under your skin gives me the creeps. Hurry, get it done quickly. Not yet. Luja's survival manual contains the most scientific methods for dealing with horsefly larvae. Luja suddenly remembered something. By the way, class monitor, do you still have a bottle of Vaseline hand cream? You wait. Ningshu pulled out a 100 milliliters bottle of Vaseline hand cream from her bag. This was the maximum amount of skincare product allowed on the plane. The supplies haven't been used since the first inspection. What do you need this for? Luja scooped out some with his index finger and spread it evenly on the small packet. Tang Xiaohua asked, bewildered. Give it a beauty treatment? While applying the petroleum jelly, Luja said, it's not impossible to remove the horsefly larva directly, but it may cause the larva to struggle, rupture, and release bioacids that infect the blood, causing greater pain to the patient. Applying petroleum jelly can isolate the larva from the air, causing it to die. It's much safer to remove it then. Tang Xiaohua nodded. So this thing needs to breathe too. Of course. At this moment, Lin Qianqian said, Luja, she's bleeding. Is it your period? No, it's my calf. Luja looked, and, sure enough, the stockings on his calf were torn and the wound was still bleeding. It's a fresh wound. It must have been sustained in the jungle. After removing the stockings, a wound about 5 centimeters long was discovered. Although it wasn't very deep, fresh blood was still flowing out continuously. Bandage it up quickly. The wound is too long. Needs stitches. You need tools for this and that. With her light-colored long hair and Guayer's earrings, etc. There's something better. He suddenly thought of something. Don't bandage it yet. Yao, press on my wound. I'm going to go find something. What are you looking for? Luja had already run away. He went to the place where the shellfish were being cooked and searched carefully before finding what he was looking for. Ant. Pick it up. Ding. Obtained was double-segmented army ant. Below is an introduction to this type of ant. Aggressiveness, medium. Bite force, high. Mouth size, medium. It's not as effective as African army ants, but it's still usable. You put the ant in the bottle, and then caught more than 10 more. Done. Luja, where have you been? Catch a few ants. Why catch ants at this time? You'll find out soon enough. Pour some coconut water and wash the wound. Jiang Yao said, I'll pour the water. Fresh coconut water was used to clean the wound. Then pinch the skin tightly. Help me pinch it. I'll do this. Lin Qianqian quickly reached out and pinched it. Luja picked up an ant and placed it on the wound. The ants smelled the blood and opened their mandibles to bite it. In the instant the ant bit down, Luja snapped its neck. The head and jaws remained in the wound, which closed up tightly as a result. Chapter 72, Everyone Needs to Take a Bath. Luja threw away half of the ant's body, leaving only its head and mouth parts, which he held tightly to the wound. Then the second one, and the third one. 7 ants were used to bite the wound shut. Lin Qianqian asked, what does this mean? Using ants to stitch up wounds is a method used by African natives. It leaves small scars, and is sometimes more reliable than needle and thread. Learn it. Jiang Yao looked completely bewildered. Vaseline suffocates horseflies. Ants stitch up wounds. Good heavens, what strange knowledge have I learned? Tang Xiaohua sighed. I bet the horsefly never dreamed it would die from lack of oxygen. Ning Shu also exclaimed. Even ants would never dream that they have tailoring skills. Lin Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief. Is it okay now? Not yet. Luja shook his head. I'm not sure if there are any other parasitic larvae on her body. To rule out any potential problems, we need to do a thorough examination, checking every inch of her skin. Ning Shu thought for a moment. So, We have to take off every single piece of clothing from the young lady's clothes for inspection? Luja nodded. That's right. So I'll have to ask you for help with this. Qian became excited. I will definitely live up to your expectations. The other three girls imagined what it would feel like to have tiny maggots crawling under their skin and all nodded. Let's begin while she's asleep. Several girls helped Wan Bing take off her clothes. Jiang Yao suddenly asked worriedly, Do you think, if she wakes up now, she might think we're starving and want to eat her? Ning Shu frowned and said, Yao Yao, can't you think straight for once? Uh-huh. Several girls began to examine her carefully, and thankfully, Wan Bing only had one spot on her arm where a horsefly had infested her. Jiang Yao sighed. I never expected her to be an F. Tang Xiaohua pouted. How enviable. Ning Shu sighed helplessly. Can you two focus on something normal? Look at Qian. Hey Qian, where are you looking? Lin Qian stared at Wan Bing's inner thigh and murmured, I found a suspicious little red. The three girls looked over and instantly blushed. Qian, your focus is even stranger, okay? You look at everything here. Luja said he wanted to check every inch of my skin. That's when I looked. This area really does seem a bit suspicious. If it were here, it would be a tragedy. But is that not the case? Is it really that hard to tell? This is the first time I've observed this from this perspective. Are they horsefly eggs? I said, should we ask Luja about this? I think we should let Luja confirm it. But this position is a bit complicated. The girls were all conflicted, but Ning Shu finally made the decision. I think we should let Luja figure it out. Saving lives is more important than anything else. Lin Qian nodded in agreement. I think so too. When Luja is a doctor, patients shouldn't have any secrets from their doctors, right? Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua also gave her approving looks. Luja, come here for a second. What's going on? Look here. Luja turned around and looked in the direction Lin Qian was pointing. He felt his brain buzz and his nose almost bleed. I'm still a virgin, yet I'm forced to watch such cruel scenes. You guys are so heartless. I'm sorry, Luja. This is also to save lives. Just think of this as a test. Only if you pass it will it prove you're a true gentleman. Come on. I'm not some kind of gentleman. I'm a normal guy too. I get shy, you know that. Shy. Ning Shu burst out laughing. Don't sound so innocent, okay? Haha, Luja blushed. So cute. Hey. Alright, stop joking around. What's going on? There's a little red here. I'm not sure if it's the right one. Wait a minute. Luja paused for a moment, then recited a classical Chinese text to distract himself. The late emperor passed away before his great undertaking was half completed, and now we're stranded on a deserted island. What else do we need to check? Never mind. Luja wasn't sure if it was a horsefly larva, so he reached out and touched the red dot with his finger. Ding! A cinnabar mole has been detected. He breathed a sigh of relief. This isn't a horsefly larva. It's just a cinnabar mole. How come you only realized it after you touched it? Feel whether the horsefly larvae move or not. The girls breathed a sigh of relief. After all that, it's just a birthmark. Luja nodded. That's right, but I still appreciate your rigorous attitude. Tang Xiaohua pouted and said, Well, you got a good look at me, didn't you? I only looked at that little red. I didn't look at anything else. Jiang Yao smiled and said, I believe you. No. Okay, stop explaining. We all understand. Ning Shu changed the subject. Let's dress her. Not yet. Why is that? Luja further explained. There might still be insect eggs on her clothes. They need to be washed and dried in the sun, or baked for 6 or 7 hours before she can wear them. I see. Ning Shu thought for a moment. Then let her wear a light-colored coat? That won't work either. I'm not sure if there are any larval eggs lurking on her skin right now, so we need to wash her first. The girls looked at each other, realizing that Luja's concerns were not unfounded. Then what should we do? I suggest giving her a thorough wash from head to toe. Be careful not to touch the surgical area, and also wash her clothes thoroughly. Luja thought for a moment and added. In addition, we've all been in contact with her, so theoretically, we could all be carrying horsefly eggs. Therefore, we also need to wash our clothes and take a shower to make sure we don't have any eggs on us. Ning Shu exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Does that mean we have to be completely honest with each other? Jiang Yao imagined. I feel strangely looking forward to it. What are you thinking? There are so many banana leaves. We can make temporary dresses and shorts to wear for the night. We can dry them in the oven tonight and wear them tomorrow. The four girls looked at each other and said, "Okay, let's do it this way." Lin Xianxian and Tang Xiaowo went to fill the basin with clean seawater to prepare for washing. Zhang Yao and Ning Shu carried Ruan Bing's clothes to the rocks by the sea to wash them. Zhang Yao called out, "Hey, Xiaozhe, take off your clothes and let us wash them." Lu Zhe felt a warmth in his heart, but still refused. "No need for now. I'll go dig some wild vegetables to eat tonight and wash them when I get back." Lin Xianxian and Tang Xiaowo finished washing Bingjie and wrapped her in banana leaves. Lin Xianxian said to Tang Xiaowo, "Let's go to the oyster stand and get some oyster meat first. Then we can all eat together when we get back. After we take a shower and do our laundry, it won't be convenient for us to go too far." Tang Xiaowo was delighted. "I was just thinking of going. Let the class monitor and Yao Yao look after Sister Bing." Two girls took 2 plastic bags and headed towards the oyster beach. Then, Lu Zhe took the harpoon and prepared to go into the woods to pick some wild vegetables. He stopped after only a few steps into the grass. Cold sweat kept pouring down my forehead. 15 meters in front of him, a giant a giant python, with a severe neck injury, was staring at him menacingly. Chapter 73 Giant Spicy Strips. That's right. It was that very python he had wounded that had now come knocking on his door. Blood was flowing from the axe wound on its neck. The flesh turned inside out, a horrifying sight. The python, seeing Lu Zhe, also became wary. Its head was fixed on Lu Zhe, its eyes filled with vicious hatred. Now, the man and the snake are facing each other, neither daring to take a step forward. What to do? Lu Zhe knew that he might be able to kill the giant python by fighting it head-on, but he also risked getting injured. If we escape with class monitor Guer and the others, who knows if this thing will come knocking on our door again in the middle of the night. He gripped the harpoon tightly, pondering a solution. He quickly came up with a solution. He bit the harpoon horizontally with his teeth, unfastened his trousers, and then began to take them off. At that moment, his eyes never left the python. He knew that if he looked away, the beast would most likely attack, bite, and strangle him, and then he would have no chance of survival. The python didn't know what Lu Zhe was doing. It only saw a stick lying across Lu Zhe's mouth and didn't know where to start biting. It just stared intently at its opponent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Zhe safely took off his pants, then lifted the pant legs and swung them around and around. This was not behavior the python could comprehend. It stared at the pants, somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, Lu Zhe threw his pants at the snake's face. The python instinctively bit Lu Zhe's pants and immediately began to coil around them. This is an innate behavior of pythons, and they cannot change it even if they want to. It was at this moment that its weaknesses were fully exposed. Cloaca, that is, the anus of a python. Lu Zhe took the harpoon, aimed at that spot, and thrust it in fiercely. Puff! The python's body trembled violently, its body split open, and it rolled in a straight line, too exhausted to launch a second attack. Lu Zhe threw away the harpoon, picked up a large rock weighing over 100 pounds, raised it high above his head, and slammed it down on the snake's head. Bang! Blood and mud splattered everywhere. A crater was smashed into the ground. The snake's head was smashed into a pulp, and the snake's body was still convulsing. Lu Zhe let out a long sigh and sat down. After resting for a while, he pushed the stone away. The snake's head had been smashed, leaving it with no chance of survival, while its body continued to convulse and tremble. He picked up his pants. It was stained with snake blood and sand, so dirty it was unbearable to look at, but it was going to be washed anyway. Casually draped over the shoulder. What to do with the giant python? Lu Zhe was a little worried. If you leave it here to rot, it will stink within 2 days. Ding! Congratulations, host. A new protein source has been discovered, python meat. Right, I almost forgot this thing is edible. Let's drag it back and take a look. Thinking of this, he grabbed the python by the tail and dragged it back to the camp. At that time, Ning Shu and Jiang Yao were washing clothes, and Ruan Bing was lying behind them, covered with banana leaves, fast asleep. Then they saw Lu Zhe walking over with his pants draped over his shoulders, wearing boxer briefs, bare legs, and struggling to pull something along. Hey, what is Lu Zhe pulling? I don't know, but it's all colorful and looks pretty. Let's go take a look. Then, the two little girls saw the python's entire body and were so frightened they almost flew off into the air. The screams lasted for a full 3 minutes before stopping. Ning Shu said angrily, "Hey, Luja! Why? Did you bring it back?" Jiang Yao also shouted, Quickly throw it away." Luja threw the giant python onto the beach and stretched his back. "Don't be afraid. This guy was crawling towards the camp, probably looking for revenge, but I've already killed him." "What?" Jiang Yao shouted. "What do you mean, counterkill? Look, it's still moving." Luja looked back and saw the python occasionally flicking its neck, its rotten head drooping to the side, its blood splattered everywhere. "That's true, but that was just a muscle spasm. Its head was already shattered, so it had no offensive power at all." Ningshu took a deep breath and said, "Luja, what? What are you doing bringing this thing to the camp?" "What are we doing?" "Eating, of course. This one's huge. It should last us a long time." The two girls were dumbfounded. Eating small snakes is one thing, but how can you eat such a big python? "Maybe she's by Sujin." Jiang Yao asked tremblingly. "Darling, tell me, you're joking, right?" "Of course not. I'm serious." "Is this thing edible?" This is a Burmese python, also known as the southern snake, lyre snake, or double-banded boa. It is a subspecies of the Asian rock python in the genus Python of the family Pythonidae in the suborder Serpents. It is also one of the 6 largest snake species in the world. The snake skin is the best material for making eru, a 2-stringed bowed instrument, and the snake meat can be cooked and eaten, or it can be made into smoked and cured foods and sausages. The two girls were even more at a loss for words. "My God, how do you know so much about this thing? Don't forget, I'm the man who's read 100,000 Ys." As he spoke, Luja took off his shirt, picked up an axe, and began chopping at the snake's head repeatedly. The blood splattered on his delicate, fair face, creating a stark contrast. A short while later, he chopped off the snake's head and then began to dissect its body. The snake skin was tough and strong. Luja couldn't cut it with a small round knife or a kitchen knife, so he had to chop it with a stone axe. "I still can't chop it open." There was no other way, so he spent a long time sharpening the axe on a rock by the sea until the blade was finally sharp again. This time, they finally managed to cut the python open. The two girls stared blankly. Is this really the Luja we know? He's such a contrast to the handsome young man he was at school. However, although it looks rough and cruel, it gives people a sense of security. I believe that only by surviving alongside men like this could they have survived to this day. If it were someone who was all bark and no bite, they would have died 10 or 8 times over. Luja went to great lengths to cut the python meat into pieces and spread them out on the rocks of the beach to dry. The pieces of python meat were still slowly writhing, their patterned skin undulating like waves, sending chills down one's spine. Jiang Yao opened her eyes wide and shouted, "It's already dismembered, so why is it still moving?" "It's just muscle memory spasms. Don't worry, it's completely dead." Also, the word dismemberment wasn't quite right this time. It made me feel like a deranged dismemberment killer. Ningshu pointed at his blood-covered face and shouted, "You look exactly like him right now, don't you?" "Is there?" Jiang Yao looked at it and said, "It does look very similar, but more importantly, when will these things stop moving? I'm worried that the flesh will run away on its own soon." It stopped moving after a while. Actually, freshly slaughtered beef is like that too, which means it's fresh. I heard that in the beautiful country across the ocean, chefs put pieces of roasted Burmese python meat on pizzas, and they say it tastes quite good. Ningshu immediately pictured chunks of meat wriggling on a pizza. Oh no, I'm traumatized by pizza now. Burmese python meat is actually more nutritious and more suitable for consumption than rat meat. You will love it after you cook it. The two girls shook their heads together. No, never. Chapter 74, The Flight Attendant's True Identity. Luja obtained about 40 gene of python meat, which was only the tenderest part, because there was no need to store too much. The remaining meat, scraps, and snake blood can be thrown into shallow waters as bait to catch sea fish. Without a refrigerator, we can't finish all 40 pounds of python meat. By the way, you can smoke leftover meat over a fire to extend its shelf life. Meat smoked over a fire can be stored for 1 to 2 weeks, and even longer if kept in a dry and well-ventilated place. To preserve food for a long time, Luja strung the meat together with bark ropes, hung it on a pile of firewood to smoke it, and left one piece to roast on a stone. At this moment, Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaohua also returned. The two girls brought back half a pound of oyster meat, which they said they had spent more than an hour knocking out with stones. They showed their hard work to Lu Zhe with great interest. Then I saw 2 whole rows of strange meat hanging in the camp. The two girls looked at the half bag of oyster meat they were carrying and suddenly felt insecure. But when they learned that the meat came from the python that almost ate the flight attendant, they were all trembling with fear. Next, the group picked up some seaweed on the beach, dried it, and used the seaweed crystals to coat the python meat. These white crystals are mannitol and a small amount of salt, which can replenish the body's salt and also serve as a natural seasoning. It's also a great product for eye health. At this moment, the flight attendant also woke up. Let's eat first, then you can wash up. Luja handed a large piece of cooked python meat to Sister Bing. It smelled delicious and was glistening with oil. She ate a little bit carefully, then started eating large bites, burning her mouth in the process. Good heavens, how many days has it been since they last ate? The 4 girls didn't want to eat the meat at first, but seeing how much she enjoyed it, they hesitated for a moment, then tore off a piece and put it in their mouths. Not bad. The meat is very tender and bouncy. Aside from the unacceptable appearance, it does resemble sole fish somewhat. Suddenly, the door to a new world opened. With this, they added another hardcore dish to their survival recipes. Roasted python meat. After we had eaten and drunk our fill, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Another half hour passed, and the clothes were almost washed. It was time to take a shower. Ningshu thought for a moment and said, "Then, boys and girls can't shower together, right? I don't mind. But to be a gentleman, I can go somewhere further away." "No," Zhang Yao said, blushing. "There are sharks in the water. We won't feel safe if you stay far away from us." Tang Xiaohua said, "But it's still pretty awkward for boys and girls to be completely naked together, huh? That way, we'll both be near the sea, about 10 meters apart. With our upper bodies submerged, we won't be able to see much. Also, Yao Yao, you can't go into the water. I'm washing on the shore." The girls looked at each other and nodded. Several people went into the water, their bodies submerged except for their heads, and then they took off their clothes one by one. Only then did Luja realize that he had made a mistake. The seawater was incredibly clear. You can clearly see the shapes of several girls in the shadows. Worried that his nosebleed would attract sharks, he quickly turned around and silently recited the memorial to the throne again. But then they saw Zhang Yao standing naked on the shore. Just then, Tang Xiaohua mischievously splashed water on Luja. Luja changed to a mischievous expression. "Humph, you've awakened my beastly heart. None of you will escape." Tang Xiaohua pretended to be scared and screamed, "Oh no, Brother Xiaozhe is going to eat people. Brother Xiaozhe is so scary." Hiding behind Ning Shu, he secretly peeked in their direction. Ning Shu smiled, turned around, and scratched her under the armpit, making her giggle. She ran towards Lin Qianqian again, and Lin Qianqian hugged her tightly, smiling and saying, "Brother Xiaozhe, I caught Gui'er for you." Luja nodded. "Okay, help me bully him for a bit." "Receive." "No, please." Tang Xiaohua's scream echoed across the sea. Another hour or so passed. After everyone finished washing, they used cards to scrape off the seawater and made corsets and skirts out of banana leaves. Spread the washed, wet clothes over the fire to dry. You know what? After the girls washed themselves clean and wrapped themselves in banana leaves, they actually looked quite pretty and even resembled flower fairies. After eating and drinking to his heart's content and taking a sea bath, Luja first wrapped himself in a banana leaf and then made himself a grass skirt in the style of Ed Sheeran. That's about it. I checked the horsefly larvae on Ruan Bing's arm. The message that the horsefly larvae had died came to mind. They might die within 6 or 7 hours, but if their fate is unknown, it usually takes 24 hours. Look at that. That's some seriously good luck. The surgery is ready. Gui'er, give me your earring. Okay. Luja used Tang Xiaohua's earring to pry the insect's head out, then pinched it with his fingers and easily pulled it out. This thing is about 1 centimeter long and looks a lot like a maggot. Although it stopped wriggling, its white body covered in tiny black dots still sent chills down one's spine. Several girls screamed in disgust. Luja replied, "I don't have time to prepare fishing gear, otherwise it could be used as bait. Stomp it." Then we started thinking about building a camp. He cut some long branches near the camp to serve as the framework for the shelter. With the experience of building shelters before, this time it was much easier. The group worked together to build a frame, stretch out straw ropes, and lay out banana leaves. Before it got dark, a simple shelter was completed. Although it's a bit simpler than the previous one, it'll be enough to get through the night. We'll reinforce the campsite tomorrow. On this day, Luja found the 6th survivor, killed a python, and successfully performed an operation. Finally, we also experienced some thrilling little things. But there's still one important thing I haven't done: sign in. He wanted to try out newcomers, but out of respect, he declined. Yao Yao. What's wrong, Luja? Give me your hand. What are you doing? Jiang Yao blushed, but still handed her hand to Luja. Luja took her hand and gently kissed the back of it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed your daily check-in. Agility +1. You have checked in for 8 consecutive days. Strength, 13. Physical fitness, 11. Physical fitness, 10. Agility, 13. Perception, 11. Sure enough, it's confirmed. At the same time, Luja discovered another pattern. By checking in with Ning Shu, you gain power. By tapping Jiang Yao to sign in, you increase your agility. By tapping the shallow check-in area, you can increase your physical fitness. By touching the fruit to check in, you increase your sense of awareness. Coincidence or design? Luja didn't know either. But my physique hasn't improved at all. What should I do? I don't know either. Anyway, today's mission was completed and his abilities were further improved, so Luja was going to rest. Hey, is that all? Jiang Yao tilted her head and looked at him with deep affection. Suddenly, Jiang Yao leaned forward and lightly kissed Luja on the lips. I can't let myself be taken advantage of. Luja smiled and said, I'm going to sleep now. Jiang Yao nodded. Good night. Luja entered the shelter early and fell asleep on a banana leaf in the camp. At this time, Ruan Bing still had the emotions of a child. Ning Shu finally managed to coax her to sleep, and the 4 girls took her to the shelter. Seeing Luja sleeping soundly next to her, Ning Shu felt a pang of heartache. He must have been exhausted after doing so much for his companions that day. They carefully placed Bingjia on Luja's other side, and then checked the campsite. Finding no potential danger, they returned to the campfire. At this moment, it was already dark, and the temperature was gradually dropping. Several girls huddled around the fire, where the light and heat dispelled the cold and darkness, bringing comfort to their hearts. Jiang Yao said with heartache, Oh, Xiaozha has worked so hard all day. Lin Xianxian said sadly, I feel that we can do too little to share his burden. At that moment, Ning Shu thought of something. Is everyone tired? I'm a little tired, but definitely not as tired as Luja. I think so too. I'm doing all right too. Since we don't lack fresh water and food for the time being, I suggest we set up the camp nicely tonight and give Luja a surprise tomorrow, okay? That's a good idea. I second that opinion. I second that proposal. This time you'll follow my lead. While the girls were busy outside the shelter, the woman inside the shelter was having a dream where she was reminiscing about something. Let's rewind 10 days. Shinbing, police number 105-385-8646. The alias for this mission is Ruan Bing, codenamed Goblin. Your mission is to disguise yourself as a flight attendant and, together with the captain and other comrades, board flight CZ-125 between China and Australia to escort Xun to Australia and hand him over to the Australian police. During this period, one must not alarm other passengers on the train, cause adverse social impact, or incite panic. Because he possesses substantial evidence of the gang's illegal activities, he may encounter obstruction from the gang during this process. In order to ensure the successful completion of this mission, we specifically contacted the airline to cancel the flight of 5 passengers from the previous flight, creating the illusion that they had already arrived on the previous flight. All escorting personnel are urged to exercise extreme caution and pay close attention to safety. Chapter 75: A Woman Surviving Alone in the Wild. Shin Bing believed that this should have been a mission with no major incidents. No matter how crazy criminals are, they wouldn't be crazy enough to blow up a plane. Australian police were waiting at the airport for the handover. Once the plane was off, the mission was essentially complete. Maybe I can even take advantage of the time while waiting to return to the store to browse the nearby outlet stores and buy some affordable luxury items for my colleagues. However, to her surprise, the other party's madness exceeded her expectations. The plane crashed halfway through the flight, and she was thrown off and stranded on a deserted island. Fortunately, he was caught on a tree branch and did not die. And along with her, some personal belongings from the cabin also fell to the ground. Drinks, snacks, and cell phones. She dialed the number, but couldn't get through. She initially thought that with the scattered belongings and the survival skills she had learned at the police academy, she could survive on the island until rescuers arrived. But when you actually face all of this, you find it's not that easy at all. She spent the first night in loneliness and fear. The following evening, as her phone battery dwindled, she decided to do something meaningful. I lit a fire with a cell phone battery and chocolate foil, and then made a makeshift campsite. This also means that she has lost her last means of communication with the outside world. That night, she started having wild thoughts. She thought of her older sister, her father who might not even be alive, the innocent people on the plane, and her colleagues who had been on the mission with her. She cried for a long time. After crying, I decided to try my best to survive. On the third day, she ran out of fresh water and food, so she threw a few messages in bottles into the sea. Then they started knocking down coconuts. It took 4 hours to open a coconut, but I only got a few sips of water. This kind of despair is something you can never understand unless you experience it firsthand. With no food left, she had to search for it in the jungle. Only then did she realize that the survival theories she had learned were completely useless here. Real plants and pictures in books always have some similarities and some differences. She could only find it by memory, and then cook it to eat. On the 5th day, facing loneliness, fear, thirst, and hunger, she began to despair. Truly desperate. Don't think that real wilderness survival is a fun thing. Of course, if you're doing this to complete a challenge, and you envision a near future where you can lie in bed, eating roast duck, drinking red wine, and counting your bonuses. Seeing Ed Stafford crying like a child in the video because he had been starving for so long might motivate you to persevere. But if you are truly all alone, and everyone in the world thinks you are dead, no one will look for you. The next 10 or 20 years, or even a lifetime, will be spent in this endless loneliness and despair. You will then understand how painful it is to be alive. She wished someone would talk to her for a bit. Even if he's a murderer, it's fine. But no, he was accompanied only by loneliness and fear. She contemplated suicide. While the mission was carried out by a group of people, her task was to communicate with the crew, unlike her colleagues who were all equipped with pistols. She hung the belt on a tree branch and then put it around her neck. But she eventually gave up because she discovered a type of mushroom. The mushrooms she recognized. It is toxic, hallucinogenic, and contraband. Perhaps eating this will help me forget my current troubles. Perhaps one can die happily. Or perhaps, on the verge of death, one can still see family and friends. Then she ate those mushrooms. Then, it felt like I had a dream. I dreamt that I went back to my childhood. Simple, innocent, and carefree. She went to play in the woods. On her last trip into the jungle, she encountered a giant python. She injured her leg and couldn't run, so she could only cry and call for her parents. When all hope was lost, a miracle occurred. Dad came crashing down from the sky with an axe, chopped the snake away, and then Mom and my sister rescued her. I woke up in a daze to find myself lying on a large bed with a bright red double happiness character written on the sheet. Could it be that? Was everything that happened just a dream? Or is it? Am I dreaming now? Then she noticed that a man was sleeping next to her. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I had a vague feeling that he was very handsome. Who is this? My man. I don't remember ever being married. She suddenly felt her breathing quicken, and she had an urge to hug the man. Since it's a dream, and he's her man, why worry about so much? Meanwhile, Luja was also having a dream. Yes, he's a normal guy. It would be really strange if he didn't react at all after going through so much that day. He dreamed of Jiang Yao. That was the first girl he met after moving to his adoptive parents' house. His adoptive parents treated him very well, but they were very busy, so they sent him to a government-run kindergarten. He met Jiang Yao at kindergarten. He was afraid of unfamiliar environments and unwilling to talk to people. But this little girl kept talking to him, urging him to wash his hands, telling him stories, and even putting lotion on him. He later learned that the two families lived in the same neighborhood. As luck would have it, the two of them went to the same elementary school and were assigned to the same class. They went to the same junior high school and even became deskmates for a while. They went to the same high school and were even in the same class. Because they always went home together, their classmates misunderstood them as a couple, which resulted in no one pursuing Jiang Yao throughout the entire high school. Later, they ended up at the same university, even in the same class, and became dance partners in the dance club. This connection gave Lu Zhu a feeling that he might be inseparable from her for the rest of his life. He sometimes thought that marrying Jiang Yao would be a pretty good thing. But Jiang Yao at the time didn't seem to have that intention either. They got along like good friends, but no one dared to take a step forward. It wasn't until they were stranded on a deserted island, and she became his girlfriend on duty, that Lu Zhu's heart fluttered for Jiang Yao once again. In a daze, it seemed like a girl pounced on me. Yao Yao stopped fooling around. As dawn broke, Lu Zhu opened his eyes. His first words upon waking up were, "Holy crap, did he sleep with Yao Yao?" Then, he saw who the person in front of him was. His scalp tingled. At this moment, Xin Bing was also startled and opened her eyes. In an instant, the two of them were stunned and pushed each other away without prior agreement. Xin Bing looked around, her eyes filled with confusion. Lu Zhu rubbed his head. "Damn, no way." Xin Bing lowered her head. The banana leaves wrapped around her body had come loose, so she quickly wrapped them back up and hugged her chest. What exactly happened? She had a splitting headache and couldn't tell which was a dream and which was reality. She patted her face hard, feeling a burning pain. What to do? She clutched her head, feeling like it was about to explode. Lu Zhu rubbed his head. "What's going on?" "What I wanted to ask you was, I saved you. You're that college student?" "Damn, sis, you finally remembered." Just then, a girl's voice rang out from outside. "Wow, so beautiful. Brother Zhu will definitely like it." I've been busy all night. If he still doesn't like it, I'll force him to like it." Both of them were curious and parted the leaves to peek outside. The campsite had been cleaned spotless, the clothes were dried, and the salt stains were being rubbed off. Jiang Yao was neatly folding each piece of clothing. The area was surrounded by a fence made of stones and branches and decorated with colorful asters. Even the wood beside the fire was stacked neatly and orderly. The originally simple campsite, after being decorated like this, has taken on a fairy tale-like quality. Xin Bing walked out, puzzled. "You are?" Hearing her say that, several girls put down what they were doing and looked over curiously. "Is she awake?" "They won't call me Mom anymore, will they?" Xin Bing rubbed her forehead, as a series of chaotic scenes kept flashing before her eyes. Ning Shu walked over. "Hey, do you remember us?" Jiang Yao said, "We're all first-class passengers, you know." Lin Xianxian said, "Speaking of which, we have to thank you for upgrading us to a cabin class." Tang Xiaohua also said, "But we also saved your life." "You are those 5 college students whose flights were changed?" Yeah. "God, give me a moment." Xin Bing squatted down and gently rubbed her temples. In an instant, countless scattered pieces of information came together in her mind. Finally, a complete and continuous picture was formed. "You saved me," Tang Xiaohua said smugly. "Yes, that's right." Ning Shu said, "We were originally stranded on another island, but that island was too short of supplies. We received your message in a bottle, so we came to this island. We found you were almost eaten by a giant snake, so we saved you." Xin Bing let out a long breath, a complex emotion welling up inside her. At that moment, she really wanted to cry. Chapter 76, Welcome New Friends. At that moment, she finally understood that the world before her was the real world. She was rescued by a boy and 4 girls. Xin Bing composed herself for a moment. "Then, you didn't encounter a rescue team either?" Tang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "No, I didn't even see a shadow of it." Xin Bing looked at the banana leaf covering her body again. Why are we wearing this?" "It's a long story. At this moment, Jiang Yao reminded everyone. Oh, right, the clothes are all dry. Everyone should change into their own. Ning Shu said, breakfast is ready. Tell us about your story, and we can chat while we eat. Although the dried clothes still felt a bit rough after rubbing off the salt, they were dry and warm, much more comfortable than before. This made Xin Bing feel incredibly at ease and comforted. Yes, a week of terrifying and lonely life alone on a deserted island brought her to the brink of despair. Especially at night, the howling of the night wind sounds just like the mournful cry of a hungry wild beast. At that time, how she wished she had a partner to face it with, even if it's someone who is old and ugly. Looking at the four lively and lovely girls in front of her, and a boy who looked somewhat melancholy and aloof, an indescribable sense of relief welled up in her heart, and she couldn't help but sob. What about Lucia? It's not melancholy or indifference at all. He's worried. If you were in that situation, wouldn't you be devastated to have given your virginity to a woman who is 7 or 8 years older than you? He thought it was Jiang Yao, his childhood sweetheart, so he didn't really refuse. Why didn't you compare the most obvious features back then? Also, I hope the little girls won't find out. Once they find out about this, the consequences will likely be very serious. And there's more. The woman cried. Why are you crying? Because of what happened last night. Hey lady, she was sleeping soundly. You were the one who crawled over here first, okay? Oh right. I remember there was no one next to me when I went to sleep. So how did she end up next to me in the middle of the night? Strange. That's so weird. Huh. Check-in complete. The physique slot has finally reached 11. Xiaozhe, the new shorts are dry, try them on. Jiang Yao smiled and handed over the shorts. Oh, Lucia took it and put it on. It was warm and fit him perfectly. Lin Xianxian smiled and showed off the campsite. Aren't we all good kids? Lucia looked at the newly renovated camp. Good boy. Tang Xiaohua said happily. Brother Xiaozhe, you have new shorts now. These are mine forever. Can I keep it to change into? Quickly. Hee no way. Ning Shu, with her arm linked with Lucia's, frowned and asserted her dominance. Watch your boundaries. Xiaozhe's girlfriend is still here today. Jiang Yao whispered a reminder. There are outsiders here, so let's not make a big fuss about your girlfriend on duty. Yes, that makes sense. After changing my clothes, it was time for breakfast. Ning Shu grilled python meat, dried coconut meat, oyster meat, and small fish skewers. Here, miss, have a skewer. Holding the fish skewers, Xin Bing wiped away her tears, overwhelmed with emotion. How did you manage to get so much food? Tang Xiaohua said smugly. This is nothing. We've even had roast chicken before. Ning Shu corrected. That's a gannet. Boobies. Xin Bing recalled her mission code name and couldn't help but laugh and cry. How did you catch them? It was Lucia who caught him. Lucia. Xin Bing was taken aback. Is that the boy's name? Xin Bing glanced at the boy again, feeling a strange sensation in her heart. He's handsome, really handsome. But, sigh, I never dreamed that I would give away the youth I had guarded for over 20 years like this. But is it their fault? I guess I just had a sudden, inexplicable brain fart last night. Come to think of it, I shouldn't have eaten those damned poisonous mushrooms. How do you think people will feel about themselves? A promiscuous woman? God, I can't live like this anymore. Why is your face red, miss? Lin Qianqian asked curiously. No, it's nothing. Ning Shu handed her the wallet. Flight attendant, is Wan Bing your name? Xin Bing took out her ID card and looked at it. After pondering for a long time, she raised her head and suddenly smiled faintly. No, my name is Xin Bing. You can just call me Sister Bing from now on. With that, he threw the ID card into the fire. The girls looked at each other, puzzled. Why? Xin Bing smiled calmly. I took my family name from my hometown. Lucia had a vague feeling that this woman was someone with a story. Your name is Lucia, right? How old are you this year? 18 years old. Xin Bing breathed a sigh of relief. Now that she was an adult, the pressure in her heart immediately eased considerably. Thank you for saving me. Lucia replied absent-mindedly. We're all compatriots. It's only right. Xin Bing looked around and said, Impressive. 5 people managing to survive have managed to acquire so many resources. I'd like to ask you about it sometime. I won't burn my ID card. Even if it's useless, it will still be useful in the wild. Shin Bing was somewhat embarrassed. Is that so? After eating some python meat, Luja said, Sister Bing, I have something to ask you. Go ahead and tell me. You made a phone call after you were stranded on the desert island, right? How did it go? Shin Bing shook her head, her tone becoming serious. I dialed no less than 60 or 70 times, 110, 119, as well as my colleagues, airlines, and emergency rescue services, but there was no signal at all, and I couldn't get through to any of the numbers. Luja nodded. This place is still too far from our mainland, so the signal can't reach here. Shin Bing asked, where was your original island? Luja pointed in one direction. Over there. The island is too small and lacks resources, you can't see it. What are your plans next? I want to know everything about this island so that I can better survive on it. Shin Bing smiled helplessly. This island doesn't have many resources. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaobo exchanged a glance and came to the same conclusion. Is this what you call scarcity? Compared to Egg Yolk Island, this place is no different from a farmer's market. You can find almost anything you want here. Luja then asked, have you discovered any freshwater resources? Shin Bing shook her head. I've been looking for it too, but I haven't found it yet. Could it be here? Where there are pythons, there should be fresh water, perhaps in a hidden place, or it could be groundwater. Shin Bing was a little puzzled. How do you know so much about survival knowledge? I prefer this. Ning Shu corrected. No, he's read 100,000 Ys. Shin Bing looked at Luja's handsome and gentle appearance and smiled. He doesn't seem like it. There are many things that don't look like it, like you. Right now, you don't really look like a flight attendant. Shin Bing tilted her head and smiled. Really? The girls looked at each other and nodded. Their temperaments are a little different. Shin Bing hesitated for a moment, then let out a long breath. To tell you the truth, I'm a police officer, and I was disguised as a flight attendant to carry out a mission. Ruan Bing is my alias. Several girls opened their mouths wide at the same time. Luja's heart skipped a beat, just as I thought. Ning Shu exclaimed in shock. I mean, you shouldn't have told us that. It's inconvenient to talk about the mission, but as for my own affairs. Shin Bing thought for a moment, a faint smile appearing on her lips. I don't want to hide it. Chapter 77. Don't be disappointed, you're not at a disadvantage. Having lived alone for 8 days, facing loneliness and fear, I especially longed for someone to talk to. Now we have it. They were still 5 young and lovely college students. She really didn't want to hide anything. So she's not just a flight attendant, but also a policewoman. Ning Shu exclaimed in amazement. Anyway, the mission is over, and I'm already dead. Jiang Yao looked her up and down. Miss, you're clearly living a very good life. I guess the memorial services for me and my colleagues from this mission have already been held back in mainland China. I don't really care, but I wonder if they'll be recognized as martyrs. Yes, the plane crashed and was lost at sea. 10 days later, it still hasn't been found. Would anyone still believe that the passengers and crew are alive? Thinking about it rationally, it's definitely not going to happen. Shin Bing pursed her lips and let out a long breath. I'm sorry. I've been feeling really depressed being alone these past few days. It'll make me feel better if I talk about it. I hope you don't mind. Lin Xianqian said sweetly, Of course not. Tang Xiaobo nodded. I feel the same way. Jiang Yao said slowly, Where? Since we were stranded on this deserted island, I haven't seen any signs of repression in you. You're even more excited than usual. Guir pouted. Who said that? When I was first stranded on the desert island, I cried several times. Shin Bing also learned from Luja and Ning Shu that everyone on the plane had perished at sea. This includes, of course, several of her colleagues who disguised themselves as ordinary passengers. Each of them is an elite member of the police force. She sniffed. I knew it. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. But now I feel at ease. I don't have to worry about it anymore. After finishing their meal, the girls were all so sleepy that they went to the shelter to catch up on their sleep. Lin Xianqian cautiously tugged at Shin Bing's arm. Sister Bing, do you want to sleep a little longer? I've slept long enough. Ning Shu yawned as well. I'll wait a bit too. All right then. Lin Xianqian entered the shelter with slight disappointment. Luja, whatever you're doing today, I'll go with you. Luja glanced at her dark circles and pinched her cheek. You're in such a state. Why don't you go and get some sleep? I said I'm fine, and I mean it. Ning Shu patted Lujia's arm and chuckled. So, what do you want to do today? Xin Bing looked at the handsome young man and beautiful young woman in front of her. They seemed like a match made in heaven. A wave of envy washed over me, along with a strange sense of loss. What? You two are a couple. Lujia smiled and said, it was just a joke. Ning Shu hugged Lujia. That's right. Being a couple is just a joke. Actually, we're best buddies. I see. Shinbing nodded. I understand. Being stranded on a desert island, you need some fun, otherwise you'll be bored to death. Ning Shu shook her head. That's true. Shinbing smiled and said, by the way, what are the plans for today? I'd like to see if I can help. Yes. Now that we've saved the person, it's time to consider the next steps. Lujia thought for a moment. We now have food and coconut water, as well as shelter and campfires. Next, we may need to explore the jungle to find sustainable freshwater and plantations. However, entering the jungle involves facing unknown dangers, so it's necessary to upgrade our tools. Ning Shu asked, where do we begin? Lujia handed her the steak knife. Class monitor, sharpen this knife. Be careful. The purpose is to sharpen the tip and the blade. Ning Shu took it and looked at it. This is nothing. Leave it to me. What about me? Lujia handed her the stone axe. If you can, please polish this a bit more. Make it sharper, but not too sharp. Xin Bing weighed it in her hand and exclaimed in surprise. My God, a stone axe. You actually made one. How did you do that? This is a simplified version. It won't last long. I can teach you step by step later, but I don't have time now. I have things to do. Next, he wants to make a stone mortar. What is this thing used for? Considering the large number of mosquitoes and the possibility of horseflies in the jungle, Lujia needed to find some insect-repelling herbs, mix them together, and apply them to his body. This stone mortar is used for grinding and pounding medicine. He first found an oval-shaped pebble with a diameter of 20 centimeters. Draw a circle about the size of a bowl on one side of the stone with a pencil. Then use a nail to make small indentations around this area, and tap it again, and a small part of it will fall off, leaving a relatively smooth surface. Then, the rock is polished to make it smoother, and a hole is dug out in this semi-oblong stone to serve as a pounding bowl. This job is a bit difficult. The semicircular stone needs to be fixed between several stones, and a rough stone is used to rub it back and forth in the circle. While rubbing, seawater was poured in to wash away the stone's edge, gradually forming a shallow pit on the flat surface. At this moment, Xin Bing walked over and said, Hey, what's wrong? Your little girlfriend is asleep. Lujia turned around and found Ning Shu lying on a rock, drooling and fast asleep, holding a half-sharpened kitchen knife. Yes, I was busy all night yesterday, and I was really exhausted. Seeing Ning Shu like this, Lujia felt a little sorry for her. He realized that the girls were becoming increasingly important to him. But things are getting increasingly chaotic. He found that his feelings for everyone were deepening. He put the knife aside, picked her up, and took her to the shelter, gently placing her next to Jiang Yao. Girls look especially cute when they're asleep. Seeing them fast asleep, Lujia smiled faintly. He suddenly had an idea. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to continue living here. I'll go back and continue making tools. Xin Bing moved closer to him. Do you mind? Fine. Lujia smiled. It was clear that Xin Bing wanted to talk to him about something. I think all four girls are quite interested in you. As Lujia polished the mirror, he casually said, It's just about depending on and helping each other in desperate situations. If the relationship sours, all you'll do is scheme against each other. Which one is the official girlfriend? Lujia shook his head. No. You? Xin Bing asked hesitantly. Have you ever engaged in that kind of behavior? What kind of behavior? Xin Bing carefully considered her words. It was last night. That kind of thing between the two of us. Lujia paused in his work, shook his head, and said, Actually, our relationship is quite innocent. So this is your first time? What a cruel twist of fate. Xin Bing looked at the slightly shy boy and patted him on the shoulder. But you're not at a disadvantage. This is my first time too. Lujia knew that she might have been influenced by the yellow-skirted bamboo fungus. Otherwise, a rational girl would never have done something so outrageous. But how should this matter be resolved? What do you want to do? Of course I'll make you take responsibility. Let me tell you, I won't be able to get married if I go back home. Oh. Shinbing chuckled. Never mind, never mind. I was just kidding. Actually, I should apologize to you. What does this mean? I must have eaten poisonous mushrooms. I just want you to believe me. I'm conservative and not that kind of person. Luja nodded. Then can you forgive your sister? This time, Luja didn't stop what he was doing. This isn't entirely your fault. Shinbing nodded. She genuinely thought the boy in front of her was quite nice. I believe he didn't do it on purpose. Then, we've agreed to keep this to ourselves and not bring it up again, okay? Okay. Luja still looked very hurt. But no one knew that he was actually very happy. Why? I'm afraid this matter will have bad consequences. Whether I get entangled with her or several girls find out, it will be troublesome. But for a man, pulling up his pants and then ignoring it would seem too scummy. You then asked us not to bring it up again, which is so nice of you. However, Luja still appeared melancholy. He nodded and gave a thoughtful hum. This made Shinbing feel quite heavy-hearted. Why? It seems they can't accept this reality anytime soon. If there's a chance, try to talk to him properly. Chapter 78, Entering the Stone Age. Fortunately, everything that needed to be said has been said. There's no need to dwell on this issue for too long. In Shinbing's view, although she lost her first time, but in dire straits, they gained 5 companions who could share both joy and sorrow. It was totally worth it. The key point is that the other party is also an innocent young boy, so she feels even more that she hasn't been taken advantage of. Some things become clear once they're discussed openly. Overthinking is useless. What really matters is to cheer up and live bravely. She picked up the stone axe and began to polish it with force, stroke by stroke. Luja also continued making stone mortars. He is very strong now, and he slowly rubs the shallow pit on the round stone deeper. Next, some sharp stones were placed in the pit, and one end of a piece of wood was used to press down on them while twisting them left and right. The powerful friction wore away more stone chips, making the pit deeper and deeper. After grinding continuously for 2 hours, Luja carved a small pit about the size of a bowl and about 10 centimeters deep into the stone. Use a handful of sand to polish the inside, wash it clean, and the mortar and pestle is ready. The rest is simple. Find a piece of wood, use a small round blade to carve a pestle, and sand it smooth. A perfect stone mortar is then ready. During this time, Shinbing sharpened the stone axe and also sharpened the knife until it had a point, which made her arms ache. What do you think? Luja picked it up and looked at it. Not bad. Let me see yours. Luja gave her the mortar and pestle. Shinbing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. My God, how much strength do you need to grind such a big dent into a stone? What did you study before? He majored in finance and also enjoys playing soccer, swimming, and figure skating. Wow, I never would have guessed. Just looking at this bowl, I would have thought you were a weightlifter. Shinbing suddenly remembered something. Hey, by the way, Luja, are you interested in learning martial arts? I can teach you. Not interested. In Luja's view, with no freshwater supply and no farmland secured, he really has no interest in learning this. Let's talk about it once things stabilize. He put the mortar and pestle aside, picked up 2 plastic bags, and headed back towards the woods. Hey, where are you going? I'll just pick some mosquito-repelling herbs nearby, otherwise I'll be covered in bites. Shinbing thought for a moment and said, I don't have anything else to do, so I'll go with you. Okay, you can take more. Once inside the woods, Luja discovered several wild mint plants. This plant is edible and also has mosquito-repellent and itch-relieving effects. Luja picked several leaves. At this moment, Shinbing smelled a strange odor. It's hard to say whether it smells good or bad. It just feels a bit strange. Following the scent, she found a clump of small white flowers. Hey, Luja. Do you recognize what kind of flower this is? Luja reached out and touched it. Ding! Congratulations, host. Wild Photinia has been discovered. This is a Photinia flower, which has the effect of repelling mosquitoes. As he spoke, Luja picked some flowers and put them into a plastic bag. Photinia flower. Shinbing pondered for a moment. I've heard this flower is quite lewd, isn't it? She immediately covered her nose. This isn't the smell of a boy's private parts, is it? Luja took a sniff and nodded. That's right, the smell is about the same. but this one is even stronger. Shinbing chuckled. What? You've smelled it yourself? Lu Zhi said frankly. Everyone's curious, okay? Shinbing suppressed a laugh. Are you sure you want to apply this kind of flower scent to several young girls? Compared to being covered in mosquito bites or having horseflies build shelters under the skin, I think applying it to the body is the right choice. Besides, you can add some wild mint to neutralize the smell. At least it will smell more pleasant to us humans. Build a shelter under your skin. Okay, I believe you. Shinbing also helped Lu Zhi collect them. She felt that this boy was not only focused and capable, but also had an interesting soul. Back at the camp, Lu Zhi put the photinia flowers and wild mint into the mortar, poured in some coconut water, and then pounded them in the mortar with a pestle. Shinbing watched him from the side. No wonder he was able to survive on a deserted island for so long with 4 girls. It seems they really have a strong ability to survive. If only this kid were a few years older. Or perhaps I'm a few years younger. She let out a soft sigh. Before long, Lu Zhi had pounded the photinia flowers and wild mint into a light green paste. Lu Zhi applied the herbs to his body and several places on his clothes. Would you like some too? Shinbing didn't hesitate. Of course I'll come. I scooped up a dollop with my fingers and spread it evenly on my body. Sister Bing, could you help them apply the repellent and also make some more mosquito repellent? I need to make some other tools. What else do we need to do? Stone knife. Didn't we already have an axe? The next priority for survival will definitely be finding a stable water source. To find a water source, we have to enter the jungle. When walking in the jungle, we will inevitably encounter situations where weeds and vines are blocking the way. We must have a knife that can cut through the brambles. An axe is good for chopping wood and cutting timber, but it's not very useful for clearing thorns and brambles. The direction is correct, and the thinking is clear. Shinbing nodded. She had a feeling. Even if the police officer with the best survival skills came to this deserted island, he might not do better than this guy. It seems that there's no point in showing off my clumsy survival skills. Cooperating with him is the best choice. Okay, I'll make more mosquito repellent herbs. Lu Zhi began to focus on finding materials to make the knife. He needed to select flat stone flakes from among the myriad shapes of rocks. The best way was to find layered rocks, break them open, find the hard layers, and grind them into blades. This was the most difficult part. Lu Zhi spent more than 2 hours searching along the beach before finally finding suitable stones. This is a rock slab that is 2 feet wide and half a meter long. It's somewhat like peeled rock layers, thin on one side and thick on the other, with the thicker part being about 3 centimeters, making it a good material for making stone knives. He dragged the rock slab ashore and used a pencil and ruler to draw the shape of the blade on the solid part of the slab. Then used the tip of the nail to forcefully scratch the marked line. After drawing deep grooves along the lines, every 3 or 4 centimeters, use a wooden stick to hammer nails to create small pits. This is a very time-consuming and laborious task. If you are not careful and do not control the force well, the whole stone will be destroyed. It took Lu Zhi almost an hour to just chisel out this small pit. After chiseling around the edge, gently tap it with a stone axe, and soon the excess part is knocked off. In this way, Lu Zhi obtained a stone slab that was 30 centimeters long, about 10 centimeters wide, and 2.5 centimeters thick at its thickest point, with a slight curve. The next step is polishing. Seawater was poured onto the rock, and then the thinner side was carefully ground. 3 hours later, one side was worn into a sharp edge. Because of the strength of the stone knife, he dared not sharpen it too much. The final step is to make the handle. Cut a small tree trunk, about half a meter long and as thick as a girl's wrist. Remove the branches and peel off the bark, then split it open from one side and insert a small piece of stone. Press it down tightly, then tie it securely with hemp rope. In this way, a primitive stone knife was made. Chapter 79: Searching for Cleaning Supplies. In any case, Lu Zhi went from having nothing to now possessing a complete set of primitive tools. Sharp kitchen knives, small round blades, harpoons, stone axes, slingshots, stone pestles, and stone knives. Although the process of making them was very arduous, these tools will play a very important role in the subsequent survival process. Looking at the sky, it was already afternoon. Lu Zhi roasted some banana hearts and coconuts to eat. Now that food is not in short supply, It's time to consider improving our standard of living. Bamboo leaves can be used as toilet paper, so it should be possible. There's a lot of bamboo here. We can collect some bamboo leaves. Shinbing is still making mosquito repellent. Let her keep busy. He planned to go for a stroll in the bamboo forest, collect some bamboo leaves, and also gather some bamboo to improve the campsite. Luja cut 7 or 8 sections of bamboo and a bundle of bamboo leaves, tied them together, and prepared to carry them back to the camp. Just then, he noticed a small creature crouching not far away. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a bamboo rat. This is a very good wild game. It can provide the human body with a large amount of protein and fat. He quietly took off his slingshot and loaded it with a bullet. At that very moment, the little creature keenly sensed the danger and ran away in a flash. Luja didn't want to give up, so he quickly gave chase. After chasing for more than 30 meters, the bamboo rat darted into its hole. Luja felt a little regretful, but I was mostly happy. We have enough meat reserves right now, so if we didn't catch them, we didn't catch them. Even though it's gone now, as long as this species exists on this island, it will be added to the menu sooner or later. He was preparing to go back. As he turned his head, a notification popped up in his mind. Ding. Important supplies found. Neem tree. Looking up, I saw a large red tree growing not far away. He was curious and walked over. As soon as I lightly touched the bark of the neem tree, information about it immediately came to mind. Luja was overjoyed. It turns out this tree is the legendary toothbrush tree. This tree is widely distributed globally, and many indigenous people in Africa and India use its branches to clean their teeth. Because the resin contains fluoride, the white pulp that comes out when you bite into it can make your teeth stronger and whiter. This is also why many black people have white teeth. Luja broke off a few bamboo stalks, then carried the bamboo leaves, and chinabera branches back to the camp. At this moment, several girls in the camp woke up and saw that Luja had brought back a large pile of things, so they quickly ran over to see. Wow, Luja, what good stuff did you find again? Luja put down his things. There are substitutes for commonly used items in daily life. Shinbing picked up a bamboo leaf. I understand. Bamboo leaves can be used to make tea, which can clear heat, promote urination, and treat kidney deficiency. Then Shinbing smiled meaningfully. But why do so much? Do you need to replenish your body? This? Luja smiled wryly. That's true, but I picked so many because they have a more important function. What functions? We've run out of toilet paper, and dried bamboo leaves are a relatively safe alternative. They're less irritating to the skin, but the downsides are that they're a bit narrow and the material is slightly inferior. Until we find a more suitable alternative, we can use them as toilet paper. Luja paused for a moment and then said, Of course, you can use it to make tea if you want. Shinbing was stunned. I'm sorry, I don't have that thought at all now. Tang Xiaohua picked up a leaf and felt it. It's so narrow, my hands will get covered in poop, won't they? Lin Qianqian nodded. Guo'er shouldn't be picky now. Something is better than nothing. Ning Shu gave a thumbs up. Detailed. Thumbs up. Jiang Yao picked it up and looked at it. The bamboo probably never thought its leaves would be used for this. By the way, what is this branch? It's quite pretty. Luja took out a neem tree branch. This is our toothbrush. Toothbrush. The girls looked at each other, and Tang Xiaohua blinked. It doesn't look like a toothbrush at all. This is a chinabera branch. People in Africa and India use it to brush their teeth. As he spoke, Luja pulled out a branch, chewed on one end, and bit off the end of the branch into the shape of a brush. What about toothpaste? Luja picked up a piece of bamboo charcoal by the fire, crushed it with a stone, and then smeared the powder on his teeth. Bamboo charcoal is a natural teeth cleaning material. Seeing the jet black foam being brushed into Luja's mouth, Shinbing and the other girls were so shocked, they almost snorted. Shinbing said, Even if bamboo charcoal has absorption properties, is it really hygienic to do it this way? Yes, it looks disgusting. I'm traumatized by it. If you keep doing this, I won't share a water bottle with you anymore. It just looks a bit dirty. Bamboo charcoal that has been burned has no microorganisms or bacteria, making it the most hygienic cleaning agent. Just don't brush for too long at once, as it can damage your gums. 3 minutes later, Luja brushed his teeth inside and out with a neem brush and felt that it was about time. He took a small sip of coconut water, puffed out his cheeks to let the water wash away the carbon ash on his teeth, and then spat it out. Looking at his teeth again, they had become incredibly clean and white. Lin Xianxian exclaimed in surprise. Wow, this actually works. Of course, would you like to give it a try? As he spoke, Luja handed the chinaberry branch to the group of girls, who all unconsciously stepped back. What? Don't you want to brush your teeth? Ning Shu said. The effect is quite good, but the bamboo charcoal is a bit hard to accept. Of course, you can choose not to try. Not brushing your teeth won't affect your survival, but after a few weeks, your teeth will turn yellow and tartar will grow. After a few months, you'll have a set of coffee-colored teeth. Huh. The girls were all surprised. Oh no, I can't stand coffee anymore. Shinbing took the branch first. I think it's necessary to give it a try. As she spoke, she chewed on a branch of chinaberry tree, then took a piece of bamboo charcoal from the fire, crushed it, and smeared it on her teeth. He rinsed his mouth like Luja did and spat it out. As if by magic, her teeth became incredibly white. It's even better than a real toothbrush and toothpaste. The other girls were envious. Yes, for the past 9 days of survival, I've been worrying about fresh water and food every day, so I haven't had time to clean my teeth. Chewing gum can only temporarily remove food residue between teeth, which is not a permanent solution, and besides, there aren't many left. It seems that if you want to maintain a bright white smile, you have no choice but to do this. Seeing that the elegant and beautiful policewoman had done this, what were the other girls still hesitating about? Do the same thing. Chew the twig, rub it with bamboo charcoal, and then pick up the bottle of water. Finally, chew one more mint leaf. My teeth did indeed become brighter and whiter, and my breath became much fresher. See, this is the right way to be a young girl. At this moment, Luja discovered that the stone mortar he had just made was placed on the fire, and it was still filled with water. What's going on here? Tang Xiao smiled and said, cooking something. This is a stone mortar. I know. Let's try some new techniques and see if we can use it as a pot. But Tang Xiao was squatted down. It's been boiling for so long. Why isn't the water boiling yet? Ning Shu also took a look. I told you it wouldn't work. It seems to be maintaining the same temperature all the time. Luja sighed. The idea is good, but the bowl is too small to use too much heat, and the stone wall is too thick, so the heat will dissipate before it can be transferred inside. Looks like I won't be getting any soup after all. Shin Bing smiled slightly. It's not that we can't drink it. I have a way, like this. As she spoke, she used a twig to pick up a small stone from the fire and threw it in. Sizzle. The water inside immediately began to boil. Chapter 80. I'm almost out of sanitary pads. What should I do? Although it looks a bit unhygienic, we can just use clean stones next time. Wow. Thank you, Ms. Shun Bing, for developing this new use for the stone mortar. Impressive, isn't it? This is what I learned at the police academy. Then she looked at Lu Jia, as if waiting for praise. I can't believe it's possible to do that. Lu Jia nodded in astonishment. Shin Bing was a little surprised. This wasn't exactly a high-end survival technique. He was just surprised for a moment. But was his shocked expression a bit excessive? Lu Jia was surprised, but not by Shin Bing's actions. Instead, he suddenly realized a third way to open the stone mortar. Anyway, I can cook some seafood again tonight. Yes, I haven't had a hot seafood soup since I lost the tin can. Lu Jia stood up. Even if python meat is delicious, we can't eat it all the time. Perfect timing. I'll go check if there's anything big trapped in the stone trough where the python bones are. You guys prepare some clean stones, put them over a fire to roast, and we'll use them to make fish soup when we get back. Ningshu said, I'll go with you. You guys keep Bing company and chat for a while. Lin Xianxian smiled and said, okay. Lu Jia nodded. Okay, bring a harpoon, a knife, and plastic bags. Learn. The two arrived at the sea hollow, which was a group of rocks. There was a relatively large sea hollow, about 2 meters deep and more than 30 square meters in size, which was the place where Lu Jia had dumped the python carcass yesterday. The remains of a python that was thrown away yesterday are still floating inside. After a night of being washed by the tide, the once blood-stained seabed became crystal clear again. Several pieces of python bones floated in the crystal clear seawater, the remaining flesh between the bones turning white from being soaked, giving it a somewhat eerie appearance. Huh, I don't see any fish down there. The water is too clear. There's a good chance it's hiding inside the rocks. Wait for me to go down. After saying that, Luja took off his vest and shorts, leaving only his boxer shorts, and jumped into the water with a harpoon in his hand. Ningshu pursed her lips and nervously looked down. Luja held his breath and submerged underwater, carefully using a harpoon to poke under the rocks. Soon, a large fish emerged. The big fish escaped, circled around, and found it could no longer find its way back to the ocean, so it tried to crawl into the cracks in the rocks again. Luja reacted extremely quickly, having already predicted its swimming trajectory, and pierced the fish with a harpoon. The nail pierced the fish's body. Ding! New protein obtained. 1.8 kilograms of marbled grouper. Goodness, that's quite a lot. Luja swam to the surface and tossed the object onto the shore. Catch! The big fish was still splashing and jumping around on the beach. Ningshu was both surprised and delighted. She quickly grabbed a plastic bag to press it down. Oh no, I can't hold it down. Take care of this one. There might be more to come. Hey, watch out. Luja dived back into the water and caught a grouper weighing over a pound, 3 sea bream weighing about half a pound each, and an eel. Ningshu beamed. Haha, it seems we really can start a Douyin account now. This was obtained in exchange for the remains of an entire python. They don't usually come to places like this. Luja pointed to the python's carcass. We actually paid far more protein than we received. We just changed our taste. That's good too. Shall we come up? There are some other things down there. We'll go back after I get them. What? There are several sea urchins at the bottom of the water. As he spoke, Luja dived back into the water and, while picking up sea urchins, discovered clusters of khaki-colored things on the rock wall. This can't be. Luja's eyes lit up, and he touched it with his hand. Ding. Sanitary products found. Sponge fibers. Below is some information about sponge fibers. It is a simple multicellular marine animal and the prototype of SpongeBob SquarePants. Household sponges made from everyday foamed plastic polymers are based on the same principle as these sponges. This is a real natural sponge. The world's highest grade sponge yarn comes from the Mediterranean Sea and is pure yellow in color. Actually, the quality of this Southeast Asian sponge yarn is not bad at all. It's just that the colors aren't very appealing, so it doesn't receive much attention. But it's not bad either. It can be used for bathing, washing dishes, nursing, and even bathing babies. It is the most natural, cleanest, and safest bathroom material. However, these fish, which are directly scooped out of the sea, will still carry some bacteria and microorganisms. You can pry it off with a knife. He filled a dozen sea urchins and a dozen sponges, then emerged from the water. Ningshu asked curiously, I recognize sea urchins, but what's this guy? Luja caught his breath. What? You haven't seen SpongeBob SquarePants? Huh. Ningshu picked one up to feel it, and felt as if countless tiny insects were wriggling in her palm. She was so frightened that she threw it back immediately. My God, it's alive. Yes, it's alive now, but it will die soon, and then we can use it. As he spoke, Luja picked up a piece of sponge fiber, squeezed it with his hand, and a large amount of seawater was squeezed out. When you loosen it again, the sponge fibers become soft and fluffy. That's true. Try again. Ningshu carefully took it. My palms still feel tingly, but it's quite fun. Once you understand it, the fear disappears. Ningshu even somewhat enjoyed the feeling of holding the sponge fibers, describing it in her own words. This is simply a stress-relieving miracle. Ningshu and Luja squeezed all the seaweed out of their pockets and returned to the camp with bags full of seafood. As soon as they arrived at the camp, Ningshu couldn't help but shout, "Haha, look what we caught." He was carrying a bag full of things, but he didn't see his friends cheering. Zhang Yao and Tang Xiaohua both had their little mouths pouting and flat, their eyes brimming with tears. What's wrong with you? Did you two have a fight? Neither of the two girls spoke. Luja was also a little confused. What's wrong with these young ladies? Tang Xiaohua said, Luja, this has nothing to do with you. Class monitor, you be the judge. Xin Bing shrugged helplessly and pulled him aside. It's like this, Guayer's period has started, but Yao Yao has used up all the sanitary pads, and there's only one left. The last piece. Guier is useless now, so she's very unhappy. She asked softly, Luja, do you know how to make sanitary napkins? Luja Petrochemical. Is this mentioned in the survival manual? They even make sanitary napkins? Would Ed Stafford do that? Would Bear Grylls do that? Josh and Matt would be totally dumbfounded if they came. From a male perspective, leaving it to its own devices is probably the best course of action. That won't work either. It will attract insects and ants. That's not a place they can go. We really need to find something to protect it. Etc. Luja seemed to have thought of someone. Sister Sparrow. She's a fierce woman. As I recall, she seemed to have made sanitary napkins before. However, are you sure those outdoor sanitary napkins made of hay, moss, and tree bark won't hurt girls' delicate bottoms? Chapter 81 Island Edition Sanitary Napkins. That kind of material is definitely not suitable. Compared to Sister Sparrow, he now has a better material, sponge. Using it as the main material, along with bamboo charcoal and cotton cloth, is something worth trying. You have to wait until the sponge is completely dead before using it. If it's alive, it will wriggle around, like little bugs crawling all over you. Girls would be horrified if they had it under their butts, right? Even if they didn't break down, Luja himself wouldn't allow it. That's a sacred and inviolable place. I will not allow any living creature other than myself to approach. Forehead. We've gone off topic. In fact, the sponges that are fished out will die very quickly. Then it dries and becomes hard. It will become soft again after being soaked in water. Therefore, its properties are the opposite of those of a certain type of sponge. If it maintains a certain level of humidity, it will remain soft and bouncy. You can certainly try it out until a better alternative is found. However, if used directly, it will still contain bacteria and microorganisms, which can easily disrupt the pH balance of the area. Once the constant pH balance is disrupted, a young girl's natural scent may disappear, replaced by the smell of an older woman. Just imagining several beautiful young women smelling like middle-aged women made Luja feel extremely uncomfortable. No, we must get rid of the microorganisms and bacteria. So how exactly should we do it? The simplest way is to boil it in water. That won't work either. While high temperatures kill bacteria and microorganisms, they also damage the internal structure of the sponge, essentially boiling it to pieces. Luja had already come up with a solution. That is the famous pasteurization method. It sounds very sophisticated, but the actual principle is very simple. The specific method involves maintaining a temperature of 50 to 60 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes, which can kill 99% of the bacteria in the food without destroying its original nutrition and taste. This method is commonly used to sterilize aseptic eggs and milk. The effect is very nice. What should be used to maintain a constant temperature? Yes, it's a stone mortar. This is the third way Luja thought of to use the stone mortar pasteurization. Luja began working on it. First, make a small fire stand and control the size of the flame. Then, fill the stone mortar with coconut water and boil it. The heat from the small fire is not enough to completely penetrate the thick walls of the stone mortar, but it can keep the water in the stone mortar at a constant temperature for a long time. After boiling for a while, Luja tested the water temperature with his hand. It felt slightly hot to the touch, but when he took a sip, it wasn't hot enough to burn his mouth. That's right, this is a temperature of about 60 degrees Celsius. After waiting a while, I tried again, and it was still the same temperature. This is it. Next, place several sponges into the stone mortar and set a timer for 30 minutes. He didn't stop there. He started looking for other materials. There are a few pieces of old clothes that I picked up in my backpack. One of the cartoon vests, made of pure cotton, had a tear in one place. Judging from the size, it should be a vest belonging to a girl of a few years old. It was probably thrown away by her mother because it was damaged. It can be used to wrap sponges and bamboo charcoal. Small clothes are not afraid of high temperatures. After washing them, scald them with boiling water in an aluminum can, and then expose them to the sun. 30 minutes later, take out the sponge. By this time, the sponge was already dead, and most of the bacteria and microorganisms had been eliminated. Although rapid cooling after sterilization would be more effective, we don't have that option right now, so we have to settle for second best. It's still very elastic when you squeeze it. However, a sponge that is too soft will definitely not be very comfortable to place between the legs. In order to give girls the best experience, It should be made thinner. However, slicing it into thin slices will affect its water absorption. It doesn't matter. Luja obtained some bamboo charcoal and sandwiched it between two pieces of sponge to enhance its absorbency. Then cut the girl's clothes into strips about 20 centimeters long and tightly wrap the sponge and bamboo charcoal inside. This ensures its absorbency without making it too thick and uncomfortable to wear. Placed inside panties, it can perfectly fulfill its purpose. Luja made 5 sets. That should be enough for now. Meanwhile, neither Jiang Yao nor Tang Xiaohui used the last sanitary napkin. From the initial arguments to the later concessions, and now to brainstorming, everyone is discussing the same issue. How will I live without sanitary napkins? Some people say to use hay, some say to use cloth, some say to wash it with seawater each time, and some say it's no big deal to leave it hanging without washing it. But upon closer examination, none of them seem reliable. Just then, Luja returned to the camp. When they saw Luja arrive, they all lowered their heads and remained silent. After all, it's embarrassing for a girl to have troubles that a boy knows about. But they underestimated Luja's straightforwardness. What's wrong? Is it because you don't have enough sanitary pads? Both girls blushed. Jiang Yao sighed. Even so, it still feels a little strange to be asked directly by a boy. It's okay, the problem is solved. How do we solve this? Luja revealed his masterpiece. Use this. Ningxu blinked. What is this? Zhe Ji's exclusive secret recipe, island-style sanitary napkins. Qianqian was shocked. Oh my god, you actually did it. Ningxu froze, then loudly questioned the very depths of her soul. Why? Why would you make something like this? The other girls also widened their eyes. Yeah, that's so weird. It's all for you. Luja said rather proudly. After all, girls are more troublesome. As the only man in the team, you should be happy to help you solve your current problems. The 4 girls looked at each other in bewilderment. What's there to be happy about? I feel completely out of sorts. Xinbing awkwardly took it and squeezed it. Hey, it actually looks pretty good. What did you make it with? Sterilized sponges and bamboo charcoal are both highly absorbent materials. When combined with a sterilized pure cotton shirt, they can effectively absorb water without causing any adverse effects on the delicate skin there. More importantly, this fabric, used as a cotton swab, can be sterilized and reused after each use. Only the inner sponge and bamboo charcoal need to be replaced. It's clean, hygienic, and comfortable, allowing for unrestricted movement during the day and preventing leaks when turning over at night. It provides you with truly considerate care and the most thoughtful protection. After he finished speaking, the girls all gaped open, completely speechless. Tang Xiaohui said, Xiao Zhezhe, are you serious? Certainly. Ningxu was dumbfounded. Luja, don't tell me you learned this from 100,000 Ys. This? Luja wanted to come up with another reason, but he couldn't think of one, so he could only nod. Yes. Tell me, which version of 100,000 Ys teaches this kind of thing? That's not important. The key is that it can indeed solve the problems you'll face in the future. Even if we have 10 packs, we'll use them up quickly. What you said makes sense. Being told this kind of thing by a boy makes me feel terrible. Never mind. Luja isn't an outsider. Xinbing felt somewhat helpless, but she also understood that if they stayed on the deserted island for too long, these were problems they would have to face sooner or later. She squeezed the thing again and found that its softness and comfort were quite good. A thought struck her. This seemingly insignificant thing might actually solve the big problem they were about to face. Chapter 82, Day 10, Exploring the Jungle. Xinbing pinched it again. I think we can give it a try. How about you guys give it a try? You really should try it. We can't just leave it drying like this. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohui looked at each other. Since it was Luja who did it, then let's be guinea pigs. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohui each took one, went to the back of the shelter, fiddled with it for a while, and then placed it as a pad. Then they all came out blushing. Lin Qianqian asked curiously, How are you feeling? Jiang Yao tilted her head and thought for a moment. To be honest, it's not as hard to accept as I imagined. Tang Xiaohui pursed her lips. After all, it belongs to Luja, so it's quite comfortable to leave it like this. Ningxu nodded. In any case, This is the best alternative to sanitary napkins available at the moment. I must say, Luja, you're really something. You can even make this. Luja said casually, people always grow through practice. Only by being as diligent and studious as you are and observing carefully can you gain a more comfortable living experience in harsh environments. Are you bragging? It sounds quite similar. Shinbing walked curiously to the stone mortar and pestle, noticed the tools Luja used to make these things, and suddenly understood the principle of sterilization. Actually, they are really amazing. Hey, what are we going to do with so many fish? Lin Qianqian's voice came from the other end of the line. Kill 2 to make fish soup, and the rest. Let's make grilled fish slices, which can be stored longer and can also be eaten as snacks. Wow, grilled fish slices. That sounds exciting. Can you do it? It's very simple. I'll teach you. Is this something that 100,000 Wise teaches? Stop talking nonsense and start learning. The survival manual contains clear instructions on how to make it. Luja picked up a knife and began to work. Kill the fish. Gut it. Then remove the bones and skin. Lay the meat on the stones. Squeeze out the water with a bamboo tube while roasting the stones. Sea fish is naturally salty, so brush it with honey and press it back and forth, pressing out all the moisture while roasting. In the evening, everyone finally got to drink fish soup and also got more than 2 pounds of grilled fish slices. Summarize what you learned on the 9th day. 2 important stone tools were made. This means that they had officially entered the Stone Age. Moreover, they utilized materials such as bamboo leaves, neem branches, and sponges to improve their quality of life. The rescue team still hasn't arrived, but life is gradually returning to normal. But the biggest problem remains unsolved. A sustainable water source has not yet been found. On a deserted island, the lack of a continuous supply of fresh water means that one is constantly threatened with death. June 19th, Sunday, sunny. It's 6:30 in the morning. It's the 10th day since we were stranded on the desert island. Luja ate a piece of python meat, 2 pieces of Hautuinia cordata, and 2 pieces of roasted coconut meat early in the morning. Carbohydrates, vitamins, proteins, and fats were all replenished. He planned to venture deep into the jungle that day and search horizontally along the mountain range. His only goal was to find a water source such as a mountain spring, stream, or lake, and then move the campsite to the vicinity of the water source. He prepared some tools. A stone knife used to clear away thorns and brambles. A slingshot used for hunting. The stones are wrapped in mud, rolled into rounds, and then heated with fire to harden them into pellets. The accuracy of this projectile far surpasses that of ordinary pebbles. There are also simple compasses made from magnetic cards. Then apply mosquito-repellent herbs to your body. She also carried Ning Shu's backpack, which contained 2 bottles of coconut water and some dried meat and fish slices. Luja originally planned to act alone, but everyone disagreed. Shinbing was very worried. Luja, I may not know as much about other things as you do, but it is very dangerous to act alone in the wild. I had no choice before, but now that we have the means, it would be best to bring someone with us. Luja felt that it was good to have a girl with him, as she could share some of the tools, and they could also talk and chat. Most importantly, it provides an opportunity to check in. Yes, but at most one person. Shinbing was the most suitable person to travel with, since she was more familiar with the terrain and could act as a guide. However, the stitches on her calf have not yet healed, and a long journey could worsen her injury. Guira's period just started, while Yao Yao's period hasn't ended yet. Only Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian have relatively easy access to movement. Choose one of the two. In the end, it was decided that Qianqian would accompany him into the jungle. The reason is that today is Wednesday, and Qianqian is on duty. Qianqian, you're the one I trust the most. Remember, when you're on duty, make sure he doesn't get too close to you, Ning Shu earnestly advised. She nodded with a slight smile. Don't worry, class monitor. Luja also applied mosquito-repellent herbs to Lin Qianqian, and at 8 o'clock in the morning, the 2 of them entered the jungle together. After entering the jungle, they walked up the slope and reached a point about 300 meters from the coastline, where they began to traverse horizontally along the mountainside. This road is not easy to travel, but it is the easiest route to find fresh water. Under the shade of the trees, the chirping of unknown insects filled the air, making one feel somewhat irritated. She could faintly hear birdsong and animal cries from deep within the forest, but she couldn't tell what kind of animals they were, and Lin Qianqian was a little scared. Lu Zhi walked ahead, constantly swinging his stone knife to cut through the thorns in front of him. Lin Qianqian followed closely behind him, chatting as they walked to ease her fear. Lu Zhi originally thought that Qianqian would only focus on plant and geological information. As they chatted, Lin Qianqian suddenly asked, "Lu Zhi, you like Sister Bing, don't you?" Lu Zhi was taken aback. Unexpectedly, Lin Qianqian suddenly asked such a question. "Why do you ask that?" "I feel like the way you talk to her." Lin Qianqian frowned slightly. "It's like the two of you have a special relationship." "That's not true. Don't talk nonsense." Lu Zhi thought to himself. Could girls really have a sixth sense? Or did Lin Qianqian discover something that night? Lu Zhi jokingly asked, "What? Are you jealous?" Lin Qianqian smiled and said, "No way, actually, I understand you quite well." "What do you mean by that?" "Because I also like looking at cute and pretty girls. Sometimes I think if I were a boy, I would definitely be a womanizer just like you. It's rare to see you so frank." To be honest, in terms of looks alone, Lin Qianqian is the most beautiful of all the girls. But who would have thought that such a cute girl would have such a strange side? "If you like girls, would it make you feel uncomfortable to have me as your girlfriend on duty?" Lin Qianqian shook her head. "Being your girlfriend on duty makes me very happy. At least it makes me feel like a normal girl. And what?" Lin Qianqian blushed and pursed her lips. "You are the only boy I don't dislike. Should I be proud of myself?" "Of course." Lin Qianqian brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. "I understand that Brother Xiao likes pretty girls. And I really like you the way you are." Lu Zhi felt that something was amiss. "You like it?" Lin Qianqian followed behind Lu Zhi and said very seriously, "I think I should be jealous. But for some reason, when I see the boy I like being intimate with the girl I like, I feel inexplicably happy." "Qianqian, something's wrong with you." Lu Zhi appeared calm on the surface, but was inwardly extremely surprised. He never knew that there were girls like this in the world. "Should we offer some emotional support?" "Wait, why do I need to offer advice?" "From my own perspective, there's nothing wrong with that. At least she won't be like Tang Xiaogua, getting jealous over the smallest things. So here's the question. If you met a girl like this in your life, would you offer her advice and guidance?" Chapter 83 Scorpion, an innocent bystander. The two walked and talked, and before they knew it, more than 4 hours had passed. But they still couldn't find a water source. There wasn't even a ditch or a mud puddle, let alone a river or a stream. Doesn't the weekly check and notification indicate that this island has freshwater resources? Where? Lin Qianqian was a little tired and a little worried. "Lu Zhi, have we gone too far?" Lu Zhi surveyed his surroundings. Through the gaps in the woods, one can vaguely see the ocean in the distance. "Have we already circled around to the other side of the island?" He saw the direction of the sun through the gaps in the branches and leaves, and felt that something was wrong. He took out half a bottle, poured water into it, placed it on the ground, and then put the magnetic card compass on it. As the water ripples still, the magnetic strip eventually points in one direction. To be sure, Lu Zhi tried 3 times from different positions, but the result was the same each time. He frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Lin Qianqian asked. "Like the campsite, the opposite side also points to the sea. Isn't that normal?" "This is not normal." Lu Zhi shook his head. "We have come so far that theoretically we should have reached the side or back of the island. But the result is that we are still on the same side of the island as the camp. This means this island is way too big." Lin Qianqian looked around. "It seems to be very big. I already thought this island was bigger than I initially expected, and now that I see it, it's probably over 10 square kilometers, almost the size of a medium-sized town. An island this big should have fresh water. Perhaps the dry season has lasted too long," Lu Zhi said, squatting down to carefully observe the geological structure under his feet. He found some dry moss, which should live in damp places, while other mosses were growing quite lushly. "Look here. What's wrong?" Lu Zhi pointed to some moss. "If I'm not mistaken, there used to be a stream here, but it dried up for too long and plants grew on it." Lin Qianqian hadn't noticed it at first, but after Lu Zhi pointed it out, she took a closer look. "As you descend the mountain, you'll find a path with vegetation that's different from the rest of the area. Upon closer examination, the traces are indeed those left by the erosion caused by the flowing stream. That's true. It's a pity it's dried up. Lin Qianqian thought for a moment. The temperature fluctuates significantly here, so theoretically there should be a lot of rain. Lu Zhe also thought of this problem. Normally it should be like this, but perhaps this island has some unknown special climate characteristics. Then what should we do? Lu Zhe thought for a moment. We can't keep searching like this. Even if we keep going until nightfall, we still won't find anything. We need to find a way to get to the highest point on the island and look down on the whole island from there. Maybe we can find a water source. But Lin Qianqian was a little tired. How about we don't try to reach the summit today? Of course. Lu Zhe looked around and said, we need to make more thorough preparations to climb to the top of the mountain. Based on the current estimate of the mountain's size, we are not prepared enough to enter the jungle. What else do you need? Hammocks, more fresh water, and preparations for spending the night in the forest. Spending the night in the woods? That's too dangerous. But the rescue team isn't coming, so these are things we have to go through. Let's rest for a while, eat something, and that's it for today. As he spoke, Lu Zhe took off his backpack and went to get coconut water and dried meat. Lin Qianqian sighed and sat down on a rock. At that moment, she did not notice the uninvited guest lying on the rock. Suddenly, a pain came from below. Oops! What's wrong? Lin Qianqian's face was filled with fear. I was stabbed. What? Lu Zhe rushed over quickly and gently helped Lin Qianqian up. To her horror, she discovered a large, flattened scorpion where she had just been sitting. Lu Zhe was stunned. Good heavens! This scorpion is at least 10 centimeters long, completely black, with a bright red tail. Lu Zhe was startled. This older brother looked like someone not to be trifled with. Lin Qianqian immediately burst into tears. Oh no! I've been stung. He quickly picked up the dead scorpion with his hand, and information about the scorpion came to his mind. Malaysian red-tailed rainforest scorpion can be used in medicine. As a pet, its venom is generally not fatal, but it can cause swelling, pain, and mild muscle discomfort. It looks scary, but it's not actually that poisonous. By the way, scorpions are different from other venomous insects. Scorpions in cold regions and deserts are the most venomous, while most scorpions in tropical rainforests are not very venomous. So, don't let his fierce appearance fool you. What he relies on most in the underworld isn't his tail needle, but rather his 2 large pincers. Lu Zhe sighed, holding the scorpion. My brother was sunbathing when a pretty girl sat on him and killed him. Seeing that the toxicity was not high, Lu Zhe was relieved. What should we do? What should we do? Try to move around as little as possible. It's fine. This scorpion's venom shouldn't be too strong. Despite Lu Zhe's words of comfort, he was still worried. If Qianqian were to get hurt, the trouble would be immense. Chapter 84 Carrying Lin Qianqian back to camp. Qianqian, don't move. Lu Zhe, what are you going to do? Treat me like a doctor. Let me see how badly you're injured. Qianqian turned her face to the side and nodded shyly. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment, and a message came to his mind. Test results, normal. Test results, normal. Test results, normal. Test results, normal. The test results indicate a minor scorpion venom wound. Itching lasts for 3 days, but it will heal on its own. Lu Zhe was relieved. It's nothing, just a minor irritation. The itching will subside in a few days. Can you take your hand out now? Okay. In the jungle, Lu Zhe stood and Qianqian sat, neither daring to look the other in the eye, feeling somewhat awkward. In the end, Lu Zhe spoke first. How are you? Can you walk? I'm still feeling a little uncomfortable, but it's nothing serious. She said this, but judging from her furrowed brows, she hadn't fully recovered yet. Let's eat something, and then head back to camp. Lu Zhe took out grilled fish slices, dried python meat, and coconut water, and the 2 of them ate a simple meal on the spot. Lu Zhe stood on the rock and looked around. Going back the way we came is neither easy nor meaningful. This time, let's go to the beach first, and then walk back from the beach. We might even find some treasures. Lin Qianqian nodded. I have no objection. Do whatever you say. However, although I could walk, my skin was still a bit red and swollen. I finally made it to the beach, but I felt very uncomfortable. You're still not feeling well, are you? It hurts a little when it's rubbed. Then, I'll carry you. Lin Qianqian was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Lu Zhi strapped the stone knife to his back and, with a graceful princess carry, lifted Lin Qianqian up. Lin Qianqian nestled in Lu Zhi's arms like a little bird, saying, I'm sorry, I've troubled you again. Lu Zhi smiled nonchalantly. If it were a man, it would indeed be troublesome, but it's fine for a girl. Lu Zhi's strength and physical fitness have improved significantly compared to before, and he feels that Lin Qianqian's weight is no different from that of a kitten. Is it troublesome to carry a cat? It's all right. Lu Zhi. Can you please not tell my friends about being bitten by a scorpion? I don't want them to worry about me. No problem. When we get close to the camp, could you let me walk by myself? Lu Zhi knew that Lin Qianqian was the kind of girl who didn't like to bother others. If it weren't for the fact that it was truly inconvenient for her to walk, she would never let herself be carried. This request is not excessive. Okay. Holding Lin Qianqian in his arms, he couldn't pick up anything along the way. But completing the check-in became easy. Lu Zhi lowered his head slightly, and his lips touched a strand of hair. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed your daily check-in. Your stamina has increased by 1. You have checked in for 10 consecutive days. Data panel. Strength, 13. Physical fitness, 13. Physical strength, 11. Agility, 12. Perception, 11. Sure enough, the system's so-called randomness was not truly random. It might be random at first, but once determined, a person would be bound to a certain ability. In an instant, Lu Zhi's physical strength was fully restored. Holding Qianqian, I strode back along the beach. 2 hours later, the two approached the camp. He was certain that with his original physical strength, it would have been impossible for him to carry a girl for 2 hours. Even so, Lu Zhi was a little out of breath and sweating, his cheeks slightly flushed. Lu Zhi put Lin Qianqian down. We're almost at the campsite. Can we walk back? She bit her lip lightly and said, Yes, thank you for your hard work. Meanwhile, in the camp, Xin Bing was learning to weave hemp rope with Ning Shu, while Tang Xiaohua and Zhang Yao were cooking food. In less than 2 days, Xin Bing had become close friends with several girls and become their confidant and older sister. At this moment, Ning Shu looked at the sky and saw that it was getting late. Lu Zhi and Qianqian had not yet returned, so she said worriedly, Didn't Lu Zhi say he was coming back before 2 o'clock? Why isn't he back yet? It's so late. Zhang Yao said, Maybe the road is difficult to walk on. I know Lu Zhi. He's very good at managing time. Ning Shu thought for a moment. Do you think something might have happened between the two of them? Tang Xiaohua asked worriedly. Will there be any danger? Ning Shu shook her head. I believe in Lu Zhi's ability to handle crises. I was talking about a different situation. Zhang Yao understood immediately. She shrugged and said, What could possibly happen? Qianqian doesn't like boys anyway. No. Tang Xiaohua thought for a moment. I remember when we were in school, more boys pursued Qianqian than I did, but she always politely declined and kept everyone at arm's length. But after we came to the island, I never saw Qianqian have that kind of attitude towards Lu Zhi, not even a little bit. Ning Shu pondered. Yes, when she's with Lu Zhi, she seems to become a normal girl. After listening to what the girls said, Xun Bing smiled and said, Let me explain. From a psychological perspective, this falls under the category of bisexuality. Most syndromes manifest as an overt attraction to the opposite sex and a covert attraction to the same sex. They are no different from normal people most of the time, and their attraction is only triggered at specific times. Qianqian, however, is the opposite. She exhibits an overt attraction to the same sex, but a covert attraction to the opposite sex. Having spent so much time with Lu Zhi while stranded on the desert island, she found him exceptional, and her covert attraction naturally surfaced. Ning Shu exclaimed in surprise, My God, Sister Bing, you know so much? As a guardian of the people, I studied psychology when I was in police academy, so I know a little about it. Tang Xiaohua frowned. So, Qianqian is the most dangerous one. Zhang Yao thought for a moment. Do you remember she said she wanted Lu Zhi to help her change some of her strange hobbies? Ning Shu asked worriedly. Then, What if they really did something unspeakable? What are you thinking about? Xinbing smiled and said, I don't think Xiao Zhe and Qian Qian are the kind of people who act casually. You are their friends, so you should know them better. Hearing Xinbing say that, Ningshu nodded. That makes sense. Tang Xiaohua thought for a moment, then asked, if something really happened between them, could we tell from some details? Of course I can. Xinbing smiled confidently. I'm a professional. Ningshu asked. Then, Sister Bing, could you tell me about it? Well, anyway, you're not children anymore, so it's okay to talk about it. Xinbing thought it would be a good opportunity to teach a few girls how to judge character and help them avoid some pitfalls in life. We can try observing from several aspects. All three girls crowded around. First, this kind of thing is more tiring for boys than girls. Observe whether the boy sweats a lot or has slight shortness of breath. Usually, things that happen within 20 minutes will show some signs, and it is difficult to completely hide them. For example, the vest might be stuck to the skin, or the hair might be a little messy. Second, did the two of them blush or feel shy? Even if the incident has passed, if you observe carefully, you will find that they blush when they look at each other, and they also blush when they are alone, and they seem to have something on their mind. Girls like Qian, who don't hide their true feelings, are easier to spot. Third, observe the walking posture. This is especially noticeable in girls. Girls who haven't experienced it before will usually feel a little uncomfortable after their first time, and their walking posture will be somewhat awkward. At this point, Xinbing unconsciously adjusted her posture. If you notice that she walks differently than usual, like keeping her legs close together and walking very slowly, then she can't run away. Oh, the three girls were surprised after hearing these remarks. Sister Bing, you're amazing. You even know this. Xinbing smiled nonchalantly. Don't forget, I deal with criminals all the time. I'm a professional at judging people. Hey, look, they're back. After saying that, Lu Zhe and Lin Qianqian walked back from a distance. Chapter 85 Xinbing's Knowledge Points. Coconut quickly cut one down. Under the watchful eyes of several girls, as soon as Lu Zhe returned to the camp, he grabbed a coconut and cracked it open with a snap. His shirt was soaked with sweat, indicating that he had recently done something physically demanding. Looking at Lin Qianqian again, her face was flushed, as if she had something on her mind. In comparison, Lu Zhe, who had better physical strength, seemed more tired, while the delicate Lin Qianqian was not so exhausted. After Lu Zhe finished cutting the coconut, he handed it to Lin Qianqian. Here, have a coconut. Lin Qianqian blushed and shook her head, whispering, You've worked hard. You should drink first, and then give me some after you're full. The three girls' eyes widened, and even Xinbing was stunned. Men sweat, women blush. They care about each other, and their expressions are not very natural yet, which perfectly matches every situation that Sister Bing mentioned. Sisters, is there any more obvious evidence than this? Ningshu's voice trembled slightly. Lu Zhe walked over. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Ningshu adjusted her tone. Lu Zhe, what did you and Qianqian go about? Of course, we're going to find fresh water. Did you find it? Lu Zhe wiped his sweat and shook his head. Didn't find it? Do you believe me? We didn't even get to the other side of the island. Jiang Yao said with red eyes. Yeah, of course we can't find it. We used all our energy for other things. What's the meaning? Tang Xiaohua blushed and said, Tell the truth, Lu Zhe and Qianqian. What did you two do? Lin Qianqian immediately thought of the scene of Lu Zhe examining the scorpion venom. Her face turned even redder, her legs clamped together even tighter, and her expression became even more flustered. No. Why does Lu Zhe look a little tired? Nonsense, Lu Zhe said irritably. Walking such a long way, wouldn't you be tired? Why doesn't Qianqian look that tired? Remembering that Lin Qianqian didn't want anyone to know about that matter, Lu Zhe casually replied, Isn't she physically strong enough? Qianqian has better stamina than you? Is that not allowed? Tang Xiaohua looked incredulous. If I remember correctly, you're on our school's football team, right? Jiang Yao added angrily. A member of the dance club, a level 2 swimmer, and she even participated in the city's marathon the year she graduated from university, finishing the race in 3.5 hours. You're saying Qian is better than you in terms of stamina. Shin Bing, blushing, ate the melon seeds and said, "This kid is really good." "Okay, let's not talk about that now." Ning Shu composed herself and asked, "I saw you coming back from the beach. Didn't you pick anything up?" "Actually, we did encounter some usable supplies along the way, but since we were holding Lin Qian, we didn't pick them up." Lu Zhi felt that since he had promised Qian not to tell anyone, then he should just keep quiet. "I didn't see anything useful. Something's not right. Something's really not right." Tang Xiaohua burst into tears. You really went into the woods, didn't you?" "What? Go into the woods?" Her face flushed slightly. No, that must be it. Look, Qian's face is even redder." Lu Zhi finally understood what they meant. "Hey ladies, your imaginations are running wild. How could you possibly think of me and Qian in that way?" "I think." Shin Bing walked over, feeling that there were always exceptions. Even if Lu Zhu and Qian fit every single scenario, it was still possible. "Wait a minute, what's this?" She stretched out her slender fingers and plucked a long strand of hair from Lu Zhi's neck. "Of all the girls, only Qian has such long hair." It seems you really need to explain." Sure enough, they went into the grove. "He won't even crawl with me." Jiang Yao also started sobbing with red eyes. "What kind of girlfriend on duty is that? It's the worst idea ever." Lu Zhi smiled wryly. "This misunderstanding seems a bit big." At this moment, Lin Qian felt that not telling the truth would ultimately cause Lu Zhi to suffer an injustice. She gritted her teeth and said, "You've really misunderstood. Lu Zhi carried me back." "Bring you back? What?" I. Lin Qian blushed. "I was stung." Tang Xiaohua asked in bewilderment, "Who stung me?" Lu Zhi. "No, it's a scorpion." Upon hearing this, the girls simultaneously tensed up. In times of crisis, they all cared deeply about their companions. "Qian, you're not lying?" "No, I'm telling the truth." Qian wasn't a girl who lied often, and her firm stance made it hard for anyone to doubt her. "Where did you get stung?" "But..." Lin Qian's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "What's there to be embarrassed about? We're all girls. Come on, speak louder and tell me. Where?" "Oh dear, they already said it's there." Shin Bing said, "Come on, let us see. It would be dangerous if we were really poisoned." Of course, while they cared about their companions, they also wanted to verify whether Qian was lying. Seeing that everyone had said so, Lin Qian could only nod helplessly. Lu Zhi still wanted to watch the drama unfold, but Ning Shu shoved the water gun that Tang Xiaohua had found into his hands. Go over there and play by yourself for a while. Don't look this way." Then, glaring at him, he added, "If that's not true, humph, you're dead meat." Oh. On the other hand, Qian experienced another social death. With teardrops painted on her face, she gazed at the blue sky and the sea, letting her girlfriends scrutinize her buttocks. "This feeling will be etched in my memory for a lifetime. My God, I really got stung. Qian, does it hurt? Has it been dealt with?" "Don't worry, it doesn't seem too serious." "Don't worry, the sting isn't serious, and also..." Shin Bing breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Zhu and Qian didn't do anything excessive at all. "How did you know, Sister Bing?" Shin Bing lowered her voice and whispered, "Qian is a virgin. How do you interpret this?" "Look here." 2 minutes of academically infused science popularization broadened the knowledge of several girls. "Sister Bing, you know this too?" Sister Bing's an old hand at this, isn't she?" "No, it's actually because of work." "Work, reason?" The girls were even more puzzled and cast strange glances at them. Shin Bing shrugged with a wry smile. "You can't imagine where female drug dealers hide drugs. Some places are inconvenient for men to check, so we policewomen have to do it. The more you see, the more you'll understand." "We didn't understand it the first time." Shin Bing asked curiously, "Who else have you watched?" Recalling the scene of everyone searching for horsefly larvae while Shin Bing was unconscious, the girls smiled sheepishly. "Just myself." "Mirror, look at the mirror." "You've even looked in the mirror?" Jiang Yao smiled awkwardly. "Everyone's curious, right?" Hearing that nothing had happened between Lin Qian and Lu Zhi, the girls felt somewhat relieved, but they were still worried about Qian's condition. "Qian, where were you stung?" "In the jungle." "What color is a scorpion?" "It's black, and it has red needles on its tail. Shinbing breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry. This is a Malayan rainforest scorpion. Although it is poisonous, its venom is not very strong. Shinbing examined the sting site carefully again. It's nothing. Just avoid strenuous activity for the next couple of days. It'll heal quickly. Can we bring it up now? Lin Xianxian blushed with embarrassment, feeling as if her life was coming to an end. I'm sorry, Lu Zhiqian. We misunderstood you. It's because your behavior back then was too similar to what Sister Bing said. Yeah, Sister Bing, aren't you a professional? Shin Bing rubbed her forehead awkwardly. Actually, even an old hunter can make a mistake. Lu Zhi feigned displeasure. Class monitor, it's one thing for others to misunderstand, but you're the last person who shouldn't have misunderstood. Okay, it's all my fault this time. You can punish me however you want, but don't bring up my embarrassing past. All right, don't blame yourselves. From now on, we should be more discerning when things happen and not doubt our companions so easily. Let's work together to face difficulties from now on, okay? The words of the staff always carried a positive energy, and the girls all nodded in agreement. By the way, Lu Zhi, did you find anything during this jungle exploration? Lu Zhi said very seriously. We walked a long way along the mountainside, but still couldn't get to the other side of the island. We found a few dried-up streams along the way, but no usable water source. The streams have all dried up? Shin Bing speculated. Could it be that it hasn't rained on this island for months? Lu Zhi pondered for a moment. Judging from the growth of the moss, the stream has been dry for almost 2 months. Chapter 86, A New Survival Plan. The fact that the island has not received rain for 2 months shows just how scarce its freshwater resources are. Lu Zhi then asked, by the way, how many coconuts have you used these past 2 days? Ning Shu said, the coconuts we picked earlier have been mostly used up. We only have about 1/3 of the coconuts left from the ones we picked later. We can't reach the rest. Lu Zhi nodded. At this rate, we'll run out of coconuts in this area in less than a week. Ning Shu asked, where else are there many coconut trees? Lu Zhi shook his head. Using only coconuts is not a solution. Even if we had all the coconuts on the island, it wouldn't last more than a few months. Shinbing nodded. There's too little water in each coconut, and some are completely dry or rotten, so they're undrinkable. Ning Shu said, besides, drinking coconut water all the time can cause health problems. Tang Xiaohua wholeheartedly agreed. Yes, I've been drinking coconut water these past few days, and my stomach feels uncomfortable. I feel like throwing up whenever I smell coconut. Jiang Yao said, me too. I'm almost a coconut spirit. Lu Zhi understood the girl's feelings. In fact, he felt the same way. No matter what, coconuts could never completely replace fresh water. In addition, we need to reclaim wasteland and expand our fields, and we must find a sustainable source of fresh water. Shinbing then looked at Lu Zhi. Lu Zhi, what are your plans next? Truly venture into the jungle, climb to the highest point of the island, and search for water. Ning Shu said, does this mean you didn't truly enter the jungle today? No. Lu Zhi shook his head. Today, Qianqian and I walked along the mountainside in search of a mountain stream. But judging from the current situation, the mountain stream has dried up. If we continue to search like this, we probably won't find any fresh water. Shinbing asked, can we find it by entering the jungle? Lu Zhi thought for a moment. I can't say for sure that we'll find it, but at least we have more options. We can try to climb to the highest point of the island and look down at the whole island from there. If there are lakes or rivers, we should be able to see them. Additionally, groundwater can be searched deep within the island. Groundwater? Zhang Yao asked, somewhat puzzled. Even if there is groundwater on the island, would it be freshwater? Meeting. Lu Zhi nodded firmly. Have you ever heard of a term called freshwater lens? Shinbing thought for a moment. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Freshwater lenses, also known as Jeben-Herzberg lenses, are a special geological structure of coral islands. Qianqian said, I think it was covered in high school, but I've forgotten a lot of what I learned in high school after I went to college. Ning Shu nodded. Me too. Please tell me more. On coral islands, there are areas that are thick in the middle and thin around the edges. The tiny pores in the coral form a filter layer that traps rainwater and allows fresh water to float on the seawater without mixing. Because this geological phenomenon resembles a convex lens buried underground. It is also called a freshwater lens. Lin Qianqian's eyes lit up. I remember now. During the development of Yongshu Island, an artificial island in our country, many wells were drilled, and fresh water was found in more than a third of them. Scientists have found that this is the result of this mirror phenomenon. Yes, that's it. Lu Zhi nodded. This volcanic island is larger than Yongshu Island. Although it is not a coral island in the whole sense, some places have the structure of a coral island and should have similar geographical features. Ning Shu exclaimed in surprise. I never expected that you, Lu Zhi, were so good at geography too. Jiang Yao was a little worried. But I just heard Qianqian say that out of all the wells dug on Yongshu Island, only a third of them contained fresh water. So it's all about luck. Of course, if the dry season lasts too long, or if the volcano's geological structure is too complex, it's possible that they dug very deep pits and ended up finding nothing. That's normal, Lu Zhi said frankly. But if you do nothing, the chances are zero. Shinbing pondered for a moment. It seems we really need to enter the jungle. So, when do you think we should set off? Lu Zhi thought for a moment. At least we have to wait until your leg injury and shallow stings have healed. Ning Shu asked, So, we're all going into the jungle together? Don't we need to guard the camp? Lu Zhi nodded. Yes, we'll drink up all the coconuts here in less than a week, and then we'll have to move. Rather than that, we might as well go into the jungle together, find a source of fresh water, and build a camp there. That way we won't have to come back to inform the people who stayed behind. Ning Shu looked at Jiang Yao beside her. Exploring the primeval jungle together sounds so exciting, doesn't it? Lin Qianqian said. If we camp in the jungle, it will be inconvenient for us to come to the beach. Tang Xiaohua also said, we can't pick up haibao or dig out barnacles anymore. There are always trade-offs. For us right now, a continuous supply of fresh water is far more important than supplies from the coast. The girls looked at each other. Although they all felt a little regretful, they all understood that Lu Zhi's judgment was probably the most correct. Lu Zhi thought for a moment and then said, but there's no need to worry too much. Maybe once we find fresh water, we'll discover that it's not far from the sea, and everyone can still go beachcombing and collect treasures every day. Shinbing asked, if all 6 of us go into the jungle, we'll need to prepare a lot of things, right? Lu Zhi pondered for a moment, then nodded. Let me give you a brief explanation. First, to enter the jungle, each of us should prepare at least 5 bottles of fresh water. You also need to bring enough food so that you don't have to spend too much energy searching for food in the early stages of entering the jungle. Second, take precautions. There are far more mosquitoes in the jungle than at the beach. Each pair of people should have 1 bottle of mosquito repellent. Third, sleeping directly on the ground in a tropical rainforest is extremely dangerous, so you'll need to bring plenty of ropes to make hammocks when camping. Shinbing nodded. We'll use coconut water instead of fresh water. As for food, we have enough in reserve now. It seems the main thing is rope. Today, Ning Shu and the others taught me how to weave ropes from abaca and bark. We'll make more ropes while we recover. Several girls agreed, but it was a pity that the cozy campsite they had worked so hard to set up had to be abandoned. Okay, let's finalize the plan like this for now. Don't spend any more time maintaining the shelter during this period. If you have the energy, focus on increasing the diversity of freshwater and food to prepare for exploring the jungle. Lu Zhi glanced at his watch again. It's getting late. Everyone, have something to eat and get some rest. We'll start preparing for our trip into the mountains tomorrow. He went to bed early that day, and when Lu Zhi opened his eyes the next morning, he saw Tang Xiaohua looking at him with an adorable expression. Big sister, what are you doing? Tang Xiaohua pouted. Doesn't the book say that the thing boys most want to see when they open their eyes in the morning is their lovely girlfriend looking at them tenderly? Today I'm your girlfriend on duty. Lu Zhi scratched his messy hair and said with a wry smile, You can't scare me like that. That's so unromantic. Tang Xiaohua wanted to lash out, but hesitated and gave up. I've made up my mind that I'm going to be the best and most considerate girlfriend today, so I won't get angry no matter what you say today. As she spoke, she handed him a prepared breakfast. Chapter 87 Don't Ruin the Perfect Taste of the Cute Bunny. Lu Zhi was quite surprised that Guer was so considerate. Opening the leaf package revealed 2 conchas, a few pieces of Hautuinia chordata, half a bottle of coconut, kelp, and fish soup, and a piece of grilled fish. There weren't many ingredients, but the cooking was perfect, and the presentation was very elegant. Yes, it has protein, carbohydrates, and vitamins. Then he picked up the conch shell. Huh. They even removed the shell and liver. How thoughtful. Tang Xiaowa said smugly. Hurry up and praise me. Hey, you made this morning? Yeah. He popped it into his mouth and chewed it. Not bad. Tang Xiaowa was disappointed. It's over? Luja felt that it wasn't easy for the young girl to make breakfast for him so early in the morning, and the taste was also good, so there was no big deal in praising her. Luja immediately frowned, adopting a rather serious attitude. Hey, you know what? It tasted just okay at first, but after chewing a couple of times, the flavor really came through. And after a few more bites, wow, it's delicious, absolutely delicious. The cooking time is just perfect. As he spoke, he threw another one into his mouth. Tang Xiaowa smirked and said, TCH, don't you even know who made this? Luja flicked his fingers and looked around. Hey, where's everyone else? Didn't you say you needed a lot of rope? The squad leader and Sister Bing went to collect tree bark and hemp. As your girlfriend on duty today, I'll wait here for you to get up. I see. Still no news from the rescue team. What news could there be? They've already forgotten about us. Luja nodded. It seems you're really serious about preparing for the next step of the plan. Then she smiled gently and said, Guor, thank you. Seeing Luja's sincere attitude, Tang Xiaowa was also very satisfied. Since you're so well-behaved, I've decided that I'll go wherever you go today. Oh, I promise I'll behave and not cause any trouble today. Luja pointed to Xiaoguo's toes. Are you sure you can do it? No problem. As long as we don't go into the water, we can go anywhere. Luja thought for a moment. We need to build up some freshwater reserves first. Is it still a coconut? Coconuts are easy to find, but we need to find other freshwater resources. In Luja's view, it's not just about adjusting the taste of freshwater. Obtaining more freshwater sources can also unlock potential points. Where to get it? Take the bottle and come with me. Okay. Luja led her to the bamboo forest. Besides coconuts, some bamboo also contains fresh water. We need to find these bamboos and then extract the water from their cores. I know. I've seen it on Douyin. Some of them even sell red wine. That was pre-padded. It's all a lie. That's so boring. Just trying to get traffic. Luja took a stick and gently tapped the bamboo joints, making a tap-tap sound. Listen to this sound. Tang Xiaowa listened with her eyes narrowed for a while, but couldn't make out anything. This is empty. Oh. Then he tapped another one. This one is empty too, probably because the dry season has been too long. After knocking on about 30 bamboo sticks, finally one of them made a tap-tap sound. That's it. Guer, get the bottle ready. Okay. Luja took out a nail and drilled a hole at the top of the bamboo joint and another hole at the bottom of the bamboo joint. A stream of clear bamboo sap flowed out. Luja 6 Wow, this really is bamboo water. You should try it. Tang Xiaowa took a sip. It tastes like plain water at first, but upon closer tasting, it has a soft, glutinous aroma. It's better than coconut water. This section of bamboo contained half a bottle of water. Keep searching. The two of them searched an entire bamboo forest, but only managed to collect 5 bottles of bamboo core water. But it's not bad either. Just then, Luja held on to a slightly withered bamboo stalk, and a message popped into his mind. New protein source discovered, bamboo worm. Potential points +1. It turns out there are bamboo worms inside these bamboo plants. Bamboo worms are the larvae of bamboo wasps, living inside bamboo nodes. They are plump and white, rich in protein and amino acids, and have 5 times the nutritional value of beef. Although eating insects is a bit hard to accept, they are so rare that I've heard they're considered a high-end food in some places, so I have to get my hands on them. Luja picked up the axe and chopped a notch in the bamboo in a few strokes. Click-clack. The bamboo stalk broke off by itself and fell onto another bamboo stalk with a crash. Although the cut is a bit messy, that's not our goal, right? Tang Xiaowa stared in disbelief. Wow, Luja, do you have a grudge against this bamboo? There's something good in here. Upon hearing that it was something good, Tang Xiaohua quickly came over to take a look, and then screamed in fright. What good stuff? It's clearly maggots. Actually, calling it maggots isn't wrong. In some places, people call it bamboo maggots. Do you know what it's used for? Tang Xiaohua thought of something. Fishing, it's definitely fishing. How can such a top-quality item be used as fish bait? As Luja spoke, he picked up the bamboo worms one by one. To be honest, we eat these. They can be deep-fried or grilled, or even eaten raw if you don't have those options. Want one? Tang Xiaohua's face turned pale. Brother Xiao, we do have food, right? Indeed, we have plenty of food now. Then why do we still eat this kind of thing? On a desert island, ensuring a diverse diet will provide the body with comprehensive nutrition, making it easier to resist disease. Tang Xiaohua covered her mouth. No way. Don't worry. Although this thing can be eaten raw, now that we have fire, it's better to cook it. Luja collected more than 30 bamboo worms and put them in a bottle. Just then, the breaking of the bamboo seemed to alarm the local residents. A bamboo rat cautiously peeked out. Luja's heart stirred. One escaped last time. This time you won't get another chance. Because the bamboo rats were too close to Luja, no sophisticated hunting method was as effective as a direct hit. Luja was still holding the bamboo worm bottle in his hand when he kicked the bamboo rat directly. The little thing, like a soccer ball, flew straight out with a squeak, crashed into a tree, and fell to the ground, where it lay motionless. Tang Xiaohua asked in surprise, Luja, you killed a rabbit? Is this a bamboo rat? You actually killed a rabbit? I'll say it again. When you're in the wild, you should try to ensure a wide variety of food. Tang Xiaohua said blankly. I've wanted to eat rabbit for so long. Luja almost strained his back. Gwr, can't you think straight for once? Also, this thing is called a bamboo rat. Only those with long ears are called rabbits. Are you sure? Luja walked over, picked it up and looked at it. Absolutely right. In the wild, it is much more valuable than a rabbit. A rabbit has only 3% fat, while a bamboo rat has up to 20% fat. In the city, low fat and high protein is the healthiest, but on a desert island, high fat and high protein is the way to go. Tang Xiaohua glanced at it and said, Yes, ever since I was stranded on this deserted island, I've been really missing the dompa pork from our restaurant. I used to not like eating anything too greasy. Today we collected bamboo water and caught a wild animal. Next, I'm going to make some salt. We don't seem to be lacking salt. Eating fish, shrimp, crabs, and seaweed at the beach can basically replenish the salt needed by the human body, but it is difficult to replenish salt after entering the jungle. Therefore, we need to prepare a sufficient amount of table salt before entering the jungle. Chapter 88, A Master's Confession. I also know about salt production, Tang Xiaohua said smugly. Then tell me. Boil it in seawater, then add fresh water. Depending on the different solubilities, magnesium chloride and other substances will be separated out. Once the remaining water is boiled away, it becomes table salt. Luja smiled and said, I didn't expect you to still have a lot of high school chemistry knowledge left. Tang Xiaohua chuckled. I learned this on Douyin. Luja shook his head. What Douyin teaches is not necessarily scientific. This method is theoretically feasible, but there are many problems in practice because it requires crystallizing salt at a precise temperature. Crystallizing sea salt by boiling is not only time-consuming and laborious, but also far from pure enough. Then you have a better way. Of course. Let's go look for it. Luja searched along the beach and found some stones, discovering some crystals in the crevices between them. The traditional method of making salt requires salt fields, which involves drying seawater on salt fields, and then introducing seawater repeatedly to increase the concentration until brine is formed. I've heard of that, but that would be even more troublesome. Look, seawater keeps flowing into these shallow crevices in the rocks and evaporating, forming brine in these crevices. After being exposed to wind and sun, day and night, it naturally crystallizes. In a sense, each crevice is like a small natural salt field, and the crystals produced are coarse salt. In fact, the ancient salt-making method was improved based on this method. As he spoke, Luja picked up a crystal from between the rocks. This is the salt. It's much closer to table salt than salt produced by boiling. You can even use it directly with food. Isn't it more convenient and simpler than boiled salt? That easy. Tang Xiaowu pointed at the salt, but it looks a bit dirty. It's okay. If you think it's dirty, you can use the knowledge you learned in junior high school to purify it, but that will require some fresh water. I know that. Let's purify it with coconut water. Distilled water is best. Coconut water contains sugar, and boiling it dry will make the salt taste bitter. Water from bamboo cores can be used as a last resort, but we still lack filter paper. Tang Xiaowu frowned. I understand. After turning around and fiddling with it for a while, she took out a small yellow bra. Luja took it, examined it, and found it was still warm. Hee, it really is an A. You dare to laugh at me? No way. I think being small has its advantages. At least it won't wobble around when you're moving. Stop. Let's not discuss this. Tang Xiaowu forced a smile. Okay. Luja gave a gesture. Now that we have the main tools, there's no harm in doing it. The salt was dissolved in water using an aluminum can and bamboo core, and then purified using a bra. Soon, Luja purified a bottle of pure white salt. Tang Xiaowu took a piece of python jerky, dipped it in salt, and put it in her mouth. Not bad. It even has the aroma of glutinous rice. Because bamboo water is used, the salt has a more layered flavor. Haha, I've learned something new. Let's go back. It's almost noon. Let's roast the bamboo rats for lunch. Yay! Tang Xiaowu took Luja's arm. On the way back, Tang Xiaowu suddenly said, Brother Xiaozha, do you think I looked good today? It's fine. Then, she pursed her lips. Do you like me as I am now? This problem. Frankly speaking, Tang Xiaowu didn't cause any trouble today, and was even more obedient than usual, but Luja still felt that something was missing. He pondered for a long time, then said seriously, To be honest, I still prefer the original, mischievous Tang Xiaowu. Tang Xiaowu was stunned. Why? You don't hate me like that. Looking at the clouds in the distance, Luja sighed. To be honest, you can be quite annoying at times, but when it comes to crucial moments, you can always control your temper and contribute to the team. I think that's the real you, though you can be troublesome. You have a genuine and adorable side. I prefer you the way you are. Time seemed to stand still. Luja noticed that Tang Xiaowu had stopped walking. Turning around, I saw a small face covered in tears. You jerk, Luja. I made such a big decision, wanting to be the most obedient person I could be on the day I become your girlfriend, and you just... Luja was taken aback, thinking to himself, did I say something wrong? Tang Xiaowu walked over and raised her little fist as if to punch someone, but hesitated for a moment and ultimately did not bring her hand down. Suddenly, she threw herself into Luja's arms and started sobbing. Luja felt that he was being held so tightly that he could hardly breathe. I'm just jealous that you're so nice to other girls. I'm being willful because I want you to pamper me, to cherish me. I'm so scared. I'm always afraid you'll hate me, but I can't help but do things that will make you hate me. I'm so scared too. If I don't do well today, you won't want me to be your girlfriend on duty anymore. Tang Xiaowu cried with tears streaming down her face, as if the emotions she had suppressed for days were finally being released at this moment. Luja wanted to let her cry for a while, but she was being held too tightly, and more importantly, she wasn't wearing a bra. The feeling of being pressed tightly together. It's pretty good. It would be awkward if the little brother didn't listen at this point. He gently patted Tang Xiaowu on the back. My beloved concubine, could you please let go of me? You're strangling me. Tang Xiaowu sniffed and let go of his hand. Brother Xiaozha, to be honest, after saying so many strange things today, you don't want me to be your girlfriend on duty anymore, do you? No, I can promise. Luja bent down, solemnly held up 3 fingers, and looked at Tang Xiaowu with deep affection. From this day forward, every Thursday in my life, Luja's life, will belong only to you, Tang Xiaowu. Tang Xiaowu was initially very touched, but upon closer inspection, she felt that something was amiss. She was about to explode again, but seeing Luja's serious expression, she couldn't help but burst out laughing, even blowing out a big snot bubble. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Such shameless words, yet spoken with such deep affection. Luja nodded. See, this is the Tang Xiaowu I know. Tang Xiaowu wiped away her tears. Humph, I'm going to bite you and leave my mark on you. Luja fled in panic. During their playful fight, Tang Xiaobo bit Lu Zhi several times, and Lu Zhi took the opportunity to kiss Tang Xiaobo in return. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed your daily check-in. Perception +1. You have checked in for 11 consecutive days. Strength, 13. Physical fitness, 13. Physical strength, 11. Agility, 12. Perception, 12. As expected, after the two quarreled, Tang Xiao's mood had almost recovered. Shen Bing and her team have already picked a large number of banana leaves and are soaking them in seawater in preparation for making ropes. You're back. What good stuff did you catch this time? It's a rabbit. Idiot, it's clearly a bamboo rat. Wow, you guys are amazing, Lin Qianqian exclaimed. Zhang Yao looked at the bamboo rat. This fellow looks delicious. Capybara, huh? It's a bamboo rat. It's no different from capybara. They are all rodents. There are also bamboo worms here. Let's skip the bugs. I thought all the girls would refuse, but Ning Shu was overjoyed. Bamboo bee, with chili, honey and salt. It's absolutely amazing. It's a pity there were no chili peppers. Who said there isn't? Ning Shumi happily pulled out a pointed red object. Ta-da! Chili. It really is chili pepper. She actually found wild chili peppers in the jungle. Wow! Tang Xiaobo exclaimed in surprise. That's so strange. How come there are chili peppers here? That does sound very strange. Lu Zhi picked it up and squeezed it, the image of chili peppers flashing through his mind. But speaking of which, most chili peppers originated in South America, while Thai chili peppers originated in Southeast Asia. Chapter 89. Entering the jungle 4 days later. Not just Thailand. This small red chili pepper is abundant in Malaysia and Indonesia and is exported all over the world. It is highly likely that they were brought to this island by seabirds, and because the climate and soil are suitable for their growth, they took root on the island and multiplied. As a result, Ning Shu, a foodie, discovered it while collecting banana leaves. With bamboo rats, bamboo bees, salt, chili peppers, oyster sauce, and honey, you can probably guess what will happen. With chili peppers, we finally did not let our adorable bunny down, allowing it to fully display its best side. This is a bamboo rat. Soon, oil sizzled from the plump bamboo rat's body, and even the smoke from its roasting carried a mouth-watering aroma. The oil from the bamboo rat is then smeared on bamboo worms and roasted, sprinkled with salt and chili, and another delicacy is made. Zhang Yao took a deep sniff. I never thought that we, stranded on a deserted island, would finally be able to eat barbecue. Ning Shu chopped a bunch of chili flakes, swallowed hard, and said, Lu Zhi, I want it extra spicy, super spicy, insanely spicy. Then she blurted out in Sichuan dialect, I've been craving this for a long time. It's really good. Shen Bing asked curiously, I didn't realize Xiao Ning was from Sichuan. Ning Shu chuckled, from my hometown. Lin Qianqian said weakly, I want less spice and more honey. Lu Zhi said, no, you've been bitten by a scorpion, so you shouldn't eat spicy food. Lin Qianqian blushed and gave a wronged, oh. Shen Bing said, it's fine as long as I'm normal. Zhang Yao said, I'll use less spice and less salt, and add the normal amount of honey. Just be careful not to overcook it. Lu Zhi thought for a moment. Why do I feel like I've suddenly become a barbecue restaurant owner? Zhang Yao laughed and said, from now on, the class monitor will run a scrap metal recycling station, and Xiaozhe, you can open a barbecue stand. Tang Xiaobo said happily, let's go eat for free, sisters. Huh. Lu Zhi didn't seem to care. Fine, they're all the boss's wives, so eat whatever you want. Lu Zhi, you're taking advantage of us again. The group laughed and joked, temporarily forgetting the fear and confusion they had felt after being stranded on the deserted island for many days. As Lu Zhi ate his barbecue, listened to the girls' cheerful laughter, and gazed at the vast ocean, he experienced a long-lost sense of tranquility. But when I close my eyes, my mind is filled with information about fresh water. Yes, things look good now, based on the fact that we still have freshwater reserves. But once those reserves run out before we find a sustainable source of freshwater, things will be in big trouble. But then, it didn't rain. After we finished eating, everyone had to continue working to prepare for going into the mountains. And so, another 3 days passed. After 3 days of preparation, Zhang Yao's period had ended, Tang Xiao's period was about to finish, and Shen Bing's leg injury had healed. The stitches were removed, and she was wrapped in a bandage made of dry cloth, allowing her to move freely. For 3 days, Lu Zhi checked in on time every day. He signed another contract with Ning Shu, another with Gui'er, and another with Jiang Yao. They all kissed hands, and none of the 3 girls refused. I have checked in for 14 consecutive days and completed the second week's check-in. The reward for weekly check-ins is an important notification. Important supplies have been discovered at 35 degrees north of west in the jungle, 2 kilometers from the south bank. Lu Zhi was startled. Just when I was wondering which direction to enter the jungle, the system gave me a recommendation. That's so thoughtful. It is also unclear whether the so-called important materials are sustainable freshwater resources. Preparations for entering the forest are nearing completion. Almost all the coconuts have been picked, and the stored coconut water has met the requirements for going into the mountains. During this time, Lu Zhi also taught them how to weave hammocks with ropes. It involves stretching a long rope to a tree, then tying a short rope to the long rope every 10 centimeters, and then crossing and knotting the short ropes together. In 2 hours, you can make a hammock. It's very simple and easy to learn. 2 more days passed. June 25th. It was the 16th day after the plane crash, and the 8th day since I arrived on the volcanic island. On this day, they prepared 6 simple rope hammocks, 20-meter-long ropes, 30 bottles of coconut water, and 3 bottles of mosquito-repellent herbs. In addition, Lu Zhi gave everyone a handy bamboo pole. In the jungle, it can be used to repel intruders, drive away snakes and insects, and can also be used as a walking stick when you are tired. Also, high heels are not allowed in the jungle, so Tang Xiaohua and Ruan Bing could only wear slippers they found and wrap their feet and calves with strips of rags soaked in mosquito repellent to protect them from mosquito bites, and to keep the soles of the slippers on their feet. Finally, Lu Zhi used Shen Bing's rolling bag as a treasure chest, putting all sorts of strange things he picked up on the beach into it. Then, the rope was used to make a backpack, which Lu Zhi carried on his back. The remaining supplies were also made from salvaged old clothes and fabrics, which were packed into packs to make them easy to distribute evenly to everyone. Everything is ready. Let's enter the jungle immediately. Lu Zhi instructed everyone. I'll be at the front, then the class monitor, Qianqian, Guer, Yao Yao, and Sister Bing at the back. We'll use a rope, secured to our clothes or belt buckles, so we can grab onto anyone who slips. The rest of you can pull them up. Then, Lu Zhi looked at Shen Bing. Sister Bing, your position is very important. Shen Bing made an okay gesture. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on the ropes behind me. Tang Xiaohua asked, puzzled. Why do you need to leave a section of rope behind you? Ning Shu quickly added, by checking if it's straight, we can determine if it's winding through the jungle. Lin Qianqian was surprised. The class monitor knows all this. Haha, Bear Grylls taught me that. All right, everyone stay alert. We're about to enter the jungle. Lu Zhi used a stone knife to cut through the thorns in front of him and walked further in. The island's jungle is deep and vast. The sounds of insects and birds filled the air, but because the jungle was so dense, it was difficult to spot them. However, it's not that nothing was discovered at all. Lu Zhi found a pheasant feather in the jungle, which delighted him. If it's possible to capture a few, we can raise and tame them, and then we'll have free eggs and chicken to eat. By noon, they had ventured deep into the jungle, but unfortunately, they still hadn't found any fresh water. Lu Zhi climbed a tree, observed the terrain, and then jumped down. There is a very high cliff ahead, roughly estimated to be about 300 meters above sea level. To see the whole island, we must climb that cliff. After he finished speaking, he noticed that the girls were all covered in sweat and panting heavily. He then realized that everyone was very tired. Lu Zhi looked around. Although the forest was dense, some sunlight still shone through, making it a good place to rest. He glanced at his watch. It's noon now. Let's set up camp here, rest for 2 hours, and then set off again. Very good. I'm exhausted. I need to rest for a while. Get a hammock. I need to go to the toilet. Shen Bing reminded him. Be careful, remember. Ning Shu continued. Don't leave this place. Lin Qianqian said. 2 people should go to the toilet together. Jiang Yao said. Even when going to the toilet, you can't be more than 10 meters away from the camp. Tang Xiaohua said. We also need to be careful of snakes and insects in the grass. Oh, don't worry, Sister Bing and Luja. You two have told us several times already. Luja nodded with relief. Then you guys go ahead. I'm going to set up the hammock. Just then, something darted out of the bushes, and several girls screamed. Luja quickly made a shush gesture. He crept up quietly, pounced hard, and grabbed a black snake with white rings. Ah, a snake. Luckily, I didn't step on it. Luja gripped the snake's neck, letting its tail coil around his forearm. Don't worry, it's a white-ringed snake. It's not poisonous. Our lunch is going to be plentiful again today. Chapter 90 Strange Things in the Tree Canopy. After eating the banded krite for the first time and the Burmese python for the second, the girls seemed less afraid of snakes. Oh, it's a non-venomous little snake. Can I touch it? Tang Xiaohua looked over curiously. Absolutely. Luja straightened the snake's body. Everyone can touch it. Tang Xiaohua stretched out her finger and poked the snake's belly. Each time she poked it, the snake would wriggle uncomfortably. There's a weird feeling. Ning Shu also came over to use it. She squeezed the snake's body and said, Wow, it's quite thick, and it's still moving. It feels quite powerful. So exciting. Lin Xianxian shook her head. I still don't dare. Jiang Yao smiled and said, What's there to be afraid of? Just watch me. After saying that, she put her cool little hand inside Luja's clothes. Nice abs. Luja said helplessly. Yao Yao, take your hand away, or I'll let you touch the snake. Jiang Yao shrugged dismissively. I'm not interested. Shinbing smiled and said, I don't need to. I learned how to handle snakes at the police academy. So, will you handle this or start a fire? Shinbing glanced at the snake's struggling body and couldn't help but shudder. She smiled and said, I'm still better at starting a fire. Besides, this thing has to be cooked before eating, right? Luja disagreed. Fine, you start the fire. I'll deal with the snake. The rest of you can make the hammocks. Shinbing moved closer to Jiang Yao. Hey, darling, didn't you say condoms are easy to use for starting a fire? Do you still have them with you? Can I borrow them for a bit? Jiang Yao pulled out a condom. Here you go. Shinbing took it and suddenly discovered a new problem. To start a fire with this thing, you need to fill it with water, right? Yes, we used to fill them with seawater. Shinbing straightened up and looked around. Tisk, but this is quite far from the beach. Yeah, you're right. So what should we do? How about we use the water we drink? No way, there's not much fresh water to begin with. How can we use it here? Then put it back in the bottle after you've started the fire. Jiang Yao hugged her package fearfully and nodded. Okay, but don't use mine. I'm a bit of a germaphobe. Shinbing imagined putting the liquid from the condom back into a bottle to drink and felt uneasy about it. What if Lu Zhe and some girl used it? Wouldn't I be in deep trouble? Then what should we do? I asked to start a fire myself, and it would be too embarrassing if Lu Zhe finished dealing with the snake and I didn't even have a spark. She's a policewoman, after all. We can't let the people's guardians down. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of a solution. Yes, it has been used in some survival shows. Hey, Yao Yao, do you still need to go to the bathroom? Jiang Yao shook her head. I just finished using the restroom. Wait, Sister Bing, aren't you? Shoo. He lowered his voice again. There's no other way. Then he gestured to the girls next to him. Where are they? They've been there too. Shinbing was taken aback. Could it be? Do I have to use my own? Oh well, never mind. For the sake of survival, this is nothing. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she turned behind the tree and unbuckled her belt. It's much harder for girls to do this than for boys, but Shinbing has a stronger determination and a more tenacious will. Soon, a slightly yellowish water ball was brought out. Jiang Yao was surprised. Sister Bing, you're exaggerating. Shoo, don't tell anyone. Okay, but you'll be in charge of keeping this from now on. All right. Shinbing found a spot where the sun shone through and started a fire. Although it didn't transmit light very well, it still managed to ignite the tinder. This shows that urine in a round bag can also be used to start a fire in the wild. The fire was lit, and Luja had finished preparing the snake. This time, Luja shaved bamboo skewers, threaded them into sections, roasted them over the fire, and sprinkled them with salt and chili flakes. This divine way of eating won unanimous praise from all the girls. Several girls sat in hammocks, dangling their feet, eating spicy snake skewers and chatting in high spirits. After eating and drinking to their heart's content and resting for a while, they packed their bags and continued their journey. Luja continued along the route he had initially planned, but the thorns and vines were becoming increasingly numerous. It took them 4 or 5 hours to walk a distance of 2 or 3 kilometers. We didn't arrive at the foot of the mountain until 10 p.m. Because the mountain was too steep, they circled around for most of the way but still couldn't find a suitable starting point. Luja calculated that he should be very close to the important supplies indicated by the system, but he still hadn't found where they were. As darkness was approaching, Luja suggested setting up camp on the spot, lighting a campfire before sunset, and then looking for a new hiking spot the next day. Hearing the howls of unknown creatures in the jungle gave me goosebumps all over. Needless to say, this night was exceptionally dangerous, and someone had to keep watch. And you can't be alone. Ultimately, everyone reached a consensus. Ningshu and Tang Xiaohua kept watch from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. Shenbing and Zhang Yao kept watch from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. From 2 a.m. to dawn, Luja and Lin Xianxian kept watch. As it turned out, something truly terrible happened in the middle of the night. At 1 a.m., Shenbing and Zhang Yao were chatting by the fire when they saw something unusual. "Sister Bing, look over there." The bright moonlight filtered through the dense foliage and fell on the tree canopy, casting shadows that seemed to conceal a person's figure among the trees. Not to mention Zhang Yao. Even Xin Bing was terrified. "What?" The others were woken up, and Luja asked, "What's going on?" There is someone. How could there be anyone in this deep mountain forest? Are you seeing things?" "Where?" Zhang Yao and Xin Bing pointed to the air at the same time, and everyone looked in that direction. On a tree, a figure clung tightly to the trunk. A gentle breeze blew, and the arms swayed slightly, like a ghost, sending chills down one's spine. A ghost! Several girls screamed in fright and clung to Luja. Luja also felt strange. But he was a materialist and didn't believe he would actually encounter supernatural events in the middle of the night. What exactly is this thing? It's not a dead person, is it? Shinbing pondered. It looks like a puppet. Look at how it's being blown by the wind. Luja looked intently, and the night didn't seem so dark anymore. Perception not only improved his ability to see far, but also his ability to operate in night markets. Just as Shinbing said, the thing really did look like a puppet. Its body wasn't very heavy, and its arms swayed from side to side when a breeze blew. But when he looked up again, he broke out in a cold sweat. Luja composed himself for a moment and said calmly, "Perhaps this really is a dead man." "No way." Several girls were terrified. "Should we leave here quickly?" "Yes, just looking at it makes me feel uncomfortable all over." "Oh no, I'm traumatized now. I'm afraid to sleep. I'm sure I'll have nightmares." Luja thought of the system's prompt. Could this be it? If it's really a dead person, what kind of important supplies would it be? "Not yet. We have an important thing to do." Shinbing said. "What? What are you going to do?" "Get it down. First, see what it is, then see what usable supplies it has." The 5 young women were all dumbfounded. "Luja, I advise you to calm down. Yes, we have everything we need now, and we don't lack any daily necessities. There's no need to kill people, is there?" Chapter 91. It turns out to be a dead person. There's no other way. Looking at the figure hidden in the tree above, Luja said solemnly, "What if it has important supplies on it? Besides, I don't think I can sleep peacefully until I figure out what's going on with it." Tang Xiaohua said timidly, "Just thinking about it makes my hair stand on end." Luja felt a little uneasy, but he still said, "Some things are like that. When you don't know the cause and effect, you will feel a great sense of fear. When you understand everything, you will feel at ease. Don't worry, I'll handle it." The girls looked at each other, feeling both worried and agreeing that Luja's words made some sense. Yes, the less you know what something is, the easier it is to have terrifying associations. Once you know what it is, you probably won't be so afraid. Zhang Yao asked worriedly, "It's so high? We won't have to climb up there, will we?" "You just have to climb up, but don't worry, this tree is very sturdy." He pulled a fire stick from the woodpile, estimating it could burn for a minute or two, and even if it went out, it could still keep a smoldering ember for a while. He walked to the tree and bit it in his mouth. With a strong grip, The powerful force allowed the fingers to firmly grasp the tree trunk. With another leap, his movements were like those of a seasoned free solo climber, and he easily climbed the tree. Shin Bing exclaimed in amazement. That's amazing. Ning Shu asked. Yao Yao, does he have this kind of talent? Jiang Yao shook her head. To be honest, I was also very surprised. Shin Bing suddenly thought of something. That's right, girls, let's set up a hammock. Just in case it falls down, we can catch it. Okay. Hold the hammock with your hands, and never try to pry open the mesh with your fingers, or you'll tear your fingers off. Clear. As for Lu Jia, after climbing to a height of about 15 meters, he finally saw that thing. Despite being mentally prepared, I still felt a little nauseous. That's a damn dead man. A truly dead person. The dark skin had plasticized and clung tightly to the bones, while the white teeth were exposed, appearing exceptionally ferocious and terrifying in the flickering firelight. Lu Jia let out a long sigh of relief, trying to calm himself down. What kind of people would appear in a place like this? And what caused his death? We absolutely have to figure this out. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Lu Jia calmed himself down and then began to observe carefully. It was less a dead person and more a half-dried-up skeleton. Most of the flesh on the skeleton had dried out or been eaten by insects and birds, exposing large areas of white bone. Then, Lu Jia noticed a small hole on his forehead. Shoot him. This is very likely the cause of his death. It was wearing a tattered uniform and carrying a tattered bundle on its back, its original color no longer discernible. Many parts of its body are covered in resin, preventing some areas from being weathered or corroded. I can't tell which country they're from, but as long as they're not our compatriots, it doesn't matter. Looking at him, he was carrying a rusty long gun and a military pack on his back. The package was covered in sticky resin. Perhaps something can be preserved under the protection of the resin. However, it's inconvenient to inspect it up there. It's best to bring it to the ground. Lu Jia then shouted down. Make way, I need to get it down. What is that? It's a mummified corpse. What? Lu Jia, are you kidding me? Don't take it down. Stop talking nonsense and get out of the way, or you'll get hit. Shin Bing and the four girls quickly ran away. Lu Jia gripped the tree trunk, used his leg to brace himself against the mummified corpse, and kicked it hard. Crash. The mummified corpse, along with its bundle and half a piece of tree bark, fell down. Screams erupted from below. It really is a ghost. Don't talk nonsense, I'm here. Lu Jia climbed down the tree trunk. Lu Jia, don't scare us. What is this thing? Jiang Yao's voice was trembling with tears. I already told you, it's a dried corpse. The girl screamed again. Shin Bing was the bolder one. She shone the torch around and exclaimed, My God, it really is a dead body. Sister Bing, can you tell who it is? She examined it more closely. I really can't tell where they're from just by their clothes. Lu Jia pointed to a small hole on its forehead. This is a bullet hole, which means it was shot dead before it fell and was left hanging from the tree by its parachute. The parachute lines are all rotten. Shin Bing looked at it carefully. That's right, look at what's on it. Lu Jia picked up the spear. The barrel was rusty and the stock was severely rotten, leaving only half of it. Ning Shu said, Hey, it looks a bit like the legendary Type 38 rifle. Shin Bing took the gun, pulled the bolt, but couldn't pull it. It was completely rusted shut. This is not a Type 38 rifle, but a foldable paratrooper rifle. She sighed. It must have been 70 years ago. It's a pity that it's so old and corroded that it's unusable. Otherwise it would have been of great use to us. Quick, see what else is there. Lu Jia checked his body and found a pistol and a 20 centimeters paratrooper knife at his waist. Similarly, due to a lack of proper maintenance, the pistol became severely corroded and rusted, rendering it unusable. But the paratrooper knife is very useful. Although the plastic handle is covered with resin and is sticky but not damaged, and the blade is protected by a sheath, it only has very little rust. It is obviously made of high-quality steel and is exceptionally sharp even without sharpening. Then, a Type 30 bayonet was found on its lower back. The Type 30 bayonet is completely different from the current triangular bayonet. When attached to a gunshot wound, it is a bayonet, but when taken off separately, it is a useful long knife. It is about 50 centimeters long in total, with a blade length of about 37 centimeters and a handle length of about 12–13 centimeters. It also includes a handguard, a locking ring, and a protective sleeve. Although it has some rust, it can be used perfectly well after some polishing. Luja gripped the knife and swung it around. It felt very handy. The system was right. This was truly top-notch survival equipment. In addition, it had an ammunition box on it, but the bullets were damp and ineffective. The 2 melon seed grenades are probably unusable now. Luja carefully placed it aside to avoid accidentally exploding it. Next, check the package on the back. Each paratrooper carries a complete set of marching gear, and this is the key point that Luja is looking for. The first thing you see is a Type 18 steel helmet hanging on the package. It's very thick, and to preserve its strength and functionality, there are no ventilation holes. Perhaps due to the weather, this guy only wore a military cap when he parachuted, not a helmet. Now that it was covered in resin, it protected the helmet from corrosion. Luja was overjoyed. Guys, we're rich now. Because of its sensitive nature, I've been put in a blacklist and had information related to the Japanese army and the war, as well as subsequent depictions of corpses being desecrated, deleted. I hope everyone understands. So, everyone should know what this thing is. Chapter 92: The Girl Who Whips the Corpse. This helmet is really nice. Although it's rusty, it's thick enough. Once it's cleaned, it can be used as a pot. It's covered in dirty resin and not easy to clean. It requires hot water and a blade to scrape it little by little, and then rub it repeatedly with palm fiber. Once it's cleaned out, it will be very useful. Roughly estimated, this helmet can boil at least 3–4 liters of water, making it perfectly capable of boiling water for fish soup or similar dishes. In fact, many soldiers often use their helmets to cook. Later, because these helmets were too stuffy, they were replaced with the Type 90 helmet with ventilation holes on the top, and thus lost this function. But that wasn't all. Luja immediately found another exceptional one. Entrenching tool. To put it simply, it's a smaller version of a short shovel, but not the multifunctional kind. But in Luja's view, the simpler the structure, the less likely it is to break, and the more practical it is. If it were a modern entrenching tool, after decades of exposure to the elements, all its functions would have long since become obsolete. The short handle of this steel shovel had long since rotted and broken off, but the shovel itself was perfectly fine. Find a suitable stick to secure it, and it can be used again. Upon further searching, they discovered even more valuable items. A Type 92 lunchbox, made of aluminum, with a maximum capacity of 2.5 L, and an inner box inside that can be used to hold dishes or soup. Moreover, it comes with a handle, so you can hang it directly on the fire to cook food. This one didn't have much resin on it. It can be used after washing. Keep it. Finally, there were 2 1L military water bottles. One was already damaged by a bullet, while the other was intact, and even contained water when unscrewed. But Luja didn't have the courage to drink this fresh water that had been stored for over 70 years. Discard it. It needs to be thoroughly cleaned before it can be used again. In addition, there were rotten bedding, gas masks, spare leather shoes, lighters, flashlights, parachute ropes, toiletries, and rusty bullets. However, these items were so old and severely decayed that they could only be vaguely identified. Some of them were unusable, and some were even too heavy to pick up. Can you imagine how much individual equipment a single soldier has? The equipment was kept, but the mummified corpse was thrown away. Luja packed all the useful equipment together. This is a huge gain. If we could have gotten these items from the beginning, the difficulty of survival would probably have dropped by 90%. I checked the time. It was 11:30 p.m. Chop the mummified corpse into pieces and bury it. It's still early before dawn. Go back to sleep. Just now, due to the surge of adrenaline, the girls forgot their fear. But once things quieted down, the girls became a little scared. Jiang Yao said worriedly, "Do you think that skeleton won't turn into a ghost and come looking for us?" Yao, you're scaring people again. Luja imagined the scene of several girls shoveling up the corpse and couldn't help but chuckle. Are you sure it still dares to come back? Shinbing joked, haha, if he really comes, we'll beat him to a pulp. Ningshu praised, well said. But despite that, in the middle of the night, the girls huddled together by the fire, chatting about everything from Bright Sword to the 800, and then to My Regiment. The more they talked, the more energetic they became, and they couldn't fall asleep at all. The result was quite unexpected. The four girls sat there from night until dawn. Fortunately, Lu Jia and Xin Bing were both asleep. In the morning, Lu Jia woke up in the hammock, checked the time, and saw it was 6:50 a.m. It's Wednesday, June 26th, and I've been stranded on a desert island for 17 days. Lu Jia successfully found the system prompt. Although it's not a water source, it's still enough to invigorate people. On this day, the search for fresh water and the path to the mountaintop must continue. But the current situation is not optimistic, because the packages are heavier and everyone has not slept well, so their progress has slowed down even more. I walked along the foot of the mountain all morning, but still couldn't find the way up. With fresh water running out and everyone's energy waning, the situation became increasingly dire. Lu Jia decided to change his strategy. Chapter 93: The New Temporary Camp. He observed the Earth's veins and found a relatively flat spot where everyone could rest for a while. Upon hearing about the break, several girls practically wanted to lie down on the grass. Seeing how exhausted the girls were, Lu Jia knew that carrying so many heavy things to search was not cost-effective. He looked around and said, "Let's set up camp here, make a shelter, and everyone catch up on some sleep and get some rest." Xin Bing asked in confusion, "Aren't we going to look for the path up the mountain?" Lu Jia found a rock and tried to sharpen his paratrooper knife and bayonet. "We definitely have to search, but searching aimlessly is too inefficient. It's better to use this place as a camp. Leave the supplies here, have 2 or 3 people take light gear and find a way up the mountain, and the rest of us can rest or dig at the camp. This place has the geological features of a freshwater lens. Let's see if we can dig for groundwater." Hearing Lu Jia say that they were going to camp here, Tang Xiaowo was still a little scared. "What if I encounter a ghost in the middle of the night while sleeping here? I'm so scared." Lu Jia nodded. "That would be best. At least we can see if the ghost has any usable survival supplies, or if it can do anything with itself." Ning Shu said, "What can it be used for? To grind grain? We don't have any money." "You know what?" Xin Bing thought for a moment and said, "I've heard from a colleague that in the old days, some villages made a living by tomb raiding. After stealing the treasures from the tombs, they would carry the mummified corpses back with them. Guess what they did?" Jiang Yao thought for a moment. "Sell it to the archaeological team for research." "How could they possibly have that kind of awareness?" Tang Xiaowa asked. "Then what are we doing?" Xin Bing lowered her voice. "Poke it in the ground. Use it as a scarecrow, scare away birds. They say it works surprisingly well." "Huh." The girl's eyes widened in horror. Lu Jia slapped his thigh, quite regretful. "So, we wasted an important survival resource last night." Please stop talking." "Yeah, I got goosebumps all over." But then again, Shinbing also carefully observed the surroundings. "There are a lot of banana trees here. Maybe there really is groundwater." The other girls looked at each other and nodded. Having reached an agreement, Shinbing asked, "Lu Jia, where should we start digging the well?" Lu Jia thought for a moment. "Everyone, let's not rush to dig a well. Let's take a short rest first, and then solve the immediate problem. I suggest we split into 2 groups. One group stays here to clear weeds, set up hammocks, build camp, and prepare to start a fire. Another team search the surrounding area for usable fresh water." After discussing for a while, the group decided that since the camp had a more important task, Xin Bing would stay behind with Jiang Yao, Lin Xianxian, and Tang Xiaowa as a group to set up the camp, while Lu Zhou and Ning Shu would search for fresh water and a path up the mountain nearby. After shedding their heavy burdens, Lu Zhou and Ning Shu both felt much lighter. The two searched the area around the campsite for a long time, but only found some wild vegetables. Then they went to the bamboo forest to search for fresh water. It took them 2 hours to search a large area of bamboo forest before they collected 3 bottles of bamboo core water. Ning Shu complained, "I didn't expect fresh water to be so hard to find in the mountains. Do we have to go back to the beach to knock down coconuts? That's too much trouble. Actually, there are ways to get fresh water." Lu Zhe walked to a banana tree, took out his fairly sharp paratrooper knife, and cut the base of the banana tree. He held the knife at a 45-degree angle downwards and made a circular cut. In no time, he had cut the entire banana tree off. "Why did you cut down such a perfectly good tree? Look here." Lu Zhe pointed to the broken end of the rhizome. which formed a bowl-shaped depression, and said, "Banana leaves need a lot of water, so the roots draw water from the ground to replenish the stems and leaves." Ning Shu snapped her fingers in a flash. "I get it. The roots don't even know there's nothing left above them, and they're still foolishly sending water upwards. In a little while, fresh water will condense here. I don't know how to evaluate it, but it really is based on this principle." Ning Shu sighed. "It is indeed a waste to destroy an entire banana plant just for a bowl of water." Luja patted her shoulder. "It will grow longer. Right now, our lives are the most important thing." Luja cut down a dozen more banana trees. "We can come and fetch water tonight." Suddenly, Luja frowned. "That's strange. What's wrong?" Luja examined the ends of the cut banana leaves. "Where did all the fruit on the banana leaves go? It's not like it didn't grow at all, is it? Look here, there are obvious signs that the stem has been removed." Ning Shu looked around. "Could there be monkeys in this forest?" "I don't know. It could be some kind of bear or monkey. We need to be careful." Ning Shu nodded solemnly. After walking for a while, they discovered other plants. Lemon. A 3-meter-tall wild lemon tree growing out from the edge of a low cliff. Dozens of yellow wild lemons were hanging on the tree. Perhaps because it was too sour, it didn't receive much attention from the animals, and some of it fell to the ground and rotted. But for Luja, this was like free vitamins. Collecting some was definitely the right thing to do. Ning Shu peeled one open and took a bite without waiting, but immediately closed her eyes because of the sourness. Seeing her disheveled appearance, Luja couldn't help but sigh. She doesn't seem very bright. I'm also learning from Shinnom, tasting hundreds of herbs and sacrificing myself for others. Ugh, it's so sour. This stuff can be soaked in honey water to supplement vitamin C, and the leaves also make a unique tea. It's a pity there isn't enough fresh water right now, but it would be good with fish. Let's pack some to take back. I guess the fire is already lit." Ning Shu collected all the lemons scattered on the ground and filled a plastic bag to the brim. In her words, "It's just going to rot here anyway. Maybe it'll come in handy when we get back." This trip can be considered a very fruitful one. Back at the campsite, the 3 girls had already cleared most of the weeds. But they found Shin Bing using a simple bow drill to start a fire. Luja was puzzled. "Sister Bing, what's going on? Don't we have an easier way?" Shin Bing gave an apologetic wry smile. "That one is broken." "It's broken? How did it break?" Shin Bing handed over a condom with a large hole in it. Then she sighed helplessly. "I was very careful, but I still broke it. It's my fault." Luja gently tugged at the TT and found that the rubber was no longer as elastic as when it was first opened, and the material had become much more brittle. It should have been broken long ago. He smiled indifferently. "I really can't blame you. This isn't something that can be recycled. Every time it's used, its elasticity and toughness will weaken a bit. It's normal for it to break." Then I realized something was off. "Huh? What's that smell on this?" "Nothing." Shin Bing blushed and awkwardly grabbed it, saying, "Then let's throw it away. How about I start the fire?" "No need. Leave the fire starting problem to me. I'll definitely get a fire going tonight." Luja felt that since they had said so, they should do it. After all, they were a team and they had to trust each other, right? Besides, the fact that she could start a fire made things much easier for her. Jiang Yao asked, "Have you found fresh water?" "We found a bit." Luja put down his backpack and took out 3 bottles of water, a bunch of wild vegetables, and a large bag of lemons. "Why are you getting so many lemons?" Ning Shu shook her head. "I don't know, but what if it's useful?" Luja thought for a moment and said, "We still have a lot of food in our reserves. Let's have something to eat first. I'll go cut some bamboo, and we'll build a shelter after we finish eating." Chapter 94, Killing the Uninvited Guest. Jiang Yao said, "Okay, Qianqian Guo, let's go collect palm leaves." Lin Qianqian and Guo happily replied together, "Okay." After finishing their meal, the group of friends worked together and quickly built a small thatched hut as a shelter. The girls took another 2 hours of sleep. But by evening, Shin Bing still hadn't managed to get the fire out. The young woman stripped down to her last piece of clothing, gritted her teeth, and pulled the bow drill with all her might. The drill bit spun rapidly, exuding a wild charm. But it just won't produce any smoke. Luja looked at it for a while and said, "I think we should think of another way." Xin Bing gritted her teeth and said while pulling at the fire. Although it looks very strenuous, it's the best way to start a fire at this stage. Is that so? Lu Zhi suddenly became very curious and wanted to see how the girls had misunderstood him back then. Walking a little further away, I looked at Xin Bing from behind for a while and frowned. This is clearly not a craft job. Using so much force would cause injury. Just then, several girls returned after collecting the banana core water, and they looked at Lu Zhi. In an instant, the girls' expressions all changed, and they simultaneously dropped what they were carrying. Lu Zhi, danger. Lu Zhi, run. Lu Zhi had already sensed the heavy breathing, but he still didn't run away. Instead, he raised his hand and slowly placed it to his mouth, making a shush gesture. At the same time, his body slowly bent down, his right foot pushed off the ground. He slightly raised his arm, lowered his head, and looked back from under his armpit. Suddenly, a figure lunged at Lu Zhi, who instantly dodged to the side. The guy missed. Xin Bing also noticed the danger, quickly dropped the bow drill in her hand, and with a graceful flip, pulled out a Type 30 bayonet from her pack. Big bear. The four girls screamed in unison. Yes. A large black bear weighing nearly 200 to 300 pounds suddenly appeared at the camp and attacked Lu Zhi. It looks like a Malayan sun bear, but it's much bigger than me. Holy crap, what is this thing? He dodged the first attack, and Big Bear immediately realized that this guy was not easy to deal with. Turning around, I noticed several screaming girls. They seemed easier to bully. Lu Zhi thought to himself, this is bad. It crouched down, growled, and charged toward the girls. Xin Bing, gripping her bayonet, quickly stepped in front of them. But his arm ached from the prolonged fire, making by rubbing sticks together, and the knife tip trembled constantly. However, just as the creature was about to pounce on her, the bear let out a shrill howl and quickly turned around. Xin Bing clearly saw that there was something stuck in the chrysanthemum of the big bear. It was that paratrooper knife. Blood dripped down, and the bear searched furiously for the culprit. Across from him, Lu Zhi leaned forward with a cold smile, his eyes filled with provocation. The intense pain and relentless humiliation enraged the bear, and it pounced to bite. Lu Zhi nimbly darted to the side, and the bear bit down on the tree. At that moment, Xin Bing had a sudden thought and decisively threw out the Type 30 bayonet. Here you go. Lu Zhi lunged to the left, caught the knife handle with ease, and precisely gripped it. However, at this critical moment, the bear immediately turned around, pounced on Lu Zhi, pinned him down, and bit down on his neck. Lu Zhi! All five girls screamed. Xin Bing was the first to rush over. The responsibility and mission she carried made it impossible for her to accept any innocent person dying in front of her. Moreover, he was the first man in her life. The other girls, no longer able to contain their fear, grabbed their weapons and rushed over, hitting the bear with all their might in an attempt to get its attention and save their companion. However, that didn't happen. After a few seconds of violent struggle and convulsions, the bear gradually lost all its energy and remained motionless no matter how much the girls pounded on it. Then, Ningshu noticed that a thick stream of blood was flowing out, forming a large pool within seconds. Lu Zhi! Ningshu cried out in anguish. What? Lu Zhi's muffled voice came from below the big bear. The sound brought tears of joy to everyone's eyes. The next second, Lu Zhi kicked the bear over. Covered in blood, he stood up and looked at the bear's chest. The nearly 30-centimeter-long bayonet blade was completely pierced through. Ningshu, disregarding the dirt on her body, threw herself onto Lu Zhi, who was covered in blood, and burst into tears. Lu Zhi took the opportunity to lightly kiss Ningshu's forehead. Sign again. Lin Xianxian, Jiang Yao, and Tang Xiaohua also rushed over and hugged Lu Zhi, crying together. Xin Bing let out a long sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. That was incredibly dangerous. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhi precisely plunged the bayonet into the bear's heart. Had he been a second slower, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This child is amazing. At this moment, Xin Bing noticed with heartache that Lu Zhi had a new scratch on his arm. Chapter 95 Hardcore Wound Stitching. Clearly, Lu Zhi also realized he was injured. Find that lighter, and see if you can pry out the flint, then use the rusty part of the blade to strike it. I need to burn some palm leaf sheath ash. In the wild, Palm ash is a good hemostatic agent, capable of stopping both external and internal bleeding. In the jungle at night, without fire, one might even be attacked by wild beasts. One bear, Xiongda, is already this difficult to deal with. What if another bear, Xiong'er, comes along? I don't even want to think about it. But that flint, after so long, is it still usable? Shinbing quickly rummaged through the suitcase and found the lighter. This is a kerosene lighter similar to a Zippo, which was used by both the US and Japanese armies during World War II. Because of its age, its exterior is rusted and completely unusable. Shinbing smashed it open with a stone and found something that looked like a flint. But this thing is so old that it turned into hard little crumbs when I picked it up. I have a solution. She carefully placed the bits of ash on the edge of the stone and then placed the pre-prepared hay on the ground. The paratrooper knife was pressed onto the debris, and then the foot was used to firmly stomp on the paratrooper knife. She gathered her strength and suddenly drew her knife with all her might. Snap! The drawn blade rubbed against the flint and rock, sending up a shower of sparks that landed on the dry leaves and tumbleweed below. Shinbing quickly picked up a tinderbox and blew on it, and the flames suddenly ignited. Shinbing gave a wry smile. She spent the whole afternoon trying to start a fire with a bow drill, but couldn't. Lucia just gave her a hint, and she easily got it done. This is so frustrating. Without time to think too much, she quickly stoked the fire, adding firewood as she began burning the palm. Fortunately, Lucia's wound was not deep. After cleaning, there was not much bleeding. At this point, the palm ash was no longer so hot. Lucia sprinkled some palm ash on the sutures, then found something to bandage them. Without him saying anything, the girls had already prepared sanitary napkins and strips of cloth. That was the last sanitary napkin. Neither Jiang Yao nor Tang Xiaohua could bear to use it. At this stage, this is the cleanest material available. Jiang Yao covered the wound with the absorbent side of a sanitary napkin, and then Lin Xianxian used a dried cloth strip to tie it tightly. The wound treatment was complete. Lucia waved his arm, seemingly without affecting the activity. Jiang Yao scolded him with heartache. Don't move around. You need to take good care of your injuries. Lucia sighed. I'm afraid that won't work. Why? Lucia pointed to the large bear lying on the ground. Can you handle it? Only then did everyone realize that there was a recently deceased bear lying in the camp. Yeah, what do we do with this thing? Should we change campsites? They're changing the place we just cleaned? All that work for nothing. It's too late to say anything now. Then we'll have to get rid of it. I don't want to sleep in a camp with a corpse. It's so heavy. How are we going to carry it? By the way, what kind of bear is this? Look at its tongue sticking out. Wow, it's so long. What's it for? Lucia touched the bear with his left hand, and a message came to his mind. New species, system name, broad-bodied sword bear. A subspecies of the Malayan sun bear, possessing the temperament of the Malayan sun bear and the physique of a black bear. Fierce, irritable, with a strong aggressive drive and an extremely strong sense of territory. It prefers to eat bananas, bamboo shoots, tubers, wild fruits, and grasses, and sometimes also preys on fish and monkeys. Lucia pondered. It looks like a Malayan sun bear, but Malayan sun bears are small bears. The largest Malayan sun bear in the world weighs only about 150 pounds. But this one weighs 200 or 300 pounds and has the body of a black bear. Ning Shu imagined for a moment and came up with a strange idea. Hiss. What do you think? Did the black bear cheat on its partner, or did the Malayan sun bear do something wrong? Tang Xiaohua sighed. No wonder she's such a pervert, still making suggestive remarks at a time like this. But Lucia said, actually, what the class monitor said makes a lot of sense. This thing may really be a hybrid of a Malayan sun bear and a black bear. Shinbing asked curiously. Can different bear species have social events? Lucia explained. Most bear species do not have reproductive isolation. Although they differ greatly in size, they can still produce cubs. Just like dogs. Huh. Tang Xiaohua imagined a Tibetan Mastiff riding a Bichon Frise, with the Bichon Frise pregnant with 5 or 6 Tibetan Mastiff puppies, and couldn't help but shudder. That's terrifying. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and said, I guess the Malayan sun bear must be the father, because it also has a name called Sun Bear. Tang Xiaohua said helplessly. Yao Yao, we just talked about the class monitor. Why are you making a fuss now? Really? Jiang Yao shrugged. But it is indeed called sun bear. Lin Qianqian nodded. The dangers of the bear cubs and bear mothers giving birth will be greatly reduced. Ning Shu pondered. Then the father bear will be in greater danger, right? Hey, with such a large size difference between them, will the mother bear, like a praying mantis, devour her husband? Jiang Yao frowned. It's not like a cheap cucumber. It would be too wasteful to eat it after using it. Luja was speechless. Hey ladies, can we talk about serious matters instead of going on and on about this kind of thing? Chapter 96, Dissecting a Bear Carcass. Hearing Luja say that, the girls felt a little embarrassed. Yes, the most important issue right now is how to get rid of this dead bear. How did we end up on the highway while we were chatting? Ning Shu sighed. Then what do you suggest we do with this bear? Luja examined the bear and said, there are many treasures on this bear. Its fur can be used to make blankets, its sternum can be used to make tools, and its bile can be used as medicine. Jiang Yao suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I heard that bear paw is one of the 8 delicacies, and it's very delicious. Don't get your hopes up too high. Bear paws are delicious, but they are said to be cooked in a specific way. If you just roast them, they'll probably taste like pig's trotters. Ning Shu said, what are you saying? Pig's trotters are super delicious, okay? Lin Qianqian asked, where's the bear meat? We don't have time today, but we can try it tomorrow. But be prepared, bear meat smells really bad. Jiang Yao pinched her nose. No need to say anything. I can smell it right now. Tang Xiaohua sighed. Forget it. Let's just eat spicy snake and banana leafy greens instead. Shinbing thought for a moment. Luja, you're not going to leave the whole bear behind, are you? Luja shook his head. To be honest, I want to keep every part of this bear. But the problem is that we can't keep all the meat, and it won't taste good. Since we don't lack protein, we can only make some trade-offs, keeping the most important parts and throwing away most of the rest. It needs to be thrown away. Shinbing was a little worried. But the key question is how to dispose of it? Are you going to dismember it? Yes, it sounds a bit scary, but it really is like that. This is the easiest place in the area to store fresh water. Since we can't move, we have to divide it up and dump it in batches. Otherwise, the stench and mosquitoes will turn this place into hell in less than a day. Shinbing's eye twitched. I never thought I'd be involved in dealing with corpses one day. We need to hurry, preferably get it done tonight when the temperature is low, otherwise it will probably smell bad after tomorrow. Shinbing nodded. Ning Shu asked timidly, is there anything we can help with? Luja shook his head. None of you slept well last night. Eat something and go to sleep. We'll need you tomorrow. Oh, the 4 girls were indeed very tired and did not want to witness the dissection of mammals. They ate something quickly and then went into the shelter, where they held hands and fell asleep. Outside the shelter, it was dark and windy. The flickering firelight made the faces look somewhat ferocious. Shinbing looked at Luja nervously. Hey, why do I feel like we're like murderers disposing of a corpse? Luja deliberately lowered his voice. It's not too late for you to call the police now. Shinbing chuckled. Stop joking. Let me tell you, I've dissected frogs before. This is my first time dissecting a bear. Luja nodded. You're not at a loss. It's my first time too. Shinbing recalled a scene from their past, her face flushing slightly. Stop joking. How do we do it? Let's get the bear bile first. As he spoke, Luja gripped the hilt of his Type 30 bayonet and slashed downwards. This made the opening bigger, and then he pulled out the bayonet. More blood flowed out. I'll reach in and take out the bear bile in a bit, but it might be connected to the muscle tissue. My right hand isn't very convenient, so I'll need your help then. That still sounds a bit awkward. Do you even know which one is bear bile? Just take it out and we'll know. Be careful. Luja reached his left hand into the bear's body through the wound, and heard a slurping sound as the internal organs were being turned over. How does it feel? They were still warm when they died. No wonder people can hide inside animals to keep warm when it's freezing cold. As he spoke, information flashed through Luja's mind. Bear heart, bear lungs, bear liver, bear pancreas, bear bile. This is it. Luja took out a black, bag-like object, from which bloody blood vessels and tissue were still attached. You actually found it. Shinbing quickly used her paratrooper knife to cut the tissue. This thing isn't meant to be used directly, is it? Yes, It needs to be sterilized and dried in the sun, then ground into powder. It can be used both externally and internally. It's a top-grade traditional Chinese medicine, and it's really expensive, let me tell you. Wow, you're really knowledgeable. Next up, bear skins. Lu Zhi shook his head. I want to see what it usually eats. This will help us understand the existing vegetation and resources. You want to examine its stomach? That's right. Lu Zhi then opened the wound and pulled out a large bag. When you cut it open, a foul odor comes out. Banana. He knew that it was this plant that had picked the bananas earlier. There was also shredded bonito meat. God knows how it caught it. There are also plenty of bamboo shoots and grass roots. Lu Zhi frowned slightly. Judging from the large number of plant roots and stems, this bear had gone to great lengths to obtain water. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left so many uneaten banana fruits to search for the roots and stems. Lu Zhi guessed that it was probably because the roots and stems contain more water. It seems that some creatures on this island are also suffering from water shortage. Next, we'll get the bear skin. Speaking of bear skins, Shin Bing recalled, we had seized bear skins before. All of them were the kind with the head and paws attached, which were quite frightening. Lu Zhi imagined. Actually, I don't think the head and claws are that useful. They might be buying it to prove it's really a bearskin, or the person buying it might be trying to show off their morbid personality. We're looking for practicality, so there's no need to keep the bear's head. As he spoke, Lu Zhi used a stone axe and a military dagger to cut off the bear's head and paws, then used a paratrooper knife to cut along the bear's belly, separating the tissue and fat bit by bit. It took the two of them 3 hours to cut off the entire bear skin. Now, not only was Lu Zhi covered in blood, but Shin Bing also looked like a murderer. This smells awful. So don't expect bear meat to taste that good. But we can render some bear oil. Once rendered, bear oil won't have a strong flavor, so we can use it to stir-fry vegetables. I'll do this. And so, the two of them worked all night to dissect the entire bear. Then, Lu Zhi threw the bear head, the dismembered bear skeleton, and a large amount of bear meat far away into the mountains and forests, where they estimated that it would soon be eaten up by wild animals. Lu Zhi left behind the bear skin, bear gallbladder, shin bone, leg bone, some bear meat, some bear oil, and 4 bear paws. The bear's bones were so hard that Lu Zhi's stone axe broke while trying to cut it apart. Only, throw away. It's almost morning, and I'm a little hungry. Lu Zhi and Shin Bing grilled a few skewers of bear meat. After a couple of bites, no amount of chili could mask the pungent, rotten smell. The meat was tough and dry. However, bear meat can provide the human body with a large amount of protein and amino acids. Lu Zhi chewed for a long time but couldn't chew it properly, so he swallowed it directly. Shin Bing gagged for a long time but couldn't eat anything. She could only drink some banana water and eat some dried python meat and fish slices. We didn't sleep well yesterday, and we were both a little tired, so we leaned on each other and fell asleep in front of the fire.